Chapter 1. Rebirth and Death. Withering and desolate. In the city, lush weeds burst through the hard concrete, and the ground is littered with white bones. Lin dragged his heavy legs and ran with great effort. His lungs burned with pain, each breath pulling at his broken ribs. Behind him were groups of roaring zombies, their faces grotesque. He dare not stop. If he stopped, these resurrected dead would tear him to pieces and devour his flesh and blood. December 2035. The apocalypse that erupted 3 years ago had dragged the entire world into hell. As he saw the makeshift safe house getting closer, hope seemed to flicker in his previously desperate face. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Quickly open the door. Lin frantically pounded on the heavy iron door, the zombies behind him less than 100 meters away. The stench of decay was overwhelming. I brought the medicine back. Open the door. Tang Wan. Inside the safe house were his fiancée and her family of 3. Swish! The window opened, but the iron door did not. And I peered through the narrow iron grate, filled with concern. Lin recognized it. It was Tang Wan. Tang Wan, it's me. Hurry, open the door. Lin An's heart was torn, and the wound on his chest was aggravated with pain. The blood that spilled out made the zombies behind him even more agitated, their speed suddenly increasing. After hearing his voice, the eye behind the iron grate shifted to the medicine in his hand. That was the medicine Lin had risked his life to find for Tang Wan's brother to reduce his fever. Lin, he'll open the door for you now. The voice from inside was urgent, calming Lin An's panic. Once inside, he would be safe. On the edge of a city fraught with danger, this makeshift safe house was his only home. First, pass the medicine in, and he'll lower the iron bolt. Upon hearing this, Lin felt weak all over and hurriedly stuffed the medicine box through the iron grate. But a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Why? Not just open the door? The hand inside quickly snatched the medicine box away, but the door remained shut. Tang Wan. Lin An's voice was filled with disbelief, echoing in the darkness, full of despair. A cold dread settled in his heart, his body turning icy. Why? When you open the door, he could already hear the zombies closing in behind him. Lin, I see the wound on your chest. Tang Wan's voice paused, losing its previous concern, sounding eerily calm. It was as if she were speaking to a stranger. You might be infected. I won't let you in. Lin felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, and the zombies behind him had already pounced on him. His flesh was being torn apart. Also, let me tell you something. The captain of the safe zone has promised me that as long as I'm willing to sleep with him, I can enter the safe zone. Of course, you also have to die. Inside, Tang Wan casually tossed her hair back. She was as calm as when she used to chat with Lin and couldn't believe that this sentence was like a thunderclap. The pain of his flesh being torn away was overshadowed. He cried out in anguish, frantically questioning the person inside the window. Why did you betray me? His palm pressed against the door, leaving a bloody handprint. His eyes were wide with rage. He could feel his insides being ripped out, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him. Tang Wan's gaze was calm, holding a hint of mockery. Just because you're a useless waste. I don't want to starve every day, living in fear. He's strong, an awakener. And you're just an ordinary person. The zombies behind him were frantically tearing at Lin An's head, his spine cracking easily. The zombies' foul, sharp, decaying fingers dug into his eye sockets. Daughter, why are you talking so much to this waste? Let him die far away. Don't let him die at our doorstep. Inside, the lights were warm. Tang Wan's mother casually took the bloody medicine box, looking coldly out the window. The 3 stood side by side, only leaving once Lin An's body had been completely devoured. In Linjiang City, in a wedding room adorned with lights. Lin, are you going to call your comrades to borrow money, or are you just going to stand there? The speaker was Lin An's fiancée, Tang Wan. It was like struggling in deep water. Lin suddenly woke up, gasping for breath. The images from before death overlapped with the person in front of him. Was that just a dream? His head throbbed painfully, and he could still vaguely feel the pain of flesh being torn away. The pain felt real, as if it had just happened a second ago. He quickly looked at his phone. November 9th, 2032. Lin was shocked, feeling dry-mouthed. No, this isn't a dream. He had been reborn. He returned to 3 years ago, to 3 days before the apocalypse erupted, the day he proposed to Tang Wan. Lin, let me tell you, if you want to marry my daughter, the betrothal gift must be increased by 200,000 to your younger brother, Tang Tian, is about to get married as her brother-in-law. You can't contribute nothing, right? Tang Wan's mother shot a glance at her younger son, signaling him to ask for money. Brother-in-law, didn't your comrades just retire? Tang Tian was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking impatient. I heard the retirement pay is quite a lot now. It's just borrowing some money. What's there to be embarrassed about? Seeing Linen standing there in a daze, Tang Wan couldn't help but frown. She had thought that Linen, being a soldier, would be honest and would have some money, making him a decent choice. But unexpectedly, Linen was hesitating and couldn't take out any money at all. This made her feel embarrassed. Aren't you close with your comrades? How come you can't borrow this little amount? Seeing Lin An's lack of response, Tang's mother couldn't help but snort. She raised her voice and shouted, Linen, if you can't come up with this money, then you two shouldn't get married. You have no sincerity at all. I thought you were all right before. I didn't expect you to be such a miser. Tang's mother was sarcastic. Younger brother Tang Tian seemed unafraid of trouble upon hearing Tang's mother say not to get married. He quickly spoke up. Sister, wasn't there a rich guy pursuing you before? I think you shouldn't marry this poor loser. Find that one guy, he has money. He even asked me what car I liked last time. In the midst of the three's incessant chatter, no one noticed the murderous intent in Lin An's lowered gaze that in his past life, he hastily married Tang, wanting to fulfill his mother's wishes. Though it was rushed, he believed he had done what he needed to do. Buying a car, a house, and a betrothal gift without missing a single cent, he even ultimately had to shamelessly borrow money from his comrades to complete the betrothal gift. However, the day before the wedding, the apocalypse broke out. With his qualities as a soldier, Lin struggled to survive with his fiancée's family. Until the last day, when he was literally eaten alive, he was still fighting for what was called family. That door cut off his chance of survival, but also shattered his outdated kindness, shattering what was called righteousness. The harsh sarcasm pulled him back to reality. Loser, if you're broke, don't pretend to be someone else. My sister marrying you is looking up to you. There are plenty of people pursuing her. Bang! Linen kicked out explosively, the immense force hitting Tang Tian's abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters away. Tang Tian turned red while spilling everywhere, his body curled up like a shrimp in the corner. In disbelief, Tang Wan looked at Linen, who had retracted his foot, a chill running down her spine. It was the first time she saw Linen hit someone. She didn't expect this seemingly honest man to be so ruthless. Help! Help! Tang's mother snapped back to reality and screamed, her hands beating against her thighs. You damn bastard! How dare you hit my son? You broke loser, hitting people without money. They'll sue you to death. They'll call the police to arrest you right now. You'll never get married. Shut up, you old beast. Linen walked towards Tang's mother, her sharp and mean expression making him extremely irritated. He remembered those cold, indifferent eyes. Slap! Slap! One slap after another, a series of slaps were unleashed. It felt exhilarating. Linen struck without hesitation, quickly delivering a dozen slaps. Tang's mother fainted after a few hits, collapsing to the ground like a broom falling from a wall. Linen, are you crazy? Tang Wan stared in disbelief, screaming loudly. Crazy? Linen smiled cruelly. The killing intent instantly ignited. He wanted this group to feel the pain of flesh being torn apart. T.O. experienced the pain and despair he felt before dying. Linen ruthlessly crushed Tang's mother's brittle leg bones, his gaze like a knife as he walked towards Tang Wan. Linen, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Linen bent slightly, his tone chilling to the bone. Tang Wan seemed to sense something. She trembled all over and hurriedly locked herself in the room. I'll call the police. The police are outside. Trembling, Tang Wan activated the speakerphone on her phone, the sound of the police siren ringing out. As the apocalypse loomed, accidents were frequent. Outside the window, faintly, the sounds of police sirens and ambulances could be heard. Upon hearing the sirens being connected, Linen stopped in his tracks, his cold gaze fixed on the locked door, seemingly deep in thought. Only 3 days remained before the apocalypse. Once entangled with them, it would surely waste a lot of time. Wasting time meant wasting the opportunity for rebirth. Not worth it. This group of scum wasn't qualified to waste his precious time. Then, 3 days. Linen smiled cruelly and slowly turned away. 3 days later, the apocalypse would break out. He truly wanted to see how the useless Tang Wan and her companions would survive in this world without his desperate protection. He hoped they could maintain their current demeanor in front of the zombies. Death and that door would completely change Lin in this life. In this life, he would only care about the people he cherished. He would never again stubbornly cling to his outdated beliefs as he did in his past life. Being used by others, become stronger, and then survive in this cruel apocalypse. Since he decided to kill 3 days later, Lennon naturally wouldn't waste any more time. With one kick, he broke open the thin iron door and strode outside. Faintly, Tang Wan heard the sound of him leaving. As if returning to her senses, she incessantly cursed loudly from inside the room, dialing the numbers of a few self-proclaimed powerful bosses. It didn't matter. If Tang Wan wanted to call for help to trouble him, he wouldn't mind resolving it all in passing. Lin suppressed his hatred. Unnecessary emotions would only cloud his judgment. In the time to come, not only did he need to stockpile enough supplies before the apocalypse broke out, he also needed to prepare for awakening his talents. 3 days later, the apocalypse game would descend. The zombie virus would erupt, beasts from other dimensions would appear, and countless strange supernatural events would sweep the globe. And people would, like in a game, receive a data panel. A few lucky ones would gain supernatural powers at energy nodes and awaken their talents to end this rebirth. He must take control of his own destiny. In this life, he would never allow himself to struggle like an ordinary person again. And the energy nodes would only briefly appear after the apocalypse began. In his past life, he missed the chance to become an awakened one because he was dragged down by Tang Wan's family. Now he would change all of this. The first step in changing his fate. Fengming Road number 97, Chapter 2, Virus Potion. At the entrance of the community, Lin opened his phone and carefully searched the map. Ding, you have a new text message. A familiar number from his comrade and Jing Tian. Brother Lin, I heard you need money recently. I still have quite a bit of my discharge pay. Send your card number. Come visit me when you have time. My sister often pesters me to find you to play. Lin looked at the text and felt a warmth in his heart. Not just comrades, he and Jing Tian had been childhood friends and brothers since before they joined the army. They had played together since they were young. Even his school fees were helped by Jing Tian's parents. Before Lin could reply, another message quickly followed. The weather has been changing a lot lately. Take care of your health. Don't get sick like I did. My eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. I have to wear glasses to see things now. Don't laugh at me when we meet. Just as Lin was about to respond, his body suddenly stiffened. Bang! His phone fell to the ground. He stood frozen in place, a chill running up his spine. And Jing Tian was a scout in the army, with great physical fitness and vision. Now his eyesight had suddenly dropped sharply, and he had a fever. This was clearly the early symptoms of being infected by the zombie virus. In his memories, the first batch of a zombie virus had already lurked in some people. The symptoms were fever, declining vision, and cold limbs. As memories and clues connected, Lin An's eyes gradually turned in his past life. When the apocalypse broke out, he had agreed to meet Jing Tian outside the city. However, on that day, he saw no one and received no news. He thought Jing Tian was just delayed. What he didn't expect was that Jing Tian had died from the virus outbreak, which was why he lost contact with him. His best brother had actually died under the virus, becoming a zombie, suffering for eternity. Like fire burning his heart, Lin An's eyes turned red. Now that he knew why Jing Tian had died, he would never allow the same tragedy to happen again. He quickly recalled in his mind, there must be a way. After a long time, he slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, forcefully injecting awakened blood. This was the only way he could think of to delay zombification. In the early stages, the zombie virus gathers in the heart, forming a core. Only by injecting the blood of an awakened one before complete zombification could the process be delayed. And Jing Tian's physical fitness was much better than that of ordinary people. Generally speaking, the better the physical fitness, the longer the resistance to zombification lasts. 2 hours. Lin quickly recalled the details of those who were infected in his past life. And Jing Tian could last at most 2 hours after the apocalypse broke out. Then, he needed to prepare supplies, get equipment, and then rush to Jing Tian's side within 3 days. After making his plans, Lin quickly devised an action plan in his mind, thinking like a silent sculpture. 5 minutes later, Lin stepped forward confidently, striding into the distance. 3 days is enough. Hanyan Credit Company. In the spacious finance room, 3 people sat across from each other. Mr. Lin, this 1.7 million must be paid back in 3 days. Interest is calculated at 7%. If you can't pay it back by then, we'll have to seize your house, so I hope you don't default. Lennon calmly nodded. In 3 days, the money would just be a pile of waste paper. In 6 months, cash would be worthless for wiping. In the apocalypse, the only things of value are food and strength. Along the way, he had borrowed from every online lending source available. He also quickly mortgaged his house and car to the bridge company at any cost. A total of $3.4 million in cash, including the dowry he transferred back. Although the money wasn't much, it was enough to purchase a large amount of survival supplies. Now that the apocalypse had not yet broken out, money was still the best tool to pave the way. After nodding and taking his leave, Lennon headed straight for the pharmaceutical company where he worked. As he stepped out the door, the two loan sharks behind him exchanged strange looks, unable to help but whisper. "Manager Zhang, I checked this kid's information. He dares to mortgage his marriage house for a 7% interest loan. He hasn't even repaid a single cent. That's ruthless. Who cares? He's probably just lost big in online gambling. 3 days from now, if the money isn't returned, I'll take his house." Pharmaceutical company. Lennon skillfully walked through the entrance, casually tossing his security badge of the transport he was responsible for. The old man at the door hadn't had a chance to see who he was. He only noticed a badge slowly falling to the ground. Name, Lennon. Gender, male. Age, 24. Position, special drug transporter. Ding. The elevator opened. Lennon went straight to the 3rd floor, swiped his card, and walked directly into the laboratory. At this time, it was a holiday, and it was also lunch break. Originally a laboratory with over a dozen people, only one intern was left behind. Brother Lin? The intern, a year younger than Lennon, looked at him in surprise, his eyes still hazy from sleep, his hair a mess. Click. Lennon locked the laboratory door behind him to ensure the intern couldn't escape. Without wasting any words, he got straight to the point. "Where are the giant lizard extract and snake venom purification agent?" "Brother Lin, there's no transport task today. What do you want to do?" The intern looked puzzled and somewhat anxious. The names Lennon mentioned were all drugs that needed to be reported, each one costing a fortune. "There are some things you should know." Lennon's voice was cold, almost like a warning. The intern seemed to sense something. The chill and impatience in Lennon's gaze made him feel a bit fearful. After struggling for a moment, "Brother Lin, I really can't." Lennon glanced at the wall clock. He had no time to waste. As a key part of the plan, he had to get these 2 drugs. Clatter. Lennon directly shook out bundles of cash from his backpack. "Hey Race, 700,000, consider it my purchase. Just missing the registration paperwork, the company won't do anything to you." The intern stared blankly at the cash scattered on the floor, feeling a bit helpless. 700,000. That's about the price the company would sell it for. Lennon didn't intend to drag this out any longer and rushed into the laboratory. Time was tight. There was no room for hesitation. Although he could take these drugs without spending a dime, in 3 days, money would be worthless, and besides, they were somewhat acquainted. For problems that could be solved with money, it was better to use money. Behind him, the intern snapped back to reality and opened his mouth slightly, wanting to dissuade him. But remembering Lennon's cold gaze and the piles of cash, he couldn't help but comfort himself. "Forget it. Brother Lin has paid, so it's not too much of a violation." It was just that in his impression, the originally kind and gentle Lin seemed to have turned into a different person. Lennon roughly opened all the refrigerated cabinets. After rummaging through, he raised a test tube high under the chandelier, his gaze fixed on 2 bottles of blue liquid. The deep blue liquid looked somewhat peculiar under the light. It was mesmerizing. Giant lizard extract, blood essence extracted from the North American giant lizard, greatly enhances strength in a short time. Snake venom purification agent, stimulates the heart and lungs to forcibly increase explosiveness and endurance. As special agents, while these 2 had excellent effects, the side effects were also tremendous. However, Lennon didn't care as long as he could awaken his talent. His body would return to a perfect state after the awakening. Regeneration of severed limbs, disappearance of diseases. Every awakened individual would become a perfect warrior. Moreover, physical quality would also be enhanced. With a desire for the power of his past life, Lennon casually packed the remaining drugs in the laboratory. Good things shouldn't be wasted. Inside the backpack, the space left by the cache was filled with 30 vials of drugs. These drugs would cease production after the apocalypse. Every vial counted. Acceleration, explosive power, fearlessness of pain, enhanced focus. In the early stages of the apocalypse, a single vial could even turn the tide of battle. With these drugs, his confidence in the plan increased several notches. Satisfied, Lennon walked out of the laboratory, while the intern hurriedly lowered his head, still packing money. Keep it confidential for 3 days. After 3 days, you can tell anyone you want. He dropped the line before entering the elevator, turning to face the intern. The two locked eyes from a distance. The coldness in Lin An's eyes made the intern involuntarily shrink his neck. What a terrifying gaze. The elevator descended. Lennon carefully calculated what supplies he needed to purchase, his mind racing. Food, high-calorie canned goods. Must prepare more portable chocolate and energy bars. With the powerful strength of the awakened, the energy consumption far exceeds that of normal people. Water, buying a batch of bottled water should suffice, but some glucose can be added. Weapons, crossbows aren't necessary. After awakening, there's no need for such garbage ranged attacks. As for firearms, guns are hard to come by and take too much time. Give up. Combat suits should be prepared in multiple sets. High-intensity combat easily damages clothing. As for riot shields and bulletproof vests, Lennon shook his head slightly. With multiple times the physical quality, bulletproof vests are useless and only hinder agility. Regarding weapons, cold weapons are a good choice. He could get a few alloy weapons to ensure they wouldn't become dull and leave him empty-handed against foes. After the apocalypse, due to restrictions, the power of any firearms or artillery would be significantly weakened. And with the exaggerated strength of the awakened, using cold weapons against enemies is just perfect. Ding! First floor. Lennon strode out of the elevator, quickly flipping through the map on his phone. His eyes were fiery. If I remember correctly, there's a key piece of equipment here that can help with awakening. Chapter 3. Space Ring 97, Fengming Road, Linjiang Market. As Lennon walked through the empty street, he suddenly accelerated and violently kicked the door of a shop at the corner. Bang! The hard sole of his boot struck the rolling shutter, making a sharp, jarring sound. As the entertainment street of Linjiang City, there were hardly any crowds during the day. But at night, when the bars and karaoke lounges opened, it would be extremely lively. Without any restraint, the already symbolic iron door was kicked open with brute force, creating a gap half a person tall. As a tea house for gambling transactions at night, the guard didn't even bother to close the inner door. After all, this was a gathering place for many underworld forces, and no one dared to steal here. Who the hell is kicking the door? Tired of living? Inside the tea house, a middle-aged man with tattoos covering his arms ran over, cursing as he came. His slippers flapped loudly against the floor. The shop was dimly lit, but had decent decor. Lin An's expression was cold as he bent down to compare his phone's location. The route matched the red on the map. I'm talking to you. Dare to pretend you didn't hear? Lennon muttered to himself. Completely ignoring the tattooed man who was swinging his fist at him, he casually put his phone away, shifted his body slightly, and easily dodged the incoming punch. Sidestep and elbow. As if anticipating the move, Lennon, who had rich combat experience from his past life, spun around to the back of the tattooed man. Bang! The tip of his elbow struck fiercely against the man's spine, 3 inches down. The man cried out in pain. Shut up! Lennon swung his right fist, and with one heavy blow, he knocked the man to the ground. The tattooed man cursed as he fell, blood splattering from his chin as he hit the ground. Looking disheveled. You're looking for death. Filled with resentment and anger, the man struggled to prop himself up, his right hand reaching for his waist. Looking for death. Lennon's gaze was icy as he stepped down. The hard sole of his shoe instantly smashed into the man's temple, and he collapsed without any resistance. Unconscious in an instant, the short knife he had just reached for dropping to the ground. Kicking the obstructive body away, Lennon casually surveyed the interior of the tea house. In his past life, there were some omens before the apocalypse arrived. Certain nodes where reality and the other space overlapped had already appeared on the eve of the apocalypse. In his memory, a rare piece of equipment would appear here. It was a ring integrated with fragments of space. As a must-have item in movies and novels, space rings were exceptionally rare in the apocalypse. Moreover, even equipment was scarce. Unlike regular games where monsters dropped equipment, in the apocalypse game, most awakened beings, whose powers far exceeded ordinary people, might not even have a single piece of their own equipment by the time they died, let alone a space ring. In his past life, This precious space ring was obtained by a small-time thug. Not only did he awaken his talent with the help of the equipment, but he also established a safe zone using the ring's storage function. The space ring could store supplies, preserve freshness, and maintain temperature. It was a powerful tool for killing and arson when going out. Lennon eagerly searched around. Half an hour later, splash. He helplessly poured a bucket of ice water over the tattooed man's head. Can't find it. The man shivered all over from the cold water and instinctively cursed. You. A kick interrupted him. Before the tattooed man could finish speaking, Lennon kicked his teeth out. Blood mixed with broken teeth scattered everywhere. I ask you answer. If your mouth is dirty, go die. Lennon stepped on his neck, his gaze cold. If there was any movement, he would rather kill the man first and then search slowly. Gulp. Don't kill me. The tattooed man seemed to realize something, looking at him with fear. He usually relied on his underworld connections, showing off and bullying others. But when faced with a real tough character, he immediately revealed his cowardly nature. Where's the ring? Or where are the jewelry-like items? The tattooed man was taken aback. He initially thought Lin and was there to cause trouble. Is this stealing? No, it should be robbery. Why didn't you say so earlier? The tattooed man felt a bit wronged. He had just stayed there after playing cards until late last night. If he had known Lin and was there to take something, he definitely wouldn't have acted first. I don't know. I'm not the boss here. After hesitating for a moment, the tattooed man cautiously replied, but his words were somewhat unclear. Seeing Lin An's unfriendly gaze, which looked like he was ready to kill him, he quickly added, It seems like there are a lot of things in the office on the second floor, but it's locked. Bang! After getting the answer he wanted, Lennon kicked the man's temple with great force. The heavy blow knocked the tattooed man unconscious on the spot. As for picking locks, easy. Having come from the military, he had practiced lock-picking skills. Time passed, and half an hour later, Lennon wielded a fire axe and violently broke down the door. The expensive wooden door had its anti-theft lock intact, but the center of the door was filled with marks for being smashed. High-end lock-picking methods are often unadorned. Click! He turned on the light by the wall as he entered, carefully examining the room's interior. One thing caught his attention. This was a fluctuation of space. It seemed like no one had entered the room for quite some time, and a faint musty smell lingered in the air. In the corner of the room, a fist-sized, eerie and mysterious black object floated in midair. The blackness seemed to engulf a blank space. Lin took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on a glimmer of silver within the blackness, filled with excitement. That was the space ring. In his past life, this ring had caused quite a stir. Everyone in Linjiang City knew that the thug had made his fortune here, transforming from an ordinary person into a powerful awakened being, ultimately establishing a safe zone outside the city. The legendary equipment was right in front of him. Lin decisively reached out to grab the ring, but the sensation in his fingertips suddenly vanished. Ignoring the oddity, he hardened his expression and thrust half of his palm inside, grasping the ring. Buzz, buzz. Continuous waves of energy instantly emanated, and a chilling aura surged from the black hole. Roar. Suddenly, a roar echoed from within the black hole, and dense death energy desperately spread outward. Run. Lennon grabbed the ring and bolted. Although he didn't know what it was, it seemed he had stirred up something extraordinary. There was no mention of any commotion in his past life. He wondered if it was because he had taken a ring early. Lennon didn't have time to think further and dashed out the door. The silver ring was tightly clenched in his palm. Beep. Detected Doomsday game player. Beep. Detection failed. Data-Eye's body not found. Warning. Warning. The harsh alarm echoed in his mind, creating an inexplicable sense of unease. The dense death energy behind him seemed like the tendrils of an abyss, crazily extending outward as if alive. No way to escape. Lin An's expression hardened as he decisively crashed through the glass and jumped out of the second-floor window. Just as he hit the ground, an overwhelming wave of weakness and darkness flooded his entire vision. His consciousness faded, and he collapsed instantly. The ring in his palm slowly disappeared, merging with him. Chapter 4: Awakening Crying and Screaming. Lennon struggled to get up from the ground, his head pounding. The air was filled with a burnt smell. The originally orderly road was now jammed, unable to let even a drop of water through. The blaring horns mixed with screams created a cacophony. Bang! Lin An's pupils constricted violently as a truck loaded with cargo rushed past him. He hurriedly dodged, and the scene before him made his heart stop. The out-of-control truck crashed through the fence and overturned. The cargo spilled everywhere. The driver's cab, engulfed in flames, had its door flung open as it rolled over. With a crushed skull, the driver, who should have been dead, quickly crawled out from the wrecked door. Fresh red handprints marked his path. With such injuries, a normal person would have died long ago. This is a zombie? His mouth dry, Lennon quickly pulled out his phone, and the time on the screen made his heart sink. November 13th, 2032, 1622. 3 days had already passed. There were only 8 minutes left until the apocalypse began. He was not on Foaming Road. He had actually disappeared for 3 days. His eyes were bloodshot. The horrific scenes from the day the apocalypse broke out overlapped with reality. Lennon didn't have time to think about why he had appeared here after taking the ring, crossing 3 days in time, which disrupted his original plans. Now, he had to rush to the community where his comrades were located. At this moment, there were only 2 hours and 8 minutes left before Jing Tian fully transformed into a zombie, and he was far from the community where Jing Tian was. It would take a while to drive there. Roar! A zombie crawling quickly on the ground let out a hoarse scream and charged toward Lennon. He kicked out angrily and urgently. With a standard kick, the hard sole of his shoe instantly crushed the half-head of the zombie. Ding! Detected zombie kill. Apocalypse player template activated early. Savior template has been enabled. A light screen suddenly appeared in the center of his vision. Apocalypse player information. Lin in Awakener level 0. Player level 0. Attributes. Strength 12, 102, Agility 12, 102, Constitution 12, 102, Will 14, 122 Equipment. Apocalypse Ring. Special. Awakener talent. Strength Burst. Greatly increases physical attributes for a short time, followed by a weakened state after continuous use. Level 0. All attributes 2. The maximum values for ordinary humans are 10. First Awakening will raise all attributes to max. Savior template. Gain additional special skill. Eye of Judgment. Unlocks after completing the first mission. Task countdown. Lennon was stunned, his breath gradually quickening. The player template was supposed to appear only after the apocalypse began. He didn't expect it to appear now. Not only that, but the Awakener talent he yearned for in his previous life also appeared. This saving the time he would have needed to rush to the energy node. As for the Savior template, he had never heard anyone mention it in his past life. Was it triggered by the ring? Recalling the oddity when he took the ring, Lennon couldn't help but feel a chill. In that black crack, something clearly wanted to break free. Suppressing his thoughts, a special power surged into his body after the prompt sounded, causing his muscles to tense up, and his height, originally 8 meters, seemed to increase by 2 centimeters. Lennon took a deep breath, and his right hand muscles tightened. He swung a punch, twisting his waist to generate power. His arm, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slammed directly into the thick car door. Bang! The car shook violently, and the metal door instantly caved in, causing the heavy car to slide sideways half a meter, leaving black marks from the tires. Lennon stared in shock at the power of his punch. This is the power of an Awakener? His heart soared with joy. From now on, he had the capital to struggle through the apocalypse. With a powerful push from his right foot, he stepped out. The asphalt road cracked. His figure leaped effortlessly onto the car roof, causing it to dent. Taking advantage of the height, Lennon carefully observed the route ahead. Not far away, some ordinary people with poor health were gradually transforming into zombies. Losing their sanity, the zombies, driven solely by the desire to feed, were crazily gnawing at any living creature. With his enhanced will, his mind raced, and he was completely clear-headed. In just a few seconds, Lennon quickly devised a route forward. Lijiang Street, City Center Square, Ring Road, Yuan Community. This was the closest route to where Jing Tian was. The Lijiang Avenue he was on was in complete chaos. Hundreds of chain accidents had completely blocked the road. He had to walk through the most chaotic urban area and then find a way to drive there. Otherwise, relying solely on his legs, it would be difficult to arrive in 2 hours. Brothers, you must hold on. Without thinking too much, Lennon bent his legs and jumped onto the roof of a Bentley. The car swayed. and the zombie that had been gnawing at the driver in the cabin sensed the presence of a living being. It mechanically stopped feeding and quickly lunged at the roof, grabbing a chunk of flesh with its right hand. Lennon didn't bother with the disturbed zombie, exerting force in his legs once more. It was like bouncing on a trampoline. With his powerful physique, he easily crossed the obstacles created by the accidents within seconds. Not far away, a middle-aged man looked in shock at Lin and jumping down from the car roof. Lin N's terrifying jumping ability resembled scenes from movies. For a moment, the man even forgot that dozens of zombies were crazily chasing behind him. Help! A stumble. The man stumbled, tearing at his vocal cords. As if he had seen a lifeline, he shouted. Lennon slightly raised his head at the sound. The man, seeing Lennon noticed him, showed an expression of wild joy. Save me. Lennon looked at the nearly exhausted man who was fleeing and couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to waste time rescuing someone. There were too many zombies. Only 6 minutes remained until the virus outbreak. The zombies appearing now were mostly those with poor physical condition or humans who died in accidents. Once the virus officially broke out, 60 of the population in the entire Lijiang city would turn into zombies. The remaining 10 would gradually transform, like hidden time bombs. And right now, there were over 3 million people in Lijiang city alone. He wasn't a saint, saving one person at a time. The two brushed past each other. The man's gaze shifted from hope to despair, his lips trembling. His strength was almost exhausted, and his legs felt weak. If he stopped, the zombies behind him would devour him completely. Despairing and helpless, the man dropped the doll he had subconsciously clutched while running. It was a birthday gift he had bought for his daughter. Lin N's expression remained unchanged, his peripheral vision passing over the doll. The route he was taking slightly deviated. Charging punch, Lin lunged at the nearest zombie to the man, his right fist stabbing out like a sharp sword. Flesh and blood splattered. The immense impact directly penetrated the zombie's chest, creating a transparent hole through and through. With a swift motion, Lennon yanked out the zombie's spine to use as a weapon. The bones, strengthened by the virus, were extremely hard. In the apocalypse, they were often used as weapons due to the scarcity of resources. With a reverse strike, the white bones cut through the air, making a whistling sound. With a single hit, the zombie to his right was cleaved in half, collapsing to the ground. The middle-aged man had thought he was doomed. Seeing Lennon choose to act, he couldn't help but feel extremely excited, as Lennon charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep, displaying an unexpectedly powerful strength. The man felt a dryness in his throat, as if he had seen a monster. He watched as people in the distance were continuously knocked down by the rushing zombies. And the city looked like an apocalypse. With enough experience, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This world is doomed. Follow him. He can survive. He can save my daughter. Thud. The man suddenly knelt on the ground, his expression humble, shouting loudly to Lin, who was battling through the horde of corpses. Please, save my daughter. She's still at school. Lin N's expression remained cold. Dealing with the nearby zombies was already his limit. Save someone? Who would save his brothers? Without looking back, Lennon continued on after clearing the zombies blocking his path. Run. Survive. Then rely on yourself. The middle-aged man, after hearing Lin N's words, could only force a bitter smile. Looking at the gathering horde of zombies not far away, he quickly picked up a doll from the ground and turned to flee. In the city center, at the Wanda shopping plaza, Lennon was covered in blood, the thick liquid dripping from his hair tips. He stood quietly on the rooftop of a residential building, silently gazing at the shopping center. The apocalypse was about to begin, and soon there would be a mental storm sweeping across the globe. Under this mental storm, people would momentarily lose their minds. It would be too dangerous to be disturbed while on the move. No matter how urgent he felt, he could only take a moment to hide. The parking lot in front of the building was in disarray. Humans hiding in their cars were like tasty canned food. Perhaps the car doors could withstand the zombies, but the fragile windshields could not. The zombies, driven solely by their hunger, banged their heads against the car windows without fear of pain. Within seconds, the car windows shattered. The swarming zombies then opened the can and enjoyed the flesh inside. On the first floor of a shopping center, a crowd hiding behind the iron gate helplessly watched a sedan in front of them. The silver car was crawling with zombies. They greedily stretched out their hands to grab inside the car. Inside, A beautiful woman dressed in professional attire screamed in despair. She pulled at the roof of the car, her straight, snow-white legs constantly kicking at the nearest zombies. Her sharp heels knocked off bits of flesh from the zombies' heads, but it was not fatal. "Save me. Please, somebody save me." The wind blew under her skirt, revealing glimpses of her beauty. The woman frequently turned her head, her gaze pleading with the crowd just a door away. "Don't open the door. We can't let them in." Several patrolling security guards instinctively wanted to open the iron gate, but were loudly stopped by many people. "If the door opens, we can't stop the zombies. Do you want to get us all killed?" A burly man furthest from the door urgently shoved past the nearest security guard, glaring at him as if he were an enemy. On any other day, he wouldn't mind being a hero to save the beautiful woman. But in front of zombies, he only wanted to save his own life. Weeping, chewing, screaming, until there was silence. The crowd behind the iron bars could only watch her being slowly torn apart. Yet no one dared to step outside. The security guard holding a baton stood numbly in place, his legs weak. A few tall fitness trainers only lowered their heads, not daring to look again. The crowd was silent. Amid the panic and sorrow, there was a hint of relief. Relief that they had managed to hide in the building and locked the iron bars. This place was not only safe, but also had plenty of food. On the rooftop of the residential building, Lin observed everything. Seeing the crowd numbly protecting themselves, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. It wasn't that he sighed over no one daring to go out to save someone. In an apocalypse, self-preservation was the norm. There was nothing to blame. What he sighed about was the people inside the building. At that moment, nearly 30,000 people had crammed into the shopping center. The dense crowd was packed together like sardines in a can. And now, there were only 10 seconds left until the apocalypse erupted. At that time, the power would fail, and the virus lurking in the human body would simultaneously explode. This place would once again resemble the tragic scenes of his previous life, descending into hell. Buzz. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. A high-pitched, piercing, buzzing sound filled the air. Suddenly, a mocking and brutal voice resonated in everyone's minds. "The apocalypse has arrived. The game has begun. Welcome to the apocalypse game, little bugs. Struggle to survive in this game." Without warning, the sky turned dark, fierce winds howled, and the earth trembled. An invisible mental shockwave swept over everyone. The violent mental shock hit the depths of their souls like a heavy hammer. In a brief moment of distraction, countless terrifying, heart-pounding wails erupted, piercing deep into people's fears. Global mutations occurred simultaneously, on hospital beds, in the streets, and among walking humans. They stood frozen in place. 1 second later, the zombie virus broke out. As if their souls had been stripped away, the humans turned into zombies with bulging eyes. Their skin rotted and fell off, revealing bright red muscles. Their pupils disappeared, leaving only a hint of bloodlust. Meanwhile, inside the crowded shopping mall, the panicked crowd dropped the items they were using to block the door. Bang! The lights at the top of the mall went out, and in the darkness, thousands of dense, scarlet eyes lit up. Chapter 5. The Devourer Boom. A heavy object fell to the ground. Lin's expression was grim as he jumped down from the rooftop. The middle storm had passed. Aside from a slight dizziness in his head, he was otherwise fine. The apocalyptic game had officially begun, which also meant that in Jingtian's life was now on a countdown. Time was of the essence. After leaving the main urban area, he had to find a vehicle for transportation. Otherwise, relying solely on his legs, he wouldn't be able to reach his destination no matter what. At least millions of zombies were scattered throughout the city. Even though he had become an awakened, surrounded by such a massive horde of zombies, he would only have one way out: death. In the suburbs of Linjiang, a red Dongfeng heavy truck roared past, mercilessly crushing the zombies along the way. Bang! Inside the truck's cabin, Lennon kicked open the door and jumped out without caring that the truck was still speeding. After a series of rolls to dissipate the impact, he stood up steadily. After becoming an awakened, his physique at a staggering 12 points was enough to make him immune to most impacts. The out-of-control Dongfeng heavy truck crashed straight into the community's wall. Blood and guts smeared the vehicle, with unknown pieces of flesh stuck in the gaps. On the front bumper, a zombie with only its upper body continued to tirelessly gnaw on the metal. With a loud bang, the truck, which had been speeding since it left the city, finally completed its last mission. At the entrance of the community, the zombies gathered together, feasting on corpses, were crushed into a puddle of blood and foam by the out-of-control truck. Black smoke billowed from the deformed front, with dark tire marks mixed with red. The sky was dim. After breaking out of the city center, Lin had sped all the way, reaching an area close to where Jingtian was located. Originally, a 3-hour drive had been cut down to less than half that time. With no time to rest, Lin hurriedly took out his phone, glancing at the fading screen. 23 minutes left. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly relaxed. Thankfully, there's still time. The community wherein Jingtian lived was right at the innermost part of this area. This was an old urban area, with complex roads that could only be traversed on foot. But even on foot, with his enhanced body, he could reach there in at most 15 minutes. Brother, you must hold on. After punching through the zombie that lunged at him, Lennon raced along the inner wall of the community. The once quiet and warm residential building had now turned into a slaughterhouse. The sealed security windows became the biggest obstacle to escape. Occasionally, piercing screams echoed from inside the building. A zombie shadow flashed by in a half-open window. Fortunately, most of the residents in the community had not returned home before the apocalypse broke out. Otherwise, with the population density of this old urban area, it would have been impossible for him to move an inch. With agile movements and high agility, Lennon easily dodged small groups of surrounding zombies. He ran at an incredible speed and, after exerting all his strength, was now at the entrance of the community. Zombies along the way were avoided if possible. If not, he simply smashed their heads with a punch. At the entrance of the community, under the security window of a fancy house on the 6th floor, a man dressed like a wealthy businessman was hanging beneath the railing, struggling to hold on with his bare upper body. He was so fat that Lennon wondered how he had managed to climb to the outside wall. "Help me, please," the short and chubby man shouted at Lennon, forcing a hideous smile on his face, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from his nose. He had been hanging outside for a while, and saw Lennon charging out of the community like a god of death. Saving him would be a piece of cake, right? Lennon was unmoved, kicking the zombie in front of him to pieces without looking back. "I'll give you money. Please. 100,000. Save me." The businessman panicked, realizing that Lin was about to leave through the gate. The security window in front of him was starting to deform. The sturdy steel bars were creaking under the mouth of a woman who had turned into a zombie. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. The businessman's face turned pale with fear as his strength began to wane. A wave of rotten, foul stench burst from the woman's mouth, making him dizzy. They used to be his beloved cherry lips, which once exhaled like orchids. 5 million. I'm the boss of the Linjiang Construction Group. Just save me. I'll give you whatever you want. Seeing Lin and getting farther away, the businessman's complexion turned white, and he could no longer care about the pain of losing money. Shouting desperately, the construction group was well known in Linjiang City. He believed anyone would be tempted. Lin couldn't be bothered. In the apocalypse, money was only good for wiping your butt. As Lin's figure disappeared, the businessman was left dumbfounded. That was 5 million. How could anyone not be tempted? Whatever you want, I'll give you. He questioned himself, thinking he had offered enough. Idiot, such an idiot. Enraged and desperate, the businessman began to curse Lin madly, venting his fear. After passing through a rare stretch of road without zombie obstructions, Lin suddenly paused, his expression serious. It wasn't he, the wealthy businessman's promised money, that had moved him or made him want to turn back. In the distance, a 3-meter-tall, blood-red monster resembling a skinned frog blocked the road ahead. It was the Devourer. As a mutated zombie, the Devourer possessed terrifying combat power. In his past life, one could easily destroy a small safe zone. Although it lacked armor protection, its continuously regenerating muscle tissue could withstand most small-caliber firearms. Its speed was incredible, its strength terrifying, and its flesh could regenerate. Hard steel was like dough in its hands, making it one of the nightmares for survivors. I wonder if I can circumvent it. Lennon carefully concealed his figure, hiding behind a truck. Even though he was already awakened, he was still at stage 0. Although his strength exceeded human limits, there was still a significant gap compared to such a monster. Should I take a detour? Lennon held his breath cautiously, holding a broken rearview mirror to examine the situation. Every movement of the devourer that blocked the road felt like an earthquake. Over 2 meters long, its sharp claws could easily pierce through metal. Its claws reached out like afterimages, continuously pulling out humans hiding inside the vehicles as if tasting dessert. In a fit of excitement, it wouldn't even spare zombies. Lynn was speechless. No wonder there were no zombies on this road. It turned out they had all been devoured by this monster. After a few seconds, the devourer chewed on a pair of severed legs, its greedy eyes scanning the surroundings. It had cleaned out the entire street. Buzz! A slight vibration from his phone. It was a voice message from a Jingtian. Lennon's expression suddenly tightened as he carefully turned the volume down to the lowest level. Lin Gu, I'm in Xia, Jingtian's sister. It seems my brother is about to. He has vomiting. So much blood. I don't know why. The way he looks at me. It seems he wants to eat me. Static interference made the brief message somewhat unclear. The message had been sent 5 minutes ago. After the apocalypse began, global communications were severely hindered and would gradually be interrupted within 3 hours. Lennon gripped his phone tightly. His hands, which had been steady and calm as he fought his way out of the sea of corpses and blood, were now trembling slightly. The deterioration of Jingtian's condition was beyond his expectations. Perhaps in the next second, he would completely turn into a zombie. There was no time to delay any longer. Originally planning to take a detour, Lennon straightened up instantly, no longer caring about exposing himself to the devourer's line of sight, and sprinted forward. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled. In the distance, the enormous devourer seemed to sense something. On the hideous giant face, 2 hollow openings resembling nostrils were carefully sniffing the scent. Thud! 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 Suddenly, the massive body of the licker began to sprint wildly. Cars along the way were all swept aside as if hit by a train. It moved at incredible speed, having caught the scent of living beings. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Chapter 6. Killing the Licker Boom. Lennon ran with all his might, desperately dodging the cars that the licker was throwing from a distance. He tried to take a detour, but was forced back instead. The nearest straight road had lickers, making it impossible to avoid them. Cars were being hurled like cannonballs by the licker. He had to find a way to lure it into a narrow space to kill it. Lennon thought hard and turned back towards a neighborhood with fewer cars. On the 6th floor of a villa, a wealthy businessman who was already on the brink of collapse heard the roaring sounds. Before he could see what was making the noise, he caught sight of Lynn and turning back. It was the person who had escaped. His face lit up with joy. Indeed, no one could resist the temptation of such a huge sum of money. The businessman, as if injected with adrenaline, shouted with his last bit of strength. I'm still here. Hurry and save me. 10 million. Cars, women, whatever you want. I'll give you anything. Lynn ignored him completely and took out a fire axe that he had prepared in advance from his ring. The red fire axe was almost as tall as a person, and it whistled as he swung it around. Ding! Fire axe, ordinary. Fire axe, a weapon of average quality. Easily dulled. Lennon paid no attention to the prompt. After the apocalypse game began, picking up any item would display a prompt. But whether it was firearms or artillery, they only had brief descriptions with no attribute bonuses. Only unique equipment from the apocalypse game would come with attributes and special abilities. The wealthy businessman, watching Lennon's back, seemed to be waiting for something. His face turned pale, and he cursed internally. If he hadn't thought of tying his belt to lighten the burden on his hands, he would have already fallen down. 30 million. Don't be too greedy. If I die, you'll get nothing. The zombie woman inside the window had her face contorted. Her originally delicate and small cheeks had now morphed into elongated strips. There was only a fist distance between them. 100 million. I'll give you 100 million. Hurry and save me. The businessman cried bitterly. With the zombie woman struggling madly, half of her body had already squeezed onto his hand. The touch of her rotten, slimy flesh made him mentally collapse. In front of the security booth, Lennon held the axe in one hand and raised his head to drink a stimulant taken from a space ring. Bang! The test tube fell to the ground and shattered. Ding! Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1 ding. Explosive power increased by 50, stamina and impact resistance increased by 30. Attack speed increased by 20. The effects were excellent. Lin and S' heartbeat quickened instantly as the small molecular structure in the drug broke through the blood-brain barrier. His heart beat like a war drum. His muscles tightened, and the axe in his hand felt lighter. This was indeed a highly sought-after drug from his past life. As one of the few non-apocalypse items that could provide attribute bonuses, such drugs were rare in the apocalypse. In his past life, Lin was able to help Tang Wan's family survive as an ordinary person, and the drug played a significant role. If he hadn't fortuitously brought a few bottles with him during his escape, he wouldn't have survived with the three of them. And on the day they left the city, he would have died at the hands of zombies. Feeling the powerful strength within his body, Lin and S' fighting spirit soared. Boom! The cars parked chaotically at the entrance of a neighborhood flew up high, revealing the massive body of the liquor. The businessman, who had been screaming and cursing, suddenly fell silent as if his throat had been squeezed. Now is the time. Without hesitation, Lin took a deep breath, bent his legs, and the ground cracked instantly. His body turned with extreme stillness. He jumped 4 to 5 meters high with the axe in both hands, the blade glimmering with a blood-red hue in the sunset. The explosive power erupted. The ability from his awakened talent activated. Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Will 2. A faint golden light instantly covered Lin and S' body, and his original strength of 12 points surged to 14 points. Explosive strength filled his entire body. He charged down with all his power. The sharp axe blade, empowered by immense strength, struck down hard on the liquor's head. Flesh and blood exploded, and a huge chunk of meat, half a person high, was cleaved off, exposing the dark purple muscle tissue inside. Roar! The liquor howled in pain. The massive body was knocked sideways by the axe, and a portion of the exposed skull was instantly sheared off. Lin and S' explosive power was overwhelming. With a single blow that far surpassed the strength of a zero-level awakened, he nearly killed the liquor on the spot. Bang! The giant claw pressed down, shattering the car. The liquor barely managed to support itself with its huge claw, instantly flattening the nearby sedan. What a pity! It didn't kill it in one hit. Not letting useless emotions interfere, Lin quickly rolled away as the liquor struck angrily. He carefully circled around the liquor, looking for the next opportunity. As a nightmare for various safe zones, the liquor had naturally been studied by people. After countless painful lessons, people discovered that although the liquor was extremely fast, it was clumsy when changing direction. Its 2 giant claws granted it terrifying destructive power, but also affected its agility when turning. Knowing this, Lin changed positions back and forth, hiding in the liquor's blind spots. This monster was not something a single person could contend with. Even for an awakened one, at least a first level would be needed to barely match it. The businessman hanging outside the window stared blankly at the scene before him, his face filled with shock. The terrifying Skinner monster, just its appearance, was enough to drive anyone with weak willpower to madness. The liquor was now enraged, its sharp claws wildly sweeping around. The metal car bodies were like paper in front of those claws, offering no resistance. Truly terrifying. But compared to the fearsome liquor, what shocked him even more was Lin and S' ability to fight this monster. At that moment, Lin, who had originally just seemed to have decent skills to him, became synonymous with the monster in his mind. Is this really the power that humans can possess? Boom! Boom! Cars were flipped and thrown out like missiles. Lin nimbly dodged the cars thrown by the liquor and then suddenly changed direction. It had been attacking for over a minute. The area in front of the neighborhood had been cleared, and the few cars remaining were used as cannonballs. However, after Lin took the drug, the liquor's efforts were futile against his agility of 14 points. No matter how high the damage, if it couldn't hit the target, it was useless. This only made it more furious. Roar! The liquor leaned down and roared. The injury from having half its skull shaved began to show. Being forced to bend down, the regrowing flesh exposed the brain tissue wrapped within Lin and S' view. Now is the time. Lin took a deep breath and stopped conserving energy. He stepped out, narrowly dodging the liquor's furious strikes. Power erupted. Strength was once again enhanced, muscles exploding like explosives. Counter-strike. Lin reached the peak of his speed, stepping onto the liquor's massive body, leaping high. The muscles in his waist powered up, a surge of violence traveling from his waist to his muscles, and the fire axe in his hand swung in a wide arc smash. The axe blade, breaking through the air with a loud sound, accurately struck into the brain that lacked skull protection. The axe handle broke, and under the immense force, the connection shattered. Once it went in, it was like scrambling an egg. Lennon's eyes turned fierce, and he firmly grasped the axe handle with both hands, thrusting it deep into the Licker's brain and stirring it rapidly. Ding! Killing the first-tier mutated zombie. Licker awarded 1 point of energy. Obtained. Armor crafting material. Muscle tissue 1, white. Muscle tissue. Tough mutated muscle. Can be used to craft white armor. Grants 1 agility attribute. Evaluation. Muscle tissue from the calf area. Suitable for making footwear. Obtained. Equipment crafting material. Licker spine 1, white. Licker spine. Bone with hardness comparable to alloy. Can be used to craft weapons. Grants 1 sharpness and 1 strength attribute. Evaluation. Practical equipment crafting material. Can also be used as a weapon before processing. Bang! As the massive body of the Licker slowly fell to the ground, a flash of white light suddenly shot out from the corpse and entered Lennon's body. Energy detected. Experience panel opened. Current Awakener level, 0 tier, 1-2. Current player level, 0 level, 1-2. Next level requires kills. 1. Confirming that the Licker was dead. Lennon slightly bent over and panted. Killing the Licker was indeed a bit forced. In the Apocalypse game, only killing mutated zombies or aberrations would grant experience. Regular zombies were useless after being killed and yielded no experience. Therefore, whether players or Awakeners, to level up, they could only find ways to kill mutants. However, mutated zombies were often very strong and not something a 0-tier Awakener could contend with. Thus, in his previous life, many Awakeners remained stuck at 0 tier until death. If it weren't for his prior preparation of potions and obtaining an extremely powerful talent, confronting such monsters head-on would only lead to death. There was no time to rest. Before leaving, Lennon slightly turned his head to look back. The wealthy businessman who had been hanging outside the security window had already fallen to the ground. A pool of bright red blood spread out beneath him. It was unclear whether he had his fingers bitten off by the female corpse or if he had willingly let go. On the iron window, the female corpse's skull had been deformed but still mechanically opened and closed its mouth. He had no intention of probing into the details. Confirming that no one was alive near the entrance of the community, Lennon extended his right hand. A flash of white light quickly stored the massive Licker corpse into his space ring. As a mutated zombie, the Licker's body was full of treasures. Not only were their materials dropped, but the corpse could also be processed into attribute-less equipment, comparable to a bulletproof vest. But time was pressing, and he could only deal with it later. In Yuan community, inside a residential building, a girl was curled up in the corner of the room, hugging her knees with tear-stained cheeks. Brother, Lin will be here soon. And Xia tightly gripped her phone, timidly speaking to the young man sitting on the chair. On the phone, the last message was from Lin and Roar. On the chair, a man bound hand and foot let out a low growl. The chair beneath him shook violently as he tried to break free from his restraints. The iron chains rattled, creating a harsh sound. Brother, I'm so scared. And Xia lowered her head. She couldn't bear to look at Jing Tian's face, which was peeling and resembling a bloody skeleton. After their parents passed away, her only reliance, her brother, had become like this, and she felt utterly helpless. This left her somewhat desperate, her body trembling lightly like a helpless little beast. The clock on the wall ticked away. She occasionally turned her head to look at the tightly locked door, her eyes filled with pleading. But outside, there was only the sound of zombies scratching at the iron door. The footsteps she longed for never arrived. Brother, you must hold on. Lin will definitely find a way to save you. A glimmer of reason struggled to flash in Jing Tian's bloodthirsty eyes. Lin, and reason vanished in an instant. His voice was hoarse, but one could faintly hear the name he uttered. And Xia suddenly looked up, surprised, staring at Jing Tian. This was the first time he had spoken a complete word since the apocalypse broke out. Bang! Bang! The zombies outside seemed to have caught the scent of their companion and began to slam against the door frantically. The iron door trembled violently, deforming. They were responding. After Jing Tian lost his reason, he began to struggle wildly again. The iron chains rattled, revealing stark white bones where his wrists were locked. The handcuffs that were originally tight had become somewhat loose. Chapter 7. Zombie Transformation. This is it. An old building covered in wither vines. Lennon looked at the familiar yet strange house number, his heart racing. Not a second was wasted. In just 5 minutes, he fought his way through hundreds of zombies. The combat suit was caked in thick, congealed blood. The soles of his boots were smeared with crushed flesh. The broken fire axe in his hand had been replaced by a half-spine of a licker. Lennon fought his way through bloodshed, appearing like a monster crawling out of a pile of corpses. Jing Tian, Anxia. Lennon did not stop his pace, rushing into the apartment building, completely ignoring the corpses outside. He kept shouting the names of the siblings, and Jing Tian and Anxia. Brother. Inside the room, Anxia, curled up in a corner, looked surprised, quickly standing up in fear of mishearing, peeking out the window. I'm here. Anxia leaned out and waved her hand, her eyes filled with hope. Outside, the zombies grew more agitated, attracted by the living scent emanating from Lin and hearing Anxia's voice. Lennon quickly looked up. Inside the room, and Jing Tian, whose hands were bound, suddenly broke free. His wrists, having been worn down to the bone, were no longer restrained by chains. The iron chains fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. But amidst the zombies' roars, Anxia did not notice. The room was dimly lit. A pair of blood-red, ravenous eyes suddenly appeared behind her. Lin An's pupils constricted dangerously. Power erupted. The Awaken's talent activated once more. Ignoring the massive consumption of energy from repeatedly activating his talent in a short period, Lin crazily summoned the power within him. Charge! Thud! The sharp spine from the licker pierced through the zombie at the door, nailing it to the side like a candied hawthorn stick. Hurry! Faster! Lin roared internally, swinging his right fist with all his might. Boom! The brute force shattered the door. The hard, solid iron door emitted a screech as it twisted and crumpled. Inside the room, Anxia weakly clutched her throat, blood oozing from the gaps between her fingers. Brother? Brother? Her lips parted silently, and Jing Tian's grotesque, decaying face showed no trace of reason in his eyes. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he prepared to bite down again. Jing Tian, Lennon shouted angrily. Muscles ripped. The speed that had already reached its peak increased once more, and Jing Tian's body trembled at the sound. A hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. The mouth that was about to bite down froze in place. Boom! In 0.5 seconds, Lennon charged into the room, colliding with Jing Tian and knocking him away from Anxia. Behind him, the wall cracked, dust falling. Zombies were not like ordinary humans. Even though Jing Tian had not fully transformed, his physical strength, enhanced by the virus, exceeded that of normal people. If it had been an ordinary human, they would likely lose their ability to move from Lin's impact, even if he held back. But Jing Tian was different. After a brief stiffness, his eyes were once again filled with blood-red desire for flesh. Roar! Lin pressed him down hard, preventing him from harming Anxia. His body was firmly restrained by Lin, his head twisting violently. Deep, low roars erupted from his throat like a beast. His once dignified and resolute face was now stripped of intact flesh. Under the infection of the zombie virus, his skin had rotted away. Lin's heart ached. He had quickly assessed Anxia beside him, although she seemed fine for the moment. The wound on her throat inflicted by Jing Tian could also infect her with the virus. Watching his best brother about to become a zombie and the sister they both cherished also infected, he felt a fire burning in his heart. Jing Tian, you must hold on. Lin quickly took a piece of metal and swiftly cut his wrist. Blood gushed out. Power erupted. Lin whispered, activating his awakened talent once more. However, the once brilliant golden glow surrounding him dimmed slightly. The bright red blood took on a golden hue. His mental energy was exhausted, and his vision darkened. Lin bit his tongue to force himself to stay awake. Brother, is there still hope for him? Anxia asked timidly, sitting helplessly to the side. The wound on her neck was a small cut made by Jing Tian's fingers. Lin did not respond, his face serious as he extended his cut wrist toward Jing Tian's heart. The The wound made contact with the skin. The faint golden hue in the blood seemed to come alive, suddenly burrowing inside. "Don't worry, I'm here." With his tongue bitten, he tasted the rusty, sweet metallic flavor. Lin saw his blood indeed change as it made contact with Jing Tian, and he felt a slight relief. After all, in his past life, it was said that the blood of an awakened could suppress zombification. However, it was just a rumor, and he had never personally tested it. He didn't know how effective it would be. He gently reassured Xia a few times, but inside, he felt little confidence. Using the blood of an awakened to delay zombification was the only method he had heard could affect it. Now that Jing Tian was about to turn, he could only try this desperate measure. As the faint golden blood bizarrely seeped into Jing Tian's chest, his blood-red eyes gradually regained a hint of clarity. His previously thrashing body slowly calmed down. "It's really working." Lin felt a surge of joy, his nose tingling. The regrets of his past life were finally being remedied. "Brother, is he okay now?" And Xiao looked at him with hopeful eyes, eager for Lin and to give her a reassuring answer. Lin forced himself to stay alert, about to comfort her with a few words. Suddenly, a change occurred. And Jing Tian's body, which had calmed down, suddenly arched back at a 90-degree angle, a sickening sound of grinding bones emanating from his joints. His pupils turned gray-white in an instant. The blood that had seeped into his chest was expelled from his body. Splat! The faint golden blood dripped onto his chest, instantly vaporizing and emitting a strong, foul odor. Lin was shocked. The relaxed nerves tensed up in an instant. In just a few seconds, the flesh on Jing Tian's body peeled off like clothing, revealing bright red muscle. "No! How could this happen?" Lin's eyes turned crimson. His face was ashen. He didn't know if it was because the rumors from his past life were false, that the blood of the awakened could delay zombification, or if his awakened talent was different from others. The blood of the awakened did not have the expected delaying effect, but instead accelerated the transformation into a zombie. In this case, he had no way to save Jing Tian. If the blood was useless, then Xia would also die. After fighting through bloodshed exhausted, he felt mentally drained. Why'd it have to end like this? He couldn't save either of the two people he cherished. Lin clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, despairing and unwilling. Drip. Rescue mission initiated. Chapter 8. The Stitcher Lin was slightly taken aback as a light curtain suddenly illuminated before him. Rescuer mission system. Activated mission information. Kill the second-tier mutant Stitcher. Mission level. Dangerous. Mission time limit. 240 hours mission reward. Antivirus serum 3. Clears zombie virus from the body. Mission description. Dangerous level. Second tier. Zombies will emerge in Linjiang City within 12 hours. Please kill them as soon as possible. If the 240 hours pass, the zombie will evolve into a complete form. Horror level. Third tier. Before Lin could react, two pendant-like objects appeared out of thin air in his palm. They felt cold and heavy. What is this? Initial mission reward. Antivirus pendant, gray equipment. 2 antivirus pendant, gray equipment. When carried, it temporarily suppresses the zombie virus for 240 hours. After the time expires, the pendant becomes ineffective and turns into a common item. Reusable. The timer starts after use, pausing when removed. Equipment rarity. Gray, poor, white, normal, blue, good. Black, apocalyptic. A flash of white light passed, and the pendants directly sank into Xia and Jing Tian's bodies, then appeared at their necks. The pendants were entirely silver white, with a purple gem embedded in the center. And Jing Tian, who was still struggling and screaming, stopped moving after wearing the pendant, collapsing to the ground as if asleep. Meanwhile, Xia, who was under the window, began to regain some color in her pale face after putting it on. Beep. Activating the exclusive skill of the rescuer. Eye of Judgment. Eye of Judgment. Level 0. Activated. Activating the Eye of Judgment will continuously consume mental energy. During its duration, detailed information about anything within the field of vision will be obtained. Eye of Judgment. Level 1. The next level of Eye of Judgment will unlock after the mission is completed, with a flash of white light. The content on the light screen transformed into streams of information, flooding into Lin's mind, deeply imprinted in his memory. For a brief moment, he was lost in thought. A cool sensation covered his eyes. Lin An's pupils were instantly enveloped in a light blue mist, as if undergoing transformation. A faint golden flash appeared at the bottom of his eyes, and his vision increased dramatically. The dim room appeared as bright as day in his eyes. The fine dust in the corners was clearly visible. Lin An's mind shook. The Eye of Judgment was actually a vision enhancement. Moreover, it could display observational information. In the apocalypse, the greatest danger is not weakness and strength, but misjudgment of information. With the Eye of Judgment, he would have the upper hand in information. In this apocalypse, it was an exceptionally practical auxiliary skill. Lingo, what's wrong with you? And Xia, leaning by the window, weakly called out to the dazed Lin. After equipping the pendant, the wound on her neck was slowly healing. Her clear, water-like eyes were filled with fatigue and unease. If Lin hadn't specifically instructed Jingtian to tie himself up on the third day to prevent him from harming others during his zombie transformation, and Xia might have faced the same tragic fate as so many around the world, being killed by her own brother. Zombies, who retain only the desire to feed, possess no rationality. When the apocalypse broke out, most humans died at the hands of their closest kin. Hearing her voice, Lin instinctively turned his head. The automatically activated Eye of Judgment locked onto Xia. Name: Human, 50 zombie transformation, Strength, 3 agility, 3 constitution, 2 will, 6 player level, 0, no danger. This being is in the stage of zombie transformation. Player weaknesses: heart, skull, spine. Player skills: cooking level 1, language proficiency level 2, crafting level 1. Player equipment: antivirus pendant, gray. A massive amount of other information cascaded out like a waterfall in Lin An's eyes, and Xia's information appeared completely bare. Some details terrifyingly so. I'm fine. Lin was somewhat surprised, but did not show any abnormality. He merely smiled gently, indicating to Xia not to worry about him. And Jingtian was currently unconscious. At this moment, he was Xia's only pillar of support, and he must not show any odd behavior in front of her. Unlike Lin An's calm demeanor, his heart was tumultuous. Countless questions swirled in his mind like dark clouds. The Rescuer template, upon activation, granted him the extremely useful Eye of Judgment and conveniently provided rewards that could save both in Jingtian and in Xia. It felt tailor-made for him. Lin quickly contemplated the implications behind the system's appearance. Rescuer. Who to rescue? Himself? The people around him? Or perhaps all of humanity? If it was all of human civilization, Lin chuckled self-deprecatingly. He had no messianic complex or ambition to bear the weight of human civilization. If it was to save humanity, then this mysterious rescuer system had probably found the wrong person. He only wanted to protect the people he cherished, take revenge, and grow stronger to survive. As for the lives of others, he couldn't care less. Having witnessed the ugliness of human nature in his previous life and dying due to betrayal, he instinctively felt distrust and aversion towards others. Lin suppressed his thoughts and carefully observed Jingtian's condition. The unconscious Jingtian lay on the floor, his chest slightly rising and falling. If not for his skin hanging off grotesquely, he would look just like someone who had fallen asleep. Currently, Jingtian and Xia's conditions had stabilized. As long as they could complete the mission, the two, who were originally thought to be hopeless, now had a chance to survive. Moreover, with 3 antivirus serums, Lin felt a bit tempted. After deducting the portions for Xia and Jingtian, it meant he could keep 1 serum for himself. This serum could convert zombies back into humans. The value of such a serum in the apocalypse was practically priceless. As for the mission, Lin was no stranger to it. After the apocalypse game descended in his previous life, everyone activated their player panels. Naturally, it was just like a game. The system would automatically issue some tasks to everyone. The tasks he encountered in his past life usually involved killing a zombie or obtaining a certain item. Such tasks typically offered only a small amount of food as a reward, barely worth mentioning. In his expectations, the best outcome would have been to rely on the awakened blood to suppress the zombie transformation, keeping Jingtian close to ensure his safety, extending it as long as possible before figuring out a solution later. Now, a perfect solution had unexpectedly appeared which could be described as a pleasant surprise. However, the time limit for the mission weighed heavily on Lin and mission information. Kill the mutated zombie. The second tier will evolve into the third tier in 10 days. Lin's expression grew serious. The qualitative difference between the third-tier mutant and the second tier was immense. Perhaps several awakened individuals working together, or a larger safe zone, could use firearms to resist the second-tier mutant zombies. But against the third-tier mutants, there would be no chance to fight back. It would be a one-sided massacre. Third-tier mutant zombies no longer feared conventional weapons. The human wave tactic would be a joke in front of a third-tier mutant. Just one could annihilate a structured army, tearing apart tank armor with bare hands and directly resisting small-caliber artillery, regenerating flesh and blood. Time could not be dragged out. There were only 10 days, and Jingtian's suppressed zombie transformation would last just as long. This meant he also had to leave time for the return journey after killing the Stitcher. 9 days. Whether to prevent the Stitcher from growing stronger over time or to leave enough buffer time. The time left for him was already limited. Although the mission information did not provide the location of this Stitcher, Lin did not mind. He quietly took out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket. In the dim room, a faint glow of fire lit up, casting flickering shadows on his face. Lin took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The smoke swirled and dissipated. This suturer is the predecessor of Abomination from his previous life. It was in Wanda Plaza, in a shopping center crowded with 30,000 people. After it devoured those 30,000, it became a nightmare for the entire Linjiang city. Chapter 9 Night and Anxiao Lingu. Are you leaving? My brother, is he? Okay now. Anxiao leaned against the wall, cautiously watching Lin and repair the door. She knew nothing about the apocalypse and was unaware of what she would face if Lin failed to obtain the antidote. With her hands behind her back, her slender fingers twisted the hem of her dress back and forth. Under her long skirt were her pale legs with some bruises on her knees. Her white dress was stained with blood and dirt, making her look quite unkempt. Her frail body gazed at Lin's face, which was pale and devoid of color, evoking sympathy. Bang! Lin carefully reattached the iron door that had been kicked off. After becoming an awakened, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to his current strength. The hard metal felt like plastic in his hands, easily bendable. If he wasn't careful, he could completely ruin the door. Thus, Lin had to gather a pile of discarded steel bars to patch it up, hammering away until the damaged door could barely be used. However, the dented and broken part of the door couldn't be repaired. It looked ugly, but it was still functional. After fixing the door, Lin fell silent for a moment. Anxia, I will be back soon. Don't worry about me. He didn't intend to hide anything. Jingtian, Lin paused, then turned to Anxia with a determined expression and a gentle smile. You and Jingtian will be fine. Trust me. He sighed lightly. His parents had left him at a young age. Anxia and Jingtian were the only ones he cared about now. Although they weren't blood-related, they felt closer than family. Jingtian's parents treated him well, considering him their own child. Anxia and her brother regarded him as their older brother, having lived together since childhood. Anxia and Jingtian were the last bits of softness in his heart. Anxia looked at Lin's strong and resolute face, momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening. Hearing Lin's familiar tone brought her a sense of comfort, just like when they were children. It felt as if as long as Lin and her brother were there, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. Lingu, what do you plan to leave? Can you? Anxia looked at the busy Lin and timidly asked in a small voice. She was afraid of disturbing him. After hesitating for a long time, Anxia didn't say what she wanted to. She hoped Lin could stay with her a little longer. The screams of zombies and humans in the neighborhood never ceased, and her brother remained unconscious. She was very scared, but she also feared that expressing such thoughts would be selfish and affect what Lin needed to do. After sealing all the windows in the room, it was pitch dark inside. He turned his head, and with his enhanced vision, he ignored the darkness. The room appeared bright as day to him. I'll leave tomorrow morning. I'll stay here tonight. Lin understood Anxia's expression. Don't mention that Anxia was just a little girl. In his previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, even as a soldier, he felt uneasy and scared. In the face of life and death during the apocalypse, many people with poor psychological endurance even chose to end their own lives. Really? Anxia's head, which had been bowed, shot up in surprise as she looked toward Lin and in the darkness. Although she couldn't see him, she knew he was there. Lin didn't respond, but slowly walked to Anxia and affectionately ruffled her hair. The faint, pleasant scent of the shower gel diluted the smell of blood in his nostrils. He wasn't wasting time out of sentimental attachment. The Stitcher had not yet appeared. 12 hours later, a zombie in the Wanda shopping mall would mutate into a Stitcher. After deducting 2 hours for travel time, he could still stay at Jingtian's house for about 10 hours. Moreover, he was in poor condition and needed a rest. After a series of battles and using his awakening skills, his body had reached its limit, and he was now purely relying on willpower to hold on. He pulled the girl into his embrace. Anxia buried her head deep in his chest, her body trembling. Linen, I'm so scared. Linen felt the shiver of the girl in his arms and remained silent. He simply tightened his grip around Anxia. A night without conversation. The next morning, outside the window, the usual chirping of birds was gone. The sharp wails shocked Linen awake, and not far away. A man's panic cries for help quickly drowned in the roar of zombies. Accompanied by the piercing screams, moments later, there was no more sound. It seemed someone had died again. Linen didn't pay it much mind. When he woke up, he felt as if he had returned to his peak condition, full of strength. As long as he rested adequately, he would recover quickly. This was the benefit of the data template. After quickly checking on Jingtian's condition and confirming he was fine, Linen sighed in relief. His gaze swept over Anxia, who was curled up on the sofa, and he shook his head slightly. Anxia, who was sound asleep, slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her hands instinctively searching beside her. There were faint traces of tears visible on her small, exquisite face. Linen smiled bitterly in his heart. It was evident that Anxia had secretly cried for a long time last night. He casually covered Anxia with a blanket and quietly walked to the window to observe the situation outside. Reaching the window, he saw thick smoke rising from the top of a distant building, looking like it had been on fire all night. The smoke billowed. On a nearby rooftop, many survivors were desperately waving white cloths as distress signals. Trapped on the rooftop, they had no way out and could only pray that the military would send helicopters for rescue. What they didn't know was that this apocalypse was far more terrifying than they imagined. Retracting his gaze, Linen looked inside the community. Not far away, the sound of car alarms was piercing, attracting many zombies. On the roadside, several zombies crouched down, greedily devouring the flesh from corpses. Through the security window, fleeting glimpses of zombie figures could be seen in the opposite building. In an incredibly short time, the order within the city had completely collapsed. After the apocalypse broke out, an unguarded city would quickly decay. After a while, natural gas pipeline leaks, water plants shutting down, and factory explosions would become the norm. Without convenient electricity and water, human civilization would quickly regress. He remembered that in the later stages of the apocalypse, a bottle of clean mineral water would provoke countless survivors to fight to the death over it. In silence, Linen instinctively reached into his pants pocket to find a lighter to light a cigarette. Smoking while thinking was his habit. However, after searching for a long time, he realized he had no pockets. He was surprised to find that the clothes, which had been covered in blood, were now completely clean. Linen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Anxia had secretly changed his bloody clothes for him last night. The two were of similar height and build, so it fit just right. Beep beep. The alarm clock he had set before sleeping last night rang. Linen extinguished the cigarette in his hand and deeply gazed at the two of them. Just as he was about to leave, Anxia, who was sleeping with her back to him, had tears running down her face. Anxia still had so much to say to you. You must come back safely. Chapter 10 Departure before leaving, and Xia was still fast asleep. And Jingtian had not yet awakened in the room, but he looked much better. If nothing unexpected happened, he would wake up soon. Linen moved several zombie bodies to cover the lingering scent of the living at the door and used various items to block the entrance completely. With that done, Linen finally felt relieved. However, it seemed there were still survivors at the door. While Linen was moving things, his keen hearing picked up sounds coming from the apartment across the hall. The person was cautiously peering through the peephole, thinking Lin and hadn't noticed. Lin and didn't pay much attention to it. After confirming someone was watching him, he casually picked up a zombie head and crushed it with one hand right in front of that person, as easily as bursting a water balloon. The hard skull shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Ah! A scream came from the other side, clearly startled by Lin An's terrifying act. Immediately, there was the sound of a door locking from across the hall. Lin An smiled faintly. It seemed the intimidation tactic worked well. A blatant show of force. Although the reinforced iron door was enough to stop ordinary zombies, it couldn't prevent humans. After the apocalypse broke out, human nature became unpredictable. In his previous life, Lin had seen too much ugliness. People fought over food to survive, turning against one another, resorting to cannibalism, and betraying their spouses. As long as he could ensure the safety of Xia and Jingtian, he didn't mind getting his hands stained with blood. He even considered whether to kill all the residents in the building. If it weren't for the uncertainty of whether there were any residents in the building that the siblings knew, only 2 people would be alive in this building right now. However, as long as they didn't encounter mutated creatures or malicious humans, Lin An wasn't worried about ordinary zombies threatening the siblings hiding in the room. The food and water supplies in the room were ample, enough to last for a month. As long as the 2 stayed indoors, this group of zombies would never be able to break through the reinforced iron door with just their teeth. Even if something unexpected happened, the 2 could hold out for a while. The supplies stacked in the room were all purchased in advance by Jingtian at Lin An's request before the apocalypse broke out. They were diverse and consisted entirely of military rations. Thinking of this, Lin An recalled the batch of supplies he had purchased ahead of time. That was over 2 million cash, enough for the 3 of them to survive for 5 years with a complete set of supplies. Weapons, equipment, medicine, everything was included. He just didn't know if the logistics had delivered them to the designated location after he fell unconscious. If that batch of supplies was still there, he could easily form a team and establish a safe zone just relying on those supplies in the early stages. In the apocalypse game, it was difficult to survive relying solely on oneself. Only by building his own power could he establish a foothold in this apocalypse. Lin An sighed lightly. 3 days of unconsciousness had indeed disrupted many of his plans. Moreover, there were still many rare items and equipment in his memory that he hadn't obtained. However, it wasn't too late to go after them now. At the entrance of the Huanyuan community, last night, Lin An had already devised a plan for his next actions. The first 6 days would be spent searching for special supplies and equipment from his past life memories, and killing a mutated creature to level up first. Without enough strength, no matter how anxious he was, it wouldn't help. The last 3 days would be reserved for killing the suture. So, the first target, Xingyi Flower Shop. In his memory, this flower shop located on the outskirts of the city had once appeared extremely rare psychic plants. Psychic plants were similar to buff items in games. They usually existed in the form of plants, fruits, food, etc., but more often in plant form. Players and even zombies could directly consume them after obtaining them and gain permanent attribute bonuses. For Apocalypse players who could only rely on leveling up to gain 1 attribute point per level, the effect of psychic food was considered outrageous. Those fortunate enough to obtain such fruits in his past life mostly became powerful figures who dominated their territories. However, such special products typically only existed for a short time before the apocalypse broke out. They gradually disappeared within a month after the outbreak. As an ordinary person, Lin was able to know this information thanks to the chat channel that opened 6 months later with the start of the apocalypse game. Unlike the chat channels in ordinary games where everyone could speak freely, the chat channel in the apocalypse game required a significant amount of energy and physical strength. In other words, it consumed precious food. Therefore, most ordinary people like him, who struggled to make ends meet in his previous life, could only silently watch as powerful awakened individuals occasionally shared information or even chatted. In Lin An's memory, after a year of the apocalypse, he had not seen such messages from the public channel again. So if he didn't seize the opportunity now to obtain some psychic food, it would be incredibly difficult to find them later. Judgment Eye. To observe the surrounding environment, Lin An activated the Judgment Eye again, a golden flash fleeting across his pupils. His already excellent vision was enhanced once more, and information flooded in like a data stream. After confirming there was no danger, Lin An closed the Judgment Eye. Although the mental energy consumed by the Judgment Eye wasn't much, the cumulative effect of continuous use could be a burden. There were no special mutated creatures nearby. Number of zombies, 678. Survivors, 122. Originally, in a community of 1,000 people, only about 10% were still alive. The brutality of the apocalypse was evident. First, he needed to find a motorcycle. After observing the route, Lin had made up his mind. The journey into the city was long. Although the number of zombies wasn't as terrifying as in the city center, it wasn't too small either. Just dealing with the zombies along the way, without a vehicle, would be too time-consuming. Right now, heavy trucks were not easy to find in the old city. Ordinary cars would malfunction after hitting a few zombies. In contrast, a nimble motorcycle was a good choice. If conditions allowed later, finding an armored vehicle to convert into a mobile fortress would be even better. After a night, a considerable number of zombies had already gathered at the entrance of the community. The ground was stained dark red, with a mix of internal organs and blood. As the zombies left no flesh uneaten, only a pile of white skeletons remained. It seemed that many people had attempted to escape last night, or wanted to get in. Hundreds of zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally letting out piercing howls. Lennon seized the opportunity and instantly dashed out. His target was a small group of zombies not far away. There lay a black motorcycle that had fallen to the ground, with the keys still in it, ready to start at any moment. Next to the bike was a skeleton, picked clean. It seemed to be the owner of the motorcycle. Ann's right foot exerted force, cracking the old ground, and in an instant, he sprinted to the front of the zombie horde. Downward slash. The Nepalese curved knife, half an arm's length long, sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. The curved knife came from Jingtian's collection. As a retired soldier, Jingtian had a hobby of collecting weapons. Although the spine of a liquor was far superior to alloy weapons in quality, it was unwieldy without processing. The blade was sharp, and with one slash, Lennon cleaved the two closest zombies apart. The wound was smooth, as if cut by a laser. The severed bodies slid apart and fell. Roar! The zombie horde sensed the scent of the living and went into a frenzy. The decaying arms of the zombies reached out wildly toward Lin and sidekick. Lennon quickly changed direction. With a speed that surpasses human limits, he quickly twists his body and exerts force from his waist. Bang! The zombie that lunges at him with a roar is kicked in half, its white spinal column hanging on stubbornly from a foot. A horizontal slash. Power explodes. The unique energy fluctuation emitted when the awakened unleashes their power flows into their body like water. Ann's expression is indifferent as he swiftly spins around with a knife in one hand. The sharp blade, enhanced by immense strength, easily cuts through the zombie's neck. Hiss! Flesh and blood are sliced open. 7 zombie heads are simultaneously severed. With one stroke, Lennon cleanly eliminates the remaining 7 zombies. Holy crap! In a third-floor window nearby, a 20-something man with a scruffy beard stares wide-eyed, unable to suppress a gasp. His face is filled with shock. It feels like a scene from a movie, appearing in reality, making it hard for him to believe. Who is this person? A master of knife techniques with extraordinary physical prowess. Could he be the legendary hermit? A martial artist from a novel? The man's eyes widen, filled with bloodshot veins. The outbreak happened to fall on a weekend, and he had been resting alone in his apartment, thus surviving by luck. However, the zombies outside have trapped him inside, making it impossible to move. There isn't too much food in the room, and living alone, he has long been accustomed to ordering takeout when hungry. He has already finished the last cup of instant noodles clean. Having watched many apocalypse movies, he quickly realizes that if this continues, he might face starvation. He had tried to go out before, but after seeing a muscular man on a motorcycle return home last night, only to be overwhelmed by zombies and not last 3 seconds, he abandoned that plan. Therefore, after a sleepless night, he was just about to check the situation outside when he witnessed Lin and slaughtering the zombies. After seeing Lin and's exaggerated strength, he quickly realizes that perhaps Lin and could help him. The man is excited and hurriedly tries to open the window to call out. But he forgot that in fear last night, he had already firmly locked the window. In a panic, when he finally manages to open the window and stick his head out, Lin has already sped away on his motorcycle. Without regard for whether Lin can hear him, the man shouts loudly, trying to leave a trace of impression. What if this powerful man comes back? Big brother, my name is Lu Shiming. I live in Building 3, Unit 2, Apartment 302. Chapter 11. Abnormal. The motorcycle's speed was incredibly fast. The modified engine emitted a series of roars, quickly accelerating to 100 kilometers per hour. Lennon, without a helmet and expressionless, was unaffected by the high-speed airflow hitting him head-on. He vaguely seemed to hear someone shouting from the community behind him. However, even if he heard clearly, he wouldn't stop. The modified motorcycle was like a black shadow, racing along the ring road. Along the way, there were wrecked cars and corpses in gruesome states. Severed limbs and arms were hanging from the guardrails, resembling fresh pork. With the reflexes he gained after awakening, Lennon easily maneuvered the bike, skillfully avoiding obstacles along the way. Although he wasn't skilled at riding motorcycles, his reflexes, surpassing human limits, still granted him driving abilities comparable to top race car drivers. On the ring highway, on top of a silver RV, a man and a woman stood cautiously. They had been trapped there for a day and a night. Without food or water, fear and cold had nearly shattered their will. Beside the RV, the original driver and other passengers had already turned into zombies. For zombies, driven by their thirst for flesh, tirelessly roared and clawed at the vehicle. Each jolt of the RV from the zombies' relentless attacks caused the bald man to scream. On the roof, another girl, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, looked youthful and adorable. Unlike the middle-aged man's panic, she held tightly to the RV's antenna to prevent herself from falling off. "We can't stay here any longer. Without water and food, we'll die from exhaustion if this continues." The girl, named Wanya, forced herself to remain calm, unable to resist discussing plans with the bald man. The bald man, named Li Jiping, was her boss. He didn't respond, still in a state of fear, frantically looking around. Seeing Li Jiping in such a state, Wanya couldn't help but sigh softly. She never thought that someone as old as Li Jiping would be less composed than her. Lustful and cowardly. Just a day ago, during a company team-building event, Li Jiping had tried to pull her to a karaoke place with both soft and hard tactics. With no choice, she suggested going out for a picnic instead. Otherwise, it was easy to imagine what this old man would do. Wanya ignored Li Jiping's loud calls and couldn't help but rub her sore ankles. Her slender, fair ankles showed some bruising from when she had climbed onto the RV roof. "Help! Is anyone coming to rescue us?" After shouting for who knows how long, Li Jiping felt his throat was nearly on fire from yelling without a drop of water for a day and night. Fear and exhaustion washed over him as he stopped shouting, turning his gaze to Wanya, who was sitting cross-legged on the roof, staring blankly. He noticed her long, beautiful legs being rubbed by her fingertips. "Wanya, I see you're injured." Li Jiping swallowed hard. He had long been eyeing this young girl, youthful and beautiful, unlike the aging women in the company. He heard she graduated from a prestigious university. "Let me help you rub it." As he spoke, he couldn't help but want to hold her small feet and knead them. Wanya's expression turned wary, and she immediately stood up. "No need. You should worry about yourself." She glared at the man in disgust. Cowardly and disgusting. Even in such a situation, he still had lustful thoughts. Li Jiping was unfazed, his eyes greedily scanning Wanya's body, desire evident in his gaze. After shouting all day with no response, the world had likely gone mad. If he couldn't survive, he might as well enjoy himself before dying, bringing someone along to keep him company in death. The atmosphere became tense. Wanya's expression turned cold as she noticed the changes in Li Jiping. Both of them were now on the roof, and if a fight broke out, it would be easy to fall into the crowd of corpses below. However, even if she died, she would never let this old man touch her. What to do? Li Jiping's mind was hazy, and the fantasy dispelled his fear. Unable to contain himself, he unbuckled his belt, his right hand reaching toward Wanya. Suddenly, the RV jolted. Caught off guard, he stumbled and fell onto the roof. The zombies below immediately went berserk, clawing and jumping up, stretching their arms to grab him and feast. The decayed fingertips of the zombies touched his neck like an electric shock. Li Jiping screamed, panicking as he straightened up. After a moment, he frantically turned his head back and forth, as if realizing something. "Quick, help me check. Did I get bitten?" His voice was tinged with a whimper. "Please, hurry and look." He couldn't see if he had been scratched on the back of his neck by the zombies, and could only seek help from Wanya, who was also on the roof. "No." Wanya let out a breath, responding coldly. A hint of unease flashed in her eyes, but was quickly concealed. Li Jiping let out a long sigh, the tension in his nerves relaxing as if he had survived a disaster. As long as he wasn't bitten, it was fine. He would rather die than turn into a zombie. He had witnessed an employee in the same vehicle turn into a zombie just 10 minutes after a small piece of flesh was scraped off by a zombie. Flesh falling off, rotting and stinking. If he hadn't reacted quickly and climbed onto the roof, the body on the ground with only half a foot left would have been his fate. I just remembered, there's food in the neighboring vehicle, and the keys weren't removed. Plus, the sunroof is open, just covered by a sunshade. When you suddenly spoke to Li Jiping, "Jump over. There's a chance we can survive." That thing could kick right through. She spoke calmly, stating the facts. Her right hand was hidden behind her back, tightly clutching a set of keys. Huh. Li Jiping's eyes lit up, quickly turning to the neighboring RV. He had noticed this vehicle long ago, but jumping over seemed pointless. However, since when you said the sunroof was open, it meant they could enter from the roof. He felt conflicted and hesitant. The distance was a bit far, and he was afraid to jump. After when you spoke, she no longer looked at Li Jiping, patiently conserving her strength. She couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. The sunroof wasn't open, and the keys were in her hand. Deceiving Li Jiping to jump over and then attracting the zombies to escape in the vehicle while he was dying. There were many loopholes, but it was the only plan she could use now. Staying any longer would mean death for both of them. No, it should be said that only one person would die. Li Jiping had already been infected. She had seen the tiny wound on the back of his neck. "You jump first, since you know why not jump over?" Li Jiping suspiciously asked Wenya, then couldn't help but scratch his arm. "How about this? I jump over first too. You take off your clothes and let me enjoy myself first." He didn't bother to hide his intentions. Wenya's gaze turned icy, and she remained silent. Her right hand discreetly reached behind her, slowly feeling for a tool knife on the keys. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. The sound of a motorcycle's engine echoed from far to near, rapidly approaching. The two on the roof couldn't believe their ears and listened intently. After confirming the sound, they both suddenly looked up with faces full of excitement. "A car is coming." Li Jiping hurriedly stood up, desperately waving his hands in an attempt to catch Lin An's attention. "Help me!" he screamed at the top of his lungs, afraid that his voice wasn't loud enough. With a dry mouth and a hoarse voice like a quacking duck, Lin drove his motorcycle past, ignoring everything around him. The speed was so fast that even the zombies surrounding the RV didn't react. Damn it, why didn't he stop? From hope to despair, the man stared blankly at the black dot gradually disappearing in the distance. What the hell? Didn't he see there were people here? Li Jiping couldn't help but curse, while Wenya, feeling disappointed, quickly regained her composure, seemingly deep in thought. The two exchanged a sudden glance. Li Jiping licked his cracked lips, lost in thought. He scratched the back of his neck. For some reason, he suddenly felt a bit itchy. So hot, so itchy. The Wenya in front of him suddenly seemed a bit appetizing. At the highway fork, the tires screeched as they left a long black mark. Lennon suddenly stopped, skillfully executing a beautiful drift. After getting off the motorcycle, Lennon looked far back at the RV about 400 meters away. It wasn't that he wanted to be a hero. After experiencing the apocalypse, even the most beautiful woman dying in front of him wouldn't make him frown. He was just a bit puzzled. When he passed the RV earlier, he felt a faint psychic wave. Apocalypse equipment? Or something else? As an awakened one, his perception ability far exceeded that of ordinary people, especially after the apocalypse game started. Some items from the game would automatically emit waves, like points of light in the dark. Judgment Eye. Lennon muttered and instantly activated the Judgment Eye to search. Human, male, infected, player level, 0, non-awakened. Human, female, normal, player level, 1, non-awakened. Zombie, ordinary RV. Driving equipment, damage level 22. A flood of dense information poured down. All the information about the entities within Lin An's field of vision was displayed in detail. He focused intently on a bizarre entry in the information center. Human, female, player level, 1. His pupils dilated as Lin An's vision quickly captured the scene on the roof of the distant vehicle, like a zooming telescope. On the roof, Li Jiping was hunched over, coughing incessantly, while Wenya stood alertly on the roof, her right hand tightly clenched behind her back. Lennon frowned slightly. Nothing seemed unusual. He didn't see any sign of apocalypse equipment. Instead, he could tell that Li Jiping was already infected and would completely turn into a zombie in about 5 minutes. It seemed that Wenya's level 1 was not derived from equipment. Lennon was puzzled. In the apocalypse game, player levels could only be increased by killing mutated zombies. Level 0 to level 1 required killing 2 mutated zombies. Level 2 required 4. The woman on the roof was neither an awakened one, nor could she have possibly killed any monsters. Yet, she was marked as level 1 in the information, with a slight psychic wave. How is that possible? Unless... Lennon's expression turned strange as he roughly guessed the reason. His eyes burned with intensity. Chapter 12. The Mutants. Wenya's information combined resembled the mutants rumored in the past life. Clearly not an awakener, yet possessing extraordinary abilities. The existence of such individuals among humans is extremely rare, possibly only one in tens of millions. Before the apocalypse, these people typically acted as Taoist priests or fortune tellers. Unlike awakeners, who possess strong combat power and supernatural abilities, mutants often belong to the category of willpower mutations. Their willpower can naturally exceed the limit value of 10 points for ordinary humans without any enhancement. After the apocalypse, mutants show as level 1 in level information, unlike ordinary players who are level 0. Additionally, due to not being trained, they cannot control their mental power, leading to mental power overflow. As mutants, they lack strong physical power, but possess powerful mental strength. Therefore, they can provide mental power to other awakeners, acting as a power bank. Mental power is crucial for sustaining combat. If there is a mutant providing mental support from the rear during a battle, an awakener unleashing full firepower can be equivalent to a significant increase in strength. Thus, during the apocalypse, this type of person is fiercely sought after by various factions. In the apocalypse, nothing is more important than strength. Fortunately or unfortunately, no one is willing to be someone else's tool. Once a mutant is discovered, they're often imprisoned and monitored. Fortunately, they will be protected as valuable resources during the apocalypse. Unfortunately, mutants will completely lose their free will. That being said, in a certain sense, Lennon after his rebirth also belongs to the category of mutants. Before awakening, his willpower attribute had already reached 12 points. Of course, whether Wenya is indeed a mutant is just Lin and speculation. Rather than speculating, it is better to capture the person directly. Without hesitation, Lennon turned off the judgment eye and walked back. The distance between them was only about 300 meters. At his current speed, it would take only a few seconds. He had always had the idea of forming his own faction. Not only is establishing a safe zone essential for better survival in the apocalypse game, but 3 months after the apocalypse, the game will give players who establish safe zones some tasks. Completing these tasks can lead to an increase in strength. Such tasks usually require a large amount of manpower and resources, which solo players cannot accomplish alone. If it is confirmed that Wenya is a mutant, he will naturally recruit her. With the addition of a mutant, not only will his own strength be greatly enhanced, but in a sense, it will also mean a free increase in strength for all the awakeners in the faction. A suspected mutant is worth his effort. On the car roof, Li Jiping stared intently at the wary Wenya. He opened his mouth, letting out an unintelligible roar. His bloodshot eyes were bulging. It had been 7 minutes since he was infected with the zombie virus. With his weak willpower and physical attributes, he was on the brink of losing his sanity. Itching. So itchy. Li Jiping instinctively repeated the simple words, his hands frantically scratching at his body. His nails tore through his skin. A whole piece of flesh was ripped off, falling onto the car roof. It was as if he felt no pain. He scratched faster and faster, as if experiencing pleasure. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Large patches of skin fell off like scraps of paper, revealing bright red flesh. Wenya held back her fear, gripping a utility knife tightly in her right hand. She instinctively stepped back, only to find there was nowhere to retreat. Roar! The zombie beneath her sensed the scent of blood and flesh, becoming increasingly agitated. Wenya bit her lip hard, her skin pale with no trace of color, her small face ashen. From a moment Li Jiping asked her to check his wound, she had anticipated this moment. Fortunately, she had grabbed this set of keys while escaping. The keys were on a ring, with a small folding knife attached. This utility knife, only half the length of a palm, was the only weapon she could find on the car roof. After large pieces of skin fell off, Li Jiping suddenly let out a wail, a foul stench emanating from him. His bones creaked, and he quickly transformed into a zombie. Roar! With bulging eyes, the zombified Li Jiping opened his mouth wide, his lips torn apart, and lunged towards Wenya. Duck! Wenya hurriedly crouched down, trying to avoid the bite. But being someone who only exercised regularly and had no combat experience, she could only barely turn her body to the side. For an ordinary person, managing to maintain composure in the face of a zombie attack was already commendable. Bang! Wenya was caught off guard and was suddenly knocked down onto the car roof by Li Jiping's leap. Her back hit the car roof with a muffled sound. Under the tremendous force, her pale skin turned purple and blue, and her scapula even seemed to crack slightly. The piercing pain made Wenya grunt, but her eyes were resolute, unlike those who would freeze in fear upon encountering zombies. She gripped the knife in her right hand with all her strength and plunged it fiercely into the back of Li Jiping's head. The foul-smelling maw was right in front of her, and all she could see in Li Jiping's blood-red eyes was the desire to consume. Swoosh! The utility knife plunged deep into Li Jiping's head. The blade entered from the vulnerable area above the weak neck, the only part of the brain not protected by the skull. Like a machine losing power, the zombified Li Jiping's brain was destroyed, his body stiffened, and he instantly collapsed and died. Wenya, having survived a brush with death, hurriedly pushed Li Jiping's corpse off her and gasped for breath. Her chest rapidly rose and fell, drenched in cold sweat. Sweat dripped down her forehead, her hair disheveled. She had no mood to tidy up, only feeling waves of fear. She had almost been devoured alive by a zombie. Even the cruelest death by slow slicing seemed trivial in the face of such brutality. Wenya felt her whole body go limp and swayed as she tried to stand up. The sharp pain in her scapula made her feel extremely weak. Bang! Roar! A sudden mutation occurred. The space on the car roof was already small. After Li Jiping died, the blood that flowed filled the entire roof. The thick blood covered her feet. In her hazy consciousness, Wenya tried to stand upright, but lost her balance, falling onto the car roof. Wenya cried out in pain. The zombies below the car roof seemed to have caught the scent of blood, like sharks. Several decaying hands frantically grabbed her hair, pulling her scalp along with it. It felt like a drowning person being dragged underwater. Wenya struggled desperately, but the blood-soaked car roof was too slippery. In the blink of an eye, half of her body was pulled off the car roof. Despair and unwillingness filled her eyes. The zombie's mouth was just inches away. The stench was overwhelming. Chapter 13, Mysterious Patterns. Lin and's excellent vision spotted Wenya being dragged off the roof of the car by a zombie. He couldn't help but frown. If Wenya were just an ordinary person, he wouldn't care. However, a suspected mutant dying would be a pity. Of course, this is assuming she could be of use to him. Power burst. Lin let out a low shout. A faint golden light flashed around him, and under the strange waves, his power surged. After activating his talent, his speed increased dramatically, and his figure raced down the highway like a black phantom. In a very short time, he crossed 100 meters and reached the vicinity of the RV, when he was being violently pulled down by the zombie, with half of her body already falling off the roof. Lin's gaze was cold. He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the Nepalese curved knife in his hand instantly flew out. The curved knife whistled as it spiraled, precisely cutting off Wenya's long hair that was being tugged. Thud! The curved knife plunged into the vehicle, embedding itself halfway. The immense force even lifted the car body by a palm's height. Punch! Lin's expression was emotionless as he threw another punch. The sound of wind tore through the air, directly piercing the head of the nearest zombie. Bang! It was like bursting a water balloon. Brain matter mixed with blood exploded. Before the other zombies could react, Lin, after activating his power burst, easily smashed the heads of the remaining zombies with his 14 points of strength. In just 2 seconds, the horde that would have brought despair to an ordinary person was effortlessly dealt with by Lin and confirming that all the zombies were dead. Lin casually wiped the blood from his hands and then calmly looked at Wanya, who was lying on the roof of the car. At this moment, Wanya had not yet regained her senses. Her hair was disheveled, and her chest was heaving rapidly. Having just walked through death's door, she was drenched in sweat. The fitted, exquisitely crafted top clung tightly to her body, showcasing her beautiful figure. She looked at Lin in shock, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a while. So strong. The scene before her seemed like a dream, making it hard for her to believe. A punch to the head, brutal and decisive. She had no doubt that if that punch had landed on an ordinary person, they would have been reduced to dust. You are, just now. When he was very nervous, after carefully recognizing, she identified Linen. That striking black motorcycle had left a deep impression on her. Linen, dressed in black combat gear, stood tall and strong, appearing somewhat indifferent in his leather boots. Killing 4 zombies was effortless for Linen. Aside from his right hand being stained with some blood, his clothes were not dirty at all. Linen did not respond. He simply scanned Wenya's body with his gaze, unabashedly, as if looking at a fine piece of art. This was the first time he had seen the legendary mutant. Although in a certain sense, he was one himself. Nothing special. Linen looked her up and down. Aside from appearing calmer than ordinary people, when he was no different from others, Linen remained silent, and she did not dare to speak. Half lying on the roof of the car, Wenya tightly pressed her lips together, afraid to move even a little, even though her mental fortitude was stronger than most. Anyone who witnessed Lin Ann's earlier actions and the scattered skulls would be too frightened to speak. Although Lin Ann had saved her, she did not dare to relax. Clearly, Lin Ann's gaze towards her was clean and clear, without any desire. It inexplicably made her feel some fear. In Lin Ann's eyes, she could not see an ounce of desire, as if she were merely an object. Take off your clothes. Lin Ann spoke in a cold tone, commanding Wenya without hesitation. He had carefully examined Wenya and found no way to determine from her appearance whether she was a mutant. Since that was the case, he would use the methods from his past life. In his memories, there was an accurate way to verify the identity of a mutant before the apocalypse broke out. Mutants are nothing special. However, once they loaded the player template, under the system's power, purple patterns would appear on their bodies, like a kind of curse. These patterns were different from regular tattoos, and even without any images of the patterns on mutants circulating, anyone who had seen them would firmly believe that only mutants could possess such patterns. Lin Ann's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in her ears. Upon hearing Lin Ann's words, Wenya's body trembled violently. She bit her lip, her face devoid of color. Sure enough, she let out a bitter laugh. Helpless, she clutched the edge of her clothes, unwilling to take them off. Thud! Lin Ann impatiently stepped closer, using one hand to pull out the Nepalese curved knife embedded in the car. His gaze was cold. He guessed Wenya's thoughts, but was not prepared to explain anything. He had no patience and no obligation to explain. Wenya's gaze fell on the blood-stained knife, as if her heart had died. Lin Ann's terrifying strength left her with no thoughts of resistance. Moreover, without Lin Ann's intervention, she would have long since become a pile of bones. Rustle, silently, she took off her top and then raised her head to meet Lin Ann's gaze. Her bare skin was as white as milk. The two locked eyes, and Wenya's gaze was stubborn and resolute. Lin Ann didn't care. He took 2 steps closer and lowered his head to look at her abdomen. They were extremely close. At this distance, Wenya could even feel Lin Ann's rapid breathing and intense gaze, hot as a branding iron. Having never been this close to a man, her ears instantly flushed red and her body trembled. Lin Ann paid no attention to the details. His gaze was drawn to the strange patterns, his eyes filled with obsession. The dark purple patterns were imprinted on Wenya's smooth, flat abdomen, and between the lines, there was a fleeting flash of blood color. The patterns were mysterious and chilling. At a glance, it seemed as if her soul was being swallowed. He couldn't help but reach out, gently touching the patterns with his fingertips. The delicate, smooth skin felt like satin. Each time the fleeting blood color on the patterns brushed against his fingertips, a faint stream of spiritual power flowed into his body. Lin Ann's spiritual power was already extremely strong. However, after this spiritual power entered his body, he felt a subtle enhancement. Is this the unique pattern of mutants? Lin Ann couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Just a touch had the effect of amplifying spiritual power, unique and eye-catching. With such patterns present, it's no wonder that players in his past life could easily identify mutants among ordinary people. Unlike Wen Ye's chaotic thoughts, upon confirming that Wen Ye was the legendary mutant, Lin was now entirely focused, filled with joy. Originally, he had little confidence in killing the Suture. Even though he knew of many treasures and spiritual food hidden in various places that could enhance his strength, time was tight, and he might not be able to gather them all. With the strength of a first-tier awakener, it was still too challenging to face a second-tier mutant zombie, even a top-tier one. However, if he had Wen Ye's assistance during battle, his spiritual power could be replenished. With frequent use of awakening skills, it would greatly increase his chances of victory. Before Lin and could speak, Wen Ye seemed to sense something and followed Lin Anne's gaze to look at her abdomen. Her mouth slightly opened. She looked in shock at the patterns on her body, her eyes filled with confusion. What is this? Wen Ye pondered for only a moment, and with her already powerful spiritual power, she quickly came to a realization. She had never had a tattoo. Moreover, the patterns on her body occasionally flashed with a strange blood color. She remembered how Lin initially ignored her, and then suddenly came to her rescue. Now, he seemed so interested in the patterns. This indicated that what truly attracted Lin was not her body, but the patterns. Thinking about how she had misunderstood Lin, Wen Ye suddenly felt a bit guilty. She had thought Lin was like those who coveted her body and had ulterior motives. The patterns on my body, are they useful to you? Do they have any meaning? Wen Ye quickly suppressed her various thoughts and couldn't help but tentatively ask Lin and was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Wen Ye to react so quickly. She had guessed before he even spoke. He nodded slightly, not intending to hide anything. However, he suddenly thought of something and decisively unbuttoned his shirt. Chapter 14, Good Habits. Wen Ye's delicate face turned pale as she stood frozen in place. At this moment, Lin had already taken off his shirt. His well-defined muscles and prominent abs were evident. Unlike the muscles built from years of fitness or deliberate training, his body had been perfectly enhanced by the system after awakening with the Savior template. His limbs were long, with smooth lines and skin that was translucent like jade. His tight muscles were not exaggerated, but they contained a terrifying power. He looked quite good. A thought inexplicably popped into Wen Ye's mind, but she quickly extinguished it. Her previously relaxed thoughts became alert. If he were to force himself on me, what should I do? Should I take my own life? Or what? Her mind felt like mush. Having been taken advantage of by a stranger for the first time, given her personality, she would rather choose to end it herself. However, she always felt that Lin had a special aura that made her unable to resist getting close to him, feeling entranced. Damn it! Wen Ye tried hard to regain her clarity. While she was lost in thought, Lin suddenly turned around. My back. Are they the same patterns? The reason Lin suddenly took off his shirt was that he thought he might also have unique patterns of a mutant. However, he couldn't see anything from the front. If there were patterns, he would have to be careful not to expose his identity as a mutant in the future. After all, the existence of mutants was a temptation for everyone. Huh. After hearing Lin Anne's words, Wen Ye finally reacted. Fortunately, Lin had already turned around, so he couldn't see her anxious expression. And no, when you carefully examined him, there was nothing on Lin Anne's smooth, triangular back. Lin frowned slightly upon hearing this. How could there be nothing? After his rebirth, his willpower had reached 12 points without the influence of an awakener, which could be considered a standard for mutants. Could it be that he is not a mutant? Or are the patterns underneath? With a series of questions, Lin felt a bit confused. He frowned slightly. After hesitating for a moment, Lin decided to abandon the idea of taking off his pants. It was just a whim to see if he was a mutant. If not, it wasn't a big deal. After all, being a mutant didn't really help with his own strength. It could easily be seen by others. Forget it. I'll check it when I'm alone next time. The rustling sound. Lin had decisively abandoned the idea of taking off his pants in front of her. However, what Lin didn't know was that Wen Ye hadn't dared to examine him closely. At the edge of his pants, a small dark purple pattern flashed by. After putting on his shirt, Lin turned around and looked directly at Wen Ye. Without further ado, he said, "Join my team and serve me." Wen Ye was slightly taken aback as their eyes met. Lin Anne's gaze was calm, but filled with pressure. "Serve you?" Wen Ye hesitated a bit. She didn't mind joining Lin An's team. He and T attacked her or taken advantage of her. Moreover, she had seen Lin An's strength. After the apocalypse game started, most people who were slightly smart realized that this world might not be the same as before after witnessing zombies. As an ordinary person and a girl, she knew very well that she couldn't even walk out of this road by herself. However, the word "sir" meant a lot. What does it mean to serve? Or what do you want me to do? Obey all my commands, Lin said straightforwardly, without beating around the bush. When you lowered her head, wrapping her arms in front of her, feeling a bit cold after taking off her shirt. Everything? I have to listen to you for everything? She fell silent for a moment and cautiously asked in a soft voice. Before she got Lin An's permission, she didn't dare to put on her shirt. With her shyness, she could only awkwardly shield her front. That's right. Lin An didn't care about these details. He just glanced at his watch, feeling somewhat impatient. Can I refuse? When you hesitated and then raised her head. For anything? That would mean handing over her life and death to him for control. You can refuse, but you will die. Lin An openly released his killing intent. He saved Wenya purely because she was beneficial to him. But if the other party did not cooperate, it would be better for a disobedient mutant to die. Mutants needed to fight alongside him, and he would never allow the other party to have any ulterior motives. As for whether Wenya would pretend to agree and be insincere, he would have ways to resolve that after she agreed. If Wenya did not agree, he would not allow a mutant to be out of his control. In the apocalypse game, players not only had to struggle in front of zombies, but could also become enemies with each other at any time. Wenya felt the increasingly strong killing intent from Lin An, she sighed inwardly. She could feel that if she did not agree, her fate would be to have her head smashed to pieces. Thinking of this, she no longer pretended to be a little girl. Life or death. She knew what to do. Moreover, Lin An was also her savior. He seemed to have no other problems apart from being cold and ruthless. I agree. So can you tell me now why you need me to join? Also, Wenya bit her lip tightly, her gaze filled with a hint of pleading. Can I put on my shirt first? Lin An remained silent, nodded, and turned away. Although Wenya had a good figure, he wasn't in the mood to consider that right now. After a moment, Wenya put on her clothes. However, looking at her originally shoulder-length hair that looked like it had been chewed by a dog, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Lin An glanced at her and then led the way ahead. Keep up with me. In the future, don't keep your hair so long. Long hair will only hinder your performance in battle. Wenya pouted but didn't dare to reply, silently tying her hair up. Lin An walked quickly, forcing her to jog to keep up. What? Hey, cold-hearted man. Who knows what he has been through? Lin An, walking ahead, ignored Wenya's little emotions. He was staring intently at the light screen in front of him. Just at the moment Wenya agreed to join, a light screen suddenly appeared in his mind. Savior template, team function activated. Current members, 1. Lin An, Captain, Savior host, level 0 Awakener. 2. Wenya, team member, level 0 mutant. Current team level, 1, 2, 5 people. The next level will be unlocked when the number of members reaches 5. Members cannot exit or change after joining. Current functions, 1. Team communication. Within a 100-kilometer range, team members can communicate in real time. Communication is encrypted. Only team members can hear it. As the captain, you can view the loyalty attributes of team members in real time. Member Wenya, loyalty 50, 100, will betray you in case of major danger. 60 points is the passing line. Most of the time will not betray you. 2. Team buff. Captain receives a 20 total attribute bonus. Team members receive a 10 total attribute bonus. Activate team task panel. Recruit 5 special players, awakeners, mutants. Limited time, 30 days. Task reward. Apocalypse base vehicle, initial. Chapter 15. Doomsday base vehicle, upgradable length. 10 meters, width, 5 meters, height, 5 meters. This base vehicle has 2 forms that can be switched freely. Note, each switch will consume a large amount of spiritual energy. Please choose the deployment location carefully to avoid wasting spiritual energy. 1. Safe zone form. When the base vehicle is deployed, it transforms into a full metal mobile fortress covering an area of 100 square meters. It can withstand light weapons, assault rifles, handguns, melee weapons, and will slowly repair itself using spiritual energy after being damaged. Once the safe zone is deployed, It can automatically absorb spiritual energy. 2. Armed driving form. When the base vehicle is retracted, it transforms into a heavy truck for driving. Maximum capacity, 10 people. Maximum speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Defensive capability decreases by 50 in driving mode, continuously consuming spiritual energy. Doomsday base building. Not unlocked. Base vehicle. A base vehicle that can deploy a safe zone and absorb spiritual energy. Lennon was overjoyed after regaining his senses. In the light curtain of fully black, high-tech armed heavy truck slowly rotated. Above, one could faintly see several weapon mounting positions, but no weapons were set up on them. At the bottom of the light curtain, there was a three-dimensional image of metal modules resembling factory buildings, made up of sealed alloy steel plates, looking extremely secure. His heart raced. After being reborn, Lennon rarely had emotional fluctuations. However, upon seeing the Doomsday base vehicle, he couldn't help but feel excitement. About a year after the Doomsday game began, the world was divided into 4 major regions and 36 battle zones. Survivors from various countries banded together, living in safe zones controlled by different factions. The safe zone was fundamental to the survival of the players. In the Doomsday game, a safe zone is not merely an area to fend off zombies. The safe zone Lin wanted to establish before was just a place to settle down. He never thought he could create a safe zone that absorbs spiritual energy in the early stages. A true safe zone can enhance the strength of players and awakeners. After the outbreak, not only did large-scale zombies appear, but the earth gradually became contaminated by a type of energy. People referred to it as spiritual energy. Animals and plants would gradually become polluted under spiritual energy, mutating into various powerful monsters or rare resources. Players could gradually strengthen their bodies by absorbing spiritual energy. Although this process was extremely slow, it was safe. If an awakener could not kill mutated zombies when they were weak, the best way to upgrade was to absorb spiritual energy to strengthen themselves before teaming up to kill mutated zombies. Extracting spiritual energy could only be done by the safe zone from the ambient energy in the air. Establishing a safe zone required precious special items. These items were called safe tokens and could only be obtained through tasks issued by the system. The tasks were often extremely difficult and time-consuming, requiring teams of over 10,000 or hundreds of awakeners working together. Therefore, many small safe zones in the past were called safe zones, but in reality, they were branches of medium-sized safe zones. Before his rebirth, Tang Wan was willing to betray him to serve a leader of a small safe zone. But now, a vehicle that could move and deploy a safe zone was worth several levels higher than a safe token. Lin was overjoyed and walked briskly, while Wanya behind him could only grit her teeth and struggle to keep up. Wait for me, the cold wind howled, and Wanya nearly fell over from the chill. Lin turned back upon hearing her voice, only to realize she had fallen nearly 100 meters behind. Waiting in place for Wanya, Lin suppressed his joy and quickly adjusted his mindset. Although he wanted to receive the team task reward right away, the immediate priority was to improve his strength and kill the sewers, to rescue Jing Tian and Xia. These two were not only the only ones he cared about, but also trustworthy individuals. And Jing Tian had a background as a scout, with base attributes significantly stronger than an ordinary person. If he could become an awakener in the future, he would be a great asset. Although the team task was straightforward, he did not plan to recruit anyone casually. There was a limit to the number of people in the team function bar, which seemed to increase after leveling up. However, joining the team would provide a strength bonus, and once joined, members could not be replaced. Therefore, he naturally needed to carefully select his team. And Jing Tian and Xia. Wenya, just 2 more needed. Lin An's gaze pondered as he quickly searched his memory for candidates. The 4 emperors and 6 kings. In his past life, there were 10 extraordinary powerhouses in the Huaxia battle zone. 4 4th-tier awakeners were called emperors, each commanding over 100 million people. 6 3rd-tier awakeners were called kings, ruling over tens of millions. And there was a 3rd-tier king in Linjiang City, currently still quite weak. If he could recruit him while he was still weak, it would be a significant help in Lin An's future establishment of power. By the way, I still don't know your name. How should I address you in the future? When you ran quickly, not daring to delay Lin An's time. She stopped in front of him, panting, and asked cautiously, "Lennon, you can call me whatever you want." Lennon didn't care about titles. He had no malicious intentions. In his past life, many Awakeners would recruit followers, even slaves. They would have these followers call them master. "Then I'll call you Lennon or Captain. You should be around my age, right? EM 24. Just graduated from university this year." Lennon glanced at Wenya upon hearing this. He was also 24, and they were indeed the same age. All right. Wenya gradually got used to Lin Anne's indifference and continued to ask, "You haven't told me why you want me to join yet? Also, you seem to be quite different from us." When you recalled Lin Anne's displayed powerful strength, feeling somewhat curious. "I previously asked Li Jiping. Like me, activated the player template. My strength is 3, and his is 4. How much do you have?" Lennon nodded and, after thinking for a moment, decided not to hide anything. "First, I want you to join because you're a mutant. Mutants can provide me with mental power, which you can understand as a way to enhance my strength. People like you are extremely rare, and once someone discovers you are a mutant, they will fight over you. Therefore, do not expose your identity as a mutant in front of outsiders. Second, I am an Awakener. Unlike ordinary players, I have another panel in addition to the player template. My strength is about 5 times yours." Wenya's heart shook. 5 times? Isn't that equivalent to being superhuman? "Third, my strength is 12 points. Actually, it's 14. For Lennon momentarily forgot that his attributes were increased by 20 in the team function. 14, Wenya exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, unable to suppress her astonishment. 14 points of strength. No wonder Lin and can smash a zombie skull with a single punch. Lin did not mind Wenya's surprise. If she knew that after surpassing the 10-point attribute limit, every point of strength would equate to a 30 increase, she would likely be even more shocked. "Your attributes should also have bonuses. This is a benefit of joining my team. You can check it for yourself later." Upon hearing this, Wenya hurriedly opened her player panel, her face filled with joy. When she saw an item labeled Member of the Rescuer Squad on her panel, her expression suddenly froze. Rescuer? Wenya wondered, feeling that this title had a special meaning. However, Lennon did not explain further, and she did not dare to ask casually. Lin N's already strange image was shrouded in a layer of mystery in her eyes. Did she seem to have encountered an extraordinary existence? She got in the car. Lennon did not look back and spoke. Wenya came to her senses and obediently followed behind. Lennon turned and mounted the motorcycle. Wenya looked at Lin Anne's back, her gaze flickering as she took a seat on the back. Virum! The motorcycle roared and the body shook. Amidst Wenya's exclamations, the motorcycle sped away. At high speed, the piercing cold wind forced her to hold onto Lin Anne's waist. Warmth, security. After a day and night without rest, her spirit was in a state of high tension for a long time. After holding on to Lin Anne, Wenya inexplicably felt a sense of peace. The motorcycle drew a black line on the highway like a black phantom. Moments later, drowsiness surged, and she could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Her hands instinctively tightened their grip. Lina noticed that Wenya had fallen asleep and slightly slowed down. In the distance, at the end of the highway leading into the city, tens of thousands of densely packed zombies gathered. Thousands of cars were crashed together, with scattered corpses everywhere. In the center of the highway, a boy squatted atop a small mountain made of corpses. He restlessly played with his severed arm in his hand, as if searching for something. Finding nothing, he casually threw the severed hand away and began to rummage through the pile of corpses beneath him again. No, it was this innocent child's voice, halting and stuttering. Not far away, the zombies gathered around the mountain of corpses but did not dare to approach. A circle of emptiness. It seemed that the seemingly harmless little boy at the top of the corpse mountain instilled a strong sense of fear in them. Clang! A zombie at the edge of the horde stumbled into that circle of emptiness, pushed by its companions. It lost its balance and fell to the ground, causing a piece of scattered metal to clatter. The boy suddenly raised his head, his eyes glowing red. Roar! An invisible shockwave erupted from his mouth, instantly shattering that zombie. The horde panicked. The mindless zombies exhibited strange emotions under the boy's intimidation. If Lena were here, she would realize that this was the instinctive deterrence exceeding level 3 that zombies displayed when facing mutants? No, it was not. Anger and madness manifested like a tangible shockwave sweeping through. In an instant, the surrounding zombies, along with the wrecked cars, turned to ash. The boy ultimately gave up searching and stood upright. A black fragment was embedded in his chest. No wind stirred. He slowly floated in midair, as if a puppet being pulled through the void. The boy's head turned stiffly to survey his surroundings. After a moment, he changed direction. The remaining horde of corpses followed in his wake. The horde surged forward. The target, the center of Linjiang City. Chapter 16, Psionic Plants. An hour later. Creak. The motorcycle slid to a stop. Lennon suddenly hit the brakes, his expression heavy. Not far away, a mountain of corpses loomed at the city entrance, and strangely, there were no zombies in sight. When you woke up, her eyes still hazy with sleep, Lennon didn't say a word and stopped abruptly, causing her chin to collide with his back, and it hurt quite a bit. Ugh, that hurts. Why is he so hard? Is this guy's body made of stone? When you couldn't help but complain internally, he really had no sense of cherishing delicate things. Lennon glanced back slightly, feeling nothing. His physical strength had reached 14. Let alone a collision, even an ordinary person with cold weapons would struggle to cut his skin in a hasty attack. The scene before him was indeed strange. He decisively activated the judgment eye to quickly check the situation. A large number of humans had died, their bodies piled into a mountain of corpses, yet there were no zombies present. This anomaly made him cautious. After scanning the judgment, I completed its analysis in a very short time. Survivors, 0. Zombies, 0. Destroyed vehicles, 219. The mountain of corpses was about 10 meters high, made up of at least 10,000 bodies. At the entrance of the highway, there are also a few corpses inside the fence and vehicles. On the ground, some meat chunks that hadn't been completely devoured were dark red, indicating they had been there for a while. Not far from the mountain of corpses, some shattered zombies circled around. After confirming that there were no threats nearby, Lennon cautiously approached the most bizarre corpse circle. What is this? Lennon took a few steps to stand in front of the shattered bodies, his expression serious. The shattered corpses had neat fractures, and the muscle tissue inside was almost turned into a pile of meat paste. This was not the result of an explosion or physical attack. Lennon lowered his head in contemplation, feeling a hint of unease. He glanced back at the mountain of corpses and compared it to the meat chunks in his hand. The top of the corpse mountain was flattened, suggesting something had stood on it, something capable of causing this kind of damage. Lennon repeatedly compared this in his memory, and after a moment, he reached a conclusion. The traces of psionic impact. Only psionic impacts could achieve such effects. A chill ran down Lennon's back. Psionic impacts could only be wielded by at least a Tier 3 Awakener or a mutant. An indiscriminate attack of such a large scale. It might even be more than Tier 3. What on earth is it? Lennon wondered. This shouldn't be. Whether it was an Awakener or a mutant zombie. Tier 3 beings shouldn't appear at the beginning of the game. From what he knew in his previous life, Tier 3 entities only appeared at least 6 months into the game. The day the Tier 3 Corpse King appeared, it led 1 million zombies to destroy a large safe base. Nearly 1 million casualties. In the end, the military had to use a large number of tactical missiles to eliminate it. Entities of this level could destroy organized military units by themselves. The thought of a suspected Tier 3 mutant appearing near Linjiang City weighed heavily on Lennon's heart. The existence that shouldn't have appeared according to his past memories. Was it due to the butterfly effect or something else? He had carefully examined the traces on the ground earlier. A large number of zombies had moved towards the Linjiang City area not long ago. If nothing unexpected happened, the zombie horde would migrate, likely led by that Tier 3 mutant. Danger was everywhere. Currently, he knew of at least 2 Tier 1 and above mutants in Linjiang City. One was a sewers, and the other was an unknown Tier 3 mutant. Headache. When you follow behind him, her footsteps heavy, her face pale. The shock of the mountain of corpses was overwhelming for her. Are there still living people in Linjiang City? This intersection is the only route out of Linjiang City. If this route is blocked and many survivors have died tragically, it means that currently no one can leave the city. When you asked Lin and in despair. Although after the apocalypse game started, All players were forcibly input with some information about the apocalypse game. Knowing and seeing were two different things. She had thought it would just be like the zombies in movies. But after seeing at least 10,000 bodies piled into a mountain, she suddenly realized that this world might not be that simple. There are. Lennon was silent for a moment before answering briefly. There are still at least 2 million survivors in Linjiang City. But this is not a good thing, because it means that in a week, there will be over 1 million zombies in Linjiang City. He knew what Wenya was really asking. She might still have parents or relatives in the city. Wenya opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose to give up. Let's go. Lennon turned back. Wenya fell a bit down, sadness in her eyes. He turned the motorcycle around, choosing a route that deviated considerably, opting to avoid the suspected path of the Tier 3 mutant. If they encountered a Tier 3 mutant, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Where are we going next? Wenya finally asked after a long time as she sat on the back seat. The flower shop. Lin An's response was as brief as ever. Xingyi Flower Shop. At the flower shop entrance, scattered flowers were trampled into muddy water. A few zombies were gnawing on half a corpse on the ground, the lower half clad in a skirt, looking like a young girl. Greedily, they tore off a strip of flesh and chewed it carefully. The shop door was tightly locked, and the iron roller shutter was pulled down. Not far away, a black motorcycle rushed over carrying 2 people. On the second floor of the flower shop, a middle-aged woman watched as the zombies trampled the flowers in front of the shop, her face full of heartache. When the apocalypse broke out, this shop was in a remote location with few zombies, which allowed her to survive by chance. However, as a street-side shop, there was no other exit besides the front door. Trapped on the second floor, she didn't even dare to go downstairs. The monsters in front of the door made her have no desire to go outside, but there was no food in the shop, and she knew she couldn't hold out for long. Boom! The motorcycle roared as Lin drove closer. Someone's coming. Seeing someone approaching, she hurriedly opened the window and shouted loudly, "Help! Come quickly! There are monsters at my door!" Roar! The zombies in front of the shop immediately raised their heads, their eyes bloodshot as they roared. The shop owner screamed in fright and quickly crouched down behind the window. Lennon looked up but found that the shop owner had disappeared. He didn't care and directly jumped off the motorcycle, heading straight for the flower shop. Quick battle. Quick decision. When entering the city, Lennon had made Wenya change into a set of firefighting protective gear, sealing the key parts with tape. He wasn't afraid of zombies, but that didn't mean Wenya wasn't afraid. Wenya, wearing an oversized helmet and ill-fitting firefighting gear, looked somewhat clumsy. Lennon led the way and charged into the horde of corpses, frenzied and swift. Wenya closely followed behind him, gripping an axe tightly, her expression tense and somewhat strained. Step forward and slash. Lin An's muscles bulged as he took a powerful step forward, right hand downwards. Like a knife slicing through the wind, it whistled through the air. The sharp Nepalese curved blade cut a trajectory, smashing the nearest zombie's head. Thick blood splattered onto the roller shutter, creating an ugly graffiti. Turning and sidekicking, Lin suddenly exerted force, turning to kick a nearby zombie. A standard military combat kick. Bang! The zombie, its mouth stuffed with flesh, just reacted when it was instantly blasted towards the roller shutter like a cannonball. The sound of flesh colliding with metal was jarring. In the distance, wandering zombies turned their heads like sharks smelling blood. Go in. Boom! Lin violently kicked the door, crushing a zombie that was left with only its upper body. Wenya followed up with a finishing blow, awkwardly chopping off the head of the last zombie with her axe. On the second floor of the flower shop, a pair of eyes full of shock and joy peeked out from behind the window. Thud, thud, thud. A short, plump middle-aged woman hurriedly came down the stairs. She was wearing an old gardening apron, constantly wiping her hands on it. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was going to die here. Thank you, God, for sending someone to save me. Do you have any food? I'm starving. The flower shop owner smiled broadly, her short, thick hands pleadingly reaching out toward Lin and frowned slightly, first grabbing a shelf inside the store as a barrier, blocking any potential zombies outside. Although the flower shop was on the outskirts of the city, there were still quite a few zombies. He tossed out a chocolate bar from his tactical pack. The owner hurriedly caught it and started eating it greedily, but her eyes occasionally glanced at the damaged door, showing some dissatisfaction. The shop was old and messy, with flowers piled haphazardly. It seemed the business was not doing well. Linen quickly scanned the area and instructed Wunya, go find all the brightly colored flowers. After being infected, the most common characteristic of psychic plants is their vivid colors. Wunya nodded in agreement and began rummaging through the shop behind Lin and Hey, don't rummage. What are you doing? Don't mess things up for me. The middle-aged woman in the gardening apron suddenly screamed loudly, still clutching half of the chocolate Lin had given her. Lin ignored her, only slightly furrowing his brows. When he was taken aback, why was the flower shop owner so greedy? Didn't she fear that Lin might suddenly kill her? Helpless, she could only explain, Boss, we just want to find something. Find? The owner's eyebrows raised, her eyes darting. I don't have your stuff. If you want something, bring money. It was her instinctive reaction. The flower shop owner, acting like a petty merchant, held out one hand, completely forgetting that Lin had saved her life. With the monsters outside gone, she no longer felt worried. Being older, she did not realize what the zombies outside truly represented. She couldn't understand the player panel that appeared during the apocalypse, thinking it was just her eyes playing tricks. Watching Lin and Wunya continue to search the shop without paying her any mind, she couldn't help but shout anxiously, Stop it! You're robbing me. I'll call the police. The mention of the police still held considerable deterrent power over ordinary people at that moment. Wunya hesitated for a moment with her actions upon hearing this, but after seeing Lin continue to search without stopping, she decided to pretend she hadn't heard. Shut up. Lin didn't look back, directly tossing a handful of cash from his pocket. Red bills fluttered to the ground. He didn't carry much change, only about 2,000 to 3,000. Although money had little meaning now, it still held great allure for most ordinary people who hadn't figured out the situation yet. Lin was too lazy to argue with the flower shop owner. Although his target was the psychic plants in the shop, he had also saved her life. It was one thing for this woman not to show gratitude, but it was another for her to act so demanding. If she dared to shout again, Lin wouldn't mind killing her with a knife. The zombies in the distance had likely already heard the noise. The narrow entrance of the shop could lead to significant trouble if they didn't find the psychic plants quickly, as it would attract a large number of zombies. Once the money fell, the plump flower shop owner was momentarily stunned before quickly picking up the bills from the ground. She stole a glance at Wunya, who was holding the axe, stuffed the money into her pocket, and then her eyes darted. Not enough. You broke my door. This shutter is electric, at least 20,000. The flower shop owner shouted at Lin, completely forgetting her previous state of hiding upstairs and begging for help. The act of giving money seemed to bolster her confidence. If they were really robbers, she wouldn't have dared to say a word in front of such fierce-looking people. You're giving food and money? People like that are the easiest to talk to. After filling her stomach, the flower shop owner raised her phone, pretending to call the police. If you don't give me money, I'll call the police right now and have them arrest you. She was excited, originally worried about how to deal with the flowers that had been ruined by the zombies outside and the resulting financial loss. Now, seeing Lin being generous, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of greed. When he was somewhat angry, her face showing displeasure. Why are you like this? We at least saved you, right? You didn't complain about the door when you were shouting for help. The flower shop owner looked disdainful, although when you held a fire axe. She had already internally decided that this group was easy to talk to, so she didn't feel threatened. You could wait for me to open the door. I asked you to save me, not to kick the door down. Swish. Lin pressed the sharp blade against the owner's throat with one hand, his gaze icy. If you shout again, I will kill you. With his excellent hearing, Lin had already picked up the sound of numerous chaotic footsteps approaching from a distance. If he allowed this woman to keep shouting, it would undoubtedly attract the zombies. The flower shop owner, like a duck with its neck being squeezed, abruptly fell silent. Fear gripping her. Don't kill me. Here, I'll give you everything. The owner trembled, her voice pleading softly as she sensed the killing intent in Lin-An's eyes. Lin ignored her and focused intently on a corner of the flower shop. The deep red, gold-edged roses didn't seem particularly eye-catching under the dim light. However, in Lin-An's vision, this flower emitted a faint psychic energy fluctuation. There really were psychic plants here. Psychic plant, gold-edged rose, psychic pollution level 1, effect, increases attributes after consumption. Lin was overjoyed as he walked over and didn't hesitate to swallow a petal in one bite. It was sweet and didn't have the bitter taste he had imagined. Ding! Gained 1 point of will, gained 1 point of constitution, gained 20 poison resistance zombie. A warm current surged from his lower abdomen to his limbs, and Lennon could clearly feel his physical condition improving significantly. His originally jade-like skin became even more translucent. Truly, these were psychic plants. Lennon was delighted. In his previous life, psychic plants were snatched up frantically by various factions as soon as they appeared. In the Apocalypse game, items that could enhance attributes were rare. Therefore, a complete psychic plant could be worth as much as a small base in the mid-apocalypse. If exchanged for food, it could be worth 6 trucks. If exchanged for women, for captives, one plant could be worth 2 to 3,000. If calculated based on the value before the apocalypse, saying a psychic plant was worth over 100 million would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, what made Lennon even happier was the additional attribute. Poison resistance 20? What a pleasant surprise. Lennon did not expect that psychic plants would also have special effects. Poison resistance, zombie. This added resistance was quite practical. This resistance did not delay the time of zombification, but directly provided immunity to a small amount of toxins. For minor scratches or grazes from zombies, Lennon could directly ignore them without worrying about infection. In the Doomsday game, even awakened ones cannot claim to be immune to the zombie virus. At most, they can resist infection for a longer time. Having antitoxins is a significant help for Lynn and when facing large-scale zombies. Perhaps, the place in the plan where a large number of zombies are gathered could be considered for an early visit. In Lin An's memory, there is a very powerful piece of equipment in the urban area of Linjiang City. However, that area is densely populated, and Lin originally planned to wait until forming a team before going to retrieve the equipment. After all, facing a massive zombie siege, even a slight scratch can easily lead to infection. But now, with the antitoxins, it might be worth a try. When you noticed the rare hint of joy on Lin An's usually indifferent face and couldn't help but feel curious. These flowers could actually make Lin happy. She presented a large bouquet of various colorful flowers in front of Lin and Lennon. Do you see anything you need here? Also, do these flowers have any special significance? Lennon looked at the flowers in Wenya's hands and activated his judgment eye again. A faint blue mist rose, and his pupils seemed to have stars swirling within them. Some plants or foods can mutate, and consuming them can enhance attributes. But not all of them are safe to eat. Some could be fatal. Lennon casually explained, spiritual plants shouldn't be eaten carelessly. This is a lesson paid for with many lives in my previous life. If it weren't for my judgment eye, I wouldn't dare to consume them recklessly. Enhancing attributes? Wenya was somewhat surprised, but she did not hesitate in her gesture of offering. Although she felt a desire to have some after learning that spiritual plants could enhance attributes, she was aware of her own position. She didn't have the right to ask Lin and for anything. So, if Lin didn't offer, she would never bring it up herself. Lin took the remaining flowers he found and examined them carefully, but he didn't notice that Wenya was slightly entranced after making eye contact with him. This was the first time Wenya saw Lin An's eyes after he activated his judgment eye up close, and she was slightly taken aback. Such deep eyes. In the depths of Lin An's pupils, faint golden flashes occasionally appeared, and under their gaze, it felt as if one could be drawn into them. Peony, ordinary plant. Effect, decoration. Iris, highly toxic spiritual plant, spiritual pollution, poisonous. Effect, decoration, body collapses after consumption. Carnation, ordinary plant. Effect, decoration. Highly toxic spiritual plant. Lennon pulled out the wisteria flower from the bouquet and examined it closely. After a moment of thought, he chose to carefully store it in his space ring. Although this highly toxic spiritual plant does not enhance attributes, its various bizarre and terrifying poisoning effects can still be useful. If utilized properly, it could be a trump card. He looked at the last plant. Lennon suddenly gasped, feeling somewhat incredulous. Damn! Purple Saint Roland. Level 2 Spiritual Pollution. Effect, increases attributes upon consumption. A Level 2 Spiritual Plant. Chapter 17. Secondary Psychic Plants. Lin and was overjoyed, feeling a surge of blood rush to his head. Although there was only a 1-character difference between primary and secondary psychic plants, their effects were worlds apart. In his previous life, He had seen information about a suspected secondary psychic plant only once in the chat channel over the course of 3 years. That single piece of information had sparked a frenzied scramble among dozens of second-tier awakeners in the East China War Zone. Ultimately, it was obtained by a top-level second-tier awakener, but only after the deaths of thousands of his team members. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin swallowed it whole. Buzz! A strong current of warmth surged through his body from the moment it entered. The violet that melted upon entry transformed into a fiery line that rushed into his body. Lin let out a muffled groan, feeling a wave of pain in his limbs. That was a sign of his body being transformed by psychic energy. As a large amount of psychic energy surged within him, a powerful force rose from his lower abdomen. Ding! Devoured secondary psychic plant. Gained 2 strength, 1 agility, 1 constitution, 1 willpower. Ding! Gained secondary psychic plant exclusive enhancement. 10 increase in explosive power. Ding! Gained secondary psychic plant exclusive strengthening. 10 increase in movement speed. After the enhancement ended, Lin was drenched in sweat, his gaze burning with excitement. Looking at the constantly refreshing light screen, he was filled with joy. It was truly too powerful. No wonder it was a secondary psychic plant. In addition to the high attribute bonuses, it also had rare additional effects. The 10 increase in explosive power meant he could deliver attacks that exceeded the limits of his strength attribute. The increase in movement speed was also crucial. In a Doomsday game, the speed at which one could escape from danger in the face of life and death was everything. With 2 incredibly powerful additional effects, he felt an endless surge of strength within him. Of course, Lin knew this was just an illusion brought on by the sudden increase in power. Let's give it a try. He raised his right fist and swung it through the air. Boom! A crisp explosion sounded as his fist broke through the air, creating a brief vacuum bang. In the small flower shop, objects were lifted by the air currents. Lin aimed at the thick wall, and with 1 punch, the reinforced concrete wall was instantly breached, revealing the street outside. Gulp! The shop owner's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. She had crouched down by the window while Lin was killing zombies, carefully observing how he moved. She had witnessed the moment Lin killed the zombie. Now, seeing him punch through a concrete wall, she couldn't help but feel utterly astonished. Is this even human? So terrifying. She cautiously shrank her neck, fearing that Lin would notice her. When he was also somewhat shocked, she knew how powerful Lin was, but he seemed even stronger than before. She clicked her tongue in disbelief and obediently remained silent. Lin retracted his right fist, his fair knuckles showing no signs of injury, only a slight red mark. His enhanced constitution had also improved his ability to withstand blows. He could probably stand there and let when you strike him without being harmed. As his strength increased, Lin gradually felt himself leaning towards becoming a non-human entity. Roar! Suddenly, a mass of footsteps echoed outside the store, accompanied by the growls of zombies. Lin looked up and peered through the hole he had created. Outside, it was a sea of darkness, with pairs of blood-red, savage eyes staring back at him. Hey, monster! The shop owner screamed, causing the zombies to become even more frenzied as they crashed into the shelves piled up at the entrance. It was as if she'd been struck with fear. The shop owner burst forth with a speed that was inconsistent with her plump figure, darting up the stairs. Click! The door was locked from the inside. Sounds of heavy objects moving could be heard, indicating she was trying to barricade the door. Wenyu was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat speechless. Her right hand instinctively grabbed Lin's arm. She sighed softly, casting a sympathetic glance at the tightly shut door on the second floor. In her mind, the shop owner had undoubtedly made the worst choice upon seeing the zombies. Running away alone and locking the door behind her, did she really think that would ensure her survival? No. The real way to survive was to stick with Lin. Let's go. Lin paid no mind to the shop owner's actions. He had seen such things many times in his previous life. Glancing outside, he noted that at least 400 zombies had appeared on the street. Without hesitation, he picked up Wenyu and began to move. Weighing less than 100 pounds, she felt weightless in his current state of strength. Lin took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Power erupted. A pale golden light flashed and disappeared into his body. His previously condensed muscles bulged as if they had exploded. As he activated his talent for the first time after the enhancement, Lennon felt as though time had slowed down. The zombies outside rushed to crash into the shelves. But to him, it looked like slow motion. Boom! Like a small cannonball, Lennon violently kicked out. The terrifying force sending half a ton of shelves and dozens of crowded zombies flying. Metal warped and flew out 10 meters. In an instant, the mass of zombies blocking the store entrance was temporarily cleared. Ha! Lennon let out a low shout, bending down and cradling Wunya as he shot out like an arrow. 10 meters per step. In a flash, he burst through the encirclement, leaving the other zombies with no time to react as they could only roar at the retreating Lennon. However, with the sounds echoing in this area, more and more zombies from the outskirts of the city were drawn in. The small space Lynn had cleared was quickly filled again by the incoming zombies. Under the small flower shop, thousands of zombies soon gathered. On the second floor window, the shop owner poked her head out and saw the street nearly filled with zombies. Her expression blank. The motorcycle roared as Wunya tightly wrapped her arms around Lin An's waist. Lennon, where are we going now? For some reason, even though they had only known each other for a few hours, Wunya felt as if she had known him for a long time. It was strange. There was a sense of familiarity about Lin An's city center. Lin An's gaze was calm, but a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. With his strength significantly increased, he should be able to retrieve some equipment from his past life memories. More power means more assurance. He recalled that there was a piece of equipment that could be considered top-notch in the early stages located at the edge of the city center. Further ahead in the city center, there were at least 1 million zombies and a large number of first-tier mutated beings. He had originally planned to enter the city on the 5th day, but now there was no reason not to change the plan. The increase in power exceeded his best expectations, and he even received an unexpected bonus of resistance to toxins. As long as he didn't provoke a large horde of zombies, with both enhancements, he felt a greater sense of assurance. Skull Crusher's Hand, the only blue equipment in Linjiang City during the apocalypse. Chapter 18 Dream Prete Hotel. After forcibly removing the iron lock from the rooftop door, Lin carefully entered the hotel with Wunya through the fire escape. It was already afternoon, and the windows of the privacy-focused hotel were tightly shut. Without any power supply, the interior was somewhat dim. In the 9th floor corridor, several zombies wandered aimlessly. There were quite a few dark red stains on the red carpet. The beautifully wallpapered walls of the corridor were splattered with blood, forming grotesque patterns. A female zombie, with only her upper body intact, crawled back and forth on one hand. Behind her, a male student zombie clutched a severed leg, gnawing at it as he followed her. It looked like her boyfriend. What a warm scene. Undoubtedly. The two were a couple of students who came here for a room. Lennon quickly locked onto his target, ready to clear the entire floor. The zombies wandering outside, exposing their targets, were not scary. The real danger was the zombies hiding in the rooms. Charging forward, Lin darted out from around the staircase corner, his knife piercing the male student zombie's brain like a sharp sword. One strike, and he was dead. The zombie with its brain damaged staggered and fell. The female zombie crawling at its feet hadn't reacted yet before Lin crushed her skull with a kick. Roar. The zombies not far down the corridor heard the noise and suddenly turned to roar. Unlike the slow zombies in movies, those in the Apocalypse game moved at an incredibly fast speed. The remaining zombies rushed toward Lin frantically. He slashed upward with a swing of his knife. Lin killed one and took a step forward. A counter slash. With a misstep transformation, 2 flashes of blade light disappeared in an instant. Under precise control of force, he easily sliced the remaining zombies in half. The combat skills honed over 3 years in the Apocalypse, combined with his powerful physical attributes, made Lin efficient and ruthless like a killing machine in close combat. In less than 3 seconds, the zombies in the corridor were cleared. When you gripped the fire axe with both hands, following behind Lin, she initially thought to assist Lin with any leftover zombies, but after seeing the bodies split in half all over the floor, she could only reluctantly lower her axe. She really seemed to be of no use. I'll look for a room card. Maybe I can show that I'm somewhat useful. When you hurriedly squatted down, forcing herself to endure the discomfort as she rummaged through the bodies. Lin tilted his head slightly, his gaze on her somewhat strange. Without power, what use is a room card? Ignoring the awkwardness of Wanya, Lin directly yanked at the door lock with his bare hands. The metal deformed, and the doorknob was easily pulled out. Nothing is simpler and more convenient than breaking down a door. Room 909. Upon entering the room, it was not very big, with a waterbed in the center. The walls were adorned with several erotic paintings. There were hanging chairs, yoga balls, and even a few black straps connected to the ceiling hanging above the bed. Wanya followed behind Lin and with a flushed face, not fully understanding their purpose, but thinking it looked impressive. You stay here and rest. I have something to do. After confirming there were no zombies hiding in the room, Lin planned to let Wanya rest there. The zombies on the 9th floor had been completely cleared, making it temporarily safe. Where are you going? You don't need me. Wanya raised her head, instinctively wanting to ask Lin and where he was going and why he didn't want her to follow. I have something to do. This space is too small. It's not safe for you to follow me. Lin came to the Dream Prete Hotel not just to find a nearby place to stay. If you remember correctly, there was a mutated zombie here. His current awakened level and player rank were just one mutated entity away from leveling up. Once he reached level 1, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. When he faced the mutated entity later, when you would only be a burden if she followed him. Her real role was to participate in battles against the Stitcher after she awakened in a few days, or to help establish a force in the future as a logistics provider for spiritual power. When you didn't say anything more, she wasn't foolish enough to act recklessly like the female supporting characters in movies. Lin left the room, leaving some food for her. He had heard Wanya's stomach growling several times along the way, but she hadn't spoken up. When he reached the end of the corridor and was about to head downstairs, he suddenly heard an unusual sound. Click! The door to room 901 suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man with a young woman emerged from inside. Hello, comrade. The middle-aged man seemed a bit excited, with a scruffy face. He instinctively reached out to shake Lin-An's hand, looking like someone who worked as a steward. Lin took a step back, his eyes cold. The man's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. Please allow me to introduce myself. The middle-aged man cleared his throat habitually, while the young woman beside him secretly assessed Lin. I am the head of the forestry department. My name is Wang Jiangwo. This big brother, my name is Xiao. The woman spoke in a flirtatious tone, unable to resist throwing a seductive glance at Lin. She pulled her top down a bit more. Lin remained unmoved and quickly understood their relationship. First of all, I want to thank you for rescuing us. I am very grateful for that. Swish! Lin pointed his knife at the middle-aged man's throat, cutting off his incessant bureaucratic chatter. This person before him was likely an official, and he was too verbose. Just get to the point. A hint of killing intent made the two step back, nearly losing their balance. The middle-aged man regained his composure, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. He held a high position and was usually respected. Who wouldn't flatter him? However, he had been trapped in a room for days and didn't know what the outside world had become. After observing through the peephole, he had seen Lin and easily dispatched the zombies that had surrounded him. A thought arose in his mind to have Lin protect him. If there were many such monsters outside, then the only hope of getting out lay with Lin and comrade. As long as you are willing to escort me to the government office, I will definitely apply for commendation from my superiors for you. This will be quite beneficial for your future development. Getting a government job won't be difficult then. Wang Jiangwo suppressed his displeasure and spoke to Lin in a flattering tone. Upon hearing this, Lin scoffed and sheathed his knife, turning to leave, uninterested. Seeing Lin remain unmoved, a sudden surge of anger rose in Wang Jiangwo's heart. I am, after all, a leader. What kind of attitude is this? Young man, think it through. I still hold some weight in the forestry department. Right now, I can't get through on the phone, and I'm looking for your help because the officials can't find me. Don't waste such a good opportunity. Xiao leaned against Wang Jiangwo, chiming in, this big brother, Director Wang's position is quite significant. If you're willing to take us away, what demands can't you make later? Hearing Xiao speak up to persuade him, Director Wang nodded in satisfaction. Lin sneered. Idiots. Officials? If nothing unexpected happens. The government building has likely become a den for zombies. According to his memories from his previous life, there were at least 10 mutated entities lurking inside. Seeing Lin's footsteps show no signs of stopping, Xiao's expression changed in a hurry. Director Wong, why don't we follow him for now? Wang Jiangwo's face darkened as he nodded. In the past few days, he had witnessed the terrifying scenes of zombies eating people. If Lin hadn't cleared the corridor, he wouldn't have dared to step outside at all. Seeing Lin and getting further away, the two hurriedly followed behind. 8th floor. Lin pushed open the heavy fire door, his gaze focused. In the center of the corridor, a room was filled with dozens of zombies continuously banging against the door. It seemed someone inside was making noise. Inside the room, a couple looked terrified, hiding in the corner. The door frame was slightly falling apart from the zombies' relentless banging, and it looked like the zombies outside were about to break in. A fist-sized hole had already been punched into the cheap wooden door. "You sure how? What should we do?" The girl asked the boy beside her, her voice trembling with a hint of crying. You Sure How glanced at her, his face filled with hatred. "What do you expect me to do? You filthy bitch. You came here on your period and still wanted to share a room with me. Are you out of your mind?" In a fit of anger, You Sure How slapped the girl across the face, his expression full of resentment, and then kicked her. After the zombie outbreak, he chose to lock the door and hide, having watched many movies. From his observation, there were still quite a few living guests on this floor. Since yesterday, the zombies had only been banging against their door and not looking for anyone else. It was clear that it was because of the girl's strong blood scent. "You sure how? You're not like this, right? You said you would love and protect me." The girl, with the last glimmer of hope and tear-stained cheeks, subconsciously tried to find excuses for him, thinking maybe he was just too scared. "Fuck off." You Sure How, feeling dead inside, irritably pressed on his new phone, trying to make a call. It was useless. A phone with no signal was no better than a brick. In a fit of rage, he couldn't help but smash the phone on the ground to vent his frustration. The phone was bought by the girl through a part-time job. You Sure How had told her that the phone was not good, and if she wanted him to keep in touch, she should buy him a new one. The ground was littered with shards. The girl covered her face in disbelief and quietly sobbed, slowly loosening her grip on the boy's arm. Her name was Zhou Fong, and she was a university classmate of the boy. He had pursued her for a long time, always gentle and caring towards her. She felt a bit insecure about her looks, but for the first time, someone treated her so well, and she agreed to You Sure How's pursuit out of gratitude. Before the apocalypse broke out, he had pestered her to come out, saying it was a private cinema. With no experience, she naively agreed. Little did she know that when danger struck, You Sure How would show his true colors. Roar! A zombie howled, and a decaying arm reached through the hole in the door. The boy looked terrified, staring intently at the hand. "We can't wait any longer." The girl, who was sobbing with her head down, didn't notice that the boy beside her suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with malice. He pulled out a small knife from his keychain and stabbed directly at Zhou Fong's ankle. "You filthy bitch, didn't you say you love me?" With a sinister grin, he stepped on the girl's other leg and did the same. "If you love me, then die for me." Chapter 19 Bloody Witch at the end of the corridor. Lennon paused for a moment to think. He only knew that there had been a mutated creature in this hotel in his past life, but he didn't know exactly where it was. That mutated creature was called the Bloody Witch by people, and her methods were extremely brutal, although she was not very powerful. Survivors in Linjiang City were terrified of her during the early apocalypse. The reason was simple. The Bloody Witch enjoyed torturing and killing, and any player who died at her hands would suffer in human torment. Could it be that he had to clear each floor to find her? Lennon muttered to himself, feeling a bit helpless. "Forget it. Let us end this quickly." Clang, clang. Lennon walked out casually tapping the edge of the wall with the Nepalese curved knife in his hand. The metallic clanging was sharp. The zombies surrounding the door suddenly turned their heads. But surprisingly, only a few charged at Lennon crack. The door frame fell apart. Under the continuous gnawing and crashing of the zombies, the door was opened. A large number of zombies rushed in. Inside, You Sure How held a small knife, his expression manic. He was tugging at Wang Fong's hair, disregarding the girl's struggles. Blood flowed from his wrist, and Wang Fong's ankle was pierced and weak. "Stupid bitch, you die first." With the girl's scream, You Sure How directly threw her into the crowd of zombies, and not feeling secure, he kicked her hard from behind. He was clear about his thoughts. When the zombies broke through the door, throwing Wang Fong into the horde was his only chance to survive. The girl, thrown into the zombie crowd in despair, was torn apart by dozens of decaying hands, her clothes and flesh ripped away. Her skin was being vivisected. The horde of zombies ignored Yu Shihao in the corner, instinctively savoring the delicious meal. A chunk of flesh was bitten off her face, emitting a piercing scream of pain. Yu Shihao didn't dare to look in her eyes. Those eyes were filled with intense despair and resentment. Now is my chance. Like giving himself a pep talk, he let out a furious roar. His gaze was fierce, hands protecting his head as he crazily charged towards the door while the zombies were busy devouring Wang Fong. 2 meters, 3 meters. He usually exercised, so his physical condition was decent. In a desperate burst of energy, he managed to break free from the encirclement of zombies. I'm alive. Yu Shihao was overjoyed, rolling and crawling into the corridor. Stepping forward, Lin cleanly slashed and killed the few zombies charging at him. His cold gaze fixed on the boy who had just rushed out of the room. Such a fast knife. So strong. Yu Shihao lay on the ground, dumbfounded as he watched Lin sheath his knife. He glanced back at the zombies that were finishing off Wang Fong, as if he thought of something. Big brother, please save me. My girlfriend was eaten by zombies, and I couldn't save her. Please help me. He crawled over, his face full of humility and flattery. Kneeling at Lin An's feet, as if deeply saddened, he squeezed out a few tears and looked pleadingly at Lin and remained silent. He had no interest in saving anyone. He ignored him and walked directly towards the horde of zombies that was devouring Wang Fong. Didn't he know if his group of zombies had any traces of the bloody witch? Yu Shihao slumped to the ground, feeling a surge of delight. This person is so strong. It looks like I'm really going to be saved. Stupid bitch, you at least died worthily. Yu Shihao sneered in his heart, feeling no guilt at all. Watching Lin charge into the horde of zombies was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. A few flashes of the knife, and half of the horde was slain. His eyes darted, and several ideas began to take shape in his mind. He was not like the few people Lin had encountered before. He was slightly older and still hadn't figured out the situation. During the time trapped in the room, he had carefully read the few lines of explanation in the Apocalypse game, combining it with the novels and movies he had seen. He roughly guessed that this world might be completely different now. If nothing unexpected happened, there were probably zombies everywhere outside. Seeing how powerful Lin was, he naturally wanted to find every way to cling to him. Otherwise, he had no confidence in surviving on his own. Bang! Yu Shihao's eyelids twitched, watching Lin crush the last zombie's skull as if stepping on a burst water balloon. This big brother, may I ask how to address you? He quickly stood up, eagerly taking off his jacket, wanting to help Lin wipe off the blood. Get lost. Lin coldly spat out a word, scaring him into not daring to approach. He had just activated the judgment to search for clues. Neither group of zombies had any information about the bloody witch. For mutated creatures like this, they usually brought some changes to the surrounding zombies. He wondered if the bloody witch was on a lower floor or if she hadn't mutated yet. If it was the latter, it would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. Killing zombies that hadn't mutated wouldn't level him up. Blindly searching for other mutated creatures in the city was tantamount to seeking death. Without enough levels, the equipment in the hospital might not be obtainable. One link led to another. There could be no mistakes. At this moment, Wang Ju and the others who had followed Lin down from upstairs also arrived on the 8th floor. Lin paused for a moment, looking at the 3 people with different expressions, and slowly asked, "Have you seen any particularly special female zombies? Or was there any area where the zombies are abnormal?" Hearing Lin actively asking, Yu Shihao, eager to show off, quickly spoke up. "Big brother, there are many female zombies here. I'm not sure what you mean by special." Lin pondered for a moment. He actually didn't know either. The bloody witch had no visual information appearing in the chat channel. Apart from knowing the name and her power, he knew nothing else. If he were to say special, it might have some connection to the words bloody witch. Bloody witch. Wang Ju and the others looked awkward. They couldn't understand what Lin was saying at all. Yu Shihao thought hard, but couldn't come up with any information regarding the bloody witch. "Big brother, I've been staying in my room since the apocalypse broke out and haven't gone outside." Yu Shihao chuckled nervously, afraid Lin would think he was worthless. "If you want to search, I can help you. This building is so large, it wouldn't be convenient for you to search alone. My physical condition is not bad. I definitely want to hold you back. Like showing loyalty, Yu Shihao directly opened his player panel, respectfully presenting it to Linen. Player information. Yu Shihao, level 0, strength, 7 agility, 6 constitution, 6 will, 8. His attributes were decent, considered above average among ordinary people. Big brother, may I ask how much strength you have? Yu Shihao thought of Lin N's display of strength earlier, his heart racing. If only I had such strength. Would I still be trapped by zombies at the door in despair? I saw your performance just now. It was really impressive. With such strong power. Your attributes must be at least 11 points, right? Lin frowned slightly. Although Yu Shihao was hiding it well, constantly flattering himself, Lin could tell he was testing him. 10 points was the human limit. This was one of the few explanations in the attribute panel. Yu Shihao asking if he had 11 points implied he was probing whether Lin N's strength exceeded the human limit. Lin didn't respond, just preparing to go to the next floor. Seeing that Lin didn't reply, Yu Shihao didn't mind. He quickly followed in Lin N's footsteps. Big brother, please accept me. I'll do whatever you ask. I definitely want to hold you back. Lin frowned slightly. Accept him? Yu Shihao's attributes were decent, and he was good at reading people's expressions. People like this are much more useful than ordinary ones. However, he doesn't intend to waste opportunities on regular people. And the tasks of a savior squad also restrict this. As for schemes and inherent nature, with the system's constraints, once you join the team, you can't think about plotting against him. This point doesn't need to be worried about. Yu Shihao noticed that Lin ignored his hints, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it. This guy must know how to enhance his strength. He needs to find a way to get information out of him. Not daring to show it. Yu Shihao still respectfully followed Lin and walked in the front, with Wang Ju and the others following closely behind, not daring to fall too far behind. The group continued down the stairs, and suddenly the dim corridor behind them twisted. Wang Feng's incomplete half-face stared blankly at the ceiling, her eyes filled with silent resentment. No one noticed. Chapter 20. The Awakened Black Bear, second floor of the hotel. Lin shook off the bloodstains on his hands, feeling somewhat disappointed. After searching down from the 9th floor, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the suspected bloody witch. Instead, the number of survivors behind him was increasing, now totaling 27. Most of the survivors were couples, as single people wouldn't come here for no reason. Of course, there are also a few special combinations. Go! Hurry up and wipe Lin Ji's sweat. A middle-aged businessman, dressed flamboyantly, pushed the woman beside him with a smirk, signaling her to step forward and wipe away the non-existent sweat from Linen. The woman was his lover, whom he usually doted on, but at this moment, he wouldn't mind sending her to Linen, even offering his wife without hesitation. The crowd followed suit, praising and flattering Linen. These survivors had almost witnessed Lin and slaughtering zombies like a god of death. Out of fear, most hoped to build a good relationship with him. A few young people looked at Lin and, with admiration, holding fire axes for courage. Some women dressed in professional attire secretly tore their already sexy clothes a bit, hoping to catch his attention. No need. Lin coldly rejected the towel offered to him, feeling a bit irritable. It wasn't that he was annoyed by the people following him. Although these people couldn't help much, they could serve as bait. The murderous desire of mutated zombies was far greater than that of ordinary zombies. The denser the crowd, the more likely they were to attract them. Just like in his past life, the larger the safe zone, the more frequent the waves of zombies and mutated beings. He had no intention of saving anyone. These people followed him voluntarily after he killed the zombies. Following the strong was human instinct. Of course, enjoying his protection also came with an appropriate price. The last floor. Lin didn't have high hopes as he prepared to go downstairs. The first floor was the lobby, facing the hospital entrance, separated only by a road. The elevator on the first floor of the hotel was already out of service, and the stairs were blocked with debris. Perhaps the meat inside the hospital wasn't moving fast, as most of the zombies on the surrounding streets were concentrated inside the hospital, with very few gathered around the hotel. Suddenly, bang, a heavy object fell. The loud noise was deafening. The sound came from a road, followed by a series of car alarms. Lingo, there's a monster. Yu Shihao reacted the fastest. He rushed to the window to see what was happening and looked horrified. There are people on the road. A few young people shouted in fear, as if there were a terrifying presence outside the window. Lennon quickly walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. That was, in the middle of the road, a dozen survivors were frantically fleeing. Bringing up the rear was a bald man. He was dodging the vehicles that were crashing down like cannonballs, showing impressive reflexes. Lennon was slightly taken aback. Unlike the panic and fear of those present, Lennon looked at the monster chasing those survivors with a smile. "Hello, Devourer," in the middle of the road. The 3-meter-tall Devourer easily grabbed a car and hurled it at the bald man. The bald man rolled adeptly, dodging with a speed that seemed uncharacteristic for his physique. Boom! The hybrid fuel car exploded into a towering fireball upon impact. Thick smoke enveloped the area. "Old Zhang, get inside the building. That monster is too big. It can't get in. You'll be safe inside." A strong man running in the middle of the group shouted back to the bald man, his eyes frantic. "Don't worry about me. You go in first. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't kill it." The bald man was also quite muscular. He tore off his tattered shirt. His glistening muscles reflected the sunlight, his waist almost twice that of an average person. "Damn it. Bear transformation." The bald man shouted in anger and stopped dodging. With a burst of black light entering his chest, his body instantly expanded, muscles bulging as if they were about to explode. Roar! The bald man's head transformed. His body was covered in black fur, and in the blink of an eye, he morphed from a human into a black bear over 2 meters tall. Bang! The Devourer's claws struck out, but were blocked by the massive hands of the transformed bear. It was like a collision between trucks. The Devourer let out a sharp scream, its body leaning back. Meanwhile, the bear man stumbled back 2 steps. In the clash between the two monsters, he was only slightly at a disadvantage. The black bear pushed off the ground, causing it to cave in. He swung his arms like a hammer, striking down towards the Devourer's head. Bang! The collision of flesh on flesh. The Devourer's hard skull instantly caved in halfway. A glimmer of joy flashed in the black bear's eyes. However, contrary to his expectations, the bear man's full-strength strike only resulted in that. An attack that could kill any creature didn't inflict significant damage on the Devourer. That day, Lynn had severed half of the Devourer's head, but hadn't killed it. Now, just a dent in its skull was nothing. Whoosh! The Devourer's claws struck again, easily slicing through the black bear's defenses. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The black bear looked shocked, staggering back 2 steps, its massive body swaying. "Old Zhang!" The strong man protecting the fleeing crowd shouted in rage, eyes bloodshot. "Damn monster, I'll fight you." They had been brothers for years, akin to family. Seeing the Devourer's claws strike again, he frantically pulled out a handgun from his pocket. "Come on, beast. Your grandpa is here." Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, bullets shooting out like water. However, it was all in vain. The Devourer's powerful muscle tissue easily blocked the bullets. The yellow-orange shell was ejected in a very short time by the surging muscles. Like an enraged beast, the Devourer abandoned its claws, aimed at the black bear, and instantly appeared before the strong man at an exaggerated speed. A claw struck out. The gun-wielding strong man was sliced into 3 pieces, the wound as if cut by a laser. The severed head's eyes were wide open in fury. Ah! The bear-transformed bald man was filled with grief and rage. "Beast, I will make you die." His strength surged to its limit, and the wound that had been tightly closed burst open, blood spraying everywhere. He forced himself up and charged at the Devourer at any cost. On the 2nd floor of the hotel, everyone huddled in fear behind Lin, and Wang Ju was trembling, his legs shaking. When the monster from a movie appeared in reality, the immense shock was enough to cause a breakdown. Just the appearance of the Devourer was enough to make ordinary people feel incapable of any resistance. Clack, clack, clack. Teeth chattering. A few young people holding fire axes clutched them tightly. They had just been bragging to their female companions while following Lin downstairs, thinking that watching Lin and kill zombies was nothing more than a game. But seeing such a powerful monster in reality made them feel that their previous thoughts were utterly ridiculous. "Lingo, we should hide. They're going to attract the monster over here." Yu Sure Hao swallowed hard. Damn it. How can there be such a monster? Yeah, Lin Yi. Let's hurry upstairs and hide. Everyone began to persuade Lin and at the window, wanting to escape. It's not that they are grateful for Lin and saving them. They are unwilling to leave Lin behind. Most of them are worried that there might still be zombies inside the building, and having Lin with them feels safer. As for running away, although everyone believes Lin and is very strong, he is only dealing with zombies. The gap between zombies and lick eaters is as vast as that between adults and infants. They just witnessed the immense power of the bald man after he transformed, capable of matching a lick eater in strength. He is truly a non-human existence. It seems that this level of power is not much different from Lin An's. However, the bald man was almost killed by the lick eater in a single blow, so Lin naturally wouldn't be able to defeat it either. Lin stood in front of the window, unmoved, his gaze intense. He initially thought he wouldn't find the bloody witch and would have to waste time looking for a lick eater to kill. Unexpectedly, it came knocking at his door. What made Lin even happier was that an awakened one had come along with it. After watching the battle between the first awakened one he encountered after his rebirth and the mutated creature for a while, Lin gained some insights. His luck was quite good. The bald man is an awakened one, but he should only be at level 0. Perhaps he could recruit him? Seeing the bald man on the verge of death, Lin decided to stop watching. Boom! The windowsill cracked, and the concrete and steel wall was directly shattered by Lin, revealing the steel reinforcement inside. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, Lin instantly appeared downstairs at the hotel at a speed difficult to discern with the naked eye. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Lin descended from the sky, crushing the asphalt road beneath his feet. Huh! A roar echoed like thunder. Lin, dragging his sword with one hand, fixed his gaze on the lick eater not far away, his fighting spirit rising. Roar! Another little bug was provoking him. The lick eater let out a sharp scream, discarding a severed black bear's arm. Accelerate, accelerate. The lick eater's massive body crushed the cars along the way, charging wildly toward Lin smiled cruelly. His pace quickening. Clang! The blade emitted a buzzing sound. The tip aimed directly at the lick eater's forehead. Power surged. With a low shout, golden spiritual energy surged into Lin An's body, instantly boosting his strength. Blood surged, and his heart raced like an engine. Come on, let me see. Can I slice you? This beast in one blow. Chapter 21. Instant kill. Lin An's bones crackled as he concentrated all his strength in his right hand. With a single slash, a fierce wind surged forth. The power that transcended human limits made this basic move in swordsmanship seem incredibly formidable. Roar! The devourer instantly swung its claws, creating a stark contrast in size between the two in the eyes of the onlookers. Crack! The massive claws shattered. The chilling blade's residual force did not diminish, and a line of blood spread from the devourer's head. Lin continued his stride, moving straight ahead. 5 seconds later, the moment the devourer's giant claw touched Lin An's head, it came to a halt. Flesh and blood separated. The enormous body slowly split in two. Lin walked silently past the split body of the devourer. A second later, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. Ding! Player has killed a Tier 1 mutant, Devourer. A wave of white light surged from the devourer's corpse and entered Lin An's body. Ding! Level up conditions met. Congratulations, player. Current player level 1. Ding! Advancement conditions met. Congratulations, awakened. Current awakening level Tier 1. 2 streams of power surged from the void and quickly vanished within Lin An's body. Warmth and comfort washed over him, washing away his fatigue. Ding! Player level has increased. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Will 1. Ding! Awakened tier has increased. Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Will 2. Double the power increase. Lin greedily inhaled, feeling the growing strength within him. Very good. The black bear that had collapsed on the ground had already shrunk back to human form. The bald man's awakened ability was bear transformation, but the duration was not long. Having sustained severe injuries and nearing death, he could no longer maintain his black bear form. He clutched his severed arm, eyes filled with shock, as if he had seen a monster. The sight of Lin effortlessly slaying the devourer might have shocked others, but it was nothing compared to the intensity of the bald man's reaction. He had faced the devourer before. It seemed evenly matched at first. But after a single failed strike, he had exposed a flaw and was severely injured by the devourer. But he knew very well that even if he were given 100 lives, he wouldn't last more than a few seconds against the devourer. Too strong. How? Did you do it? The bald man's throat moved. Watching Lin walk towards him as if taking a stroll, his eyes were filled with admiration. Just slash down once. Lin casually replied. With his current strength, it was perfectly normal to kill the devourer with a single powerful slash. The bald man. Lin smiled slightly, not caring about the bald man's feelings. So can you still move? Lin looked at his body. The massive wound that had been pierced through his chest by the devourer was slowly healing. However, his incomplete left arm had merely stopped bleeding and hadn't regenerated. This recovery speed is a bit fast, Lin thought to himself. It seemed that the bald man's strength was greater than he had imagined. Awakened beings had powerful physical qualities, and their recovery abilities were decent, but healing from such injuries this quickly was rather unusual. An ordinary person would have long been dead. Does the beast transformation skill come with enhanced physique? Perhaps it's related to the talent of awakening. The speed after beast transformation may not be good, but the physique is still decent. He could be considered a good meat shield, Lin evaluated in his mind. I can still move. The bald man nodded and struggled to get up from the ground. Hello, my name is Zhang Tai. The bald man extended his right hand. His voice was rough, and his smile, with bared teeth, wasn't pretty, but it was sincere. Lin, thank you for saving me, Brother Lin. Zhang Tai's face was full of gratitude, and it didn't seem fake. If it weren't for Lin An's intervention, he would probably have ended up like his brother, dead. I really don't know what to. Let's talk about it later. The zombies are coming over. Lin interrupted Zhang Tai, glancing at the hospital's entrance in the distance. Several zombies were gathering towards this side. All right, Zhang Tai didn't say much more, keeping his gratitude in his heart. As the two passed by the body of the strong man, Zhang Tai quickly picked up the corpse and held it close to his chest, his eyes red. Rest in peace. Lin could sense Zhang Tai's sorrow and couldn't help but offer some comfort. He had brothers too and naturally understood how painful that feeling could be. And Jing Tian and Xia. Hold on, wait for me to come back. Lin thought of the siblings in the Yuan Shao community, his gaze firm. They ran quickly. Both were awakened, and their speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. In just a few seconds, they rushed into the hotel lobby. Brother Zhang. The crowd chattered. The dozen or so survivors who had fled into the hotel excitedly surrounded them, asking after each other's well-being. However, when they saw the body of Zhang Tai's companion in his arms, their expressions turned somber. It seemed this group knew each other. Several older men took the body from Zhang Tai's hands and quietly placed it on a piece of red cloth. Lin remained silent, simply blocking the hotel entrance again. Boom! A few tons of a sedan was dragged by Lin alone, blocking the entrance. The crowd looked on with some fear. This fear was different from the fear of facing zombies. It was the instinctive awe of ordinary people towards the strong. Zhang Tai seemed to be the leader of the group. Noticing that his companions were somewhat scared, he immediately introduced Lin. This is Lin, my savior. Everyone just saw it. It was all thanks to Brother Lin that I could be alive. Zhang Tai finished speaking and deeply bowed. The crowd expressed their gratitude, bowing in unison to Lin. Among the survivors, a young girl who looked to be around 17 or 18 had tears in her eyes. She wore a baseball cap and had her hair tied in a simple ponytail. Dressed in sportswear, she radiated youthful energy. The girl was beautiful, clearly a beauty in the making. Brother Lin, you saved my brother's life. This kindness, Yue will never forget. Lin smiled faintly. Yue resembled Wenya. Both were youthful and full of vitality, though Wenya seemed a bit more mature. Yue wiped away a tear and turned to Zhang Tai. Brother, your hand. I'm fine, Yue, don't cry. Our Zhang family doesn't allow crying. Zhang Tai grinned, forcing a smile through his rough features to comfort the little girl in front of him. Looking at the two before him, Lin had a somewhat strange expression. He had thought Yue had the surname Yu and was just calling Zhang Tai brother like everyone else. He never expected them to actually be siblings. One was a robust man with a face full of flesh, while the other was petite and cute, delicate and weak. The difference between them was too great for children of the same parents. Zhang Tai seemed to sense Lin Anne's unusual gaze and suddenly pulled Yu Wei's hand to walk in front of Lin and brother Lin. "This is my sister," Zhang Tai said proudly. Lin in Chapter 22, Recruitment, second floor of the hotel. With the addition of 15 new survivors, the total number of survivors inside the hotel has reached 42. The noise is overwhelming. The hotel has been cleared out, and the survivors who escaped the disaster are discussing among themselves. Those who have been trapped in the hotel are eagerly asking the newcomers about the outside world. The answers are unsatisfactory. Panic and despair spread among the crowd. During the conversation, most people occasionally steal glances at Lin and Zhang Tai, who are standing by the window. "Brother Lin, are you saying you wanted to join your team?" Zhang Tai turned his head to look at the companions he brought with him. His voice was loud, drawing many ears to listen. The crowd looked on enviously. The newcomers might not know that every survivor in the hotel had expressed a desire to join Linen's team, but Linen had ignored them completely. Seeing Zhang Tai being actively invited made many feel a bit jealous. Linen had killed the Devourer with a single strike. With such strength, wouldn't following him mean walking through the apocalypse with ease? Linen calmly nodded. Zhang Tai had a decent character. As an awakened one, he could have escaped when facing the Devourers, but chose to hold the rear for everyone. Looking at the people he brought, more than half were elderly, weak, or disabled. At least from the information Lin and observed, this person had a sense of loyalty. His strength was also quite good. An awakened one with a physical build could help him share a lot of the pressure during combat. Zhang Tai smiled brightly. "Brother Lin thinks highly of me. It's my honor. Not only will I join, but I would even give my life for you." Without a second thought, Zhang Tai accepted Lin Anne's team invitation without even looking at the team entry information. Ding! New member added to the Savior Squad. 1. Current members. 3. Joining member, Zhang Tai. Awakened, gains a 10 attribute boost. Ding! Team member Zhang Tai. Loyalty 70. He won't betray you unless you touch his bottom line. The last item was only visible to Lin and pondered. It seemed that the initial loyalty was not constant. Zhang Tai's loyalty rose to 70 points because he was saved by Lin and was straightforward in nature. It appeared he was indeed as simple as he looked, without much scheming. What? Zhang Tai's eyes widened suddenly after joining, looking extremely surprised. "Welcome aboard." Lin smiled indifferently. As it seemed, Zhang Tai felt his strength had significantly increased the moment he joined. "Oh my God!" Zhang Tai exclaimed, clicking his tongue in disbelief. "Why did my power suddenly increase by 1? 3. What the hell? My constitution increased by 1. 5. Agility and willpower have all increased. Captain Lin, what's going on?" Zhang Tai, feeling the sudden surge of power within him, was somewhat excited. Lin looked at the shocked Zhang Tai, a slight smile on his lips. The 10 attribute boost after joining the Savior Squad might not seem like much, but once experienced, it wouldn't feel that way. Players had to fight hard to kill mutated creatures to level up, gaining only 1 point at level 1. Awakened ones had it better, but even leveling up only granted about 3 points. The earlier levels were manageable, but the later ones required a terrifying amount of psychic energy and mutated creatures. Leveling up was difficult, and many people remained stuck at level 1 until death. For most awakened ones, this 10 boost meant at least over 1 point. A boost of over 1 point was equivalent to being given a level for free. In the Apocalypse game, even the slightest attribute was extremely precious. So it was normal for Zhang Tai to be so excited. It could be considered a benefit of joining my team. However, it was also because you're an awakened one, and your basic attributes are high that you gain so much. Upon hearing it was a benefit of joining the team, the crowd's breathing became a bit hurried. Joining the team could also make one stronger? Awakened ones? High basic attributes? Yu Shihao quickly understood why Lin and would recruit Zhang Tai. He was quick-witted and soon connected the dots. Awakened ones must be those like Lin and Zhang Tai, whose strength far surpassed ordinary people. After Zhang Tai joined the team, his strength increased. Was this how it worked for all awakened ones who joined team? Or was it unique to Linen? He stared at his player template for a long time, which had nothing but attributes. He couldn't find the team function at all. In a half-understanding state, he perked his ears, afraid of missing any conversation between the two. However, Linen did not speak again. He communicated with Zhang Tai through the team chat, saying, Do not disclose our team's information to outsiders. You can mention the attribute boost, but do not leak the name and team communication feature. Zhang Tai suddenly heard Lin An's voice in his head, yet he didn't see Lin An's mouth move. It felt like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. I understand, Captain. Is this also a benefit of joining the team? He stammered as he tried to use the team communication to contact Lin An, his eyes burning with excitement. He wasn't stupid. Having once been a soldier and later working as a bodyguard, he knew how important communication was. Now that global communication had lost its effectiveness, with landlines and mobile phones being useless, a means of private real-time communication was extremely practical. The crowd heard Zhang Tai's exclamation about his attribute boost, and their envy intensified. To join Linen's team and also become stronger. Sigh, why wasn't I an awakened one? Yu Shihao stood alone in a corner, surrounded by the crowd's exclamations. He clenched his fists tightly. An awakened one. I want to become an awakened one too. After witnessing the horror of zombies and devourers, his thirst for power far surpassed before. Yu Shihao's gaze was eager and fervent. Linen was so strong. He must know how to become an awakened one. Inside a room on the 9th floor of the hotel, Lin and Zhang Tai and Yue looked out the window at the hospital across the street. Zhang Tai, you said you escaped from the hospital. What is the situation like there now? Are there any creatures like the Devourers? Zhang Tai frowned. Captain Lin, to my knowledge, there shouldn't be any living people in the hospital now. There are at least 30,000 zombies inside. As for creatures like the Devourers, Zhang Tai shook his head. We encountered them when we tried to escape from the hospital's outer wall, intending to go in another direction. Later, we were chased back by the Devourers. Lin nodded. It was good news that there were no mutated creatures inside the hospital. The fighting space there was too narrow, and going deeper would make ambushes very tricky. Are there any special situations inside the hospital, like large groups of zombies gathering somewhere? How did you end up in the hospital? How did you awaken? Lin continued to ask. In the past life, the item Skull Crusher's hand was surrounded by a large number of zombies deep in the hospital. It was said that several safe zones formed a team to break through the zombie circle, sacrificing a lot of manpower to obtain this equipment. He was also curious about why Zhang Tai awakened. There had been no reports of energy nodes inside the hospital in the previous life. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tai slowly replied to the 3 questions. I was in the hospital accompanying my father for treatment before the apocalypse broke out. The outbreak happened too suddenly. I don't know why, but most of the patients turned into zombies. Zhang Tai's mood was somewhat low. He had witnessed his father turn into a zombie after the outbreak. Linen patted his shoulder. It was a helpless feeling to see a loved one turn into a zombie in front of him. He had experienced that feeling too. It was normal for patients to turn into zombies. Those with weak constitutions might even show signs of zombification before the outbreak. Zhang Tai turned around dully to glance at Linen, forcing a grim smile to indicate that he was fine. After the patients turned into zombies, the doctors and nurses who took care of them couldn't react at all. Not a single one survived. When he trembled at the news. As for the anomalies, throughout the hospital, aside from a pharmacy where the situation was somewhat better, other places were completely unlivable. Zhang Tai recalled the horrific scene from that day, his heart still trembling. I was lucky. My father's ward was on the 2nd floor. There weren't many zombies, and after I ran out, I hid in the pharmacy room. The pharmacy room could be considered an anomaly. As for awakening, I don't know. I fainted when I encountered a burst of white light. When I woke up, I found that my strength had increased significantly. My player panel also had an awakener symbol added. Linen pondered for a moment. You awakened in the pharmacy room? It seems this trip to the hospital will be worth it to check out the pharmacy room. After Zhang Tai finished speaking, he opened his personal information and unreservedly showed it to Lin and player information. Zhang Tai, Awakener, player level. Level 0, Awakener rank. Level 0 strength, 13, 14. 3, Agility, 12, 13. 2, Constitution, 15, 16. 5, Will, 12, 13. 2, Equipment, none Awakener talent. Bear transformation, temporarily transforms into a Bone Crusher Black Bear, significantly increases Constitution, slightly increases Strength. Defense enhanced, self-healing ability double. Rank 0, all attributes 2. The extreme values for ordinary humans are 10. Linen was somewhat surprised when he saw Zhang Tai's constitution. Having an initial attribute of 15 points right after becoming an awakener was impressive. Plus, with the awakening talent that enhances self-healing, it's no wonder he could recover so quickly even after severe injuries. Team leader Lin, my constitution attribute is pretty good, right? Zhang Tai noticed Lin and surprise and felt a bit proud. Although he hadn't encountered other awakeners, he had compared his attributes with others. While Lin and strength was extremely high, it seemed that was the only thing he displayed prominently. In terms of constitution, Zhang Tai still had confidence. By the way, team leader Lin, how much strength do you have? That strike that killed that monster was really strong. Zhang Tai gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Lin opened his attribute panel and took a glance. Strength, 19. 4. Zhang Tai fell silent. That was quite a blow to his morale. However, being an optimistic person, he quickly brushed it off. Haha, even if my strength isn't as good as yours, in terms of constitution, Zhang Tai was somewhat unwilling and wanted to compare constitution with Linen. This was the area he felt most confident in. Linen looked tall and fit, but his body seemed somewhat thin under his clothes. In terms of constitution, the higher the value, the stronger the body. Like the strong man who died before. His constitution was only 9 points. Even if Lin was an awakener, he probably only had 12 or 13 points at most. Zhang Tai looked forward to it. How much do you have? Is it 13 points? Linen smiled faintly. 19-4. Zhang Tai's laughter got stuck in his throat, his expression stiffening. He looked Linen up and down in disbelief. He didn't expect Lin An's constitution attribute to completely crush him, like a defeated rooster. Zhang Tai put away the last bit of his pride and honestly stopped discussing attributes. What a freak. High strength and high constitution. Is there any need for others to live? Linen shook his head slightly, finding Zhang Tai's mumbling amusing. He was now a level 1 awakener and level 1 player, with double attribute bonuses, plus having consumed 2 spirit plants. If his attributes couldn't even surpass Zhang Tai's, it would be a waste of his second life. Not wanting to undermine Zhang Tai's confidence, Linen turned back to inquire about the hospital situation. Since you accompanied your father to the hospital for treatment, what do you think there would be the most zombies when the apocalypse broke out? Zhang Tai was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Lin was asking this. Orthopedics. Emergency surgery, I guess. Before the apocalypse, there were a lot of traffic accidents. When I passed by the emergency surgery department, the injured were lying all over the hall, and many didn't even have time to be rescued. That cursed place probably has at least 10,000 zombies now. 10,000 zombies in one building. Zhang Tai shivered as he glanced at the distant hospital through the window. Team leader Lin, why do you keep asking about the hospital? Linen smiled slightly, pointing at the building with the emergency surgery sign. Tomorrow morning, we will go there. Chapter 23. The night before departure late at night. Linen was sleeping in room 908. The strong scent of perfume was somewhat overpowering, and several black straps hanging by the bed resembled nooses. Occasionally, faint sounds of explosions could be heard outside, making it difficult to fall asleep. Suddenly, a piercing and vengeful scream echoed from within the hospital. The scream was shrill, penetrating the glass from hundreds of meters away. Linen hurried to the window to check, but found nothing. The scream appeared briefly and then vanished without a trace. What was that? After observing for a long time, he still found nothing. The hospital's buildings were towering, making it impossible to see where the scream had originated. Linen had no choice but to give up searching for the source of the scream and return to bed, his heart weighed down by doubt. However, he had no choice but to go to the hospital. He couldn't sleep for a long time. Lying flat on the bed, he stared silently at the ceiling, feeling somewhat fatigued. It was the 2nd day after the apocalypse broke out, the 5th day since his rebirth. Memories from his past life, mixed with those from the past few days, flashed through his mind like a photo album. Without electrical power in the hotel, the unpredictable weather made the late night somewhat chilly. Creak. The door opened, and it wasn't locked. Without the use of a room card, Linen could only choose to remove the door lock directly. In the darkness, when you stood at the door, holding a blanket, after hesitating for a moment, she chose to speak. I can't sleep. Linen remained silent for a moment. In his eyes, the darkness was as bright as day. He saw the redness around Wenya's eyes, indicating she had been crying. It seemed that the reason for her sleepless night was a heavy heart. Having cried, she likely had something weighing on her mind. Lin could roughly guess what it was. You have a family member in Linjiang Hospital, right? Lin An's extraordinary mental acuity had detected Wen Ye's emotional abnormality earlier that afternoon. Wen Ye tightened her grip on the blanket and gently nodded. Her voice trembled. She pressed her lips together, suppressing her emotions as she spoke. My mother has a heart condition and was hospitalized recently. She is in room 303, in the building next to the emergency surgery. This statement seemed to drain her of strength. The temperature in the room was very low, and she shivered in her pajamas after just taking a shower. The hair dryer was ineffective, so her damp hair could only be tied up simply. Lennon remained silent for a moment, unsure how to offer comfort. Tomorrow, if it doesn't interfere with my plans, I will go take a look. He noticed that Wen Ye no longer looked as poised and strong as before, and he sighed inwardly. The entire hospital had now turned into a hell. The area where Wen Ye's mother was located was even closer to the emergency center, which had the highest number of zombies. Both of them knew that Wen Ye's mother had little hope of survival. Taking a look was merely a psychological comfort. The cold wind held outside, and even through the glass, the sharp sound of the wind could be heard. Thank you. Wen Ye wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. Her eyes filled with gratitude. Loyalty of member Wen Ye increased by 30 points, current value. 8100 almost won't betray, even in death. She bowed deeply to Lin, as if she had made a certain decision. See, can I sleep here tonight? After saying this, she slowly walked to Lin An's bedside, her head lowered. She gently placed a blanket beside him. Lin frowned slightly at the sight, not expecting that Wen Ye's words had increased her loyalty. It seemed this matter had deeply affected her, to the point where she completely let down her guard against Lin. If you think this is to repay me or for some other reason, you don't have to. Lin had no other intentions in agreeing to take a look. After all, he hadn't promised to go for sure. He just said he would do so if it didn't interfere with his actions. When he looked up at his words, her face flushed. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but unable to voice it. Since you have joined my team, you are naturally a part of it. Helping each other is what teammates do. You don't need to feel guilty or grateful. Also, I really don't like your way of thinking. Lin An's gaze was clear as he spoke, and then calmly watched Wen Ye. The faint, pleasant scent of shower gel dispersed the cheap perfume smell in the room. Get some sleep. After saying this, Lin turned over and closed his eyes to rest. Wen Ye was at a loss, her hand stopping as she was about to take off her top. She froze at the edge of the bed, unable to say a word. After a long time, Russell. Wen Ye made her bed. In the darkness, Lin felt someone lie down next to him, but did not move closer. I'm sorry. Wen Ye lay on the edge of the bed, tears sliding down from the corners of her eyes. It was unclear whether this sentence was meant for Lin or for herself. The next morning, in a corridor on the 9th floor, Lin waited early. Brother Lin. Captain, I brought the people you wanted. At the other end of the hallway, Zhang Tai walked over with large strides. He was still not quite used to calling Lin Captain. In a hurried change of address, he greeted Lin warmly, laughing heartily. Two middle-aged men followed behind him, looking like they were from his previous team. Brother Lin. The two middle-aged men bent awkwardly to greet Lin, appearing very nervous. Lin could be described as handsome, with fair skin that even made him look like a scholar. However, in their eyes, Lin had already been equated with a monster. Anyone who witnessed Lin cleave a devourer in half would likely find it unforgettable. That one strike had been talked about all night. Lin nodded in response and led the three of them to the floor-to-ceiling window in front of the elevator on the 9th floor. Please explain the internal structure of the hospital so I can determine the route. Lin N's gaze was fixed on the surgical building. The dark glass exterior made it impossible to see what was happening inside. The entrance to the surgical building was tightly closed, and only a few zombies could be seen wandering outside. Very strange. Brother Lin, this is the map we drew up overnight. The two middle-aged men were hospital employees that Zhang Tai had found, and they were generally familiar with the hospital's architectural structure. They stood on either side of Lin, pointing at the map as they continued to explain. This route is the entrance to the underground parking lot, about 20 meters to the right of the hospital's main entrance. From there, you could go straight to the emergency surgery. The orthopedic department was on the 2nd floor of the emergency surgery, occupying about 2 floors. Half an hour later, after thanking the two men, Lin and took Zhang Tai downstairs. For this operation, he didn't choose to bring more people. Given the dense number of zombies in the hospital, bringing ordinary people along would just be sending them to their deaths. Even Zhang Tai, if not careful and surrounded by zombies, would be at risk of infection. In the stairwell, the two talked as they walked. Captain Lin, so we are going to the emergency surgical room to find some equipment? Zhang Tai followed behind Lin, scratching his head. Lin moved quickly down the stairs without looking back, saying, not necessarily in the emergency room, but it's the most likely place. In apocalyptic games, most equipment would be accompanied by monsters. Some are mutants, and some are numerous zombies. Based on your description, the zombies in the emergency surgery were the most numerous. So it was naturally the most likely place to find equipment. Zhang Tai nodded thoughtfully, struggling to keep up with Lin An's speed down the stairs. Logically speaking, Lin An's statement wasn't correct. He was using the results to infer the conclusion. Equipment attracting monsters was a result of the outbreak. But the large number of zombies in the emergency room are transformed from patients. These people didn't just gather in the emergency room after the apocalypse. They were already there before the outbreak. Therefore, the presence of so many zombies in the emergency room is not due to the equipment being there. It can only be said that Lin, having been reborn, knows that the hospital's equipment is in the place with the most zombies. If there were any sharp-minded individuals present, they would realize the loophole in Lin An's words. However, Zhang Tai clearly does not belong to this category. He is completely unaware of this. Is that equipment really powerful? Zhang Tai is a bit curious. He can sense that Lin and is determined to obtain this equipment. What kind of equipment could make Lin risk everything to get it? After all, this equipment is in the hospital. He recalls the massive number of zombies and feels a lingering fear. Lin remembers the attributes of the Skull Crusher's hand. He saw in the chat channel in his previous life and replies seriously, very strong. As a blue-grade equipment, the Skull Crusher's hand has only one attribute bonus, but the value is as high as 5 points. It's considered abnormal if an ordinary player obtains it. As long as their base strength is not too poor, they can easily surpass the 10-point human limit. This would grant them power comparable to an awakened one. It can be said that this is equipment that can fundamentally change one's strength. I haven't seen any equipment yet. Team Leader Zhang, you said this apocalypse game is a game. Why does it seem like there are no game functions at all? Lin chuckles lightly. He can understand Zhang Tai's confusion. It's normal not to have seen any equipment. Every piece of equipment in the apocalypse game is extremely precious. As for the apocalypse game, it is indeed a game. However, it is not our game. Chapter 24, Corpse Serpent Underground Parking Lot. The entrance of the parking lot, devoid of electric lighting, was shrouded in darkness. Sunlight created a distinct boundary between the entrance and the shadows. Lin walked in the lead, followed closely by the heavily armed Zhang Tai. A rhythmic clanging sound of metal echoed from within the parking lot. The sound was distant and muffled. The darkened corridor loomed like the entrance to hell. Captain Lin, did you hear that? Zhang Tai, dressed in 2 oversized heavy cotton jackets and wearing the largest welding helmet, asked. His large build made it difficult to find armor that could support his transformation, making him wobble as he walked, resembling his transformed state. I feel something is off. I saw a lot of zombies here when I escaped before, he said cautiously, lowering his voice with a serious expression. Only a few wrecked cars were parked on the sloped entrance, and there were no zombies in sight. Logically, with the apocalypse having only started a few days ago, there should be a large number of zombies at this underground entrance near the hospital. In just one day, the zombies had vanished. This didn't make sense. Lin An's expression was calm as he nodded in acknowledgement. Something unusual must be afoot. The two had originally planned to fight their way from the parking lot into the hospital. No need to whisper. You can use the team channel. Be careful. Something may have changed last night. Lin communicated this through the team channel, recalling the sharp wail that had echoed late last night. Zhang Tai was taken aback and awkwardly chuckled. I'm still not used to it. His voice on the team channel was quite loud. Too noisy. Lin cast a helpless glance at Zhang Tai. Let us go. The two proceeded carefully, their footsteps echoing. As they slowly walked down the slope, they were met with numerous overturned and wrecked cars. Dried bloodstains marred the glass windows, and the vehicles were covered in handprints, suggesting a struggle from the owners before death. A rough count indicated there were at least over 200 cars. Strangely, there were no bodies in sight. The eerie clanging sound persisted, but Lennon still could not locate its source. He vaguely felt that the sound seemed to come from a lower level. They navigated through a passage blocked by cars. "Captain Lin, there are drag marks here." Zhang Tai pointed to the ground not far away, where a 3-meter-wide, dark red bloodstain led to the second level of the parking lot. The vehicles beside the bloodstains were overturned, revealing a 5-meter-wide blank area. "I see it too. There's one on the left." Another blood trail snaked past the roof of a crushed SUV. Lin An's expression grew serious. These 2 blood trails could not have been caused by a single corpse. His powerful mental energy swiftly reconstructed the possible scene in his mind. 1 or 2 gigantic monsters had dragged a large number of bodies down to the second underground level. The monster on the left had crushed a medium-sized SUV while dragging. The width of the monster was at least 5 meters, or the size of the pile of bodies being dragged was 5 meters. Is it a mutant? Lennon wondered. It shouldn't be. I never heard of mutants appearing in hospitals in my past life. What should we do now, Captain Lin? Zhang Tai felt uneasy, sensing something watching him from the darkness. It was cold and chilling, although his instinctive perception wasn't as strong as Lin An's. His beast-like talent provided him with animal instincts. Let's not worry about that. We'll go straight up through the elevator shaft. The parking lot has a freight elevator that leads directly to the emergency center. There's no power, but we can climb up the elevator shaft. Okay. Their footsteps echoed as they walked. The darkness enveloped them, a dead silence surrounding them, mixed with the heavy scent of dampness and blood. "Captain Lin, it's this way." Zhang Tai stopped leading and pointed to a dark area not far away. Both were awakened, needing only a faint light to see in the darkness. The metal sign hanging that read "Freight Elevator" was somewhat weathered, and the elevator door was tightly closed, covered in numerous blood handprints. "Let's go in." SSS. A sharp, hoarse voice pierced the silence. Bang! Instinctively, Zhang Tai kicked at the shadow that lunged from the darkness. The shadow burst into a pile of fragments. "What the hell?" Zhang Tai was startled, glancing down at the pile of flesh on the ground. It was a head missing its limbs, with a bare white spine resembling a tail connecting to it. Zhang Tai's face turned pale. "That's disgusting." Lennon looked closely, his expression grave. "This is a corpse serpent. Usually, it's what some infected individuals become after being devoured by a large number of zombies before death. Due to the excessive zombie virus in their bodies, their spines become significantly reinforced. With their limbs missing, these monsters can extract themselves from the flesh and move like a snake using their spines." Lennon picked up the long spine from the ground, removing the shattered skull portion. He swung it a couple of times, and the spine crackled like a whip. This thing can be quite a good weapon. Its hardness and toughness are high. Without paying attention to Zhang Tai's pale face, he handed the spine to him. "Take it. You don't have a weapon. The fire axe has poor durability compared to this." In the Apocalypse game, without weapons or equipment early on, the spine of a corpse serpent was highly favored by players, considered the best weapon for the early game. "Captain Lin." Zhang Tai's face was grim, and the nearly 2-meter-tall giant couldn't help but take a few steps back. "This thing is too disgusting." Although he was not easily scared, having only experienced the most bloody scenes of street fights in his more than 30 years of life, he found it hard to accept this level of gore. Lennon frowned. "Take it and adapt quickly. There will be a lot more of this in the future. Disgusting as it is, can it help you survive?" Zhang Tai paused, gritting his teeth as he accepted the spine of the corpse serpent. For some reason, despite being younger than him, Lennon seemed to have gone through many things, and his words were convincing. Boom! Lennon kicked the closed elevator door, the loud noise echoing. The metal dented, revealing a small gap. "Pull it open." Lennon held the Nepalese curved knife in reverse grip, assuming the best combat stance. The emergency center was just above the elevator shaft, and there were likely a large number of zombies inside. Creak! The metal warped. Zhang Tai's face turned red as he momentarily failed to pull it open. He seemed to realize something, his pupils constricting. With his current strength, it would be easy to pry open the elevator door by hand, unless there were many things pressing down on the door inside the elevator. Explosive strength. Lin also realized this. Golden spiritual energy surged into his body, unleashing his full strength. He shouted, and with his left hand, he helped Zhang Tai pull the elevator door open. Roar! As if disturbed, countless zombies began to howl in unison. Inside the elevator shaft, an uncountable number of zombies clogged the entire shaft like tightly packed cans. As the elevator door opened, the zombies surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. Chapter 25. Zombie horde. Zhang Tai was caught off guard and knocked to the ground by the rushing zombies. Bear transformation. With a roar, black fur covered his entire body. In an instant, he transformed into a massive black bear. With a roar, he slapped out a powerful paw, and several zombies that had just gotten up were instantly crushed, their brains and blood splattering everywhere. Lin En's gaze was icy as he swiftly wielded the Nepalese curved knife in his hand. Arc slash. The blade drew a beautiful arc, and with immense power, it severed a section of heads. Charge in. Lin En shouted angrily through the team communication. The zombies pouring out of the elevator shaft seemed endless. It appeared that during the outbreak, the elevator doors of the emergency center had been damaged, causing the zombies near the elevator to fall into the shaft and completely block it. If the two of them stayed there, they would never kill them all. If they delayed any longer, other zombies from different areas might come, making it impossible to escape. Moreover, if they made a mistake and got scratched and infected by a zombie, Lin would be fine due to his toxin resistance. But Zhang Tai could not withstand it all. You clear the way. Lin took a step back, bending down to gather his strength. Understood. Zhang Tai's large head had a fierce expression. He hugged his head with one hand and began to charge sideways. Bear charge. The ground trembled as the bear transformed. Zhang Tai charged into the horde like a heavy truck, crushing everything in his path. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed continuously, and the zombies at the deepest part of the elevator shaft were crushed into mush. Now's the time. Lin took a deep breath, his right foot explosively stomping the ground as he leaped into the air. He slashed down with his knife. The zombies falling into the elevator shaft had not yet touched the ground when they were cut in half by this strike. Step. He exerted force again, stepping on Zhang Tai's solid shoulder to propel himself back into the elevator shaft. Zhang Tai bared his teeth, his face slightly pale. Lin En's kick was not light, and if it weren't for his high physique, that kick might have shattered his shoulder blade. Inside the elevator shaft, Lin En leaped off the walls, his hands wielding the knife in rapid strikes. The blade danced in a dense web of death, and with every swing, a zombie fell. Like a factory meat grinder, it mercilessly harvested flesh and blood. Zhang Tai stood at the bottom of the shaft, feeling as if it were raining meat above him. Occasionally, a few zombies with only their heads intact would try to bite him as they fell, and he would crush them without hesitation. Jump up. There are too many zombies at the elevator entrance. You charge in with me. The bear transformation is over, and you'll be easily infected. Received. Zhang Tai's expression was serious as he bent his legs. Both of their innate skills had time limits, and his time as a black bear was only a few dozen seconds. If it weren't for the thick fur and reinforced skin that blocked many of the zombie scratches and bites, he would have been infected long ago, no matter how careful he was in such a dense horde. After slightly adjusting his stance, Zhang Tai aimed for the elevator exit above them. The internal space of the elevator shaft was too small. He occupied most of it by himself. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly exerted force. The black bear that Zhang Tai had transformed into jumped from the bottom of the shaft like a mortar. Lin En, meanwhile, was positioned diagonally against the wall of the shaft, killing zombies while waiting for Zhang Tai to jump to the best position. After a series of battles, the power burst he had activated for the first time was also nearing its end. Now's the time. Power burst. Mental energy consumed, and golden spiritual energy appeared again. Lin En felt the power within him return to its peak state. Push off. He kicked off the wall of the elevator shaft, causing a violent shake. Then he turned and kicked out. The target was Zhang Tai, who had jumped to the elevator exit height. Zhang Tai had no time to react as Lin En's kick landed squarely on his backside. Bang! The massive black bear was kicked out of the elevator like a cannonball by Lin En's full force kick, crashing into the emergency hall. The zombies blocking the door were all cleared in one breath. Zhang Tai flew out 4 to 5 meters. his body crushing a group of zombies on the smooth hall floor, leaving a trail of blood. Thud! After kicking out, Lennon fell from the air, pushing off the wall of the elevator shaft again, using the force to propel himself out. The zombies at the elevator entrance had been cleared away, and without any obstructions, Lennon had a smooth exit. Go! As Lennon exited the elevator, he quickly surveyed the area. The entire hall was filled with zombies, and a rough count showed at least 3,000 to 4,000. They were packed tightly, like sardines in a can, blocking the hall completely. We can't be surrounded. Hearing Lin An's command, Zhang Tai quickly stood up. On his broad bare back, the crushed zombies were stuck to him. Team leader, my butt hurts. Zhang Tai covered his backside, but his short, thick paw could only reach his lower back. You should have said something before you kicked me. I'm not a ball. He felt a bit wronged. He had thought Lin and wanted him to jump to the next level and hold that position while they fought their way out together. He never expected Lin and to use him as a cannonball. After being kicked by Lin twice, he felt like all his bones were about to fall apart. If it were an ordinary awakener with a lower physique, those 2 kicks could have killed them. Lin cleared his throat, signaling him not to dwell on that topic. He had acted on impulse, using Zhang Tai as a cannonball. He hadn't expected the effect to be surprisingly good. Enough of that. I won't kick you next time. Let's charge into the second floor. The zombies in the hall had already surrounded them. The frenzied horde rushed forward at incredible speed. Thousands of zombies charged at once, creating a powerful visual impact. My bear transformation time is up. Zhang Tai barely had time to shout before his body rapidly shrank back to normal human form. The helmet on his head was deformed, and his clothes were torn and ragged. Use the zombie snake spine. Don't engage in close combat. Lennon took the lead, throwing out a sentence before charging toward the horde. Although he was alone, he exuded the momentum of an army. He stepped forward and slashed diagonally, with full force. He directly decapitated the first few zombies. Arc slash. The distance between the horde and the 2 was already short. In close combat, Lennon unleashed all his firepower. The blade flashed, sweeping through the horde like a laser cutter under immense power. Reverse slash. With a quick reaction, Lennon turned and slashed at the zombies surrounding him from behind. Even though he was surrounded by zombies, Lennon moved like a god of death, his fierce knife techniques preventing any of the zombies from getting close. Snap! The blade made a crisp sound, shattering several heads. In the continuous fighting, in pursuit of a one-hit kill, Lennon aimed for the heads of the zombies with every strike. The bones reinforced by the zombie virus were much harder than those of ordinary humans. With frequent collisions, the ordinary alloy blade could hardly withstand such high-intensity combat. Team leader, this isn't working. There are too many zombies. Not far away, Zhang Tai was surrounded by hundreds of zombies. He wildly swung the zombie snake spine in his hand. With every strike, the spine cracked like a whip, producing a series of sharp sounds. The whip's tail was incredibly sharp. A single lash could easily burst a zombie's head. Although he had never used a whip before, he wielded it with brute force, and it felt very effective. The more Zhang Tai used it, the more adept he became. Compared to a regular axe or knife, the zombie snake spine was not only extremely sharp, but also allowed him to avoid close combat. If it weren't for the whip in hand, he wouldn't have been able to escape the encirclement of zombies with his not-so-high agility. Activate bear transformation again. Lin An's expression turned serious as he decisively instructed Zhang Tai to activate bear transformation once more. There was no time to save it. Originally, he planned to let Zhang Tai save one transformation for the second floor to prevent any unexpected situations. However, there were simply too many zombies in the hall. And even if he killed one with each strike, he couldn't keep up with the rate at which the zombies replenished. Without bear transformation, Zhang Tai wouldn't be able to break through. Lin team, I can only bear transform one more time. Zhang Tai shouted in anger, his body instantly swelling. In just a second, a gigantic black bear reappeared in the hall. Roar. The black bear roared. The beast's roar mingled with the growls of the zombies. The slender bone whip in his hand was like a toy. With the bone whip in hand, Zhang Tai violently swung it, each strike capable of shattering a group of zombies. He didn't have to worry about zombies getting close, showcasing his overwhelming power. In the blink of an eye, he cleared a small area. The situation improved instantly. However, Lin noticed that Zhang Tai's eyes were somewhat dim, a sign of mental exhaustion. Compared to Lin An's explosive power, Zhang Tai's bear transformation consumed much more mental energy, coupled with his naturally low willpower attribute. This meant that transforming into a bear twice in one day was his limit. If only when you could participate in the battle now. Lin sighed. With her uniqueness as a mutant, she could replenish the mental energy of both Lin and Zhang Tai by herself. There would be no need to worry about mental energy consumption, and the two of them could even slowly wipe out the zombies. But she wasn't an awakened one yet, and her strength was too weak to participate in this kind of battle. Lin thought of the suturer at the Wanda shopping center, where the number of zombies would only be more, not less. In the face of a massive horde of zombies, replenishing mental energy was crucial to the outcome of the battle. It seemed that after getting the equipment, they would need to resolve Wen Ye's awakening issue as soon as possible. Having a mutant without utilizing her abilities was a huge waste. Prepared to charge together. After activating bear transformation, Zhang Tai successfully joined Lin, and the two fought side by side. In the fierce battle, they were now only a dozen meters away from the second floor. 3, 2, 1. Lin took a deep breath and shot out like an arrow. The blade light intertwined to form a dense net of death, instantly shredding a large number of zombies in front of him. The black bear beside him also roared and charged into the horde of corpses at any cost, carving out a bloody path. Chapter 26. A handy weapon, Captain Lin. Should we split up or go together? After charging into the second floor, the number of zombies only increased. Zhang Tai desperately swung his bone whip, even resorting to kicking the zombies that lunged at him. His breath was heavy. His physical and mental strength had almost reached their limit. After continuous fighting, he had lost count of how many zombies he had killed. His black hair was stained dark red, and bits of intestines hung all over him. At a glance, he resembled some kind of mutated zombie. In a state of panic, his physical exhaustion gradually overwhelmed him. Huff! Zhang Tai gasped, feeling somewhat drained. Captain Lin. Lin was also deeply trapped in a sea of corpses. As the vanguard, the number of zombies he faced was nearly 3 to 4 times that of Zhang Tai. The blade in his hand slashed out after images, but he could only barely protect himself from the approaching zombies. Lin had no time to respond, which made Zhang Tai anxious. My second transformation is about to end. Ending the transformation means death. Lin An's heart sank. He had underestimated the power of the zombie horde. He thought that with the antidote and his own strength, he could face the hospital's zombie horde without fear. He called Zhang Tai simply to add a bit more security. Having faced small-scale zombies without danger before, he had developed a sense of contempt for them since awakening. But unexpectedly, he still underestimated the horror of the horde. These endless monsters that could seemingly kill any awakened one through sheer attrition were not to be taken lightly. Lin reflected on himself. In the apocalyptic game, even the strongest awakened ones were nothing more than struggling ants. He was merely a lowly first tier. What right did he have to underestimate these monsters? Judgment Eye, Lin shouted softly as light blue mist rose. Information within his field of vision transformed into massive streams of data. Current number of zombies in the exploration range, 4197. Mutant, 0. Mutant, 1. On the screen, the number behind the mutant fluctuated as if being interfered with. Lin N's expression changed drastically. It was the first time he saw the Judgment Eye fail to provide accurate data. The numbers fluctuated back and forth. Either there were indeed mutants nearby, but at the limit of his perception, or when a mutant approached, the number changed back to 1, and when it moved away, it became 0. Lin N's expression grew serious. The anomalies in the underground garage, the shrill wails he heard last night, the mutants he had never heard of in his previous life, and the corpse snake. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be some connection between these four. What could it be? Roar. The black bear roared in pain. In just a few seconds, the area around Zhang Tai was filled with zombies. The zombies pounced on him like bloodthirsty ants, while more zombies rushed in like locusts. If it weren't for the bear's fur and the cotton clothing he had prepared in advance, he would have been infected the moment so many zombie toxins entered his body. The massive bear was covered in zombies, nearly drowning him. Meanwhile, crack. Metal broke. Lin An's Nepalese knife was completely ruined, turning into fragments that shot out. instantly piercing through several nearby zombies. The situation worsened. Lin couldn't think any longer about what was happening. He had to take out 2 zombie spines from the judgment ring as makeshift stabbing weapons. Step forward. Spin stab. With power from his waist, Lin stepped out. Holding the stabs in both hands like fierce drill bits, he shattered the zombies in front of him and rushed to support Zhang Tai. Not enough. The number of zombies was overwhelming. The ground was already covered in thick layers of flesh. The slick, thick blood truly resembled a sea of corpses. Quick battle, quick decision. I need to use the stimulant. As a trump card, the more he used the potions, the fewer he had left. But there was no need to conserve them now. If a person died, nothing mattered. Lin bit down on the stimulant he took from his ring, mixing the potion with glass shards and swallowing it. Drop. 1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 agility. Drop. 50 burst power, 30 stamina, 20 speed. With 2 tubes of potion down, he felt a long-lost power. Power burst. Lin activated his power burst again just before the second skill ended, preventing the momentum of his charge from breaking. Golden spiritual energy flashed, and his stamina returned to its peak. Drop to all attributes. Buzz. A slight fluctuation of spiritual energy flashed by. Lin instantly felt the bone spikes in his hands as light as a feather, as if his body were storing power like a volcano. Time slowed down. The originally swift and violent zombies appeared to him in slow motion. I seemed to. A thought flashed by. After breaking through the critical point, a strange perception spread within him. Lin was incredibly excited. Under the enhancement of 2 external substances, he unexpectedly felt a higher level of power. I seemed to be able to kill them all. His heart raced, pumping blood through his body like an engine. For a brief moment of having high-tier power, Lin felt that he could even tear apart a devourer with his bare hands. Muscles exploded, and power was boundless. Rage. Stab. With both hands gripping the bone spikes, Lin exerted force, and with this surge of power, a series of explosive sounds echoed around him. The bone spikes shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through the zombies in front of him. Like a string of candied hawthorns, with 1 strike, he cleared the space ahead. Backslash. With powerful strength, Lin felt boundless fighting spirit in his heart. He used the bone spike like a cleaver, cutting down as he turned. The speed was incredibly fast. Rather than cutting, it was more like smashing. Under the shrill whistle of the weapon breaking through the air, a large number of zombies were smashed into a puddle of mush. This feeling, this power, joy flashed in Lin's eyes. This powerful strength was simply intoxicating. Huh! A roar that shook the heavens erupted, like thunder in a clear sky. Lin became excited and simply threw away the bone spikes in his hands. Though the bone spikes were still relatively sharp and durable, they felt somewhat unwieldy to use. 2 bone spikes shot out like lightning, easily piercing through the zombies along the way, creating bloody holes. Give me. Smash. Boom. Lin's expression went wild, his eyes bloodshot. He grabbed a nearby zombie and smashed it against the horde like a heavy hammer. Boom. Boom. Like swatting flies, the densely packed zombies around Lin were instantly cleared, turning into a field of mush. Refreshing. Lin felt exhilarated. The gloom in his heart swept away. The momentum didn't decrease. Taking advantage of the overlapping effects of the potions and power burst, Lin rushed rapidly towards Zhang Tai. Boom! A large cluster of gathered zombies was smashed into a puddle of mush on the ground. Limbs and intestines flew everywhere, blood splattering. Boom! Lin used several zombies as heavy hammers. Under Zhang Tai's terrified gaze, Lin created a clear path through the horde in just a few seconds. Stunned. This is too brutal. Zhang Tai couldn't help but swallow hard, his bear-like face displaying a rich array of expressions. Lin, covered in blood, wielded the zombies like weapons, appearing more terrifying than the mutants in Zhang Tai's eyes. Boom! The ground trembled as Lin casually smashed a zombie next to him, then wiped the blood from his face. He grinned, sending chills down Zhang Tai's spine. Lin, Captain, you. Zhang Tai no longer had his previous loud voice, quietly calling out to Lin and in the team voice chat. The surrounding zombies were briefly cleared, allowing him to catch his breath. Lin looked at Zhang Tai with confusion, his crimson eyes glowing red from the repeated killings. After a brief moment of catching his breath, The horde of corpses continued to charge. Lin instinctively picked up a zombie, only to find that there were no intact corpses around. He glanced at the large and sturdy Zhang Tai. It seemed he could be used as a hammer. Oh no, Zhang Tai was terrified. He understood the blatant intention in Lin An's eyes. Captain Lin, no. Boom. The ground cracked, resembling a minor earthquake. Chapter 27. The strange zombie Lin An looked with satisfaction at the cleared corridor. With a quick movement, he dashed to the end of the hallway, next to Zhang Tai. In a moment of inspiration, after smashing a few zombies with Zhang Tai, Lin An simply decided to use him as a bowling ball. With overwhelming force, under the enhancement of Lin An's second-tier strength, Zhang Tai's 2-ton body easily crushed the zombies along the way. How does it feel? Taking advantage of the cleared space, Lin An pulled Zhang Tai up from the ground. Zhang Tai dared not speak, his eyes filled with resentment. He felt like his body was falling apart. Anyone who was used as a hammer for a while and then kicked like a ball wouldn't feel good, especially when that person was Lin An. I'll say it again. I'm not a ball. Also, shouldn't we hurry to find that hand? The zombies are going to surround us again. Zhang Tai, on the verge of tears, was no longer in his bare state, and his tattered clothes barely covered his backside. Half of his helmet hung off his head, and he was covered in bloody scraps. At the other end of the corridor, a dense crowd of zombies rushed over frantically and tirelessly. It seemed Lin An didn't hear them and was fixated on a door on his left. Second bone surgery. The white-painted door was tightly shut and clean. I think I found it. A strange light flashed in Lin An's eyes. He gently turned the doorknob. The door wasn't locked. Click. Behind the desk inside sat a person in a white uniform, appearing to be a doctor with his back turned. Judgment Eye. Mutant. 0 mutant. 1. The numbers flickered, seemingly uncertain. Lin An was puzzled and stepped inside. The numbers on the light screen stopped bouncing around and stabilized at 1. His probing mental power broke through the faint barrier and enveloped the person. Zombie. First-tier mutant. This is an ordinary zombie, but it seems to possess some mysterious power that helped it exceed the limits of a zombie. Strength. 13 agility. 6 constitution. 10 will. 12 danger level. Medium. So that's how it is. It was just a false alarm. The last piece of worry in Lin An's heart settled. The mutant detected by the judgment, I should be this zombie in front of him. However, it was neither beyond his perception nor a powerful third-tier existence. Instead, it was equipped with the Skull Crusher's hand, using the mental barrier that came with the equipment to block his detection. With 13 points in strength. The first tier, the mysterious power helped it exceed the limits of a zombie, was undoubtedly provided by the Skull Crusher's hand. Come in and block the door. Lin An casually instructed Zhang Tai to prepare to block the door. Strength burst. Lin An shouted softly, once again activating the full attribute level 2 enhancement effect. The drug's effect had not yet faded. He still maintained peak combat power. Lin An did not let his guard down, just because the zombie in front of him posed no threat in terms of attributes. The pristine examination room, with the zombie that looked like a doctor sitting with its back turned, did not go into a frenzy upon sensing the presence of a living person like an ordinary zombie would. All these anomalies naturally raised Lin An's vigilance to the highest level. Bang! The heavy door was slammed shut by Zhang Tai, and within seconds, frantic banging sounds came from outside. The white-coated zombie remained unmoved, seemingly deaf. Pierce. The door couldn't hold against the zombie for long, regardless of any abnormalities. He had to test it first. Lin An's gaze was sharp as he thrust forward. Although this was just a probe, this strike was enough to pierce through steel and instantly kill any zombie. Bone spikes tore through the air. No, don't. The voice was hoarse and labored, with each word squeezed out from the throat. Lin An's eyes narrowed like needles, and he felt a chill all over. The strike aimed at the zombie doctor's head instantly veered off course. The voice came from the doctor. Boom. The wall behind the zombie was pierced, revealing Grace Amet. Lin An stared in disbelief at the doctor, who was trying to continue speaking. A zombie. How could speak? Lin An felt a chill run through him. In the 3 years of his previous life in the Apocalypse game, he had never heard anyone mention that zombies could talk. If they could talk, it meant they still had reason. And intelligence. Unlike Lin An's fear, Zhang Tai merely looked surprised at the doctor. The iron door behind them thudded, causing him to stumble. Lin, What is this bird thing saying? Lennon didn't answer, tightening his grip on a bone spike. It wasn't impossible for a mutant to possess intelligence. As far as Lennon knew, mutants of Tier 3 and above began to possess varying degrees of intelligence. But a first-tier mutant zombie having intelligence? If it was due to the equipment, he could barely accept it, as Apocalypse gear often had special effects. However, if this zombie did not rely on Apocalypse equipment to retain its intelligence, that would be terrifying. Humanity became the dominant species on Blue Star, sitting at the top of the food chain, all thanks to intelligence. If a first-tier mutant zombie had intelligence, Lennon truly didn't know what humanity could use to defend itself. First-tier mutants were not rare. The Apocalypse game would turn from fighting monsters to a battle for survival between two races. With heavy steps, Lennon held the bone spike against the doctor's head, ready to kill it at the slightest movement. What do you want to say? Ridiculously amusing. Lennon never expected to talk to a zombie. Don't kill me. Huh. As Lennon approached, the seated zombie doctor could barely contain its instinctual craving for flesh. It gasped like a dying old man. Its body repeatedly tried to stand from the chair, then lunged to bite. But reason suppressed its instincts. Lennon surprisingly saw fear in its eyes. It tilted its head, trying to make the bone spike deviate from its forehead. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lynn took a deep breath. A zombie afraid of death. Begging for mercy? You want it? The doctor's zombie fidgeted. It slowly raised its right hand. The skin on its right hand was peeling, and it wore a glove. The glove was an eerie black, covered in dense blood-colored patterns. On the back of the glove, there was an empty depression that seemed to have once held something. Lin Ann's heart skipped a beat, a flash of blue light in his eyes. Judgment eye. Ding. Apocalypse equipment detected. Level. Excellent. Blue. Chapter 28. The Hand of the Skull Crusher Blue equipment? Lin Ann's eyes were burning with excitement. In his previous life, every player in Linjiang City yearned for this equipment, and it was now within reach. Although he couldn't see its attributes before obtaining it, Lin was certain that this equipment was the Hand of the Skull Crusher. Swish! Lin pressed the bone spike against the zombie doctor's head, instantly stabbing it in. With just a little more force, he could smash its brains. In the face of Lin Ann's strength, the zombie's reinforced bones were as fragile as cookies. I'll trade my item for your life. Not enough. Lin tilted his head, staring directly at the bloodied skeleton. It is mine. Killing you will make it mine. Lin unceremoniously interrupted the zombie doctor's words. The door to the examination room wouldn't hold for long. If this zombie could only talk but offered no value, he saw no reason to waste time. He had promised Winya that he would check out the nearby building, and it was also necessary to visit the pharmacy that Zhang Tai mentioned. Time was pressing. If he delayed until nightfall, the danger level of the zombies would increase significantly. If he fell into a horde of zombies again, it would be too dangerous. No. The zombie doctor's crimson eyes displayed a human-like anger. Interesting. It could get angry and suppress its emotions. Lin pondered. Silence. The zombie doctor stood frozen, seemingly hesitating about something. Hesitating? Lin's mind stirred. If this zombie had intelligence, it would naturally realize that if it provided no value, it would surely die. So what was it hesitating about? Lin deliberately showed impatience, slightly exerting force with his right hand that held the spike, pretending to be ready to strike. In the next second, he would crush its skull. East, west. Have. It sensed Lin Ann's murderous intent and, in a panic, struggled to utter a few words. What? If you say one more word, I'll kill you. And take off the gloves, or I'll chop off your hand. No. I will die if I take them off. A flicker of terror crossed its eyes as it instinctively protected its right hand. Take them off now, or die. Lin Ann's murderous intent erupted, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Anger reached its peak, and it seemed unable to suppress its craving for flesh anymore. Roar! The zombie doctor, with its gloved right hand, bizarrely lunged at Lin Ann's chest, rather than at exerting force. It was the glove and its entire body charging at Lin and looking for death. Crack! Lin Ann's expression remained unchanged as he directly twisted off its right hand. Snap! A kick shattered its knee, exposing the white bone underneath. The gap in strength between a first-tier mutated creature and Lin was not something a mere glove could compensate for. Moreover, this guy could barely be considered a pseudo-first tier. Lin picked up the severed hand from the ground and directly removed the glove. The glove on the severed hand emitted rippling blue waves from time to time. Ding! Acquired blue equipment. Hand of the Skull Crusher, excellent. Hand of the Skull Crusher, blue, excellent. Equipment level requirement. Level 1, first tier, equipment attributes, strength 5. Additional effect. Equipment evaluation. This equipment lacks a key component. Perhaps you can find a way to complete it to unleash its true power. After completing the equipment, its quality will be upgraded from excellent to epic. The central part of the glove, where something should have been embedded. Lennon couldn't wait and directly put the glove on. A muffled grunt. The glove tightened around his right hand as if it had a life of its own, pressing tightly against his flesh. At the same time, a surge of power flowed from the glove into his heart. Ding, strength attribute 5. Lin's expression brightened. On the third day of the Apocalypse game, he had gained such power. The speed of this enhancement was almost unbelievable even to him. Clenching his fist, the sound of bones cracking echoed. With one punch, he could probably smash a light armored vehicle. The feeling of becoming stronger was intoxicating. Lennon gazed at the missing part of the glove, puzzled. Key component? True power? It was hard to imagine what effects would emerge if this glove were completed. No wonder it was coveted and praised by countless players in his previous life. While Lennon was deep in thought, the zombie doctor's eyes flashed with a hint of terror. Unfazed by pain, it disregarded the agony of its broken legs. Without hesitation, it quickly clawed at the windowsill with its remaining hand, trying to escape the examination room. Lennon sneered. Still trying to run? With a forceful motion, he reached towards the zombie's head and easily yanked it off. The headless body continued to instinctively claw at the windowsill. Given its injuries, it wasn't fatal for a doctor-turned-zombie. In Lin-An's hand, the head's mouth opened and closed, its eyes filled with resentment. For zombies, as long as their brains weren't destroyed, any injury was irrelevant to them. 3 seconds. Tell me where the missing component of the glove is. 3, 2, a countdown to death. The resentment in the zombie doctor's eyes was replaced by fear. With intelligence comes the fear of death. Save people. I will tell you people and things in the nearby building under the threat of death. The speed of its speech was forcibly quickened. Lin's mind stirred. Save people? The nearby building? Wasn't that the one where Winya's mother was? The number of zombies in the adjacent hospital building might not be fewer than here, but it wouldn't be too many either. Compared to the emergency surgery department's hallway structure, the hospital building was filled with tightly packed rooms. The danger level from a zombie ambush would not be lower than here. Why there? Are you trying to trick me into going over? Lennon asked in a deep voice, directly ignoring the words about saving people. However, hearing the zombie doctor mention this, he was convinced that even if the key component wasn't there, there was likely something in that building. When he entered, this zombie had been facing away, staring at that building the whole time. Please, I refuse. There is my child. The glove is his gift. The thing is there. Chapter 29, The Cruel Truth in the Office. Lennon expressionlessly wiped the sticky substance in his hand with a piece of white cloth. On the pristine white ceramic, there was a mingled stain of red and white, faintly revealing that it was the exploded head of the zombie doctor. Captain Lin, Zhang Tai said angrily, a hint of compassion flashing in his eyes. Without the zombie doctor's command, the force of the zombies crashing against the door outside had significantly lessened. For a moment, they didn't have to worry about being broken in by zombies. Didn't he say he had a child somewhere? I see he was willing to hand over the gloves. He just wanted us to help find his child. Why kill him? He actually didn't want to become a zombie. I think. Lennon dropped the white cloth in his hand and looked at Zhang Tai. He wasn't surprised that Zhang Tai was angry about him directly crushing the zombie doctor's head. Zhang Tai was inherently kind-hearted, as evidenced by the old, weak, sick, and disabled people in his team. Do you think I'm too cruel? Inhuman? Clearly. We would have gone to that building next door and found his child, and he would have willingly given us the gloves. He might have even volunteered information about another component's whereabouts. So, I shouldn't have killed him? Lennon and Zhang Tai locked eyes, and he felt he was right. Yes, I think he was still a person. He just wanted to find his child. A person? Lennon chuckled lightly and walked over to the metal cabinet in the corner of the room. Zombies are forever zombies. The moment he turned into a zombie, he had already lost his humanity. You underestimate the horror of the zombie virus too much. Lennon walked toward the judgmental vision, toward the black mist. The cabinet was pulled open, and a cabinet full of white bones fell out, rolling to Zhang Tai's feet. 3 rows of children's skulls were neatly arranged on the top layer, their tender faces marked with signs of being gnawed. In each pair of eyes, one could see the fear before death, a complete silence. On the tiles, the bones were licked clean, and the marrow was pried open without a bit wasted. What is this? Zhang Tai breathed heavily, staring incredulously at the white bones beneath his feet. He trembled as he picked up a piece that looked like an arm. The bones were very small. The slender skeletons appeared to be not fully developed. Clack, clack, clack. Zhang Tai's teeth chattered, and the broken bone in his hand fell to the ground. He recognized that these bones all belonged to children. Lennon was not surprised by Zhang Tai's reaction. Although he looked robust, his mental resilience was not lacking. However, the apocalypse had just begun, and few could withstand the shock before them. Lennon sighed lightly and patted Zhang Tai's shoulder. A part of the second floor is designated for pediatrics. Since we arrived, have you seen a single child turn zombie? It tells you that he retained his reason and humanity because of the glove's ability. Zhang Tai took a deep breath, struggling to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Shaking his head, Captain Lin, isn't it because of the gloves? Lennon felt for the glove on his right hand, his gaze cold. If it weren't for him being a reborn, he would likely have been deceived by the zombie doctor's words. Reason? Wanting to save children? Zombies can never possess such things. They had already completely degenerated into monsters the moment they turned into zombies. At most, they can only possess some intelligence. Even this comes at the cost of eating people. Just like the suturer, it became a third-stage mutant abomination after devouring all the survivors in Wandamal. It became the ultimate nightmare for the survivors of Lingjiang City. Don't you understand? He lost the gloves, but still had intelligence, still understood fear. This shows that his intelligence was not granted by the gloves, but was inherent. Players can level up by killing mutants, and, similarly, zombies can level up by eating people. The more powerful the mutant, the more people it kills. The zombie we encountered earlier might have seemed weak to me, but its actual strength was much greater than other zombies. Moreover, it should be a relatively special kind, capable of commanding other zombies through mental power. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had such a hard time before without any command. Undoubtedly, most of the children here were consumed by him alone, which is why he mutated. Zhang Tai fell silent, unable to resist walking over to the pool of filth on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he stomped on it. Damn scum. Ding. Zhang Tai's loyalty to you increased by 10 points, current loyalty 80. With 80 points of loyalty, it can basically be guaranteed that Zhang Tai won't betray him. Having a system that monitors loyalty in real time is indeed useful. Not bad. It seems that this incident significantly impacted Zhang Tai's worldview. I believe that in the future, Zhang Tai will no longer question Lin N's methods. Captain Lin, I'm sorry. Zhang Tai lowered his head and gave a self-deprecating smile. It's nothing. These things will be experienced sooner or later. Don't trust any zombies or mutants. They're no longer human the moment they turn into zombies. Lennon stood in front of the window, looking towards the nearby inpatient building. 303, Wenya's mother. The zombie doctor's child, the missing key component of the equipment. It seems that whether to gain Wenya's loyalty or to complete the equipment, a trip here is necessary. Let's take a 10-minute break before we set off. 10 minutes is enough for Zhang Tai to recover his stamina. After all, the higher the physique, the faster the recovery speed. Time is pressing. After the apocalypse game began, the global weather has become unusually unstable. Although the two of them set out early in the morning, it was only noon now. However, the nights fall quickly, and it would be dark around 5 in the afternoon. If they delayed, the strength of the zombies would significantly increase in the dark. Qualitative changes arise from quantitative changes. No matter how strong a single zombie is, it is limited, but a horde of zombies is different. Any slight enhancement becomes extremely troublesome. Lennon stood by the window, carefully observing the internal terrain of the entire hospital. The operation 10 minutes later may not go smoothly. Why did the zombie doctor want to go to the inpatient department himself? What was there? He didn't quite believe that the zombie doctor only wanted him to go over and find his child. Child? Whether or not there is one is a question mark. Undoubtedly, there should be some danger there. The zombie doctor wanted him to go there, undoubtedly hoping to trap Lennon there for a while to give him time to escape. Lennon murmured to himself, "A mutant? Mutants that never appeared in my previous life have already emerged in the hospital. So, it wouldn't be surprising if another one appeared." But what exactly caused this deviation? The knocking sound from the underground parking lot, the corpse snake that shouldn't have appeared, last night's shrill screams, the missing bloody witch, and the corpse mountain caused by the suspected third-stage mutant on the road into the city. Lennon asked himself if he had done anything to significantly affect history. If so, it could only be that he took the Doomsday ring early. Lennon recalled the strange incident of taking the ring, followed by 3 days of coma that caused him to waste valuable time for preparing supplies. With a myriad of thoughts, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps there's an opportunity to return to 97, Fengming Road, to take a look. If something really burst out, it would definitely bring destruction to the surrounding environment. Careful investigation might reveal some clues left behind. Chapter 30. Split up Team Leader Lin. What are you looking at? Zhang Tai casually walked over and stood next to Lennon. Nothing much. Lennon took out 2 vials of prepared potions from his waist and handed them to him. The light purple potions emitted a strange color in the test tubes, mesmerizing. Team Leader Lin, what is this? Zhang Tai instinctively took the potions and stared dumbfounded at the information that appeared in his player profile. Ding obtained giant lizard extract, special increases strength 1, constitution 1, agility 1 for a short period after consumption. Ding obtained snake venom purification essence, special increases burst power by 50, stamina and impact resistance by 30, and attack speed by 20 for a short period after consumption. Stunned. As an awakened, Zhang Tai knew how important even a slight increase in attributes could be just from his own changes. This stuff is pretty amazing. Team Leader Lin, if I had a few more of these, I wouldn't be afraid of any zombies. Give me a few more. Lennon sighed. After deducting the ones he had used, only 24 potions remained in his ring. Although it sounded like a lot, it couldn't support many battles. It was fine for one person, but if the team grew, 2 or 3 battles would deplete them quickly. Not much left. Save them. Can your mental strength support another transformation? Zhang Tai felt a bit regretful upon hearing there weren't many left. He carefully placed the potions in his chest like a treasure. Team Leader, I can manage 1 more bear transformation at most, but the duration will be significantly shorter. About? Zhang Tai thought for a moment and gave an uncertain answer. About 20 seconds. Lennon frowned slightly. 20 seconds was indeed too short. He had calculated earlier that, no matter how fast they moved, the battle in the hospital building would last no less than 5 minutes. Both locations were necessary to check. If the pharmacy really had a psychic node, Lennon could even bring you back here tomorrow to upgrade to Awakened. After all, in his plan, the other Awakening location was hard to find and located in an area with a large gathering of zombies. Bringing Winya inside, with her being just an ordinary person, posed a high risk. Therefore, finding a psychic node in the pharmacy would be the best outcome. Then, we'll split up. You go to the pharmacy. There should be fewer zombies there. If anything unusual happens, let me know. Lennon thought for a moment and decided to let Zhang Tai go to the pharmacy alone. Even if the psychic node there had dissipated, it might still leave some benefits. Having Zhang Tai follow him would be less helpful, so it was better to let him scout instead. Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment but didn't say anything. He knew that if he couldn't transform, he would be at most a slightly stronger human. In close combat with zombies, he might even become a burden to Lennon. He wasn't overly sentimental and simply nodded in agreement. However, he suddenly felt a bit melancholic. After the apocalypse broke out, he had always been seen as the big brother and relied upon by the team members. He just didn't expect that with Lennon. He couldn't even be of help. His once proud strength was nothing in front of Lin, and dejected and frustrated, Zhang Tai glanced at his left hand. The severed arm had indeed weakened his strength significantly. Lennon noticed his thoughts and decided to offer some comfort. After all, they would all be members of the same team in the future, and mutual support was inevitable. Zhang Tai, don't be discouraged and feel useless. Every awakened is a powerful representative. The reason you feel weak now is that we are facing a large horde of zombies. In such scale, it wouldn't matter who it was. Lennon thought for a moment and added, your innate skill is quite good. Bear transformation is much more practical in combat than many awakened. Once your transformation duration increases and you upgrade to the second tier, you'll even gain a new skill. With a longer bear transformation and the new skill you learn, your combat power will be quite considerable. Lennon recalled other awakened he learned about in his previous life, especially those who controlled elements. They could unleash flames and storms with a wave of their hand. It looked powerful, and their lethality was decent. However, they often lost combat effectiveness after using their skills 2 or 3 times due to a lack of mental energy. After that, they had to rely on their maximum attributes to fight enemies. Compared to the physical type and transformation type awakened, these elemental awakened were like a 3-hit combo. Once their skills were used up, they were done. Zhang Tai's bear transformation allowed for much longer combat duration than these types of awakened. Although it lacked in burst power, it excelled in durability and stability, much like the relationship between ADCs and mages. One pursues stable, continuous output, while the other focuses on short-term bursts. Hearing this, Zhang Tai felt much better inside, beginning to envision his strength after advancing to the second tier. Lennon was equally eager. In these encounters with large hordes of zombies, he had also identified a significant shortcoming. He lacked area attack skills. It was fine against single enemies, but when facing a large number of opponents, relying solely on physical combat was extremely tiring. His innate talent was explosive strength, which was not much different from Zhang Tai's bear transformation. Although he had more attributes and was more comprehensive, it ultimately belonged to auxiliary skills. In the apocalyptic game, lacking area attack skills was very inconvenient. After all, while mutated creatures were strong, they were rare. The real battles involved facing countless zombies. Lennon made up his mind. After acquiring the equipment, he would take care of the suture. If all went well, he aimed to level up to the second tier before establishing a safe zone. Leveling up to the second tier would not only bring a qualitative leap in strength, but also grant him a brand new skill. He already had one auxiliary skill, and Lennon didn't believe that the skill he would gain after leveling up would still be auxiliary. Even a single target burst skill would be stronger than hacking away with his knife. Team leader Lin, I've rested enough. Shall we go now? Lennon looked at Zhang Tai and nodded slowly. After giving Zhang Tai 2 potions, he believed that with Zhang Tai's strength, he should be fine against the few zombies in the pharmacy. Bang! After confirming their route, the two didn't hesitate and jumped down from the second floor. One headed straight for the hospital building, while the other went to the pharmacy. In the underground parking lot on the second floor, the rhythmic knocking suddenly stopped. Not long after, the cry of a baby echoed, an abrupt and eerie sound in the dead silence of the darkness. Chapter 31, Room 317. As soon as he landed, the scattered zombies wandering around the hospital quickly surrounded him. It was unclear whether there were survivors in the various buildings of the hospital, or if the zombies were trying to avoid the sunlight. There weren't many zombies on the ground outside. Whoosh! Lennon thrust his bone spike straight through the zombie lunging at him, as if piercing through tofu. After equipping the Skull Crusher's hand, his strength attribute had reached an impressive 24. For points even without activating his talents. In a regular state, he was stronger than he had been while using drugs and skills before. His power had indeed risen to a new level. Lennon bent his legs to gather strength, locking onto a window on the 3rd floor of the hospital building. Bang! The ground cracked, and the imprints of his feet sank deeper than before. Like a human cannonball, he ignored the zombies below who had caught his scent. Boom! The outer wall of the 3rd floor cracked, dust falling down. Lennon jumped onto the outer wall, grabbing the protective net on the window with one hand and exerting slight force. Creak! The protective railing was torn apart by his bare hands, and the stainless steel pipes were easily twisted into spirals. Peering through the window, the interior of the room was dim and hard to see clearly. Roar! Inside the room, a zombie howled as it slammed against the window. Its face was deformed, crashing into the glass like a demon. The window shattered, and with no sense of pain, it crashed through, ignoring the broken glass that sliced into its face. From the looks of it, the zombie was an elderly person, about 70 or 80 years old. It was wildly snapping its large mouth, its teeth mostly fallen out, yet it still tried to bite a piece of flesh from Lin and to taste the delicacy. Bang! Lin remained expressionless, hanging onto its body with one hand before kicking its skull, leaping into the room. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. The room was in disarray. There were 2 hospital beds inside, equipped with separate bathrooms. This room was likely a special care unit, and the zombie that had just died probably had a high status in life. Ordinary people could hardly afford the expenses of such a special care unit. In his line of sight, on the other bed, a zombie grandmother was struggling to climb down, reduced to only her upper body. It wasn't that the zombie's strength was limited by its pre-transformation physical condition. Under the enhancement of the zombie virus, Lennon had seen many elderly people turn into zombies and still run quickly. However, this zombie grandmother had her limbs completely eaten away, turning into a mere torso, struggling to move like a maggot. The once clean bedsheet was now stained with dark red blood. Her upper body had been stripped of arms, and even her chest cavity was missing some organs. It seemed that the elderly man had turned into a zombie first, and then infected her. If nothing unexpected happened, they might have been husband and wife. Decades of marriage, supporting each other through illness, only to end up being consumed by one's own partner. Lennon shook his head, feeling little about it. In his previous life during the apocalypse, he had seen such scenes many times. Bang, bang, bang. The locked door was deforming. Hearing the noise, zombies outside rushed over. Lennon didn't take care and took a few steps to the door, reaching for the lock. His gaze was calm, as if the zombies outside were merely friends visiting. Judgment eye. Crack. He yanked the door lock apart, and a faint blue mist rose from his eyes. Roar. Outside, the zombies howled. At least 20 or 30 of them rushed in. They filled the hallway like a dense mass. With a powerful step, Lennon reacted quickly, raising his leg to stomp on the nearest zombie. The sound of bones breaking echoed like firecrackers. The leading zombie was instantly knocked back, taking the ones behind it along with it, crashing into a heap. The wall trembled as the zombies at the door were cleared out, and the ones at the back were firmly embedded in the wall, turning into a puddle of flesh. Lennon looked at the result of his casual kick and smiled with satisfaction. His strength was now equivalent to over 4 tons. A casual punch or kick felt like a car crashing at high speed. This was the power of an awakened one. Stepping over the ground covered in shattered limbs and flesh, Lennon arrived in the corridor and quickly scanned the area. The judgment I loaded all the information in the vicinity in a very short time. Ding detected. Zombies, 1198. Mutants, 0. Although the number of zombies was significantly less than in the emergency building, it was still not to be underestimated. Behind him, the doorplate read 330. A sign on the wall indicated left 330 to 370, right 330 to 301. Without hesitation, Lennon turned right. If you remember correctly, when you said her mother was in room 303. The zombie doctor mentioned a child with body parts in room 317, although Winya's mother was likely already dead or turned into a zombie. He had promised Winya to at least take a look. Besides, rooms 303 and 317 were along the same path, so it wouldn't take much time. Zombies roared, and those wandering in the corridor charged at him. Lennon held 2 spikes. One was a spine from a licker, and the other was from a regular zombie. He and T had the chance to deal with the licker-S corpse he killed on the road yesterday. Compared to regular cold weapons, the zombie spine, while less convenient, was quite effective. Thrust. Lennon stepped forward, his movements as swift as lightning. The sharp spine, amplified by terrifying strength, pierced through the zombie in front of him, leaving a clear hole. With both spikes, he quickly thrust forward, transforming into a cold and efficient killing machine. With immense power, Lennon's progress was unimpeded as he sprinted down the corridor, clearing out the zombies in his path. It was a cold, mechanical slaughter. A minute later, Lennon looked up at the doorplate, not far away. The corridor behind him resembled a slaughterhouse, littered with the bodies of zombies whose skulls he had crushed. Room 317. No abnormalities. The information on the screen showed only regular zombies. Lennon felt a mix of confusion and faint unease. It was too smooth. Having fought his way through his judgment, I had remained active the entire time. On one hand, it was to prevent any special zombies from mixing in, enabling him to react swiftly. On the other hand, When you had not provided a photo of her mother. Of course, even if she had, it wouldn't have helped much. After all, if Wenya's mother had turned into a zombie, she would likely be unrecognizable. The patients in the hospital all wore the same hospital gowns, making it impossible to distinguish them by clothing. But with no abnormalities along the way, he could also sense that these zombies were not being directed by any mutants. Now that he had arrived at room 317, yet found nothing, it didn't seem right. Logically, there should be some dangerous presence here. Otherwise, the zombie doctor would have no reason to lure him here. As for the possibility that it was indeed his child, wanting Lin and to take them back, he would believe it for a second. If that were the case, why wouldn't the zombie doctor come itself? A mutant could command other zombies without any hindrance in the horde. Cautiously, Lin let out a low shout, his gaze sharpening. Power explosion. A faint golden spiritual energy surged into his body, all attributes it too. His strength broke through 24. Reaching 26. Strong, his blood surged. Lin once again felt the new power of the second tier. Unlike the previous breakthrough, his strength now rivaled that of a mid-tier second tier. Adjusting to the optimal state, Lin crossed the dual blades in front of his chest, then delivered a powerful kick to the door of room 317. Boom! The metal door fell off under this force, crashing into the room as if struck by a giant beast. Lin cautiously looked inside, empowered by the Eye of Judgment. The curtains were tightly closed, and the dimly lit room was as bright as day. After seeing the scene inside, his pupils constricted sharply, and his body hair stood on end as if a beast had encountered danger. After a long time, a surge of intense fear welled up from his heart. Lin's breath caught, and he felt as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. There were no zombies in the room, only a little girl. She wore a red short skirt, and her delicate little feet were bare, floating in the air. Chapter 32 Death, a drop, detected a mutant. The girl in the red dress floated in midair, her head bowed, as if she were asleep. Around her neck hung a necklace that resembled black obsidian. Her long hair covered her entire face, with strands hanging down on either side of her shoulders, moving without wind. Her exposed skin was deathly pale, devoid of color. Lin's body stiffened, and he gave up on breathing. He didn't dare to move, afraid of waking her. Is it useful? Lin chuckled bitterly in his heart. The noise he made when he kicked the door was definitely loud, although he didn't know why the mutant in front of him showed no reaction. He didn't believe she truly hadn't noticed. The Eye of Judgment provided no information, only confirming that she was not human, but a mutant. The lack of information from the Eye of Judgment indicated that the being in front of him had power that crushed him, making it impossible for his mental probing to breach her barrier. Floating, walking in the air without external force. The strength of the mutant in front of him, at least peak second tier, or possibly even third tier, Lin felt a sense of despair. This was the greatest crisis he had faced since his rebirth. As for the black obsidian embedded in the necklace around the girl's neck, it was highly likely the missing key part of the gloves. Obtaining it would complete this skull crusher's hand. However, he now dared not act recklessly. If he died, what use would it be to complete the equipment? What to do? Lin's mind raced, desperately trying to maintain his sanity. Before he could make a choice, the girl suddenly lifted her head. Her delicate features were as cute as a doll, looking only 7 or 8 years old, but her eyes were dead white, filled with resentment and indifference. Boom! An unbeatable mental shockwave hit Lin's body like a solid object. It slammed him against the wall as if he had been hit by a train. The wall cracked, revealing bricks and steel bars inside. Lin felt a sweetness in his mouth as blood spilled out. His chest caved in, as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. At least 3 ribs broke, and his left hand was shattered. His blood surged. Lin chuckled bitterly in his heart. Too strong. The mutant in front of him was not something he could resist at all. That blow had nearly killed him. He could feel his internal organs bleeding. If it weren't for the power burst that enhanced his physique, that blow would have killed him instantly. Too strong. Lin, who was nearly invincible at the first tier, had no power to fight back against the girl in the red dress, who was suspected to be a third-tier mutant. Run. Without hesitation, Lin instantly took out a potion from the Doomsday ring and bit it open. Drop, strength 1. Physique 1, agilité 1. Drop, explosive power increased by 50, endurance and impact resistance increased by 30, attack speed increased by 20. Blood surged, and his strength increased again. At this point, Lin An's strength attribute had reached 23. Coupled with the 10 explosive power increase provided by the 10 psychic plants from a potion, he could now deal damage exceeding 28. 08 strength. But it was still useless against the suspected third-tier mutant girl, because the minimum attribute value for a third-tier mutant was 40 points. With no thought of resistance, Lin forced his body to turn silently and darted to the right like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was so fast that the air around him was compressed, creating a slight sonic boom. Behind him, the floating girl in the red dress seemed completely unresponsive. After releasing the mental shock, she fell silent again. 10 meters. Lin's speed was so fast, it left afterimages. There was a floor-to-ceiling window on the third-floor staircase for lighting. If he dashed out, he could escape this building. Faster, even faster. Lin urged the power within him, trying to push his speed to the limit. He could only pray that the girl in red had no interest in him and wouldn't chase him out of the building. Otherwise, he couldn't think of any hope for survival. He fled frantically. In his peripheral vision, Lin saw the room number on his right. 303. That was where Winya's mother was. Before Lin could form any thoughts, another wave of mental fluctuation came from behind him. Buzz. A transparent, yet substantial mental shock wave struck again, turning into an invisible impact that slammed into his back. Puffed. Blood spewed out. Lin felt pain all over his body. His back a bloody mess. His vision darkened, and under this impact, he was blasted out of the building like a cannonball. In midair, Lin strained to protect his head. Outside the hospital building, a zombie stared blankly at the third-floor window. There were signs of life inside. Attracting its attention. Boom! Before it could react, a shadow shot out at high speed, crashing into it. Dust rose, and the hard concrete ground was blasted into a deep pit. Lin felt dizzy and struggled to crawl out of the pit. Beneath him lay a zombie, crushed into a bloody pulp. It was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the warm sunlight dispelled the cold air. But it couldn't dispel the chill in Lin An's heart. From the third floor of the hospital building, the girl in the red dress slowly floated out. Her dead white eyes locked onto Lin and in the deep pit. Seeing this, Lin smiled bitterly, since the girl in red had chased him out. It seemed he would meet his end today. No wonder the zombie doctor wanted to lure him to 307. A suspected third-tier mutant would be too much for even a 1,000-man army to handle. But Lin couldn't understand why there were mutants here when there weren't any in his previous life. He had already encountered 2 mutants in the hospital, not to mention the unknown creatures that might exist in the underground parking lot. Even if his rebirth had disrupted the original trajectory, it shouldn't have changed this much, right? He asked himself if he had been cautious enough. In his expectations, even if the zombie doctor wanted to lure him to the dangerous 307, it would at most be a first-tier threat. After all, the squad that obtained the Skull Crusher's hand in his previous life was not very strong. They relied on sacrificing a large number of ordinary people and using firearms to force their way in. If there had been a suspected third-tier mutant here at that time. No, even a second-tier one. This group would never have been able to bring the gloves back. After all, a 1,000-strong team attacking this place with modern weapons, amidst the explosions of grenades and gunfire, would definitely attract the attention of the girl in red, even if they hadn't gone to room 307. It was really frustrating. A broken rib pierced into his lung, and Lin coughed. Blood foam spilled from the corner of his mouth. He was gravely injured. If he weren't an awakened one with high physique repairing his organs, an ordinary person would have died long ago. He was losing too much blood, and his hands and feet felt icy. With such injuries, he couldn't even escape in a short time. Lin stared hard at the slowly floating girl in red. Dark and lifeless. One more mental shock, and he would undoubtedly die. The girl in red slowly raised her right hand, her childish face devoid of expression. Waves of mental fluctuations condensed, ready to strike him in an instant. A strong aura of death enveloped Lin and impossible to resist, like memories before death. Rapid flashes of images passed before Lin An's eyes like a lantern slideshow. The indifferent Tang Wan and her family in the safe house, and Xia clinging tightly to him, helpless. The painful roar of the zombified and Jing Tian. Wenya, trembling while holding a blanket, her eyes red. Zhang Tai, laughing heartily, proudly introducing his sister. And Xia Jing Tian. I'm really sorry, but I might never be able to go back and see you again. Linen let out a bitter laugh, not expecting that in this rebirth, nothing could be changed. A mental shock came instantly, like the Grim Reaper's scythe slashing towards Lin An's head. Darkness, deathly silence. Chapter 33. Black Snake Time seemed to stand still. Linen remembered that he had often heard people say that time slows down before death, allowing you to slowly recall your life, like a painting unfolding. He had never believed it, but now he did. It felt as if a tangible mental shockwave twisted space, slowly but firmly slashing toward his head. He could even feel the pain at his brow, as if his scalp was slowly cracking open. The surrounding zombies, sensing the smell of blood, waved their arms in slow motion, looking comical. The grains of sand and dust wrapped in psychic energy fell one by one. The roaring sound elongated and distorted, deep and indistinguishable. Everything was so slow. However, in the center of this painting, a black snake appeared like a flash of lightning. Its speed was so fast that Lennon couldn't react in time. It arrived in an instant. Puff! The black snake leaped up, blocking the mental shockwave between Lin and it. The wave, capable of slicing through tank armor, vanished into the black snake's body in an instant, disappearing without a sound. Like a cow sinking into the sea, the black snake let out a satisfied burp, and then playfully waved its tail at Lin in time, resumed its flow. Roaring like a rushing river, Lin was shaken to his core, staring incredulously at the black snake in front of him. It was too fast. The speed it had just displayed exceeded the speed of sound. If converted to agility, it was at least over 45 points. This kind of speed was something even a third-tier mutant couldn't achieve. Hiss! The black snake flicked its tongue, arching its body. Lennon surprisingly saw a hint of appeasement in its cold pupils. He didn't even know why he could perceive emotions from a snake's eyes. His mouth was dry. Lennon was at a loss. What the hell was this thing? It appeared out of nowhere and saved his life, even showing him a sense of appeasement. Before Lennon could think further, the black snake suddenly turned and stood upright. In an instant, it expanded, transforming from a slender little snake into a 4-meter-high giant python. Its pitch-black scales absorbed the sunlight, resembling a black hole. On the other hand, the girl in the red dress, floating in midair, stopped moving. She still wore an expressionless face, her dead white pupils fixed on the black snake. Fear? From its reaction, Lennon sensed that this suspected third-tier mutant was somewhat afraid of the black snake. Hiss! The girl in red stood in the air, her powerful psychic energy spilling out, tearing apart everything around her. Buzz! She raised one hand, her pale fingertips aimed at the black giant python. In Lin An's perception, a psychic wave that far exceeded the one that had just struck him erupted, crashing toward the giant python in an instant. Two creatures, both clearly monstrous, began to clash without uttering a word, leaving Lin immensely puzzled. The mental shockwave reached the giant python in an instant, but like before, it vanished into its body. The black giant python opened its mouth, mockingly remaining in place. Boom! The next moment, its massive body leaped into the air at an illogical angle, appearing in front of the girl in red. Its gigantic mouth opened wide, ready to swallow her whole. Ja! Seeing the giant mouth coming down, the girl in red let out a piercing scream, a sound imbued with psychic shock that instantly shattered the heads of the surrounding zombies within 100 meters. Lennon let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his nose. His head throbbed painfully, if not for his will a tribute far exceeding that of an ordinary awakener. That scream would have shattered his consciousness. Moreover, he could feel that the primary target of that scream was not him or the surrounding zombies, but the black giant python. Lennon let out a bitter laugh, realizing that he didn't even have the right to spectate. Just the residual force of the battle nearly took half his life. His gaze grew serious, and his earlier doubts were somewhat resolved. That scream was the same one he had heard last night. It was filled with resentment and was so sharp that it left a deep impression on him. What had happened last night? Before Lin could sort out his thoughts, the black snake seemed undeterred. That scream, capable of killing thousands, appeared to be merely noise to it. It paused slightly, but continued to lunge at the red-dressed mutant. Buzz! A slight spatial fluctuation occurred. To avoid being swallowed, the red-dressed mutant bizarrely vanished and reappeared not far away, as if teleporting. Her aura had weakened significantly, and the psychic energy that had been spilling out had retreated into her body. It seemed this teleportation-like ability consumed a great deal of energy for her. The girl in red stayed in place, and the black giant python did not pursue her further. They seemed to be waiting for something. The two creatures faced each other, and Lennon wondered why the black giant python, clearly at an advantage, did not launch another attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake flicked its tongue. In the standoff, it seemed the black giant python was communicating with the red mutant. After a few seconds, Lennon watched as the girl in red hesitated for a moment before removing the necklace from her neck and tossing it toward the black giant python. On her youthful face, Lennon saw for the first time a fluctuation of emotions: anger, reluctance, yet helplessness. As the necklace was thrown, the central obsidian sparkled with a mysterious luster, drawing Lin An's gaze. If only he could get it. His heart raced. According to the equipment description, if the Skull Crusher's hand fused with the missing parts, it would be upgraded to epic-level equipment. As the name suggests, this kind of equipment was immensely powerful. In his past life, Lennon had only heard about such epic equipment when the strongest awakeners chatted. The power of epic equipment could turn the tide, bringing about a qualitative change in strength for the player. Lennon guessed that there might not be many such pieces of equipment in the entire Apocalypse game. Wanting it was one thing, but Lennon could only stay put, not daring to make any moves. The necklace was thrown to the black giant python. Even though the black snake had saved him and even showed some inexplicable appeasement, Lennon would never naively think that the black snake would not turn against him. A creature that could ignore a third-tier mutant's mental shock and had a speed comparable to 45 points in agility was practically invincible at this stage. Lennon knew that if this giant python attacked him, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow. Just based on its speed, he wouldn't even be able to react. Although he didn't know the origins of this black snake transformed into a black giant python, Lennon vaguely felt that this monster was different from the mutated creatures infected by the zombie virus. After throwing the necklace, the girl in red turned and flew away without hesitation. However, when Lennon looked in the direction she flew, he was surprised to find that it was also toward the city center. He didn't know what was there in the city center. Lennon recalled the mountain of corpses he had seen when entering the city. There were also traces of third-tier mutants there, with the city center as their target. His head ached, and he felt uneasy. The course of this apocalypse was completely different from what he remembered, making him feel a loss of control. But in a moment of reflection, Lennon suppressed those thoughts. No matter what changes occurred, he had to face them. Useless emotions had no value. The cold wind suddenly rose, and the weather after the apocalypse was unpredictable. Lennon stayed quietly in the pit, watching the black snake swallow the necklace whole. What a pity. Lennon sighed quietly. It seemed the black snake's target was also the obsidian on the necklace. He just didn't understand why it had saved him. Regardless, it appeared that his hopes of completing the equipment were thoroughly dashed. He couldn't contend with either of the two monsters. Putting aside his desire to obtain the obsidian, Lennon began to feel the Skull Crusher's hand in his right hand. What a shame. If he could complete this equipment, he would have full confidence in killing the Suture. However, the ending is still quite good. At least he survived after encountering a suspected third-stage mutant. This is already considered extremely lucky. However, he thinks his injuries are gradually healing, and with his high physical constitution, his body recovers at about 7 times the speed of an ordinary person. Although he can't regenerate severed limbs, he can heal wounds and repair internal organs quickly. It feels like waiting for a sentence. Up until now, Lennon still doesn't know why the black snake suddenly appeared and then suddenly intervened to save him. Crack! Just as Lennon was anxiously speculating, the black giant python transformed back into a slender black snake. It happily swam to Lennon's feet and then opened its mouth. A necklace covered in slime was presented to the ground as if it were a treasure. Breathing heavily, Lennon stared fixedly at the black snake and the necklace. What is this? In his mind, a childish voice rang out. Fusion. Equipment. Chapter 34 Epic Equipment. The voice came from a mental transmission. Lennon was not unfamiliar with this method. It was similar to team communication. However, this kind of mental communication could only be mastered by those with third-tier strength. There was no one else around, so the only one capable of this was the Black Snake. Surprise and disbelief filled him. Could it be that the Black Snake asked the red-clad mutant for the necklace for itself? Lennon instinctively reached for the necklace, disregarding the slime on it. Not to mention the slime, a piece of epic gear that could complete his equipment was worth retrieving even from a mountain of corpses. The necklace felt cold to the touch. Ding obtained blue equipment, refined soul splitter fragment, equipment attributes. Well, 5, mental power amplification 10, mental recovery speed 30, attack speed 10. Attack carries additional mental shock. Mental shock damages any creature with mental power based on the strength difference and includes a stun effect. Equipment description: a broken piece of soul. It seems it could be embedded somewhere. Perhaps you can find its carrier. Note: this fragment is incomplete. Fuse it with other fragments. So powerful. Lynn's heart raced. Even if he didn't use the soul splitter fragment to complete the Skull Crusher's hand, just the effect of this piece of equipment was strong enough. Especially the attack that carries mental shock, which is considered top-notch among blue equipment. Either of these two blue pieces of equipment alone could drive players crazy. Lennon could hardly imagine how powerful it would be after completing the Skull Crusher's hand. Quickly, fuse. The mental energy from the Black Snake urged Lennon, seeming a bit anxious. It coiled its body and lowered its head, appearing somewhat wilted. It no longer had the imposing presence it had when it transformed into a giant python. It seemed that the earlier battle with the red-clad mutant was not as overwhelming as it had shown. Lennon snapped back to reality and directly took off his gloves. Fuse. Buzz. The obsidian on the necklace erupted with dazzling brilliance, and the two pieces of equipment merged together. The light faded, and the originally vacant part of the gloves was completed by the obsidian. In the expectant gaze of Lynn and the Black Snake, brand new patterns appeared on the once pitch-black gloves. Ding obtained orange equipment, epic soul-devouring gloves, equipment attributes. Strength 6, Constitution 6, Will 6, Agility 6. Attack speed 20. Mental power amplification 20, mental recovery speed 50. Attack effect 1. Each attack carries mental shock, causing a brief stun effect, and provides additional bonuses based on the will attribute of the equipment holder. Attack effect 2. Soul Devour. After killing an enemy, the soul can be extracted to replenish mental power. Equipment attached skill. Soul Whale, B rank. Instantly generates a circular mental shockwave, indiscriminately damaging all creatures within range. Daily release, times 1/1. Enters recharge after release, recovers the next day. The attributes are incredibly splendid. Lennon was ecstatic, looking at the intricately patterned soul-devouring gloves in his hands. He was speechless with joy. Epic equipment truly deserves to be an existence that can exchange for a medium-sized safe zone. All attributes at 6. This is practically equivalent to a 2-tier increase in both awakened and player levels. Even the weakest ordinary player, upon obtaining this, could rival an awakened one due to its luxurious attribute bonuses. If an awakened one had it, they could easily slay a 2-tier opponent with just this equipment. Not only that, but the attributes of attack speed and mental power amplification are extremely rare. However, what excited him the most were the skills and effects attached to the equipment. The mental shock effect had been significantly enhanced. Lennon had witnessed the power of the red-clad mutant's mental shock. Unlike conventional attack methods, this way was nearly unavoidable and could only be resisted with willpower. The accompanying stun effect was also immensely powerful. Imagine, if in battle, the opponent is stunned for a moment every time they suffer mental shock. How could they fight Lennon? In the battle between mutants and awakened ones, any mistake could be magnified infinitely. A slight flaw could mean a fatal blow. And this soul-devouring gloves had the Soul Whale skill, which could be considered a god-tier ability on the battlefield. It damages enemies in a wide area without consuming the user's mental power. This is equivalent to having an extra skill every day, bringing along a mental power awakened one to fight. As for the Soul Devour, mentioned in Effect 2, Lennon was somewhat puzzled. Devouring souls to restore mental power? He had never heard of such an effect before, and without experimentation, he had no idea what it would be like. However, it should also be considered a means of restoring mental power. His hands explored the gloves, the cold texture lightweight. The pressure of having killed the sewing man that had weighed heavily on his heart was lifted. He felt a sense of relief. With this epic-level equipment, he no longer needed to worry about the gap in strength like before. Just the all attributes at 6 could allow him to crush the sewing man in pure physicality. After all, no matter how strong the sewing man was, it was only a second-tier existence, with attributes that would not exceed 30 points at most. Moreover, the attack carrying mental shock, a control damage effect, meant that in 1 second, 6 attacks would leave the enemy to endure 6 instances of the stun effect. With just this, Lennon was absolutely confident he could slay the sewing man in a short time. Furthermore, the attached soul whale also compensated for his current lack of area damage. He had been worried about the large number of zombies inside Wanda Plaza. But with this skill to clear the area, the problem was easily resolved. If he couldn't withstand the mental shock, how could ordinary zombies with a general will attribute of only 0 to 1 points? He also wondered why the team from his past life that obtained the gloves didn't try to complete them. If they had known how exaggerated the attributes would be after completing the gloves, the survivors in the southeast war zone of Huasha would have done everything possible to find the missing parts. Lennon tried to calm his emotions, feeling immensely grateful. Sewing man, I'm coming. And Jing Tian and Xia, you no longer have to wait 7 days in fear. I am confident I can slay the sewing man and save you now. His nose couldn't help but sting. The 2 siblings were the only ones he cared about in his heart, and now he finally had the confidence to complete his mission. How could he not be excited? Beside Lennon, the black snake looked on with curiosity. It couldn't quite understand why Lin An's emotions were so volatile. Noticing the curiosity in the black snake's eyes, Lennon smiled slightly. Human emotions are complex and precious. Let us give it a try. Lennon eagerly equipped the gloves, eager to test them. However, just as he put on the gloves, a cold, mechanical prompt from the system sounded instantly. Ding, you have lost the Soul Hand epic level equipment, Orange. Damn. Chapter 35. The bandaged girl. No matter how resilient Lin and Spirit was, he couldn't help but curse when he heard the notification that he had lost his equipment. In front of him, a slender black snake, moving at a speed several times faster than Lin An's reaction, swallowed the soul-eating gloves in one gulp. The speed was so fast that it almost made Lin think it had disappeared into thin air. If it weren't for the bulging belly of the black snake and the saliva remaining on his hand, he would have thought this was an illusion. The gloves were gone. The black snake let out a satisfied burp, looking somewhat lazy. Good eat. The childish voice from the black snake conveyed contentment. But in Lin An's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. One moment he was in heaven, and the next he felt as if he had plunged into hell. Lin stared fiercely at the black snake, struggling to suppress the urge to crush it. He couldn't fight back. If he acted, he would definitely be the one to die. The epic equipment he had worked so hard to obtain was gone, along with the hope of saving in Xia and in Jingtian. Lin felt a bit lost. If it weren't for his strong will, an ordinary person would probably find it hard to accept such a drastic turn of events. With the gloves swallowed, it also meant he had lost his own cranium crusher's hand. In just a few seconds, the gloves that had been swallowed seemed to be digested completely. The previously lethargic black snake regained its vitality. In an instant, Lennon realized. No wonder the black snake had saved him and showed a pleasing demeanor. It seemed the black snake did not intend to give him the epic equipment, but rather wanted to use him, who had a system, to fuse the 2 pieces of equipment. Lennon bitterly smiled to himself. He had been overly sentimental. There was no such good fortune in the world. He was not the protagonist of a novel, where all the benefits would fall to him. It was over. Everything was over. Without the 5 points of strength provided by the cranium crusher's hand, he truly didn't know what he could use to fight against the suturer. The gap of 5 points in strength meant he needed to level up 2 more times to make up for it. The gap of 2 levels, whether it was player levels or awakened levels. The number of mutated creatures required to level up doubled with each level. It took 4 mutated creatures to go from level 1 to level 2, and 8 to go from level 2 to level 3. A total of 12 mutated creatures. Not to mention whether he could kill them, Just searching for targets in the urban area of Lingjiang was extremely difficult. A slight mistake could lead to being surrounded by zombies and mutated creatures, which would mean certain death. Powerlessness and despair surged in Lin An's heart. He remained silent. After a long time, as the area cleared by the red-clothed mutated creature began to see zombies appearing again, he heard their roars. The zombies, driven only by their thirst for flesh, paid no heed to Lin An's current state, no longer allowing negative emotions to interfere. Lin An forced himself to crawl out of the pit. Although his condition had improved somewhat, his strength was still less than 1/10 of its peak state. He needed to pull himself together. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Once surrounded by zombies, he might not be able to break free. As for the black snake, Lin An didn't harbor much resentment. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, the snake had saved his life, and that alone was enough. There was nothing to complain about. As for the equipment, losing it was losing it. As long as he was alive, everything was still possible. Zhang Tai, have you found anything over there? If not, we should head back now. With his current injuries, it would take at least 2 days to recover to his best state. Time was pressing. He couldn't afford to waste it in the hospital. Unfortunately, he hadn't had a chance to check on the ward where Wenya's mother was. He would come back when he had the opportunity. He had to keep his promises. Lin An stood up, disregarding the black snake that was still immersed in its satisfaction from digestion. He didn't intend to entangle himself too much with this snake. The gap in strength was too vast. If this strange black snake made any sudden moves, he wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Rather than relying on the snake's mood to not attack him, Lin An preferred to keep his distance, just in case. He was no longer living for himself. He carried the hope of Jingtian and his sister to survive. In a pharmacy room, there weren't many zombies in the area. Aside from a few employees who had turned into zombies, there were no other zombies present. Even without the ability to enter a bear form, Zhang Tai managed to reach the cold storage of the pharmacy from the day he awakened, thanks to his enhanced physical condition. After searching, he found nothing unusual. Even the white light that had caused him to faint that day had disappeared. After dealing with a few scattered zombies, he scavenged various first aid and commonly used medicines. The 2 tattered coats he had were just enough to serve as a makeshift bag. With a broken helmet on his head and a full bag of medicines on his back, Zhang Tai looked just like a bear. Just as he was happily scavenging, he encountered a strange girl. Zhang Tai's expression was conflicted. He didn't reply to Lin An's message right away. At his feet lay a slender girl, her body wrapped in bandages, with her eyes tightly closed. The crimson blood stained the bandages, making her look like a severely injured soldier on the battlefield. What troubled him was that he couldn't determine whether this girl was a zombie or a human. Just 5 seconds ago, she had spoken a sentence to him, and then suddenly arched her spine like a zombie and let out a wail. After the wail, it seemed she was in immense pain and then fell unconscious. Zhang Tai was startled. The angle of her bent spine was something no human could achieve. The wrapped skin hid any signs, making it difficult to discern what was underneath. Even if Zhang Tai didn't think too much, he vaguely guessed that the girl was perhaps trying to cover her decaying and peeling skin. After all, zombies were too easy to distinguish from humans based on appearance. Should he kill her? Zhang Tai hesitated. The girl seemed weak when she was conscious, but she still looked human. She was young, around the same age as his sister. Even without seeing her face clearly through her eyes, Zhang Tai felt as if he were looking at his sister. Her gaze was equally pure and innocent. Like Lin An, Zhang Yuwei represented his softness and bottom line. It was truly hard for him to take action against her. When the girl was awake, she even pleaded for him to save her. She desperately needed food and treatment. However, after speaking, she had undergone a transformation and fell unconscious. Zhang Tai murmured to himself, is she human or what? This looks like it could be a mutated creature too? Or is she a human who has encountered a special situation? Having learned from the experience of the zombie doctor, he wouldn't simply assume she was human just because she could talk. But what if she was a mutated creature pretending to be unconscious, trying to trick him into taking her back? He felt a headache coming on. He was torn. If she was indeed human, he genuinely wanted to save her. He couldn't face a girl who looked just like his sister and remain cold-hearted. To describe it in one word, Zhang Tai was inherently too kind-hearted, even a bit of a saint. This was in stark contrast to his rough exterior and fearsome demeanor. But what if Linen thought it was risky? Even if the girl was truly human, it was highly likely that Linen would simply kill her without hesitation, not wanting to take any risks. What to do? Zhang Tai was truly unsure. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to let Lin and make the call. He activated the team communication. Lin team, I found a person here. She seems a bit special. Should we try to save her? He intended to speak honestly, but before he could finish, he heard Lin N's furious voice from the other end. Damn it! Lin cursed loudly. Chapter 36, Abyss Black Dragon on the other end of the communication. Lin N's agitation was evident just from the sound. Zhang Tai felt awkward and at a loss. I haven't even explained the situation yet. Could it be that team leader Lin has encountered this kind of situation before? Is this thing a mutant? There's no need to curse me for it. I'm just asking you. It hasn't even been brought back yet. Although he hadn't known Linen for long, in his memory, Linen had always been calm, expressionless, and cold. This level of agitation was too extreme. Zhang Tai muttered to himself. Could it be because team leader Lin had just told him today not to trust any suspected zombies? But then he encountered a suspected mutant and hesitated to save her, which made Lin angry, just as Zhang Tai was lost in thought, even considering whether to take advantage of the unconscious girl who might be a mutant and kill her with a whip in front of the hospital building. Lin stood rigidly in place, his whole body stiff. He didn't even notice the approaching zombies nearby. Beep. S-grade beast. Abyss Black Dragon wants to sign a partner contract with you. Do you accept? Beep. You have obtained orange equipment, Soul Devouring Hand. 1 beep. The player has received unknown mental power feedback, gaining attribute enhancement. Beep. Will 1. Beep. Agility 1. Beep. Strength 1. Beep. Constitution 1. Beep. Mental recovery speed increased by 20. Mental power upper limit increased by 20. Mental power resistance increased by 20. A flurry of system prompts rang out like heavenly music. For a moment, the light screen in Lin N's vision was crazily spammed. Just as a slender black snake was about to coil around his arm a second before Lin and was about to leave, the soul-devouring hand that had been swallowed by it was spat out again. However, this epic equipment had shrunk a size, and the blood-colored patterns on it had faded somewhat. It looked like the spiritual energy inside had been drawn out. Lin was overjoyed. The twists and turns of fate were just like this. The equipment he thought he had lost was recovered, and unexpectedly, an S-grade beast wanted to become his summoned beast. He didn't expect the black snake to actually be a dragon. No wonder it had 2 bulges on its head. He originally thought it was infected. All attributes 1, plus a bunch of buffs. An S-grade beast. Linen swallowed hard, his throat dry. Beasts probably began to appear 1 year after the apocalypse broke out. These creatures from another dimension are different from zombies. Although most harbor hostility towards humans, they are equally hostile towards zombies and mutants. Their strength is categorized differently from awakeners, divided into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to 0 to 4-tier awakeners. Thus, by the 3rd year of the apocalypse, zombies, mutants, beasts, and humans formed a tripartite balance. The safe zones established by humans faced waves of attacks from both zombies and beasts. Among them, the zombie faction was the strongest, followed by beasts, while humans barely survived. As the top existence among beasts, Lin had only seen S-grade beasts once in the chat channels of his previous life. That time, it was a video captured at great risk by a peak 3-tier awakener, a giant beast, over 30 meters tall, with 6 arms. Single-handedly fought against a modern army of 200,000 soldiers from 4 army groups, 200,000 well-trained players who had leveled up, heavy artillery, 400 tanks, and more than 2 squadrons of fighter jets. Ground and air joint operations with such firepower could flatten any small country without exaggeration. But even so, amidst the continuous shelling and the attacks of 10 3-tier awakeners, that S-grade beast managed to slaughter an entire large safe zone in just 5 minutes. Unstoppable, unmatched. Heavy artillery couldn't even break through its defenses. Airburst shells and strategic missiles could only briefly hinder its progress. The steel-tied and machine gun positions were merely childish play. 3-tier awakeners could only scurry around its feet, harassing it. In that battle, over 1 million people perished, and the entire southwestern war zone of Huaxia was severely weakened, nearly falling to subsequent zombie attacks. In the end, An unknown force used a low-yield nuclear bomb, seriously injuring it under the desperate encirclement of 10 3-tier awakeners, forcing it to flee. In less than a minute, the edited video left all players in despair. The power of a 4-tier beast instilled no thought of resistance. And at this moment, the black snake coiled around Lin and S arm was of this level. Invincible. If he could sign a contract with the black snake, no, Abyss Black Dragon, and have it at his disposal, wouldn't this apocalyptic game be a walk in the park for him? Roar. Dozens of zombies gathered and quickly lunged at Lin and to bite him. As if oblivious, Lin, immersed in shock, couldn't be bothered with these zombies. He moved slowly like an old man. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't want to fight desperately, as that would worsen his injuries. Poof! A light punch landed on the head of the leading zombie, instantly caving in its skull. Lin frowned. His strength had decreased significantly due to his injuries. Power burst. A faint golden spiritual energy flashed and vanished into his body. Sidekick. He kicked out. It was not as powerful as before, but still quite fierce. The zombie in front of him was kicked, breaking its spine, struggling on the ground. Other zombies had arrived, madly biting his body. Lin sighed lightly. Forget it. Bite away. With his current physical condition, ordinary zombies would take a lot of effort to break through his physical defenses. Not to mention, he also had toxin resistance and slight immunity to infection. Zombies that could surround an entire building now appeared to Lin like air. Zhang Tai, bring the medicine and come back to get me. Lin's mind was completely focused on the Abyss Black Dragon and the recovered equipment. The Abyss Black Dragon, coiled around his arm, fell into a deep sleep after sending the contract signing message. Otherwise, Lin believed that with such a level of existence, let alone zombies, even a square full of lickers could be slaughtered in seconds. After dealing with the zombies around him, Lin concentrated fully in his mind and communicated with a dark golden contract. Signed a contract. Chapter 37 S-Class Exotic Beast Ding. The contract with the S-Class Exotic Beast, Abyss Black Dragon, has been successfully signed. Creature name, Abyss Black Dragon. Larva, creature level, S-Class, first tier, creature attributes, strength, 20 agility, 25 constitution, 20 will, 30 creature skills, 1. Dragon Shadow, instantly doubles agility for a short period, consuming stamina. This skill will change to Death Wing after the larva grows into the youth stage. 2. Dragon Manifestation, temporarily transforms into the next stage form, gaining a 5-point increase in all attributes and mastering the skills of the next stage. Stages: Larva, Juvenile, Youth, Mature, Complete, King level, 3. Devour, a unique talent of the Abyss Dragon Clan, capable of devouring any creature and items containing spiritual energy to accelerate progression to the next stage. Excessive consumption of spiritual energy will result in a petrified state and sleep. Current stage: Larva 9100, creature trait, Dragon Soul, as rulers of the Abyss. The Black Dragon Clan is immune to mental attribute damage within 3 times and can absorb corresponding mental shocks to convert them into their own mental power. Is it really only first tier? Lin was somewhat surprised after reading the Black Dragon's attributes. He had thought the Black Dragon was at least a 3rd-tier existence. It's no wonder Lin misjudged. After all, the strength the Black Dragon had previously displayed was enough to hard steel a suspected 3rd-tier red-clothed mutant. Moreover, the key point is that its explosive speed indeed reached at least 3rd tier under the enhancement of its talent. 25 2 equals 50 points of agility, which is even faster than a 3rd-tier strength. As for ignoring the mental shock from the red-clothed mutant with the dragon soul of the Black Dragon Clan, not to mention being immune to the mental shock of a 3rd-tier mutant, even a 4th tier might not be able to do anything to it. Having such a talent is equivalent to ignoring any mental attribute attacks. If Lin encounters an awakener or mutant skilled in mental attacks in the future, releasing the Black Dragon would make it incredibly easy to kill the opponent. An awakener or mutant without mental attack capabilities is just a durable punching bag. However, it seems to answer many of his doubts. That is why the Black Dragon, with strength of at least 3rd tier, let the mutant escape. Although the Black Dragon's attributes reached the 1st tier limit, its will and speed exceeded that of the 1st tier. It was significantly stronger than Lin and at present. But regardless, it was indeed first tier. If the red-clothed mutant had a higher IQ or used pure physical attacks, Lin and the Black Dragon would probably be killed in one blow. It seems the red-clothed mutant was also confused by the Black Dragon's speed. As a mutant that appeared to be skilled in mental attacks, it would naturally use its best attacks when facing a strong enemy. Lin couldn't help but sigh, not expecting the Black Dragon, despite being a larva, to also understand trickery. The existence of S-Class indeed cannot be underestimated. Although the Black Dragon is only first tier, which disappointed Lin a bit. It seems the idea of signing a contract with the Abyss Black Dragon and relying on it to dominate the apocalypse has shattered. However, it's no big deal. If the Black Dragon truly had such strong power, it wouldn't likely sign a contract with Lin. Such an existence is akin to a deity. Although Lin still couldn't figure out why this creature wanted to sign a contract with him, he could only think that it probably sensed the aura of Skull Crusher's hand on him and wanted to trick him into obtaining the necklace from the red-clothed mutant to find him to fuse equipment later. As for other reasons, he would have to wait for the Black Dragon to awaken from its petrified state to ask. This matter exuded an eerie vibe. But speaking of which, the Black Dragon truly lives up to being of the Abyss royal family, a favored child of heaven and earth. Beast surpas humans, infuriating. Lin stared blankly at the Black Dragon, now a stone sculpture on his wrist, unable to suppress a pang of sorrow. He casually twisted the neck of a zombie. This guy was gnawing away vigorously, even trying to bite his mouth. Multitasking, Lin pondered while slowly cleaning up the zombies. With the current strength of the Black Dragon, encountering an ordinary second-tier mutant or awakener would mean instant death for them. Is this like having a second-tier awakener as a talisman? Moreover, it is of the kind with infinite potential. If the Black Dragon can wake up before killing the suture, he would have full confidence in completing the task. Lin's face was filled with smiles, but he didn't know when the Black Dragon would wake up again after falling into sleep. It shouldn't take too long. If nothing unexpected happens, the Black Dragon should have fallen asleep to digest the power of soul-devouring hand. Wait. Lin subconsciously looked at this soul-devouring hand. In his hand, his expression suddenly turned a bit ugly. In the medicine room, Zhang Tai looked at the package on his back, then at the bandaged girl on the ground, suddenly feeling a bit troubled. Team Lin asked him to hurry and meet up with him. After hearing his description, he only said a damn and didn't say anything else. It seems Team Lin didn't say he couldn't save people, right? If there really was a problem, Team Lin wouldn't just be cursing. Self-comforting. Zhang Tai still wanted to save the bandaged girl in front of him. After all, judging by age, this girl was similar to his sister, making it hard for him to harden his heart to abandon her. Zhang Tai wasn't stupid. He thought it through carefully. If the bandaged girl was really a mutant, there was actually no need to pretend to be unconscious to deceive him. After all, she didn't know what she was here for. If she were truly a mutant, she would have already killed him. Unable to transform into a bear in such a short time, Zhang Tai's strength was actually just the limit of a normal person. At most, he could withstand a few more blows. After thinking it through, Zhang Tai no longer hesitated. Let us go. He quickly picked up the scattered bandages and tied one end around the bandaged girl and the other end to the package of medicines. Then, like carrying a shoulder pole, he hoisted both the girl and the items onto his shoulders. His remaining right hand held the spine of a corpse snake, while the severed left arm protected the shoulder pole from wobbling. From a distance, it looked quite like a scavenger. So light, carrying both the girl and the items, he couldn't feel any weight with his current strength. Zhang Tai moved quickly, holding the potion Lin and gave him his mouth, heading straight for the inpatient building. The medicine room wasn't far from the inpatient building. He didn't know if it was because of the commotion the two had caused in the emergency building earlier, but as he passed the building, the zombies inside didn't come out and remained on the second floor. Zhang Tai wielded the bone whip, and the whip's sound whistled as he occasionally lashed out at the scattered zombies blocking his path. As an awakener, his speed was much faster than ordinary people. Rushing at full speed, he reached the inpatient building where Lin was in just a minute. However, the scene before him made him collapse. I seemed to have arrived too late. In a moment of panic, He directly bit down on the potion, swallowing it along with the glass shards. Team Lin, I'm here. Zhang Tai's eyes were about to burst, and he let out a furious roar. In his view, not far from where Lin was, he was surrounded by zombies, seemingly heavily injured and covered in blood. He was powerless to resist. Zombies were occasionally pouncing forward, but Lin remained motionless, allowing the zombies to gnaw at him. Lin, team, how are you? Zhang Tai's eyes instantly turned red, his voice trembling. After swallowing the potion, he still had some fighting power against a small group of zombies. He threw down the package and the girl behind him, frantically rushing toward Lin's direction. The zombies were gnawing, yet Lin remained indifferent. Even if team leader Lin is not dead, he is probably already infected. Zhang Tai felt heartbroken and wished he could slap himself twice. Team leader Lin had saved his life. He actually hesitated to save an outsider, which delayed the support for Lin. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Filled with rage, Zhang Tai rushed into the horde of corpses, disregarding the danger of being infected. No matter what, he had to at least retrieve team leader Lin's body. In the center of the horde, Lin's eyes were tightly closed, his body leaning backward. His sunken chest looked severely injured, with blood occasionally oozing from the corner of his mouth. Ah, you scraps, die! Zhang Tai shouted in anger, activating his bear transformation at any cost. The little bit of mental strength he had just recovered was instantly depleted, and he felt as if his head was about to explode. Roar! His giant paw struck the horde, crushing them effortlessly. Lin, team, with a full-force explosion. The surrounding zombies were turned into mush within seconds. Zhang Tai, with a voice filled with tears and regret, wrapped his giant paw around Lin, trying to catch his body. I'm sorry. I'm late. The cold wind howled. It was already afternoon, and the sky was dim and bleak. Lin slowly awakened. But when he saw the glove on his right hand again, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Damn it! Zhang Tai's crying voice instantly stopped, his face turning awkward. Chapter 38. SEAL Team Leader Lin. You're not dead. Lin glanced at Zhang Tai helplessly, unwilling to speak. However, a warm feeling flowed through his heart. He had also seen Zhang Tai rush in to save him at all costs. Even though they had known each other for less than 2 days, Zhang Tai's actions, despite the debt of gratitude, were quite loyal. Moreover, the system had just sent a prompt. Ding, member Zhang Tai, loyalty increased to 90. He will almost never betray you, regardless of life or death. By accident, Zhang Tai's loyalty to him had skyrocketed. It seemed that the Zhang Tai he had saved casually might really become his partner in the future. However, Lin didn't say much. His mind was completely focused on the soul-devouring hand. Rush out, carry me back. After hearing Lin's words, Zhang Tai quickly hoisted him onto his shoulder. As they passed the previously bandaged girl and the pile of medical supplies, he simply hung the carrying pole across his chest, wielding the corpse snake spine, and charged out. With the effects of the bear transformation and the unfinished potion, his speed was extremely fast. The two of them remained silent. The only sounds were the roars of zombies around them. The corpse snake's spine crackled fiercely, accurately striking down a zombie that blocked their path. Along the way, they both remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Although Zhang Tai was overjoyed to see Lin alive, he couldn't shake off the unease in his heart. Team leader Lin, although he wasn't dead, he was likely infected. When he had led his team out of the zombie encirclement, he had seen many people infected by zombies and knew what that meant. After the apocalypse broke out, the speed at which the zombie virus mutated was incredibly fast. The later the apocalypse game progressed, the stronger the zombie virus would become. Right now, a normal person could turn into a zombie within 10 minutes of a minor scratch. For severely injured, near-death humans, they would instantly become flesh-eating monsters. Although Lin appeared fine, Zhang Tai only thought he was an awakened one, with strong physical qualities allowing him to hold out a bit longer. What to do? Should he take team leader Lin back? There were many ordinary people in the hotel, including his own sister. If team leader Lin turned into a zombie, with his current physical condition, even if he didn't become a mutated form, he would still be much stronger than an ordinary zombie. Taking Lin back would be like bringing a ticking time bomb. Zhang Tai was torn inside, unsure of what to do, and could only push forward in a daze. However, he never considered leaving Lin behind. He had already made up his mind. Even if Lin became a zombie, he would fight to protect him until the very last moment. Unlike Zhang Tai's chaotic thoughts, Lin was repeatedly checking the soul-devouring hand in his hands, feeling bitter. Orange equipment, epic soul-devouring gloves, broken seal, status equipment attributes. Strength 5, the equipment is broken. Other attributes will recover after charging. Equipment skill, soul shriek, not yet charged. In a broken state, the gloves could not automatically draw energy from the outside and could only be provided by the user's own mental strength. Note, the power contained in this equipment has been completely devoured. Perhaps you could try to find another piece of obsidian fragment to restore its original power. On the blood-red patterned gloves, the embedded obsidian fragment had already shattered, lacking any luster. Having to find another piece of obsidian to complete the equipment was really frustrating. Lin was too lazy to complain about such a repetitive and frustrating situation. After all, when all was said and done, he had not only obtained equipment stronger than the Skull Crusher's hand, but also acquired an S-rank Abyss Black Dragon. Completing the equipment again was no big deal. He just had a headache thinking about where to find another piece of obsidian. He also didn't know the origin of these gloves. Strangely, Lin always felt that there was some secret hidden behind the gloves, which would be worth exploring when he was stronger in the future. As for why the equipment was sealed, looking at the black dragon on his wrist that had turned to stone, he probably had an idea of what happened. Undoubtedly, the power within the gloves had been completely devoured by this guy, and the energy he had inexplicably absorbed earlier was probably what the black dragon couldn't consume, spilling out. I have such an epic piece of equipment. Lin felt like crying without tears, although he had regained the soul-devouring hand. Its equipment attributes were only slightly stronger than the blue equipment, Skull Crusher's hand. Strictly speaking, it was even worse than 2 pieces of blue miscellaneous effects. All attributes were sealed, leaving only 5 strength. The incredible effect of attack with mental shock was sealed, and the skill auto-charging couldn't be used either. Even the unknown effect of soul-devouring was also trapped in the seal. Heartbroken, Lin could only keep comforting himself along the way. At least the most crucial skill was still there. He equipped it, and with the extra strength boost, it was just enough to make up for his battle power under heavy injury. As for charging the soul shriek, Lin didn't even think about it and gave up on that idea. It was too dangerous right now, and without knowing how much mental strength was needed to charge it, he didn't dare to try recklessly, even if activating the soul shriek would ensure safe return for himself and others. He preferred to play it safe compared to the unknown risks. Noticing that Zhang Tai's physical strength was dwindling, Lin no longer hesitated and prepared to take action. 5 strength was enough to support him back to the hotel. However, the moment he put on the gloves, a strong suction force came from them, as if a whale was swallowing, drawing away the mental strength from his body. The blood-red patterns on the pitch-black gloves suddenly lit up, pulsating with waves as mental strength flowed in. What the hell? Why are the gloves automatically absorbing power? The description clearly stated that it needed my consent. Furious and alarmed, the suddenly erupting suction felt like a bone-eating worm. The intensity of the suction far exceeded Lin An's expectations, and he didn't even have time to actively cut off his mental strength. Damn it! In an instant, Lin felt as if his strength had been drained, and his vision darkened as he completely passed out. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard a cold system prompt, warning, due to an unknown error triggering automatic mental strength replenishment. The estimated duration of coma caused by this mental exhaustion is 100 hours. This time will be shortened by external force supplementation. Chapter 39 Hearts and Minds Team Leader Lin. As Lin fell into a coma, Zhang Tai's heart suddenly sank. Bitterness, despair. He could feel the weak but steady breath that Lin had been holding on to vanish in an instant, replaced by a faint aura of death and decay. Team Leader Lin probably can't hold on much longer. To him, it seemed that Lin no longer had the strength to suppress the zombie virus. If it weren't for the faint breath still coming from Lin, he might have thought Lin was already dead. What should I do? What can I do? Zhang Tai's eyes turned red, his jaw clenched tightly, the bandaged girl hanging in front of him and the full bag of medicine swaying. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. The scene of the bandaged girl falling into a coma flashed before his eyes. By the dim medicine cabinet, the floor around the bandaged girl was scattered with various empty medicine bottles. The girl might have also been infected by the virus, but managed to stay conscious until she fainted. Medicine? He hurriedly glanced at the medicine bag in front of him. Perhaps Team Leader Lin could hold on like she did and not turn into a zombie. Then, hurry, faster. Maybe taking Team Leader Lin back to heal him could save him. At the hospital entrance, the speed of Zhang Tai's swinging corpse snake spine was slowing down, and his steps were heavy. The bear transformation had ended, and forcibly activating the skill had completely exhausted his mental energy, leaving him feeling extremely weak throughout his limbs. The effect of the potion had also worn off, and despite the relentless fighting, his stamina had reached its limit. No matter how strong he was still just a tier 0 awakened. Essentially, he was still human. Zhang Tai's wrist trembled as he waved the bone whip like he was swatting flies. His strength had significantly decreased. He could only barely keep the zombie horde at bay from rushing forward. He was soaked through. The once light Lin En and the bandaged girl now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds under his exhaustion. Zhang Tai gritted his teeth and had no choice but to rush toward the hotel. It would be safe once he got inside. The first floor of the hotel had been barricaded. Zombies couldn't get in. Old Huang, second uncle, quickly throw down the rope. He shouted hoarsely at the damaged windows on the second floor of the hotel, signaling the people hiding inside to lower the rope to pull him up. The second floor, which he could easily jump to before, was now completely out of reach. Hang Yi, on the second floor of the hotel. The crowd looked at the horde of zombies behind Zhang Tai in a panic. What's happening? Ling Gu seems to be injured. He's bringing something with him, and it looks like a person wrapped in bandages. Blood, so much blood. Ling Gu seems to be seriously hurt. Stop shouting. Quickly help me lower the rope to bring them up. Beside the collapsed window, a middle-aged man named Second Uncle looked anxious. He was Zhang Tai's relative. He was older, with a face full of wrinkles and trembling hands gripping a hemp rope. He alone couldn't pull up the weight of 3 people. Hurry, lend a hand. He urged the young people on the second floor to help. Not far from him, Zhang Tai was surrounded by a mass of dark zombies. Like a small boat in a sea, at risk of being swallowed by the zombies at any moment. However, the crowd suddenly fell into a strange silence. After a while, a middle-aged man dressed like a white-collar worker, wearing glasses, spoke softly. I see their clothes are torn, and they're covered in blood. Zhang Gu and Lin Gu. They might have been infected. His eyes flickered, and his face showed some unease. Indeed, I noticed that too. Wang Ju from the 9th floor suddenly jumped out, clearing his throat as a habit. Everyone, you must have seen or heard that infected people can turn into zombies. Right now, these 2 know. 3 people look injured. Who can guarantee they haven't been infected? We have so many people here. If they come up and turn into zombies, who will take responsibility? We must not lose big because of a small mistake, letting a wolf into the house. Wang Jiangwo's expression remained calm. He had made his identity clear to all the survivors in the past 2 days. As the person with the highest social status in the room, many white-collar workers and students who hadn't changed their mindset looked up to him. Seeing someone voice their thoughts, many in the crowd echoed in agreement. Selfishness and human nature were on display. Wang Jiangwo looked at the oblivious Lin and behind Zhang Tai, and a twisted sense of pleasure rose in his heart. Ha, idiot. Do you really think being strong makes you invincible? You went out and still turned into a zombie. If you had just protected him and waited for the army to rescue you, wouldn't it have been better than now? Young people just lack of brains, unaware of their own limitations. Who are you calling a wolf? A man from Zhang Tai's team glared at Wang Ju in anger. Zhang Tai and Lin En are both fine. Don't forget who saved you. After being scolded, Wang Jiangwo's gaze turned cold. He chose not to retaliate with insults. Swapping insults was something only the bottom tier of people with no brains would do. Having been in the political arena for many years, he naturally knew what was truly important. The second floor was now divided into 3 groups. One led by him composed of white-collar workers and students. Another led by Zhang Tai's group, and the remaining few were undecided. Throughout the day, he had thought it through clearly. The hotel was very safe. All the zombies had been cleared out by Lin En. There was water and food. Moreover, the army would definitely come to rescue. To survive, All they had to do was stay here. Instead, the very Lin and whom he initially wanted to recruit for protection was the real unstable factor. An existence that could kill everyone but was not under his control was far too dangerous. Furthermore, Lin was very likely infected with the virus now. He would not allow Lin and to return to the hotel under any circumstances. Lin must die, and Zhang Tai should too. Now that Zhang Tai was about to lose his fighting ability and Lin and was unconscious, such a good opportunity should not be wasted. Wang Jiangwo's expression turned painful, as if he was heartbroken. Everyone, it's not that we don't want to let them in. It's just, can you guarantee that they won't turn into zombies once they come in? Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? You or you? Wang Jiangwo pointed sternly at the crowd Zhang Tai had brought, his gaze stern. I'm also thinking of everyone as safety. I wouldn't want to save Lin and any less than you. My life was also saved by him. Wang Jiangwo sighed lightly, but inside he was sneering. Occupying the moral high ground of considering everyone, stopping Zhang Tai from coming in was far more effective than retaliating with insults. Looking at Zhang Tai's second uncle, who was red-faced and didn't know how to retort, he felt a sense of pleasure. For a small character like this with no brains, I could easily play with your life. The crowd was in turmoil. Human nature is selfish. If they thought about themselves, they naturally didn't want Lin to come in. However, after all, their lives were also saved by Lin. If they actively spoke out, wouldn't that seemed like they had no conscience? The apocalypse had just erupted, and many couldn't yet ignore the scrutiny of others. Moreover, if Lin and Zhang Tai were really fine, perhaps they would still need their protection later. The zombies were too terrifying. They had no courage to face them themselves. Arguments and shoving ensued. Everyone had their own thoughts. Save them first. I, Old Huang, am begging you all. Thud. An elderly man named Old Huang coughed, trembling as he knelt down, looking helpless and indignant at the group Zhang Tai had brought. If you don't save them, won't you also save them? The crowd that Zhang Tai had brought turned red in the face. Quickly try to lower the rope together with second uncle. Absolutely not. The woman beside Wang Jiangwo suddenly screamed at his gesture and snatched the rope. Do you want to kill us? What are you saving? They are infected. They're zombies. Kill us. Can you use your brain? Even if Lin Ge doesn't save him, Zhang Ge has to be saved. Suddenly, a middle-aged man who looked like a staff member named Gao Peng stood up from the third-party group and loudly refuted the woman. Zhang Ge is definitely not infected. He can still kill zombies. Gao Peng was one of those who provided maps to Lin and during the day, having personally witnessed the horrors of the zombie outbreak. He had thought a lot. Lin could be left behind, but Zhang Tai, with such strong abilities, was the type that would protect everyone and must be saved. With such a good person standing in front, they had managed to survive until now. With so many people staying in the hotel, the day they run out of food, they will have to go out eventually. Without Zhang Tai leading, these useless people in front wouldn't be able to survive. Moreover, even if Zhang Tai couldn't get in, he might not necessarily die. When it comes to life and death, as long as Zhang Tai is willing to abandon Lin with his strength, he still has a good chance of survival nearby. At that time, will Zhang Tai, who harbors resentment and has recuperated outside, let go of this group that wants him dead? Absolutely not. Putting oneself in others' shoes, whether considering conscience or self-interest. He had to adopt an attitude of wanting to save Zhang Tai. Chapter 40 Military Rescue? Yes, we must save Brother Zhang first. Without Brother Zhang, what will we do when we encounter zombies in the future? Let Brother Zhang decide what to do. Anyone with a bit of sense quickly understood this. At worst, we can save Zhang Tai and not save Lin, and Zhang Tai's sister and relatives are in the hotel. So there's no way Zhang Tai would leave zombies here. This way, it won't seem like we lack conscience, and there's no danger. The crowd stopped arguing, and some even nervously gripped the weapons they had found, ready to support Zhang Tai. Wang Jiangwo watched the scene before him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had anticipated this. A rabble, the cowardice of human nature. Whether for self-preservation or considerations of conscience and the future, people would choose this way. Essentially, everyone was still considering their own safety. As the rope was lowered, Zhang Tai was about to reach the ground floor. Wang Jiangwo suddenly spoke again. Everyone, I contacted the military during the day, and they promise to come to rescue us in the next few days. You don't need to worry about future safety. The military has established a safe zone, and many of them are stronger than Lin and Zhang Tai. Wang Jingwo smiled, confident. He directly addressed the crowd's greatest concern: safety. Conscience? Saving people? Nonsense. Therefore, safety is the priority. No one can come up. If the military rescue team discovers that we once saved suspected zombies, if you can't board the rescue plane later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Behind him, several prearranged white-collar workers silently rushed into the crowd to grab the rope. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai was less than 30 meters from the hotel, stumbling. Hundreds of zombies behind him were howling and rushing crazily, with the nearest zombie only 2 meters away. Lower the rope. Zhang Tai glared, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the shattered second-floor windowsill. Shadows moved. He believed the people inside had long heard his voice. What happened? Why haven't they lowered the rope yet? Uncle, Lao Huang. No one responded. In a state of panic, he could only hurriedly hide, with Lin in the back of an overturned truck. Lin's breath was growing weaker, and he felt a fire burning in his heart. They couldn't hide in the truck for long. Once surrounded by a horde of zombies, escape would be impossible. Zhang Tai gasped, anxiously looking at Lin. As an awakened one, while possessing strong combat power, his consumption of food was also immense. Exhausted physically and mentally, he felt an intense hunger rising in his throat. Without food to replenish his strength, even if they were fortunate enough to hide here without being breached by zombies, he wouldn't be able to recover his power. Not only did he need a safe place to rest, but Lin also needed it. Zhang Tai frantically rummaged through the medical kit for various medicines. They were all in English, and he couldn't understand them. He didn't even know what the bandage girl had taken. There was no time to think about that. He simply stuffed all the medicine into Lin's mouth. But without water to swallow it down, it was quickly vomited out. Zhang Tai felt a sense of despair as he watched Lin's breath growing weaker, fearing that he would turn into a zombie in the next second. What to do? What should I do? Food, water, both are needed. On the second floor of the hotel, Wang Jingwo looked relaxed, watching his uncle and the others glaring at him. I'm thinking of everyone's safety. When a military sends people, you'll know who is right and who is wrong. He sighed heavily, but inwardly he was filled with disdain. A group of commoners. Just a little deception, and they took it seriously. The crowd began to murmur. Wang Ju's words instantly caught their attention. Director Wang, is it true that the military is sending people to rescue us? Isn't there no signal on the phone? And it's out of battery too. Some questioned, but were quickly interrupted by Wang Jingwo's paid followers behind him. Don't you know what position Director Wang holds? Just because you can't contact him doesn't mean he can't. Think about it. He has a big shot. Moreover, we're in the city center. How could they possibly abandon us? When they come, if not everyone can leave, don't blame us for not taking you. Half explanation, half threat. The questioning crowd quickly fell silent. Wang Jingwo maintained a calm and sincere expression, lightly coughing. I hope everyone will stop doubting this. I guarantee with my character that they will definitely send people. What we need to do now is ensure our own safety and avoid infection, so we can board the plane. He thumped his chest, sounding genuine. But deep down, Wang Jingwo knew that the so-called military safe zone was just his fabrication. The phone had long been turned off. There was no signal to contact anyone. But at least he was a member of the leadership team, and he was confident that they couldn't possibly abandon him. Just wait a few more days. Even if the military doesn't send anyone, the armed police will surely send a few, right? Most of the indecisive crowd, hearing Wang Jingwo's guarantees, stopped saying anything. Among Zhang Tai's group, a small number who still valued their relationships could only resentfully give up. The reason was simple. Wang Jingwo had recruited a group of tall and strong young people. The few in the hotel, the fire axes in their hands unintentionally threatened them. They might be afraid of zombies, but they dare to threaten the elderly, weak, and ill. Seeing that he had controlled the situation, Wang Jingwo couldn't help but feel pleased. He merely made a casual promise that as long as they followed him, they could work for the government in the future. Moreover, once the military arrived, those who followed him would have priority boarding. Under the threat of coercion, these people obediently followed his command, truly foolish. Just as everyone was about to return to their rooms, A young girl's sorrowful voice rang out. "Uncle, please lower the rope, okay? My brother is still down there." With tear-stained cheeks, Zhang Yue looked at Wang Jiangwo with pleading eyes, her body trembling in agitation. Wang Jiangwo, who had been holding a flattering woman, stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. "TSK, TSK. What a lovely girl, quite a beauty." Zhang Yue, dressed innocently and adorably, had red eyes filled with pleading, evoking pity. Her pale feet were in sandals, and her rounded toes made him want to grab and play with them. Her skin was fair and smooth, like milk poured from a steaming teapot. The girl's unique innocence made his heart feel like ants crawling. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, and he discreetly withdrew his arm from around the woman's waist. In comparison, he found the previously decent-looking woman to be like a wilted flower. He took 3 steps into, walking up to Zhang Yue. "Uncle also wants to save your brother, but he is infected." The breath from his mouth, filled with years of smoking, was nauseating. "I'm also thinking of everyone's safety. If there were a way, I would definitely save him." He feigned comfort, reaching out to touch Yue's face, gently caressing it. The vibrant face was smooth and tender, as if squeezing it would yield water. He couldn't help but let his hand slide down, seemingly wanting to pat Yue's shoulder. "Uncle." Yue trembled all over, feeling scared by the expression in the man's eyes. "My brother isn't infected. He can still fight zombies." Choking on her tears, her shoulders couldn't help but shake as she tried to evade that greasy hand. Wang Jiangwo sneered inwardly. He naturally guessed that Zhang Tai was most likely not infected by the zombies. Otherwise, he would have been in a coma like Linen, right? But if they let Zhang Tai come up, who would still listen to him? During the day, when secretly recruiting people, he had already promised those few how to deal with the women in the hotel. Coercion and temptation, manipulating people's hearts also required giving these fools a little sweetness first. "Little treasure, uncle." He pressed down on Yue's body with one hand while pretending to show sympathy with the other. Swish! Just as he was feeling hot and a bit excited, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. "Drop the rope. Save the person." The voice was cold and full of murderous intent. Chapter 41 Disguise when you gripped the axe handle tightly, pressing the other end against Wang Jiangwo's neck. Disgusting scum. Unlike Zhang Yue, who was still young and naive, she was all too familiar with the glint in the eyes of this fat, greasy old man. With a twist of her wrist, the sharp edge of the axe instantly drew a line of blood across Wang's neck. "Right now. 3 seconds. If you don't drop the rope, I'll kill you." Wenya's gaze was icy. She would not hesitate to strike if Wang Jiangwo made the slightest move. She realized too late that Zhang Tai's voice was coming from downstairs. Wang Jiangwo's men had already taken the others hostage. Seeing that everyone had given up on rescuing them, she quickly hid behind the door. The people here were just ordinary folks, purely scared by Wang Jiangwo. As long as she controlled him, there was still hope for them to drop the ropes. Fortunately, Wang Jiangwo suddenly developed a lustful intention, leaving him unguarded, which gave her the opportunity. Wang Jiangwo's heart sank. He could feel Wenya's murderous intent behind him. Damn, how could he forget that there were people belonging to Lin here? He forced himself to appear calm, trying to intimidate and persuade Wenya. "Little girl, don't act recklessly. Killing is against the law." "Shut up." Wenya said reached, and the axe blade immediately drew a wound on Wang Jiangwo's neck. "Don't move." Wang Jiangwo felt a wave of panic. He hadn't expected Wenya, who looked like a refined young lady, to be so decisive in her actions. "I will let go. I will let go." The situation had escalated too suddenly, and Wang Jiangwo's men were momentarily flustered. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and drop the rope." The voice did not come from Wang Jiangwo, but from Yu Shihao, who had been lurking in the crowd, observing quietly. He stepped out from behind the crowd, his face filled with indignation. "Your lives are saved by Brother Lin, right? Brother Lin is so strong. Whether he has been infected or not is a different matter. Besides, what's the difference between a person who doesn't know how to be grateful and a beast?" He spoke with righteous fervor, directly rushing into the crowd to snatch back the rope. Unlike his outwardly passionate demeanor, internally, he felt a bit uneasy. Ever since the argument started, he had been hiding in the corner, secretly calculating. Pulling Zhang Tai up was risky, as he could potentially be infected. But unlike others who only saw the risks, he also recognized the immense benefits hidden beneath. Fortune favors the bold. He had thought it through clearly over the past couple of days. Without power, one would die sooner or later. He had been watching from the rooftop, already noticing that the entire city was filled with zombies, with not a single military presence in sight. He didn't believe a word Wang Jiangwo said. Now that when you had suddenly taken action, rescuing the two had become a foregone conclusion. So, he might as well play along and pretend to be on Wenya's side. When Zhang Tai and Lin and were rescued, it was very likely he would hear about becoming an awakened from their mouths. As long as he gained strength like theirs, what would zombies be? Moreover, a glint of greed flashed in Yu Shihao's eyes. He noticed that when Zhang Tai returned, Lin had an extra glove on his hand and the mysterious ring he had been wearing before. The two had risked their lives to break into the hospital. One was unconscious and the other severely injured, yet they returned with something extra. The answer was obvious. Wouldn't it be worth it to take such a big risk to obtain something? Not understanding the internal affairs of the awakened, he thought that Zhang Tai, being tall and strong, could understand gaining powerful abilities after turning into a bear. But what about Linen? He looked weak and delicate, with skin that could make girls envious. It seemed that the ring and glove were very likely the source of Lin An's power. When you looked at him with suspicion, still gripping the axe handle tightly, she had no impression of Yu Shihao. The man before her was so enthusiastic and righteous, wanting to persuade everyone to save Lin and Zhang Tai, which made him seem like a good person. But she felt something was off. If he really wanted to help, why hadn't he spoken up before? Unlike Wenya's wariness, Yue looked at Yu Shihao with gratitude, convinced he was a good person. With a whoosh, the rope was thrown down, under her uncle's grateful gaze. Yu Shihao tightly held the rope and shouted towards the truck where Zhang Tai was hiding. "Brother Zhang, hurry up. The rope has been dropped." At the back of the truck, Zhang Tai's face lit up with joy. Although he didn't know why everyone had taken so long, the rope was finally down. He glanced back at the pale Lin, his eyes filled with determination. "Team Leader Lin, hold on." Bang! He drew in his last breath and forcefully slammed open the closed truck door, pushing through the crowd of zombies to create a brief gap. "Charge!" With a roar, Zhang Tai shouldered Lin and rushed madly towards the hotel. The zombie crowd was as dense as ants, and in his desperation, he realized he simply couldn't break through unless he abandoned Lin and the strange bandaged girl. The zombie spines flailed, but he could only protect a small area around him. Bear transformation. Zhang Tai let out a bitter laugh. His mental energy had already been depleted, and he vaguely realized that the cost of activating his skill again would be extremely painful. Roar! The black bear reappeared, but it was no longer as massive and powerful as before. Lacking the support of mental energy, Zhang Tai felt as if he had aged 10 years. The once thick fur covering his body was now sparse and looked pitiful. Boom! The giant bear broke out of the encirclement, its massive body smashing through the zombies in its path. "Brother Zhang, hold on to the rope. I'm pulling you up right now." Yu Shihao's face was full of concern, signaling the people behind him to exert force together. 1, 2, 3, lift, roar. The zombie horde howled as Zhang Tai struggled to grip the thick hemp rope, climbing desperately upwards. Boom! A heavy object fell to the ground. He first exerted all his strength to throw Lin and the bandaged girl up to the second floor, then struggled to climb up himself. Below him, the zombie horde roared, their decaying hands reaching out like tangled seaweed towards the second floor. The crowd panicked. After pulling up Zhang Tai, they hurriedly blocked the gap with debris, as if not seeing the zombies would give them a sense of security. "Brother, Linen." When you saw that Linen was unconscious and rushed over anxiously, while Yue cried and ran toward Zhang Tai. Before when you reached him, she shot a fierce glare at Wang Jiangwo and then kicked him hard in the abdomen. Scum! The fire axe in her hand remained steady. A pure and lovely girl dragging a half-height axe looked somewhat bizarre. "Quick, give Brother Lin some water and medicine. The medicine can save." He was infected by the zombies. Zhang Tai, in a daze, instinctively reminded Wenya, and then his eyes went black as he fainted. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, everyone instinctively took a step back. Although Zhang Tai hadn't finished speaking, they had already guessed that Lin was definitely infected. Speculation and confirmation were two different things. Everyone's gaze was complex as they stared at Lin and in Wenya's arms, many looking fearful and not daring to approach. Yu Shihao rushed over with a cup of water, squatting beside Wenya. Quickly, listen to Brother Zhang and feed him the medicine. His voice was urgent, not sounding fake. While feeding him the medicine, his left hand discreetly touched Lin and's drooping right hand. Unnoticed by anyone, his heart raced, and his eyes widened in horror. Chapter 42 Greeding. Discovered epic equipment. Soul Eater has been bound. It will drop upon the target's death. Ding. Discovered Doomsday level equipment. Judgment Ring. Space Ring has been bound. Will drop upon the target's death. His pupils contracted sharply, heart racing. A strong wave of greed surged up, and Yu Shihao desperately suppressed the impulse to seize the equipment. Unlike others who had little understanding of the Doomsday game, he was not lacking in intelligence, often playing games and reading novels, making his acceptance of the Doomsday game much faster than those middle-aged men. When he first encountered ordinary items, he keenly realized that equipment existed in the Doomsday game. He was also aware of the different equipment levels, which were not exactly hidden information. To think that it was epic and Doomsday-level equipment, even without seeing the attributes. He knew just how exaggerated the attributes of these two pieces of equipment must be. Looking at one, you holding linen, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Why could you, as a player, have such powerful equipment and a beautiful woman in your arms, while I can only flee like a dog in front of zombies? Kill him. Kill Linen. Seize the equipment. As murderous intent grew, Yu Shihao reluctantly withdrew his hand from the ring, breathing heavily. As long as I get the equipment, I will have power too. Not only that, he stood up and discreetly looked at Wenya's chest, his throat moving slightly. Wenya hurried downstairs in short sleeves and hot pants, her figure curvaceous, and her body in great shape from years of working out. Her long hair tied in a ponytail added a touch of heroism to her youthful aura. As the former beauty of the literature department in H City, Wenya's looks were undeniable. Damn it, this is the woman I want. He suddenly remembered Wang Fong, who died on the 8th floor, feeling irritated. His former girlfriend was like heaven and earth compared to Wenya. Wang Fong's resentful gaze before she died haunted him, waking him from nightmares every night. Damn it, that ugly bitch not only looked bad, but also disturbed my sweet dreams. Kill Linen. Not only is the power mine, but his woman will also be mine. He couldn't help but imagine the grandeur of rampaging after getting the equipment, and how the ice-cold Wenya would moan beneath him. Wenya, you don't need to worry too much. Lingu, Yu Shihao casually tried to comfort her, his right hand inexplicably reaching out to Wenya, wanting to wrap his arm around her shoulder for some consolation. When is the best time to move a woman? When she is helpless. He was confident this trick never failed. Whoosh. What greeted him was not a warm body, but an axe blade. Wenya aimed the axe blade at him, then looked coldly at Yu Shihao, who seemed to have good intentions. Her gaze was vigilant. You don't need to care about me. Stay away from me. Yu Shihao awkwardly chuckled, spreading his hands to indicate he had no other intentions. Damn it, that bitch. I must get you into bed. I'll go find some food for Lin Ge and Zhang Ge. Turning to leave, he sighed, seemingly a bit disheartened. Room 204 on the 2nd floor. When you silently watched Lin, who was still in a coma, her brows furrowed. It had been 4 days since Zhang Tai brought Lin back, yet neither of them showed any signs of waking up. Uncle and old Huang were comforting the crying Yue nearby. At the door, several middle-aged men held half a bottle of water and leftover biscuits, looking somewhat dissatisfied. The survivors in the hotel were watching Lin, fearing he might not survive, and were no longer as polite as before. Either tie that guy up with chains, or we'll lock the door. There's not much water and food left, so if you want it, take it. If not, starve. Uncle S' face turned pale with anger upon hearing this. The food distribution had been decreasing, and now they even wanted to change Zhang Tai and Linen. You're going too far. The people outside held iron chains for locking the door, even bringing out the chains that were originally used to tie up dogs, fearing they wouldn't have enough. Yeah, he hasn't woken up yet. He might turn into a zombie any minute. Why waste food on him? One person said with dissatisfaction, the dog chain in his hand clinking. The longer it went on, the more uneasy they felt. With the insistence of Wenya and Zhang Tai's group, Lin was forcibly fed a large amount of medicine. They thought that since Lin had not turned into a zombie yet, he wouldn't last much longer. Perhaps some medicine had temporarily taken effect. Or maybe the Awakener's physique was strong enough to briefly suppress the virus. After all, if the medicine really worked, why hadn't he woken up yet? The bandage girl they brought back had long since awakened. Who knew if Lin would turn into a zombie the next second? I think he shouldn't have come up in the first place. It made us anxious. I haven't slept well in 2 days. An older middle-aged woman with her hands on her hips hid behind the crowd, loudly saying, "We don't owe him anything. It's not like we made him kill zombies." Exactly. To put it bluntly, he just happened to help. He didn't really come to save us. With Lin and Zhang Tai in a coma, and without their martial power deterrent, the crowd was no longer afraid. More and more people gathered, and as they regained their composure, many even suggested throwing him out of the building. After all, even if they tied him up, there would still be a great risk. When you turned around, coldly staring at the newcomers. Almost every day, these people would come to cause trouble, but today it was even more intense. The crowd was agitated, and under the instigation of Wang Ju's group, many people were holding steel pipes and axes, planning to forcibly throw Lin out. Whoever comes over will die. When you picked up the fire axe beside her, her frail body contrasting sharply with the axe in her hand, the crowd sneered. "Little girl, can you even lift that axe? I'll tell you, this is all the food we have." A tattooed man stepped out of the crowd, one of the few strong men in the hotel. Many people, hopelessly clinging to Lin, simply followed him, also considered part of Wang Ju's group. Feeding these nearly dead people would be a waste, right? He pulled out a military energy bar from his pocket, broke it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Damn, this thing is really hard to eat. When Ya's fingers gripping the axe handle turned pale. The military rations in the man's hands were what Lin had left for her before leaving. It seemed that all the food she had hidden in her room had been rummaged through. "Food, give it back to me." Lin was currently weak and remained in a coma. Unlike others who thought Lin was in a coma due to fighting the zombie virus, she had encountered equipment just like Hao on the first day. From the system's prompt and her observations, she keenly noticed the black gloves on Lin's hands, which occasionally drew mysterious energy from him. The crimson patterns on the gloves were just a little away from being filled. Analyzing the situation, she guessed that Lin's coma was likely due to the gloves continuously draining his energy, leading to a lack of energy supply. "Want it? Whoever finds it gets it. Want it? Sure, you can have a good chat with me, and I can give you a little more." The man had a lewd smile, his eyes sizing up when ya. The day after Zhang Tai returned, Wang Ju had joined forces with him to collect the food in the hotel. They distributed it daily as needed. However, the concept of need was subjective. The tattooed man let out a cold laugh. Last night, he had taken the opportunity to sleep with a hungry woman who hadn't eaten for 2 days while enjoying a bucket of instant noodles. That feeling was really nice. He still reminisced about that voluptuous touch. It was really exhilarating. "Aren't you afraid that when Zhang wakes up, he will come to settle the score with you?" Uncle leaned against the wall, standing upright, glaring at the tattooed man. "Zhang Tai's condition is much better than Lin's. He even made some noise a day ago. Unlike the visible wounds on Lin and caused by zombies, Zhang Tai is intact aside from his originally severed arm." The tattooed man chuckled lightly, but a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the concern that Zhang Tai might wake up and these people guarding him, he would have already found a way to get Lin out with Wang Ju. "Beautiful one, why are you wasting your time protecting a dying person? He might turn into a zombie and eat you the next second." TSK, I can't bear to see you being bitten to death by this guy. Why not follow me and enjoy a better life? Besides, I definitely live better than him. The tattooed man smiled playfully and intentionally adjusted himself. "All right, let us bring out that bandaged person inside." Suddenly, several middle-aged men with axes rushed in, grabbing the bandaged girl who resembled a corpse and dragging her outside. "What are you doing?" The people in the room were terrified and wanted to stop them, but they couldn't get close due to the threat of the axes in their hands. "What are we doing? Do you need to ask?" "Get lost, old man." The leading man kicked Lao Huang, knocking him to the ground. When you clench her fists tightly, over the past few days, Lao Huang and her second uncle had taken good care of Lin. If it weren't for everyone saving food to share with Lin, his condition would likely be even worse. But the situation was pressing, and they couldn't afford a conflict now. Damn it, I should have just killed Wang Jiangwo back then. When you suddenly felt a pang of regret, she began to understand why Lin and was so indifferent to others. The tattooed man sneered, not caring about Wanya's reaction, and left with the crowd. Bang! The door closed, and the sound of chains echoed outside. They locked the door. Lao Huang hurried to the door. Well, the people outside were wrapping it with iron chains. Wanya remained silent, her previously forced expression now falling into despondency and helplessness. In her arms, Linen, who was once relatively robust, had become emaciated and pale. His condition was deteriorating day by day. Wake up soon, Linen. I really don't know what to do anymore. Wanya silently dissolved her portion of food and fed it to Linen, carefully covering his right hand. Currently, all the food for the 5 people in the room had been given to Lin and Zhang Tai, and everyone was enduring hunger. Everyone knew that as long as either Zhang Tai or Linen woke up, the situation would change. As for the bandaged girl lying in the corner, she woke up by herself the next day. But no matter what the others asked her, she did not respond, just closing her eyes and remaining motionless like a corpse every day. They didn't know where the people outside had taken her or what they intended to do. Sister Wen, you haven't eaten for 2 days. Why don't you eat mine? Zhang Yue wiped her tears and approached Wenya, holding half a piece of chocolate with bite marks. Wenya shook her head slightly and smiled as she touched her. No, you keep it for yourself. Isn't Brother Lin and about to die? His face is getting scarier. Yue timidly glanced at Lin An's sunken cheeks, full of worry. No, Wenya shook her head firmly, her fingers stroking Lin An's side face. He will wake up soon. Chapter 43, Beautiful Apocalypse, Room 808, 8th floor of the hotel. Zhang Tai might wake up soon. The person who was tailing him yesterday saw him move a few times. Yu Shihao's expression was grim as he coldly stared at the mess on the bed. Damn it. If you cry again, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Director Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed at the woman who was crying in front of him. At his age, this was exhausting. Snap. He casually lit a cigarette, the flame flickering. After resting for a moment, he sat on the edge of the bed, panting. So what do you suggest we do? If it weren't for you speaking up that day, Zhang Tai and the others might not have made it up here. Now you're scared? Yu Shihao sneered. How many days had it been since the apocalypse broke out? These people are mindless and can't harden their hearts. But you, if it weren't for you being caught by Wanya and threatening them. Wang Jiangwo looked dissatisfied and shot back coldly. Damn it. What are you pretending for in front of me? If it weren't for the decent suggestions Yu Shihao provided, I wouldn't even agree to their cooperation. So, what do you want to do? Yu Shihao chuckled lightly and pulled out a transparent bag from his pocket. I specially had your men reduce their water and food intake these past 2 days. He flicked the plastic bag, which contained half a bag of powdery white substance. Add something good to their water and food. Then take care of Linen. As long as he is alive, I want to be at ease. Lin An Musti. But I want to kill him myself. I must get those 2 pieces of equipment. Originally, he planned to interrogate Lin and about the secrets of the awakened when he was weak, but since Zhang Tai showed signs of waking up before Linen, there was no time to wait. Wang Jiangwo curiously took the bag and then kicked the 2 crying women on the bed hard. Shut up. Can't you see we're talking business? Kill Linen? Zhang Tai, don't you have a plan to take care of him? Yu Shihao frowned and stared intently at Wang Jiangwo. Kill Zhang Tai? What if there's danger afterward? That big fool is easy to deceive. Wang Jiangwo glanced at him mockingly. What are you pretending for in front of me? You've been busy with women these past few days. Do you think Zhang Tai will be nice to you if he wakes up and finds out? That guy is just a fool with a mind full of justice. Yu Shihao remained silent and did not respond. He didn't care about what Wang Jiangwo said. He deliberately acted as if he was at odds with Wang Jiangwo in front of others. Even if Zhang Tai woke up, he would only think he was one of the few willing to rescue Linen. For this reason, he hadn't even touched any of the women in Zhang Tai's team. Seeing him silent, Wang Jiangwo guessed his thoughts and couldn't help but sneer. I'm telling you, Zhang Tai must die. If he wakes up, don't think you can clear your name. You don't have to worry about safety with my identity. I guarantee that people from above will come to rescue us in a few days. Yu Shihao stood up and walked away. He was thoroughly fed up with Wang Jiangwo's constant talk about his identity. Someone is coming to rescue us? I saw with my own eyes last night that there were chain explosions due to a gas leak in the city center square. If there were any normal organizational operations, such things wouldn't be allowed to happen. As he reached the door, he turned his head and said, "Don't talk to me about your identity anymore. This is the apocalypse. I know what you want to do. If you really want to kill Zhang Tai, that's fine. But Linen must be dealt with by me personally. And also, give me Winya. I will help you drug the person you want." Bang. The door was shut tightly, and Yu Shihao casually tucked the powder into his pocket. Wang Jingwo wanted to kill Zhang Tai mainly because he was afraid Zhang Tai would cause him trouble and that he would lose the status everyone was currently holding up. The other reason, this greasy old guy has long had his eyes on Zhang Tai's sister, Zhang Yue. It doesn't matter. Everyone is just getting what they want. In the darkness, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Wang Jingwo was feeling heated from the antics he had been up to in the room. What is that soft thing underfoot? Didn't all the bodies get thrown out? He instinctively lifted his foot to check, but in his peripheral vision, he saw the reflection on the doorplate. 802. That was the room he and Wang Fong had stayed in before. Remembering the resentful look Wang Fong had before she died, he couldn't help but shiver. Damn it. Quickening his pace, he felt like someone was watching him and hurriedly went downstairs. Snap! In the darkness, a pale face slowly descended from the ceiling, landing in a pool of minced flesh. Late at night, second floor. Clang, clang. Yu Shihao quickly unlocked the chains and carefully called out through the door crack, "Winya, uncle, I've stolen some food for you. Hurry and take it." His eyes were sincere as he slid 3 bottles of water and some bread through the door crack. For 3 consecutive days, he had been bringing a small amount of food to gain their trust. Uncle's face was filled with surprise as he hurriedly accepted it while leaning against the wall. "Oh, thank you so much." Zhang Tai just now was still mumbling, wanting water. "You really help a lot. You've worked hard these days." Yue followed behind, her nose red. "Thank you, brother." Her voice was obedient and full of gratitude. "Yue, here's the bread you like. Hurry and eat." Uncle divided most of the water and food with Winya and then stroked Yue's head, looking pained. The little girl hasn't been willing to eat these past few days, saying she wants to save it for her brother, and Lin and Yue didn't eat. Yue is full. Secretly swallowing her saliva, Yue handed the bread back to Uncle. Standing behind the door, Yu Shihao didn't leave, his gaze flickering. He gently persuaded Yue. "Brother had a lot of good food hidden. You can eat this first." After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yue ultimately took the bread from Uncle's hand and nodded obediently. "Winya, you should drink more water too. This bottle is unopened. It's new. And Uncle, you don't have to worry about food. There's a small fridge in my old room. I looked around today, and there is still quite a bit of food." With a bright smile, he practiced this line several times before coming. Yu Shihao saw Yue starting to eat the bread in small bites, and immediately smiled and started persuading the others. Everyone in the room looked surprised, expressing their gratitude again. Only Winya remained silent, seemingly pondering something. After receiving the bottled water, it was indeed, as he said, unopened. She glanced back at Linen, whose lips were cracked and face pale from lack of water. Ultimately, Winya had to lower her guard. Behind the door, Yu Shihao saw everyone finish the food and then close the door again, his smile disappearing. On the third-floor corridor, several middle-aged men following Wang Jingwo leaned against the wall, smoking. The flickering lights of the cigarettes illuminated the joy on their faces. "Hey, little you. That bottle of water and syringe were my contributions. You have to let me go second, right?" One of them, with a lewd grin, rubbed his hands and swayed his head. "Why go one by one? That girl looks like a virgin to me. Let us all go together and let her enjoy herself." Yu Shihao chuckled lightly, unconcerned, and took the cigarette that was offered to him. "I'll go first. The rest of you can do as you please. Once the person passes out, you can play however you want. But that little girl inside can't be touched. You have to send her to Brother Wang. Before playing, remember to kill the person first. Leave Linen to me and the others to you." Stamping out the cigarette, but Yu Shihao's gaze flickered. He recalled the equipment on Lin and Winya, which made it hard for him to suppress the heat rising in his heart. The man who was smoking hesitated for a moment, slightly taken aback. "Should we really kill someone? What if we get caught when we reach the safe zone later?" Yu Shihao sneered coldly in his heart. A bunch of useless people, too cowardly to kill and still have the nerve to make excuses. Not killing? Just wait until Zhang Tai wakes up. He might kill you. I just heard them say that Zhang Tai can talk now. Don't expect that when Zhang Tai wakes up, you can still enjoy things like you do now, playing with whichever woman you want. Just take a look at your own characters. If it weren't for Zhang Tai not waking up, do you think those women would even bother with you? Several middle-aged men looked conflicted, but in the end, they made up their minds. After seeing everyone agree, he nodded slightly, wrapped his arms around himself, and walked to the window with a cold expression, looking at the distant buildings and ruins and the inexplicable loud noises occasionally ringing in his ears. There was no sign of fear or unease in his eyes. 29 minutes left. Women within reach, the powerful strength he yearned for, and the collapse of order. I love this apocalypse. Chapter 44. Guess when I woke up, room 808. The lit scented candle illuminated the entire room. The bald man with excess flesh gazed obsessively. On the bed lay a girl in a deep coma, her school skirt pulled down her knees. Her tight, snow-white calves looked enticing under the candlelight. And the girl's unique purity had an unusual beauty in this scene, tormenting the heart. Ha! The sound of saliva being swallowed. Wang Jiangwo's throat breathed heavily like a beast. Desire greed. Just when the desire became unbearable. Creak. Who? He suddenly turned around. Wang Jiangwo reluctantly turned his body. He had the chance to enjoy the delicacy. Damn it. Who is disturbing me at this time? He looked warily at the door, but could see nothing. The hotel corridor was pitch black due to the power outage. Was it the wind? He couldn't help but shrink his neck. A chill raised goosebumps all over him. To stay in the room, the door lock had been removed, and only an iron rod served as a door bolt. I told you to fix the door. Wasting my time. Cursing, he shivered barefoot as he got out of bed to try to close the door tightly. In front of the door, he wrapped his fat body with both arms, trying to peek behind the door. Damn, why is it so cold? The candlelight suddenly went out. His heart jumped. In the darkness, a face suddenly squeezed out from the gap in the door, pressed right in front of him. Eye to eye, nose to nose. The broken face felt icy, as if it could freeze his soul. The dead white eyes were filled with resentment, and the woman's withered lips opened wide, swallowing towards his body. The scream got stuck in his throat, only a sharp front part, chewing and swallowing. The candlelight flickered back to life, the shadow on the wall only half visible. On the second floor of the hotel, 6 people lay haphazardly in a small room. 6 men stood in the room, with a tattooed man holding a hammer standing in front of the corpse of the second uncle. The old face had bulging eyes, with a hole in the middle of the forehead from being hammered, unable to close his eyes in death. Damn it, this old guy didn't drink a drop of water. If I hadn't reacted quickly and killed him, I would have almost been done in by this dog. The crowd chuckled lightly, then turned to drag the bodies like trash. What sound? Yu Shihao raised his head in confusion, looking at the ceiling, stopping the dragging of linen. He glanced at the 2 who were still working hard, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Who screamed just now? What does it matter who it was? Hurry up and finish. Go back to your beauty. I want to wait for you to finish and enjoy as well. The tattooed man, who brought water during the day, urged impatiently, casually tossing the still smoldering cigarette but onto linen. Just killed an old man, and he was still panicking, but to maintain his image, he pretended to be indifferent. He squatted down, pressing the cigarette but onto linen to extinguish it. I thought this kid was too cool when I first saw him. Wanted to kill him long ago. His thoughts were interrupted. Yu Shihao glanced disdainfully at the tattooed man in front of him, but remained silent. When Lin was clearing zombies on the first day, he saw this guy trembling at the sight of a zombie-esque corpse. Later, he begged Lin to take him as a little brother, as if he would even give away his girlfriend. A cowardly guy, only daring to talk at this moment. The tattooed man didn't notice the disdain in his eyes, only looking at Lin and on the ground with delight. Let you look down on me back then. Now you can't even move like a dead dog. Hee, I really want to sleep with when you're in front of you, you worthless thing. He taunted, extending his foot and casually kicking twice, but only felt the pain in his foot. This awakened one is so hard. Hey, I want to see if I can cut off his head with a knife later. Seeing Yu Shihao not responding, the tattooed man felt a bit bored and walked in front of Wunya, squatting down, unable to resist reaching out to touch her a few times. The work done by the 2 companions beside him made his heart itch like a cat. What an ice-cold beauty. Even asleep, she looks so tempting. That you guy is still dragging, Should I have a little fun first? He glanced back at Yu Shihao, who was dragging Lin in, then secretly unbuckled his belt. That little mouth looks enticing enough. Hey, we agreed I'd go first. What the hell do you mean? The angry voice from Yu Shihao came from behind, glaring at him. I didn't do anything to her. What do you care what I do? The tattooed man suddenly brightened his eyes, taking 2 steps forward to Lin. What is that thing in his hand? Why is it glowing? Yu Shihao's heart sank. Damn. The black cloth that was supposed to be wrapped around Lin's hand fell off. The blood-red patterns on the sole, devouring hand flickered and vanished, captivating. Good stuff. Instinctively, the tattooed man couldn't help but reach out to snatch the glove on Lin's right hand. Don't touch. Buzz. What is this? The tattooed man's face showed horror. He felt a devouring force coming from the glove. Ah! Life flowing away. He couldn't help but open his mouth to howl as if his brain was about to be pulled out. In an instant, the once sturdy body shrank to skin and bones like a dried corpse. An unexpected change occurred. Yu Shihao watched the scene in shock, feeling cold all over. A chill running up his spine. Gulp. Another yellow-haired man in front of Wanya swallowed nervously. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to have some fun while the tattooed man and Yu Shihao argued. The other 2 men hurriedly looked over, trembling all over, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man panically pointed at Lin and with a shaking finger. He blinked. It seems he's waking up. Hiss. The body was pierced. Lin, lying on the ground, instantly crossed the distance between the 2 like a phantom, appearing in front of him. What sound? The yellow-haired man instinctively looked down at his chest. A white, jade-like arm had pierced through his chest cavity. Congratulations, you got it right. The voice was calm. Lin smiled gently. The originally sunken cheeks rapidly filled out. Bang! He withdrew his arm, then crushed the yellow-haired man's skull as if popping a balloon. The horrific scene before them exceeded everyone's limits of endurance. The 2 helpers who hadn't had time to pull up their pants finally snapped back to reality, unable to help but scream, trembling as they looked at Lin and who was walking towards them. The 2 retreated, begging for mercy. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Lin looked at a woman lying at their feet, her lower body stripped away and unconscious, sullied by the 2 men. He remembered this person, an older woman from Zhang Tai's group. Wrong? Lin chuckled lightly, instantly tearing off his arm at a speed beyond normal reaction. Ah, my arm, crying and howling. The man whose arm was torn off rolled on the ground in pain, looking despairingly at the arm thrown aside. Enjoy it. Lin's face was cold, lifting the man who had his arm ripped off with one hand. Rip. Like tearing paper. This time it was the foot. This time it was the left hand. Terrifying, brutal. Even Yu Shihao and the others felt like they were in an ice cavern. They recalled the fear of seeing Lin for the first time when he split the liquor in half. Brother Lin, I beg you, don't kill me. I beg you. I was just momentarily bewitched. I didn't touch your people. Another person knelt on the ground, frantically banging his head and crying. He could not resist, nor did he dare to. At this moment, he only hated himself for not being able to control his lower body, for getting involved. The sight of his companion being torn apart nearly drove him to madness. Why? Why did I provoke the devil in front of me? There was no time to think. Lin gently lifted his head, pinching his chin with 2 fingers like a pair of iron pliers. Unlike the smile on his face, it felt as if a fire of anger was burning in his heart. He had regained consciousness 2 days ago, but was unable to fully awaken due to mental exhaustion. Look at me. You trash. The pressure from the fingers slowly increased. The sound of bones deforming made one cringe. In just a few seconds, as the man's wails faded into his throat, his face had already been crushed into a mess by Lin. At the farthest point, Yu Shihao did not dare to move, even though Lin had not looked at him. But he could sense that a faint killing intent had locked onto him. His heart was filled with terror. Why? Did he suddenly wake up? Blood flowed from the gaps in his fingertips, and Lin casually shook his hand before walking towards the tattooed man, who lay down. The tattooed man, terrified, crawled backward with both hands and feet. Unfortunately, drained of strength, he could only squirm on the ground like a maggot. Didn't you want to kill me? With 1 foot down, the tattooed man's knee was instantly shattered like a corpse. No. Please, big brother. The tattooed man's voice was hoarse, sounding like an old, dying person after his mental energy was drained by the gloves. No, weren't you just want to chain me in Zhang Tai? Want to cut off my head? Ignoring his pleas, Lennon instantly ripped off the man's other leg. The tattooed man could only let out a cry before fainting from the pain. Lennon cruelly smiled. Did he think he could faint in front of him? He grabbed the tattooed man's head, his mental energy piercing into his brain like needles. The tattooed man was jolted awake by the intense pain, looking at Lin and with despair in his eyes. Brother Lin, I'm worse than a pig or a dog. I'm just a piece of shit. Please let me go. Let you go? Go ask your uncle if he wants to let you off. Lennon forcefully turned his head to face his uncle's corpse, their eyes meeting. Regret and fear washed over him, and a wave of urine smell spread from beneath him. If he could commit suicide, he would rather do that than endure this torment. Lennon turned a deaf ear, slowly crushing his bones inch by inch. Bang! As the tattooed man fainted again, Lennon simply pressed his head into his chest, ending his life. If you do something wrong, you must bear the consequences. If you want to be a villain, you must be prepared to be retaliated against. In the room, the three men brought by Yu Shihao were all dead in an instant, leaving only him and Lennon Thud. Without hesitation, Yu Shihao knelt on the ground, moving his knees to kneel before Lin and brother Lin. These things have nothing to do with me. I was forced. Please let me go. I really didn't do anything to wrong you. They wanted to kill you. I had no choice but to pretend to be with them to take you away, crying and sobbing. He looked at Lin and with sincere eyes. He spoke rapidly, afraid that Lin would kill him without even listening. If you don't believe me, you can wait for Wunya, wait for Zhang Tai, wait for them to wake up and ask. I was the first to save you and brother Zhang. Really, you must believe me. Pleading for mercy, he trembled as he looked at the silent Lennon, as if waiting for a verdict. Lennon tilted his head, interestedly watching Yu Shihao's hurriedly fabricated excuses. Interesting, quite a talent. If Lin had just woken up, he would likely wait for everyone to wake up and verify things before making a decision. Unfortunately, guess when I woke up? Lennon chuckled lightly, his right hand instantly reaching for the top of his head. Chapter 45. Blood Woman Yu Shihao's face instantly turned ashen, like a bolt from the blue. He could feel his scalp tightening, and perhaps in the next second, his brain would explode like a water balloon. What to do? Under the threat of death. He quickly searched his mind for reasons that could make Lin and temporarily spare him. Yu Wei. Yes. Yu Wei was taken upstairs by Wang Ju's people. And also, the bandaged girl you brought back. Only I know where she is. Yu Wei? The bandaged girl? Lennon stopped the action of crushing his skull. Although he had already regained consciousness, he could only hear some voices in the darkness. In an instant, he understood what Yu Shihao meant. Considering that Wang Jiangwo's men didn't spare even the unconscious woman, it was natural to guess their intention of taking Yu Wei upstairs. Wang Jiangwo, you have some nerve. Which floor is Yu Wei on? Although Lin and didn't have much affection for Yu Wei, she was after all Zhang Tai's sister. Since he recognized Zhang Tai, Yu Wei naturally counted as being on his side. Just thinking of Wang Jiangwo's fat and disgusting appearance ignited a surge of anger in his heart. Damn scum. The wind howled as Lennon grabbed him, his eyes filled with killing intent. 8th floor. Yu Shihao was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly breathing a sigh of relief. The matter of Yu Wei could buy him some time, and the key to his survival was the whereabouts of the bandaged girl. In his mind, although he didn't know who the bandaged girl was, she was clearly someone the two of them had risked their lives to bring back. This person must be important to Lennon. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. However, in the next second, Lennon instantly crushed his hands into meat paste. Did he think he could threaten him with these 2 pieces of information? How naive. Lennon acted without hesitation. The only reason he wasn't killing him right now was to verify the information. He had plenty of ways to extract information from Yu Shihao's mouth. Moreover, what the hell was the bandaged girl? He vaguely remembered that Zhang Tai had brought back a person covered in bandages. Forget it. Let us not worry about that for now. Buzz. Judgment Eye. Lennon's figure shot out, bursting through the door. Before leaving, he deliberately activated the Judgment Eye to check Zhang Tai's condition. No major issues. If it weren't for the tattooed man greedily touching the gloves at the last charging stage, providing him with external mental power, Zhang Tai would have woken up even faster than him. If all goes well, Zhang Tai would wake up in a few minutes. Power explosion, Linen shouted softly, decisively activating his innate skill. The long-lost pale, golden spiritual energy filled his body. After waking up, his mental power was abundant. 5 days of unconsciousness had restored him to peak condition. Without the gloves continuously absorbing power, his body also returned to perfection. Boom! Lin dragged the incapacitated Yu Shihao with his left hand and violently kicked open the fire door on the 8th floor corridor with his right foot. The heavy iron door, kicked away, flew out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall at the end of the corridor. Room 808. Lin had learned from Yu Shihao where Wang Jiangwo was located. After confirming the direction, he stepped out like a black phantom. The door to room 808 was half open, revealing a faint candlelight inside. No sound, still no one. Lin frowned slightly. The moment he reached the door of 808, he felt an unusual chill, and Yu Shihao, who was being dragged, trembled from the cold. It was somewhat eerie. He didn't sense the presence of any living person. Instead, a strong smell of blood lingered in the air. Creak! The door opened, and Lin stepped inside slowly, his right hand maintaining a combat stance, gripping the spine from the devourer. Inside the room, 2 short, fat legs stood in place, and on the bed lay the unconscious Yue. The upper body of the leg owner had disappeared from the abdomen, the incision neatly made as if something had instantly separated it. Ah! A scream escaped Yu Shihao. He recognized that it was Wang Jiangwo's legs. Terrified, he couldn't imagine what had happened. Drip drip, the sound of water droplets falling. A drop of water suddenly fell on his face, sliding down his forehead. Shocked by the horrific scene before him, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Before he could react, Linen instantly threw him out, his eyes alert, taking a combat stance. The drop of water came from above. A woman was crawling on the ceiling, facing away from the ground. Her long hair obscured her face, and her entire body was deathly pale, like a corpse that had been left for a long time. Beep! Detected a first-stage mutant blood woman. A corpse fused with a zombie, gathering resentment and a sense of revenge before dying. Danger level, low. The message from the judgment I rang out instantly. Linen was slightly taken aback. What was the blood woman? Was it the true name of the bloody witch? But didn't he matter? The chat channel that appeared 6 months later wasn't omniscient. It was normal for information to be missing. Since he discovered it, killing was the only option. Linen narrowed his eyes, bending his legs. // He moved as fast as lightning, instantly locking onto the blood woman crawling on the ceiling. Bone spikes pierced through the air, letting out a sharp whistle. Swoosh! Boom! With Lin's current speed and strength, the first-stage mutant blood woman had no space to dodge. The bone spikes instantly pierced through her head covered in black hair, the residual force crashing into the ceiling and damaging its structure. The ceiling shook, dust mixed with broken wall pieces fell, and the power of the strike was comparable to an explosion. The expected kill notification did not come. The bone spike piercing her head seemed to have no effect on her. Creak! The spine reversed, and Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. The woman hanging upside down on the ceiling suddenly turned her face, staring straight at Linen. Her deathly pale face held a resentful gaze, and her face, gnawed by zombies, was unrecognizable. The blood woman's head split open in an instant, emitting a shrill scream that could shatter eardrums, shattering the room's glass. Swoosh! Before Lin could react, the pierced blood woman crazily lunged at him. Downward slash. Lin's expression was grave as he quickly pulled the bone spike from her head, drawing out a stream of blood droplets. He reversed the bone spike and directly slashed down toward the path the monster was charging from. There was no time to think about why the monster in front of him hadn't died despite having its head pierced. The attack from the blood woman was already upon him. Boom! Linen felt a sweetness in his mouth, his chest caving in under the monster's impact. Yet the bone spike in his hand did not stop, instantly severing the connection point of the monster's head. Thud! The head fell to the ground, but the headless body moved as if unaffected. A large amount of blood suddenly gushed from the severed neck, and the cold blood quickly lowered the room's temperature to below freezing. Frost rapidly spread throughout the entire room, like an ice cellar. Ice attribute. Lin's heart sank, and he quickly retreated, not daring to let the blood touch him. He was now typically high in attack and low in defense, before gaining attribute resistance. Any attribute attack from a mutant had to be avoided as much as possible. But why did the attack prove ineffective? Lin was puzzled. The Blood Woman's strength could at most be considered first stage. In terms of lethality, she was even weaker than the Devourer. She was famous in his previous life, mainly because this monster targeted ordinary Awakeners and general players every time it attacked. With his current strength, he should be able to easily slay her. As the chill spread, Lin felt his movements slow down considerably. Judgment Eye. A pale blue mist rose, stars swirling. Lin activated his enhanced vision again, looking at the Blood Woman. First order variant. Blood Woman, all status information flipped to the last column. Lin quickly found a line of explanation. Current status, Blood Curse, ignores physical attacks, disappears after revenge ends. Revenge? Lin was puzzled, with no time to think. On the other side, the Blood Woman, having lost her head, quickly picked it up and fumbled to put it back on. Let's try again. Taking advantage of the burst of power that had not yet ended, Lin took a deep breath and suddenly exerted force at his waist to twist. Downward slash. A mechanical smile suddenly appeared on the woman's face, as if she had seen something. Ignoring Lin and strike that could split her body, she simply opened her arms and hurried towards Yu Shihua, who was hiding in the corner. No! Yu Shihua frantically kicked back, trying to escape. However, there was a wall behind him, and he had nowhere to retreat. Fear collapsed. Although that face had been mangled from being eaten, he could never forget those eyes that appeared in his nightmares. Those were Wang Feng's eyes. Lin was astonished. The Blood Woman seemed to be tightly embracing her lover, pressing closely against Yu Shihua. The two were stuck together, and the woman held on so tightly as if she wanted to merge him into her body. Chapter 46. Kilwenya? Zhang Tai. If you're awake and fine, come up here. Lin silently observed the bizarre scene before him, connecting to the team channel. A minute ago, Zhang Tai had awakened. That familiar loud voice made Lin's ears ache. Meanwhile, after embracing Yu Shihua, the Blood Woman melted away like a candle. Amidst the screams and wails, the two quickly merged into one, forming a blood cocoon. Watching his body being melted away, Lin felt a shiver of fear. The two faces were pressed together, no longer shedding cold-blooded tears. Their half-male, half-female features were tightly shut, exuding an aura of evil. The Judgment Eye looked in, and the information was provided. First-level mutant, Bloody Witch infusion. Danger level, none. The Bloody Witch, having completed her revenge, will begin her hunt after tonight. So that's it. Lin gave a bitter smile. He recalled the scene he saw on the first day he entered the hotel. It seemed that the Bloody Witch had delayed her appearance because he had inadvertently saved Yu Shihua, preventing the Blood Woman from completing her revenge and transforming into the Bloody Witch. No wonder he couldn't find her no matter how hard he looked. However, the Bloody Witch in her cocoon was probably the easiest mutant he had ever encountered. It was practically a free kill. Lin team. Zhang Tai's distinct loud voice came from afar. Judging by his tone, he seemed to be mostly fine. Boom! The broken door was kicked down, and a jubilant Zhang Tai rushed towards Lin like a bear. Stop! Lin shouted, halting Zhang Tai, who was about to embrace him. Lin team, why did you call me up here? What is this? Zhang Tai took a few steps back, looking at the blood cocoon in the corner of the room. Lin didn't mind his reaction. After all, the scene before them was indeed horrifying. Kill it while it's still transforming. Zhang Tai swallowed hard and instinctively took the bone spike Lin handed him. Lin team, why'd I have to kill it? Why is it so scary? Lin crossed his arms, casually replied, I remember you're still at level 0, right? You just need one more mutant to reach the next level, don't you? Zhang Tai nodded. He had previously teamed up with Lin to kill a licker, according to the rules of the Apocalypse game. As long as the damage dealt to the mutant by a previous player exceeds 20, it counts as participation in the kill. Therefore, even though Zhang Tai hadn't T-killed the licker that day, he still gained experience for his participation in the kill based on the system's judgment. Lin's question was clear enough. So, this thing is a mutant? That's right, and it's a very special kind. Kill it, and you'll level up. The smell of blood in the room was intense. and even Lennon couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. It didn't seem like ordinary blood. It was more like a combination of some kind of resentment. He glanced at the blood cocoon in the corner, realizing they couldn't stay here for long. Normally, with his physical condition, ordinary smells wouldn't affect him. Bloody witch resentment. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, a strange notion burrowing into his brain. Lennon stood still for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Most of the mutants we've encountered before are zombie mutations. While this mutant, Bloody, which is formed from a human filled with resentment who was infected by the zombie virus. After he finished speaking, his expression turned serious. Unable to hide his fear, Zhang Tai was puzzled, not understanding what Lin was afraid of. This information is crucial. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Or rather, if it weren't for the information provided by the Judgment Eye, he wouldn't have thought of this without seeing the Bloody Witch's information. Oh well, it's still a mutant. What is so important about this news? Lin team, what are you scared of? Zhang Tai scratched his head, not grasping Lin's meaning. What I mean is, mutants might be artificially created, as long as humans are tortured before death, filling them with resentment. Then throw them into a horde of zombies, ensuring their brains survive to be infected by enough zombie virus, while also clearing the zombies to ensure they aren't completely eaten. In this way, perhaps an artificially created mutant could be born. Gulp. A few seconds later, after hearing Lin's words, Zhang Tai felt a chill run down his back. Even he realized how terrifying the consequences would be if this method were feasible. Lin team, if someone has malicious intentions in the future, wouldn't they be able to mass-produce such monsters? That's not even the main issue. Lin sighed lightly. It seemed Zhang Tai still hadn't grasped the true meaning of this information. Why is your level still at 0? I can't beat mutants? And? Mutants are hard to find, and there's zombies all around. Lin nodded, pulling out another spine from the liquor from his ring and casually stabbing it into the blood cocoon. You're right. The first issue with mutants is that they're hard to kill, and the second is that they're hard to find. The bone spike easily pierced the blood cocoon, blood flowing out, but the Bloody Witch in a fusion state showed no reaction. However, human creation is different. It won't resist while transforming, and it can be mass-produced. So, this means killing people can lead to leveling up. After Lin spoke, he fell into silence, while Zhang Tai was at a loss. A series of numbers appeared in Lin's mind. There are currently 25 people alive in the hotel. Excluding Wanya and Zhang Tai, there are 23 left. 23 means 23 mutants. Leveling up from 2 to 3 requires experience from 8 mutants, and from 3 to 4 requires 16. Although the awakening levels differ. Starting from level 1, the required experience is the square of the previous level, but leveling up to the second level only requires 16 mutants. However, player levels and awakening levels can gain experience simultaneously. This means that if Lin wishes, he could perhaps raise his player level to 4 right now, and the awakening level could be upgraded to the second tier. A level 4 player provides a 3-point boost to all attributes, while an awakening level increase grants 2 points to all attributes, totaling a 5-point increase to all attributes. He would completely obtain the power of the second tier. Now, the Apocalypse game has just begun, and it's only the 6th day. Lin team, Zhang Tai couldn't help but call out to him. For some reason, he felt that Lin's current state was somewhat off, somewhat unfamiliar. Lin slowly raised his head at the sound, his eyes bloodshot. Powerful strength. A sudden desire surged in his heart, like a bone-corroding poison snake slithering around. He was indeed cold-blooded, but he also had his own moral bottom line. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. The cost of just 23 lives? What does it matter in this apocalypse? Have you forgotten how those awakeners in your past life were willing to sacrifice thousands for a piece of blue equipment? Lin, without power, how will you protect those you wish to guard? Is this my inner voice? Lin's eyes turned red, his voice filled with temptation. You actually have no real feelings for the few people in the hotel. If anything, you probably only see Zhang Tai as a potential helper in the future. After all, establishing a safe zone to expand power requires trustworthy people. But the apocalypse is full of subordinates willing to submit to power. Isn't that right, Lin? Kill Zhang Tai, and you'll have 24 people. Moreover, you actually miscalculated one thing. A mutant like the Bloody which requires killing its target for revenge, so at least 25 people are needed. The sound disappeared, and Lin and suddenly turned to look at Zhang Tai. With Wunya, they would have enough to make 25 people. Chapter 47, The Last Person Disappears, Team Leader Lin. Zhang Tai nervously looked up at Lin, only to be horrified to find that Lin An's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin An's earlier words had stirred up a storm in his heart. Could it be that Team Leader Lin was tempted, wanting to artificially create mutated beings? A chill ran up Zhang Tai's spine, and he quickly urged, Team Leader, you can't do this. How is this different from a monster? Wake up, Team Leader. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If you want to do this, then just kill me first. He swallowed hard, prepared to face death. Even though he knew he couldn't stop Lin if he really wanted to act, he would rather die than let Lin and do such a thing. Oh, you want to stop me? The power erupted. A pale golden spiritual energy surged again, but this time it was tinged with a strange blood color. Lin An's voice was icy as he suddenly appeared behind Zhang Tai. Ignoring Zhang Tai's terrified expression, Lin An delivered a side kick straight to his back. Step forward, charge. Team Leader. The force was immense, and Zhang Tai instantly felt his back hit the corner's blood cocoon uncontrollably due to the impact. Despair, a chilling heart. Zhang Tai couldn't believe it as he turned to look at Lin An, filled with grief and anger, unable to suppress a roar. Bear transformation. Team Leader. I don't want to fight you, but even if I die today, I won't let you do this. Zhang Tai, transformed into a bear, charged at Lin An without regard for the cost. Idiot. I want you to kill it. Lin An suddenly chuckled lightly, and in an instant, his figure left an afterimage as he pressed one hand on Zhang Tai's palm. A reverse thrust. Thud. The bone spike pierced through the double-faced head on the blood cocoon, gushing out crimson blood. The double-faced head suddenly opened its eyes, letting out a piercing scream of dead white resentment. A downward slash. Lin An's gaze was sharp as he delivered the final blow for Zhang Tai. The bone spike slashed towards the blood cocoon like lightning, and with a powerful strike, it was instantly cleaved in two. The blood cocoon split open, revealing a frail body resembling that of a child. The monster, with a mismatched double-faced head, quickly attempted to escape from his side. Trying to run? Lin An turned around and kicked towards the still-dazed Zhang Tai, deliberately controlling his strength to only push him towards the monster's back. Quick, kill it. Bang. Zhang Tai instinctively followed Lin An's words, and his bare paws heavily slapped down on the monster. Blood overflowed from beneath his paws, and when he raised them again, all that remained was a pile of fragments. Ding! Player Zhang Tai has killed the mutated being and gained 1 point of spiritual energy. Level up. Current player level. 1. Current Awakener tier. 1. All attributes. 3. Ding! Player Lin An has killed the mutated being and gained 1 point of spiritual energy. Ding! Detected that player Lin An is the main killer. Obtained special item. Bloodstone. Item name. Bloodstone. White. Item effect. A mutated crystal containing life spiritual energy. Using it can restore half of vitality, stamina, and mental power. Uses remaining 3-3. As the system notification ended, a dark red gem appeared in Lin An's palm, seemingly filled with liquid, emitting a faint scream as it swayed slightly. Lin An was delighted, looking at the bloodstone with satisfaction. A pretty good item. I didn't expect the last killed mutated being to drop a rare special item. This luck could be used for lottery tickets, restoring vitality, stamina, and mental power. ISNT this like the blue and red potions in games. A half restoration effect is undeniably powerful, even though there are level limits and 3 uses. But for Lin An at this stage, it can definitely serve as a trump card. Team Leader, what was that just now? Are you going to, do something to everyone? Zhang Tai hesitated for a moment and asked, his face half joyful, half confused, with a hint of doubt. The event had happened too suddenly. Although he had leveled up and gained stronger power, he was still worried about Lin An. It was rare for him to have such mixed emotions at once. Lin An put away the gem and replied, you want to ask if I would torture everyone into mutated beings and then kill them, right? Zhang Tai hesitantly nodded. This was his greatest fear. After all, he had considered that if this were done, it could indeed quickly raise levels and gain power. Lin An sighed lightly and shook his head. Rest assured, I won't do that. Then Team Leader, what about just now? Just now, Linen walked towards the split blood cocoon, turning his back to Zhang Tai as if explaining to him, yet also speaking to himself. My earlier deduction was wrong, and I was disturbed by that monster just now. It wanted to trick me into killing you all, although I don't know what its intention was. It was merely to delay time or absorb something from you while you mutated. Wrong deduction? Zhang Tai was puzzled. Although he did not agree with Lin in using such methods to gain power, it should be correct to say so. Lin impatiently began to explain. Firstly, that monster interfered with my thoughts, making me believe that mutated beings like the Bloody, which could be artificially produced in bulk. Moreover, it should be able to read part of my memories. Indeed, the Bloody which was transformed from a human infected with a zombie virus due to betrayal, and then condensed into a mutated being from resentment. But the key point is resentment. The degree of resentment that the Bloody which possesses comes from betrayal by the one she loved most. In the case of two strangers, if one tortures and kills the other, it cannot generate such a level of resentment. At most, it can be considered hatred. Therefore, to create a Bloody witch, it is necessary to find such couples, or even blood relatives, to make one party betray the other. This is too difficult. Previously, Yu Shihao probably also used deception, making the Bloody which mistakenly believed that the other party loved her before she died. Thus, mass-producing Bloody witches is not that simple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai instantly understood this point and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. What else? It wanted me to use Wunya as the one to torture you, because the Blood Woman needs to complete her revenge to fully transform into a mutated being. So it told me that to create 24 mutated beings, I would need to sacrifice all 25 people, including Wunya. Is there a problem? Zhang Tai pondered, but found no issues. The problem lies in the number. Lin En's gaze was deep, staring straight at him. That monster must have read part of my memory to know the exact number of people in the hotel. Or perhaps it has been secretly observing us all along. But in my memory, there were 26 people alive in the hotel. Chapter 48, Who is the Disappeared One? Zhang Tai felt a chill run down his spine and immediately started counting on his fingers. Team leader Lin, don't scare me. Lin didn't respond, intending to make Zhang Tai think for himself. He first collected the shattered remains of the mutated creature on the ground, then reached out to touch the cracked blood cocoon. Sure enough, a system prompt sounded. Beep obtained. Corpse beep. Obtained special item. Blood cocoon. Damaged. Item level. White. Ordinary. Item effect. The blood cocoon, which contains life force, can preserve the life force of the injured, prolonging life. A tool similar to life prolongation. It's quite practical. In the future, if someone is severely injured, as long as they are placed inside, it can buy some time for rescue opportunities. It's interesting that the Bloody Demoness, who enjoys torturing humans and killing, turns out to drop such healing items during her transformation. Is it true that extremes lead to opposites? While Zhang Tai was still in shock, calculating who was not human, Linen simply opened his player panel to check the items he had recently acquired. Character information. Linen, First Awakener, player level 1, next player level 1-4, next Awakener rank 116, strength 23. For agility, 19. For constitution, 19. For will, 19. 8 equipment. Ring of Doom, black special, soul devouring hand, orange epic. Items. Bloodstone 3-3 white ordinary, blood cocoon 1-1 white ordinary, giant lizard extract potion 12, snake venom purifying agent potion 12, venomous spirit plant 1, liquor spine 2 goods, military ration 4, drinking water 5, energy bar 1, liquor corpse 2, corpse remains 1, awakener talent, S-rank talent, strength explosion equipment skill, B-rank soul howl 1-1, first rank, all attributes 4. The maximum values for ordinary humans are 10. Rescuer template skill, Eye of Judgment rescuer task information 1. Kill second rank mutant, suturer, task level, dangerous. Task time limit, 240 hours, 83 hours remaining, task reward. Antitoxin serum 3, clears the zombie virus in the body. Rescuer task information 2. Recruit 5 team members, 30-day limit. Current progress, 2-5. Task reward, Doomsday base vehicle, initial. Contract partner, S-rank, Abyss Black Dragon, petrified state. Linen nodded in satisfaction. His current attributes could be considered the limit of the first rank. All attributes were nearing the threshold of the second rank, with strength surpassing the first rank. The Doomsday game had only just begun. If the power rankings for 6 months later were displayed now, he would likely be number 1 in Huagua. Doomsday equipment, epic equipment, S-rank Black Dragon. Any one of these would make other players and factions green with envy, driving countless people mad. Anyone who could obtain just one would undoubtedly become a dominant force, especially the S-rank Black Dragon, which was Lin An's greatest trump card. Glancing at the snake-shaped stone sculpture on his wrist, Lin sighed softly. It's just a pity. I don't know when the Black Dragon will awaken and break free from its petrified state. Otherwise, having a top-tier second-rank fighter with him would mean he could easily dominate, as long as he didn't encounter a third-rank mutant. At the same time, the countdown for the rescue task reminded Linen. Only 83 hours remained to kill the Suture, and he needed to head to Wanda Plaza after finishing today as tasks. Fortunately, his current strength was much stronger than expected. He was quite confident about killing the Suture. With his current strength, plus Zhang Tai and Wenya, he had enough confidence to succeed. He just wondered how Xia and Jing Tian were doing now. Lin recalled the helplessness of the little girl that night, and his heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Bro and Xia, I'll be back soon. Team Leader Lin, are you okay? Team Leader Lin, don't scare me. Lin always felt like he had heard this phrase many times before. Zhang Tai was anxiously watching Lin, who was alternating between smiling and looking sad, unable to help but feel a bit panicked. The room they were in was indeed quite frightening. 2 short legs stood at the door, and in the corner there was a bloody and eerie cocoon. The ground was littered with fragments and blood, and the surroundings were filled with flickering candlelight. A comatose girl lay on the bed, resembling a scene from a cult ritual. If an ordinary person walked in, they would probably faint on the spot, especially with what Lin had just told him. Zhang Tai couldn't figure out what was going on and felt more and more afraid the more he thought about it. Lin awkwardly patted Zhang Tai's shoulder, signaling him not to be afraid. He never expected that such a big guy like Zhang Tai would be completely different from his appearance. Do you remember the bandaged person you brought back? Lin didn't intend to tease him any further and asked directly. I remember. She is a girl and looks quite a bit like my sister. Lin was silent for a moment. No wonder Zhang Tai would save someone. Connecting to what we just talked about, I have a memory of 26 people existing, including that bandaged girl. Initially, there were 33 people in the hotel. The monster mentioning that 25 were still alive indicates it knew how many I had killed before, rather than just randomly saying it. But I never interacted with the bandaged girl. I only regarded her as a living person. Yet when that monster impersonated my thoughts, it only mentioned 25 people. This exposed its identity. It has a different perspective from mine. Lin spoke as he walked, heading outside. Zhang Tai followed anxiously, but couldn't help but ask, what does this mean? Is the monster an idiot? No, it's just that it most likely instinctively overlooked one person. Moreover, it's very likely that this kind of basic mistake could only happen if the bandaged girl was either already dead but I was unaware, or she is not human at all. Chapter 49. The Fallen are not human. Zhang Tai felt his mind suddenly go blank as he saw Lin and disappear from view, leaving him no choice but to hurriedly follow. Team Leader Lin, where are we going now? Zhang Tai, carrying Yu Wei on his shoulder, ran quickly behind Lin. The agility difference between the two was so vast that even at full effort, he could barely keep up. Lin replied without looking back. Wenya and the others are still downstairs. You go wake them up and gather everyone in the hotel. I'm going to find a bandaged girl. Remember to teach Wenya how to use the team communication. Let me know when everyone is gathered. Find someone? Team Leader Lin, where are you going to find her? Didn't you say she's not human? Zhang Tai instinctively questioned Lin, but as soon as he spoke, he could no longer see Lin An's figure. Team Leader Lin was running way too fast. Helpless, Zhang Tai glanced back at the unconscious Yu Wei, his eyes filled with concern. Damn it! He remembered the legs at the entrance, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. On the top floor of the hotel, Lin arrived in just a few seconds. After using brute force to remove the debris blocking the stairs, he casually scanned the surroundings. If nothing unexpected had happened, the bandaged girl that you sure how and the others took away should be here. Provided she was still alive, which was highly unlikely for her to be dead. Although Yu Shihao died too quickly, Lennon hadn't had the chance to extract information from him about the bandaged girl's whereabouts. But it wasn't difficult to guess with some simple reasoning. The group in the hotel likely wouldn't dare to go outside, so she could only be inside the building. The girl's appearance was so bizarre that if those who took her didn't throw her out, they would definitely keep her in a place they considered safe out of fear. The top floor of the hotel was uninhabited and offered no escape. Searching for the bandaged girl was not out of a saintly heart or curiosity. Lennon was looking for her purely because the existence of monsters reminded him of memories from the past, unlike some previous information that came from hearsay in chat channels. He had seen a girl wrapped in bandages in his previous life. Although their encounter was brief and her appearance was somewhat different now, upon waking, he carefully compared the two and concluded they were likely the same person. Mo Ling, is that you? A Tier 3 symbiotic entity, the fallen Mo Ling. Symbiotic entities are a unique existence that walks the boundary between humans and zombies. These individuals usually do not fully transform after being infected with the zombie virus, existing as half human, half corpse. Although they appear similar to humans, they lack a player template and cannot level up by killing mutated beings. While retaining their sanity, they can transform into zombies at any time. Even more bizarrely, they can gain power by killing awakeners. No one would want a being that could turn into a zombie at any moment to stay by their side. Therefore, symbiotic entities are typically rejected by human groups on the surface. However, symbiotic entities have one extremely special trait. They can freely walk among hordes of zombies without being attacked. It is said that Tier 4 symbiotic entities can even control zombies. Thus, many factions privately contact symbiotic entities, hiding this from the public, to help obtain supplies deep within zombie territory. An entity that can ignore zombies, even if its strength is only that of a 0-tier awakener, can rival a small team of awakeners in terms of combating zombies. As far as he knew, the strongest symbiotic entity in the Linjiang battle zone was Mo Ling. The sight of Mo Ling walking among the zombie horde in search of food greatly shocked Lennon. If it really is Mo Ling, she could even join his team. Lennon's mind was racing. After rescuing the siblings, he planned to establish a safe zone immediately. Without a safe zone to provide spiritual energy, it would be difficult for him to level up. Only by killing high-tier mutated beings could he possibly advance further. But where would he conveniently absorb spiritual energy? Even if he became powerful later and didn't need it, and Xiao would still need it. A safe zone is a home that shelters one from the storm in the apocalypse. The rooftop was not large, and soon Lin and found her in a pile of discarded debris. Beneath the trash and leftover food wrappers, the bandages on the girl were soaked with dark red blood. The clean medical bandages were stained with dirt from the garbage. The girl lay motionless, her eyes tightly closed. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of her chest indicating she was still alive, she would look almost like a corpse. It seemed the people who brought her up here had studied her for a while and then given up. Mo Ling? Lennon frowned slightly and softly called out the girl's name. The face hidden beneath the bandages made it impossible to confirm if she was indeed Mo Ling. After a long pause, there was no response. The girl showed no reaction to the sounds around her. Judgment Eye. A light blue mist rose, and stars flowed. Beep. Special life form detected. 0-tier symbiotic entity, near death. Danger assessment. None. She was indeed a symbiotic entity. Near death? Lennon grasped the girl's slender wrist, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. It seemed the group that brought her up hadn't even given her a bit of food. Symbiotic entities expend a tremendous amount of energy to resist the invasion of the zombie virus. After so many days without energy replenishment, it was no wonder the girl had fallen into a near-death state. Lennon concentrated and summoned his mental energy, attempting to slowly input it into the girl's body. Ever since he was drained of his mental energy by the soul-devouring hand, he unexpectedly discovered that the mental energy he could once only use through skills could now be used autonomously. After experiencing this a few more times, he vaguely felt that perhaps he could eventually project his mental energy outward as a mental energy awakener. It was a pleasant surprise, and it was just in time to be useful now. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to wake the unconscious girl. In a near-death state, She could no longer eat. The formless mental energy surged like water, slowly merging into the girl's body. After a long while, ugh, a painful groan escaped, and the girl slowly awakened. Like a wary beast, she quickly withdrew her wrist and looked at him with suspicion. Montakling, Lennon tentatively called her name, and a hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. Who are you? How do you know my name? Mo Ling arched her spine slightly, hesitating as if ready to flee at any moment. Sure enough, Lennon felt a surge of joy in his heart, not expecting it to really be her. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. You're safe now. Mo Ling looked around, realizing she was on the rooftop with no place to escape. But her expression remained vigilant. Lennon didn't mind her demeanor. Although their interactions in the previous life were few, he had heard quite a bit about the Fallen. This was the exclusive title of a Tier 3 symbiotic entity. Mo Ling had lost both parents at a young age and survived alone among the zombie horde for 77 days before being discovered by some survivors. Lennon wasn't one to engage in small talk. After seeing Mo Ling awake, he directly asked, "Are you willing to join my team? I can guarantee your safety, and I can save your sister, who has turned into a zombie." Mo Ling's entire body tensed, staring fixedly at Lennon. "Who are you? How do you know that Mo you has turned into a zombie?" Chapter 50, Rules of a Chaotic World. Lennon smiled and spread his hands, signaling the girl to relax. He held no malice towards Mo Ling. In his previous life, he managed to escape from Linjiang City, and Mo Ling had indeed provided him with significant help. Not long ago, he had been to the hospital and encountered a little girl outside the pharmacy who resembled her. Of course, as you know, both he and Zhang Tai were injured at the time and unable to bring her back. Lennon casually made up a few lines. While keeping his judgment, I activated. Although he had not seen Mo Ling's sister, he was aware of her approximate location. In his previous life, Mo Ling had kept her sister hidden in the hospital while she ventured out alone to find food. However, Lennon did not expect that the hospital where Mo Ling had stayed in her previous life was actually the one across the street. The judgment, I silently and secretly scanned the girl with Lin An's mental power. Target information: Mo Ling, current status: confused, terrified, low trust level. After he was able to project his mental power outward, the effectiveness of the judgment I had also improved. Lennon was surprised to discover that the judgment I could now not only provide all the information about the target, but also display their emotions. If it were peacetime, just this skill alone would easily qualify him as a psychological master. How do I know you're not lying to me? And why should I join you? Mo Ling's voice was light, echoing like a sound in a hollow valley. She remained vigilant, leaning back slightly. Lennon couldn't help but chuckle. He had no special emotions about it. Everyone is human and capable of thought. It's not so easy to trust others. The scenario where protagonist speaks and the subordinate obediently bows is unrealistic. Either you have to coerce them or hold their lifeline to persuade a stranger to willingly serve you. First, I have enough power. Killing you is as easy as pie. So, there is no need to deceive you. Lennon casually punched the nearby fence, instantly shattering the cement and rebar into pieces. Mo Ling's pupils constricted. She could imagine what would happen if that punch landed on a person. Secondly, I want you to join because you're indeed useful to me. Moreover, I genuinely have the ability to save your sister. If later on you find that I cannot save your sister, you can leave my team at will. I, Lennon, will never stop you. Lin An's tone was resolute, revealing absolute sincerity and confidence. After he finished speaking, he stood still, patiently waiting for Mo Ling's reply. As long as he could kill the suture, the 3 antidote serums from the mission rewards would allow him to save Xia and Jing Tian and still have some left over. Using this antidote serum to save Mo Ling's sister, in return for a loyal 3rd-tier survivor, would be absolutely worth it. Mo Ling and her sister, Mo Yu, have been dependent on each other since childhood after losing both parents. Therefore, saving her sister who had turned into a zombie was undoubtedly Mo Ling's greatest obsession. With just this point alone, he was confident he could move Mo Ling. After a long silence, the bandaged girl suddenly raised her head to look at Lin and OK. I agree, but if I find out you lied to me, I will kill you. The girl's voice still carried a hint of childishness, but her words were filled with determination. What a strange little girl. Lin rubbed his nose. The apocalypse game hadn't started for long, and she was already threatening to kill him. He wondered what Mo Ling had experienced in the years before this. Beep. New member joined. Current Savior Squad members 135. Member name: Mo Ling, loyalty 50. Member ability: Symbiote level 0. Ignores zombies, resistant to zombification. Very good. Lin clenched his fists at his side, his eyes filled with joy, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It went much smoother than he had imagined. Now, the Savior Squad still needed 2 more members. As long as he completed the mission and saved in Xia and Jing Tian, the task would officially be complete. Apocalypse Base Vehicle. Lin looked at the high-tech base vehicle on the Savior mission screen, excitement swelling within him. With the Apocalypse Base Vehicle, he could establish a safe zone, extract spiritual energy, and build power. His already formidable strength would accelerate even further. In 6 months, when the first large-scale zombie tide broke out, he wouldn't have to hide and waste opportunities. He would have the capital to dominate a territory. Suturer. Everything now hinged on killing this second-tier peak mutant. In the dead of night, the moonlight was shrouded in a layer of gray mist, tinged with a hint of red. All the survivors in the hotel had gathered on the second floor. The crowd was somewhat uneasy and tense. Among them, those who had joined Wang Jiangwo's team after Lin fell unconscious were particularly frightened. They wanted to escape, but outside were all zombies. How many people are still with Wang Jiangwo? Lin asked Zhang Tai in a flat tone as he looked at the crowd before him. Team leader. Besides the ones you killed, there are 9 left. Zhang Tai replied coldly, staring at the few middle-aged men at the front. Killed? Did Lin kill Wang Ju? Is that for real? The crowd gasped in shock. The ones who had drugged the others lay dead in the room, and those who had just been called downstairs were still unaware of what had happened. Team leader, how should we handle this? Zhang Tai, who had a strong sense of justice, could not stand seeing those who abused the weak with their power. Although these people did not participate in drugging others, they had bullied others in the past few days. Kill anyone who has forced women or oppressed others. As soon as the words left his mouth, the few people standing at the front looked at Lin and in disbelief, trembling all over like leaves in the wind. They had thought Lin would at most punish them a bit. No, please, have mercy on us. The crowd behind them, mostly elderly, sick, and disabled, remained silent, their gazes filled with hatred towards the perpetrators. In the past few days, those who followed Wang Jiangwo had threatened them with food and violence. It was hard to imagine that it was only the 7th day of the apocalypse, and humanity had already fallen so quickly. Kill them all? Zhang Tai hesitated, unable to help but look back at Lin. In his opinion, it would be enough to punish them since they hadn't actually spilled blood. Team leader, while these guys are indeed despicable, among the 9 belonging to Wang Jiangwo, some couldn't help but kneel and plead for mercy, while most held their necks high, refusing to submit. Lin was powerful, but he had only killed zombies these days and had never acted against humans. By what right do you kill us? Killing is against the law. When the police come, let's see what you do. How ridiculous. Who are you trying to scare? Where's Wang Ju? Don't think you're something special, just because you have a bit of power. Lin, let me tell you, Wang Ju is a big shot. We follow him. Do you dare to kill us? When someone comes to rescue us, let us see if Wang Ju lets you go with him. Damn it. Is sleeping with a woman a crime now? Shut up. Bang. Lin's expression was icy as he instantly appeared in front of the loudest person, crushing his head with one hand. Wang Jiangwo, why do you think he's still alive? Bang. He threw another punch, and another person's head exploded instantly. Rescue? How could you not really think there is still a rescue operation? Someone was killed. Someone was killed. Run. He moved like a phantom, appearing behind 2 people trying to escape. Swoosh. Flesh pierced. Lin couldn't help but snicker. He truly didn't expect these people to be so foolish. He had already calculated this when he went downstairs. Establishing a safe zone required a large number of hands. The number of people in the Savior Squad had been gathered. Next, they needed some ordinary people. Zhang Tai's group performed quite well in this situation and can be recruited. Among the survivors in the hotel, there are a few third-party individuals who can also stay. Although these people lack strength and there aren't many adults, Lin doesn't mind. After establishing a safe zone, players within it will automatically absorb spiritual energy to enhance their physical qualities. Therefore, physical strength is not important. After all, even the strongest ordinary players are no match for awakened ones. Instead, character is the most important factor. Thus, he plans to first eliminate the troublesome individuals with poor character from a team and allow them to join when the safe zone is established. The hotel is still safe for now, but is about to leave for a while. Keeping this group here could easily lead to a repeat of the past few days' situation, or even worse. Lin has a profound understanding of human nature from his past life. In just a few seconds, the second-floor hall was filled with corpses, resembling a bloody slaughterhouse. The survivors looked at Lin with fear in their eyes, their faces pale and gagging. The scene before them was too shocking. They had thought Lin would only take action to punish. To kill without hesitation was truly frightening for them. Only a few women who had been assaulted looked at Lin with a hint of gratitude despite their fear. Team leader Lin. Zhang Tai's expression was complex. He had also changed some of his views over these days, but he still couldn't reach Lin's level. Lin smiled gently, wiped the residue off his hands, and then patted Zhang Tai's shoulder. In chaotic times, strict measures must be taken. Chapter 51. Wanda Shopping Center. The wind howled fiercely, stirring Lin's somewhat long hair. He had changed back into his black combat suit, and his right hand was adorned with gloves marked by intricate blood patterns. The stone sculpture of the Black Dragon appeared somewhat mysterious, like a decorative piece. Wanda Shopping Center. Lin stood on the rooftop terrace, carefully observing the movements of the corpses below. Not far away, the metallic sign of Wanda Shopping Center reflected the sunlight. The square was on fire and abandoned. Crashed vehicles clogged the entire street. The horde of corpses wandered aimlessly, occasionally tilting their heads to roar. The once bustling city center had turned into a paradise for the dead. There are still 76 hours left. Lin glanced at the task countdown on the Savior panel. Time was running out. After deducting the time to return to the Yuan community and possible accidents, at least 24 hours had to be subtracted. After 5 days of unconsciousness, his mental and physical strength had returned to its peak. Therefore, after instructing Zhang Tai to take Wenya to a relatively safe psionic node to awaken her talent, he hurriedly made his way here overnight. The situation did not seem good. Lin muttered to himself as he looked at the densely packed corpses below. The Wanda Shopping Center, where the Stitcher was located, was situated in the city center, surrounded by a sea of zombies. With such a massive number of zombies, there would undoubtedly be several mutated beings mixed in. Facing a mutated being alone was vastly different from confronting them amidst a horde. Entering the shopping center from the ground was no longer realistic. Judgment Eye. Buzz. A faint blue mist rose, and his mental power quickly spread outward. Lin's gaze rapidly scanned the surroundings, trying to identify the mutated beings hidden among the corpses. For some reason, he didn't see a single identifiable licker. Beep. Detected surrounding zombie count. 332, 817. Surrounding mutated beings. 6. Surrounding unknown entities. 3. Surrounding player count. 791. An overwhelming amount of data cascaded down like a waterfall. After carefully reviewing it, Lin couldn't help but feel a tightening in his chest. Due to the strength of his mental power, he could only observe around a kilometer radius. However, since awakening, the Judgment Eye could detect invisible areas under the external mental power. In less than a 3-square-kilometer area, there were over 300,000 zombies present. This density was comparable to the peak of the Spring Festival travel rush. And 791 survivors? Lennon looked curiously at the square below, wondering where the players detected by his mental power could be hiding. 6 mutated beings and 3 unknown entities. This was quite tricky. He didn't know if he could avoid them. After noting down the locations representing the distribution of mutated beings and unknown entities, Lennon turned and walked towards the entrance of the rooftop, planning to think carefully about his route. The Stitcher was located inside the Wanda Shopping Center, and he needed to conserve enough stamina before entering. He aimed to avoid combat with other mutated beings as much as possible. Yuan community. It was noon, and the sun was scorching. The concrete ground of the community was hot underfoot. Boss Huang, Let's find a place to rest. We can't hold on much longer. A man in a gray vest said weakly, shielding his eyes. His throat felt parched, as if it could burst into flames. A group of 7, 6 of whom wore gray vests, had bloodstains and tattered clothes. The vests had several small words embroidered. Second Prison of Linjiang. The remaining man wore a black uniform from Shunfeng Express, looking timidly sandwiched in the middle, as if coerced. Upon hearing this, the group stopped and looked at the leading man. The one called the boss, Huang Gang, looked exhausted, with a long scar next to his narrow eyes. All right, we run this far. That monster shouldn't be chasing us anymore. Completely drained. The few people hiding against the outer wall of the community sat down shakily on the ground, remembering the fear of being chased by lickers, even under the blazing sun. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Let us rest for a bit. We can't stay here too long. I see some zombies inside. Huang Gang took out a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, and one of his subordinates immediately lit it for him. As the smoke curled, the others looked on with envy, but didn't dare to ask for a cigarette. After Huang Gang spoke, he half closed his eyes in contentment, taking a puff while casually tapping the hot concrete ground with his left hand, where faint arcs of electricity flickered momentarily. Bang! The electric arc shot out, exploding on the ground with a small burst. The nearest thin man glanced at the electric arc at Huang Gang's fingertips, filled with apprehension, and said, "Boss, I see a place over there that seems to have someone." The thin man pointed to a 3-story residential building not far away, where several pieces of cardboard were pieced together with help written in red marker on top. Huang Gang squinted, scrutinizing the place before nodding casually. "Let us go with this one. If there are people, they should have some food left. I think I saw some women as clothes hanging outside." Woman? The previously listless subordinates immediately perked up at the mention, crowding around him. "Boss, is it the usual rules?" The speaker, who was half-bald, hunched over with a fawning expression, couldn't help but rub his hands and ask Huang Gang. "The usual rules. Let Biaozi and Sign go knock on the door. We'll follow behind. And you, stay the hell away from me. You smell like a woman. Go over there." A pungent odor wafted from the half-bald man, making others feel nauseated. Yes. The half-bald man grinned and ran back to his original position, but only drew looks of disgust from those nearby. "Damn, why do you smell so bad? Didn't you wash after that woman last time?" The half-bald man looked wronged, instinctively grabbing his pants. "We don't even have enough water to drink, let alone wash up." "Damn it, then you go last. I sure as hell don't want to end up like you." Building 3, Unit 3. After entering the hallway, Huang Gang walked in front, holding a black .54 pistol in his right hand, his expression alert as he scanned the surroundings. "Are you sure there are people in here?" "Boss, definitely. But it seems to be a man." A few people behind him, holding various makeshift weapons, replied in hushed tones, their eyes betraying their excitement. After the outbreak, they took advantage of the prison's fall and escaped. From initially being cautious about being recaptured to later realizing the world had gone awry, Huang Gang, who awakened as a power user, suddenly gained superhuman strength and became the leader of these men. With his awakened lightning attribute talent, even at just level 0, he was strong enough to face small groups of zombies without fear, without restraint. The group could no longer hold back and had robbed several hiding survivors a few days ago. Cautiously, they ascended the stairs. At the corner of the second-floor staircase, the door to room 202 was wide open, and the living room was in disarray, silent as death. "Let's go take a look." With a command, the thin man reluctantly did a quick check before darting back out. "Boss, no one is here, and I didn't see any zombies." Upon hearing this, the others visibly relaxed and continued upstairs. Roar! Just as everyone turned their backs, 2 zombies suddenly burst out from the shoe cabinet at the entrance. Caught off guard. "Zombies!" The last few shouted in fear. "What the hell are you afraid of?" Huang Gang remained unfazed and directly raised his left hand. Sizzle! A purple electric current flashed, instantly jumping and paralyzing the zombies rushing out of the hallway. As a few reacted, they quickly rushed up to decapitate the zombies. The boss's lightning chain is amazing. This power is way better than a pistol. A string of flattery was offered, and Huang Gang, after hearing it, showed a pleased expression and waved his hand. "Lower your voice. Don't disturb that person. See-eye boy, you go knock on the door first. A thin man in glasses stepped out from behind Huang Gang, took off his vest, and smoothed out his wrinkled shirt. Don't worry, boss. Biaozi, change into your police uniform and follow me closely. When the door opens, you rush in. The glasses man adjusted his hair, looking somewhat refined. Damn it, it's only because you look decent that you can trick someone into opening the door. Do I still need to pretend to be a cop? Biaozi casually put on the police uniform that had been taken from the corpse, holding a broken machete in his hand, and looked him up and down. The crowd chuckled softly at the sound. Knock, knock, knock. The glasses man stealthily approached door 301 and knocked rhythmically. After a moment, a flurry of commotion came from inside. Who is it? A man inside panicked, lowered his voice, and peered through the peephole. He had faintly heard the sounds of fighting earlier, feeling anxious. We are the local police from the high-tech zone. Hurry and come with us. The rescue team has arrived. 1 minute. Our people can only wait for you for 1 minute. The glasses man urged the person inside with a serious expression and an urgent tone. The lie was clumsy. He deliberately sped up his speech. Knowing that he had entered through deceit, he was well aware that ordinary people would panic and be unable to think clearly under pressure and threats. Biaozi remained silent, taking out an ID and showing it to the peephole. The man inside felt relieved upon hearing this and became somewhat excited. However, out of instinctive caution, he did not open the door immediately. Officer, what about the zombies? Is there really someone coming to rescue us? The glasses man's expression darkened, deliberately showing impatience. Stop the nonsense. There's zombies outside, and a small team has come. We can't wait much longer. If you want to leave, there are other people in this community that we need to save. The man inside became flustered, and after a moment, the sound of chains was heard. I will come out now. The man hesitated, feeling that the two outside had some issues. There were no gunshots, no sound of a large team. However, the ID and clothes didn't seem fake. Although the glasses man spoke rudely, he did indeed look like a public servant. Click. Under the continuous urging, the man inside had no choice but to open the door. 2 officers. What is the situation outside? My child is at school. Is there anyone going to rescue them? Bang! Just as the man opened the door and his words were not yet finished, he saw Biaozi in uniform grinning at him, kicking him hard in the abdomen. Brothers, go. Huang Gang couldn't help but grin when he saw the door had been tricked open. After receiving the order, the people behind him rushed into the room like hungry wolves. The last one to enter, Lai Zi, swung a knife at the man's neck. Thud! The head fell, eyes wide open in death. Chapter 52, Mental Barrier Wealth Building, 2nd floor, VIP reception room. On the luxurious carpet lay several zombies, their heads shattered. Team leader Lin and Zhang Tai, with a beaming face, quickly walked over to Lin, while the last one, Mo Ling, silently found a corner to sit down, hugging her knees. So fast. Lin looked up in surprise upon hearing the voice. The 3 of them didn't take much time to arrive. It was clear they had rushed over immediately after fulfilling his instructions. What surprised Lin was that Zhang Tai and Wenyu looked completely clean, as if they hadn't encountered any battles. Mo Ling, being a symbiote, naturally wouldn't be attacked by zombies. But it was reasonable to think that these 2 would have encountered some zombies, and there should be at least some blood on them. Especially Zhang Tai. This guy's combat style favored transforming and slapping others to death. Wenyu is now an awakener too. Team leader Lin, guess what her awakened talent is? Zhang Tai said mysteriously, his large body trying to squeeze next to Lin, and Wenyu bit her lip, looking at the man deep in thought on the sofa. Her eyes filled with barely contained excitement. The 4 split into 2 groups. Mo Ling led the way, while Zhang Tai took her to a psychic energy node, Lin and remembered, taking advantage of the energy before it dissipated. As a mutant, Wenyu faced almost no obstacles and successfully became an awakener. Lin, I'm an awakener now too. Wenyu's voice was clear and joyful, as if she had let go of a burden. Her already attractive figure became even more so after becoming an awakener. Lin smiled at the 2 who looked somewhat excited. 4 hours ago, he had already seen the information about Wenyu becoming an awakener through the team member panel. However, it only showed an awakener mark. He needed Wenyu to actively show him the player panel for detailed information. From their expressions, it seemed that Wenyu's awakened talent was quite remarkable. So mysterious? Is it related to mental power? Lennon pondered for a moment, feeling curious. Wenya nodded in response and directly opened her panel, sharing it with him without reservation. Character information. Wenya, 0th Stage Awakener, Player Level 1. Mutant Awakener Talent. A-Class Talent. Mental Barrier. Mental Recovery Speed 30. Mental Power Limit 50. Psychic Energy Absorption Speed 50. After activating the mental barrier, it continuously consumes mental power and can provide mental defense protection for up to 21 players. And can also provide a concealment effect. Concealment effect creates illusions around oneself using mental power to hide traces. The concealment effect disappears after actively attacking. Mutant Talent. Mental Power Sharing can link with one player to share both parties' mental power. This talent's effect strengthens as the Awakener's stage increases. After Lin had finished reading Wenya's talent information, he was stunned for a moment. Wenya's talent was indeed extreme. The talent level was as high as A-Class, surpassing Zhang Tai's B-Class by a tier. Although there were no attribute bonuses, not even a damage skill, what she gained was an extreme enhancement in mental power, increased recovery, increased limit, increased absorption speed. All three combined maximized the mental power attribute. In simpler terms, Wenya had become a high-speed mana regenerating mage. But if it were just that, Lin and Wu Ti have been so dazed for long. The key to the qualitative change lay in Wenya's identity as a mutant. Being able to share mental power meant that she was essentially a human blue buff, automatic mana regeneration aura. As long as she teamed up with an Awakener who consumed mental power to release skills, it would be like entering an infinite firepower mode, which was the most desired support for an Awakener. Unlimited skill release. If they had this ability in a hospital, he and Zhang Tai wouldn't have suffered so badly. Thinking of this, Lennon couldn't help but feel excited. Like the two, he couldn't help but carefully examine Wenya a few times and said, "Very good. Even a bit beyond my expectations. So, you and Zhang Tai came over without encountering any battles thanks to your talent skill, right?" Wenya smiled and nodded. Then suddenly a silver glint flashed in her eyes. Buzz. The unique wave of mental power spread over Zhang Tai's entire body like flowing water. Instantly, in Lin An's view, Zhang Tai's broad body gradually blurred and disappeared. This is the invisibility effect, granting one a similar stealth to a rogue. Lin An hurriedly used mental power to probe in Zhang Tai's direction, and after carefully identifying, he exclaimed in amazement, "The illusion effect is indeed powerful. Even with my current attributes, it's hard to detect. As long as one isn't facing a powerful mental presence, ordinary zombies can't discover you at all, neither visually nor perceptively. No wonder you could get here so quickly." Zhang Tai looked quite pleased, as if ignoring zombies was his achievement. Lin An had a somewhat strange expression. He never expected that with Wenya's support and Mo Ling as a survivor, the team members could essentially ignore zombies. Although using skills would break the mental barrier's concealment effect, this skill was indeed a godly technique for both traveling and ambushing. In the early game of the apocalypse, the vast number of ordinary zombies posed the greatest threat. Lennon felt a bit emotional, not expecting that the one he casually picked up would bring him such a big surprise. "So now I can truly help you, not just be a burden, right?" Wenya walked slowly in front of him, her gaze fixed on him, her eyes carrying an indescribable meaning. "And thank you for being willing to take such great risks to find my mother in the hospital." Lennon was taken aback by her words and didn't T intend to hide anything. "I actually didn't T have time." Before he could finish, Wenya interrupted him. "Zhang Tai told me about what happened that day. I don't blame you. I actually know what happened there. I just feel a bit unwilling. Just the fact that you agreed to go means a lot to me. Actually, it's a bit selfish of me. That place is so dangerous. Yet I wanted you to see it again." Wenya's eyes lowered. A fleeting expression of sorrow crossed her face, and her smile seemed somewhat forced. Lennon fell silent, unsure of how to comfort her. "After this mission is completed, we will go again. No matter what, it could be considered a closure to a heart knot." Lennon said slowly, differing from before when he only wanted to treat Wenya as gear. From a rational perspective, Wenya's awakened talent far exceeded his expectations, and as the captain, he needed to take care of the team members' emotions. From a personal standpoint, He learned from Zhang Tai about everything Wanya had done to take care of him during these days. Either point made it worthwhile for him to go to the hospital again. Not to mention, Mo Ling's sister was also there. When he looked up, somewhat surprised, a fleeting glimmer of light in her eyes. "Thank you," Lin smiled gently and shook his head slightly. Yet inexplicably, he felt that when Ye's gaze toward him had changed. "Team Leader Lin, what's our next target?" Zhang Tai's unique loud voice broke the brief silence between the two. He rubbed his shiny bald head, looking curious. Lin glanced at him helplessly. If he and T cleared out the nearby zombies, just this loud voice alone would attract quite a few. The Wanda Shopping Center. There are currently probably over 20,000 zombies gathered there. Zhang Tai gasped upon hearing this. Looking in the direction Lin and pointed. "Damn it. How can there be so many zombies in a mall that's a few times smaller than that hellish place of a hospital? And our goal is to kill the second-tier mutated creature in the center of the mall. The Stitcher, a second-tier mutated creature?" Zhang Tai and Wenya couldn't help but exclaim, and even the usually silent Mo Ling couldn't help but look up at Lin and outside the window. It was already dusk, with a blood-red sunset enveloping the building. Lin An's gaze was cold as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the nightmarish place that once belonged to Lingjiang City. Chapter 53. We are on the top floor of the Wealth Building, 23rd floor. The wind was howling. "Lin, I'm so damn afraid of heights." Zhang Tai's face was ashen as he clung to the steel wire rope, swaying under the fierce wind. In front of him was Linen, and behind him was Wenya. The three of them moved forward, gripping the wire rope, with a massive horde of over 300,000 corpses beneath them, appearing like a dense swarm of ants from this height. There was no doubt that if they fell from this height, even if they didn't die, they would be devoured by the bloodthirsty horde. The wire rope in their hands was twisted together from two long steel cables, one end tied to the rooftop of the Wealth Building, and the other end secured to a bundle of rebar lodged at the top of the Wanda Shopping Center. The Wealth Building was significantly taller than the shopping center, about 40 meters apart. Therefore, 10 minutes ago, after several attempts, Linen successfully established a sky path between the two buildings with Zhang Tai. The original plan was to force their way through the ground plaza at the fastest speed, then enter the mall through the underground parking lot. This plan was not only dangerous, but also easily detectable by the mutated creatures within the horde. Fortunately, Wenya's awakened talent provided Lin and with the sky path option, which was a pleasant surprise. Lin glanced helplessly at Zhang Tai behind him, although he couldn't see anything. The three of them were protected by Wanya's mental barrier to prevent detection by the mutated creatures in the horde below as they moved. "Move faster. The weather is a bit unusual today. A storm is likely coming." Since the apocalypse, meteorological and geological disasters had become frequent. Lin couldn't help but urge Zhang Tai, whose legs were weakening. He really had no strength to complain about this bald giant, who was 9 meters tall. Zhang Tai grimaced, only able to accelerate and follow behind him. "Be careful once we reach the top of the mall. Don't act recklessly. Just get inside first." Lin activated his judgment eye, and with enhanced strength, he could see the densely packed corpses on the mall's top floor. At a glance, there were no fewer than 3,000 to 4,000 corpses, completely filling the small rooftop platform. This time, he and T brought Mo Ling with him. Since all three had the mental barrier, they no longer needed to rely on Mo Ling to take risks and scout ahead as originally planned. After all, if they were unlucky and Mo Ling encountered a suturer as a mutated zombie, she might be attacked. The breath of the symbiote would only be mistaken as a companion by ordinary zombies, but not by mutated ones, which could easily identify her as prey. Take the liquor as an example. This type of mutant even eats regular zombies, let alone Mo Ling, who carries a human scent. "Got it, Lin," Zhang Tai replied in a low voice through the team as communication, while Wenya couldn't help but chuckle at his fearful expression. She felt no fear at all. All three of them were awakened with physical qualities surpassing human limits, allowing them to crawl quickly. In just 2 minutes, they approached the top floor of the mall. The rebar stuck at the top was surrounded by zombies, apparently attracted by the earlier commotion. The horde suddenly roared, clearly sensing the impending presence of living humans. However, under the interference of the mental barrier, they couldn't pinpoint the exact location of Lin, En, and the others. It was like smelling the aroma of food in a blank space. Lennon held his breath, landing lightly and cautiously watching the zombie just a few centimeters away from him. The zombie before him was roaring in a frenzy, its face stripped of skin, resembling a vengeful spirit with blood-red eyes filled with desire. Like a hunting dog sniffing, the zombie stood still, shaking its head wildly, trying to catch the scent of Lynn in the air. Damn it, this bastard zombie is sniffing me. Surprisingly smoothly, all three successfully reached the platform. However, as soon as they landed, Zhang Tai was rushed by several zombies who had detected their scent. If Lin hadn't warned him in advance to hold back, he would have almost lost control and attacked. Lin, this thing 1T let go. The rotting, mangled hands were groping all over him, and a female zombie even grabbed onto his pant pocket. Although her flesh had completely rotted away, it was evident from her attire that she must have been quite young before her transformation. She wore a hot white miniskirt and a cool tank top. Her clothes were stained with blood and had numerous rips, vaguely revealing her once alluring figure. These zombies under the mental barrier could only perceive their prey through touch but couldn't identify what they were. Zhang Tai's face turned awkward, and he dared not attack. So he could only endure and drag the female zombie along behind Lennon. The three of them cautiously navigated through the horde, and before them was the destroyed iron door of the rooftop. Even though they knew they wouldn't be attacked by the zombies as long as they didn't act, anyone would feel tense in the midst of a horde. Once the barrier failed, being surrounded at such close range would leave only Lin and with a chance of survival. The other two would probably struggle to last even a few seconds. How long can a mental barrier hold? The three of them tiptoed into the iron door, feeling a sudden sense of relief. Inside, the staircase was dark, and the number of zombies had sharply decreased, with many bones scattered around the corner. When you paused for a moment, then closed her eyes to carefully sense her mental energy consumption. If I maintain it, I can last for another 20 minutes. Although the consumption isn't large, I can't replenish my mental energy while maintaining the barrier for all three of us. A flicker of silver occasionally flashed in her eyes, and then she continued to replenish. If it's just two people, we could last 45 minutes. If it's just me, I should be able to maintain it for over half a day. Lennon thought briefly, realizing that due to Wanya's limited mental energy, time was not on their side. All right, let us split up. You team up with me, and Zhang Tai can go alone. Zhang Tai had his bear transformation and potions for survival, so even if he encountered a suturer, he could hold out for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Wanya's physical attribute of 10 meant that facing a top-tier second-stage mutant would result in her being killed in one hit. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood. The three had entered the top floor of the mall, and the sight was shocking. The originally white walls were covered in dark red handprints, and the bones of devoured humans almost carpeted the entire floor. One could imagine the despair of the humans hiding in the mall at that time. With a casual step, one would crush skulls and fingers. Groups of zombies pushed and shoved, and occasionally a zombie stepping on metal would create a noise that would provoke a violent reaction from the nearby horde. Received. Zhang Tai looked grimly at the situation inside, clutching the spine of a zombie snake wrapped around his waist. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps of a massive creature echoed on the second floor, each step shaking the decaying corpses on the ground. Low, mournful, and painful murmurs. A mix of male and female voices spread outwards. The iron door marked with a fresh cold storage sign was tightly closed, the thick green paint chipped and peeling, and the small, narrow glass above was covered in thick gray grime. Is that monster coming again? Inside the small cold storage room were 11 survivors. A woman with tangled hair asked hoarsely, carefully addressing the man crouched by the glass. The man quickly took out the cotton from his ears, listened carefully, and then swiftly put it back in. She'll keep it down. His voice was like a mosquito's buzz, and the man turned to glance at the woman. His eyes filled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing this monster, each encounter brought him immense terror and pressure. The people in the cold storage held their mouths and noses tightly, using makeshift earplugs, their eyes filled with panic. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away, and the man collapsed to the ground, panting as if he were drained of all strength. The woman with tangled hair walked aimlessly from behind him to the corner, unnoticed, her cracked lips opening and closing like a dehydrated fish. The dirty cotton in her ears had fallen to the ground at some unknown time, stained with pus and blood. The air was murky, and the stifling cold storage room was filled with dead silence. The woman stood with her back to the wall, smiling silently, whispering, "We are one. We are one." Chapter 54. Deadly Fight. The fourth floor of the sealed mall was dimly lit. Lin incautiously avoided the corpses at his feet as he and when you searched for signs of the Stitcher. The dense mass of bodies was difficult to navigate, so they could only crawl slowly along the corridor of the mall. "Be careful of the floors below," Lennon warned. "I sensed something large moving earlier. It could very well be the Stitcher." With a heavy expression, Lennon focused his senses on the surroundings for a moment. Judgment Eye. Buzz. The psychic wave expanded outward in a circular pattern for 100 meters, almost enveloping half the mall. Moments later, the data returned. Beep. Detected number of zombies, 27. 899 number of mutants, 1. Number of players, 24. He was surprised to find that there were still players alive in the mall, though he had no idea where they were hiding. As for the mutant marked with a question mark, it seemed that his earlier sensing of the vibrations was correct. That moving giant must be the Stitcher. With his current willpower attributes, only a creature of the Stitcher level could suppress him in attributes, preventing him from obtaining accurate information. When you nodded, her face pale. Not far away, several zombies crouched on the ground, greedily gnawing on a corpse's finger. As the two passed by, a severed hand held by one of the zombies suddenly fell at Lin N's feet. Thud! Lennon didn't have time to avoid it, and the broken finger beneath his foot snapped with a crunch. Roar! The sound of crushed bones stirred the zombies. The one gnawing on the finger suddenly stood up and let out a furious roar at the two of them, frantic. The distance between the living and the dead was merely a few centimeters, and Lennon could even smell the stench of decay from the zombie's mouth. The sudden change caused both of them to tense up, and the densely packed horde of zombies nearby began to roar in response. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the entire mall was filled with the roars of zombies. Lin Ann's heart tightened. The zombies' roars could very well expose their location. Damn it! Boom! Lin Ann's pupils constricted as, under his psychic detection, a massive black shadow suddenly surged up from beneath him. The marble-covered, steel-reinforced three-story structure was instantly penetrated, and an overwhelming power crashed down like a heavy artillery shell. Power explosion. A faint golden spiritual energy enveloped his body, enhancing all attributes. His muscles swelled, and the long-lost peak state reemerged. If he didn't dodge, he would die. Thud! With his mind sharply focused, time seemed to slow in that critical moment. In less than 0.1 seconds of reaction time, Lennon forcibly changed direction midair. Boom! The massive shadow broke through the second floor without obstruction and continued to smash through beneath him, causing the concrete to shatter. Flying debris shot outwards like bullets in the face of this immense impact. The violent airflow sliced past his body, and a sense of death rose in his heart. Dust and smoke billowed up, rising. The entire second and third floors of the mall collapsed under that strike. Lennon landed in the first floor lobby 5 meters away from where he had been, and the scene before him was a wreck. The originally solid ground, 40 centimeters thick, was completely destroyed, leaving only a massive black hole where he had stood. As the dust settled, the enormous shadow appeared under the Judgment Eye. Beep. Detected second-tier mutant. Peak. Stitcher. Danger rating. Horror level. When you hide, activate mental sharing when I need it. Zhang Tai. Come as fast as you can. Lennon issued commands in the team channel at lightning speed, his eyes fixed on the suddenly attacking, yet eerily motionless creature. The monster before him stood 5 meters tall, its body completely covered in dead, white muscle, as if severely burned. 3 heads were crammed together on shoulders as wide as tank armor. The central head being a male with closed eyes, while 2 female heads were forcibly stitched together. On its massive body, 2 thick arms crossed over its chest, and dozens of baby-sized hands covered its body, moving slowly like tentacles. That earlier strike had definitely exceeded 30 points of power. Its speed was also at least above 35 points. Lin An's heart raced. Had he not reacted quickly just now, the monster's sudden attack could have turned him into mincemeat. Pure physical power rivaling a tank's main cannon, its explosive speed approaching 300 meters per second. This was already near the threshold of sound speed. A sinking feeling overcame him. The strength displayed by the Stitcher had already exceeded his expectations. The psychic barrier had been detected and breached by the Stitcher, and in the nearby first floor of the mall, tens of thousands of zombies suddenly turned their heads in unison. Countless crimson eyes surged forward like a tsunami. He couldn't delay any longer. After 0.5 seconds, Lin decided to take the initiative to attack. Since the plan for a surprise attack had been disrupted, he might as well strike directly. Charging forward, the floor beneath Lin An's feet instantly cracked, and like a black shadow, he charged at the Stitcher. Thrusting strike. The bone spikes howled as he unleashed his full strength, piercing the air with a sharp whistle aimed directly at the central head. In an instant, the previously motionless Stitcher raised an arm to counter. With a muscle explosion, a fist containing terrifying power collided with the bone spike. Side slash. Crack. Glass shattered. Lin An's expression hardened as he bit down on the medicine he had prepared in his mouth. Beep. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Agility 1. Beep. Explosive power increased by 10. Endurance and impact resistance increased by 30. Hand speed increased by 20. With the increase in strength and speed, his explosive power surged under all boosts to a 20 increase, making him even more formidable. As the punch approached, Lin An, in a critical moment, suddenly changed direction. The originally direct attack shifted to a sidestep to evade. Slash! The sharp bone spike shot out like lightning, striking fiercely at the right side female head of the Stitcher. Swoosh! The blade entered flesh, and with the explosive power boost reaching 28 points, he successfully broke through the monster's defenses. Like bursting a boil, the previously closed eyes of the woman's head shot open, emitting a piercing, vengeful wail. A line of blood extended from her head to the waist of the Stitcher, revealing the writhing muscle tissue inside. Roar! The monster let out a painful roar, not expecting Lin An's suddenly increased speed to evade its retaliatory punch. Smash! The head Lin An cleave seemed not to inflict much damage on him, but instead fully enraged the Stitcher. The Stitcher swung its arms at Lin An with speeds exceeding the limits of the naked eye, striking down with tremendous force. There was no way to avoid it. At such close range, Lin An could only desperately dodge to the side, using the bone spike to counter the terrifying blow. Boom! The bone shattered his right hand, which had tried to block the giant fist, was broken in an instant, going limp like a noodle at his side. Lin An narrowly avoided it, but just being grazed by the giant fist left his right side a bloody mess. This kind of power, he couldn't brute force it. The residual force of the giant fist smashed down where he had been standing, obliterating the entire floor in one blow. Before he could catch his breath, the Stitcher launched its second attack. The thin arms on the Stitcher's body shot towards him like those of a child, quickly binding him in place. The giant fist pulled back from the ground and continued its assault on Lin An's head like a phantom. Power explosion. In order to trigger the short recovery effect after the power explosion, Lin An activated the unfinished skill, trying to break free from the restraints. Let me go. With a furious shout, several bones in the arms bound at the upper body were forcefully shattered, but only delayed him by 0.1 seconds. The giant fist came down. However, the restraints from the arms were too strong. Even with his power pushed to the limit, he could only barely dodge the vital point of his head. Nearly 10,000 zombies were already roaring and charging beside him. Team Lin, Zhang Tai, transformed into a black bear at a high place, was furious and jumped directly down from the 4th floor at all costs. Chapter 55, The Final Strike Puff. Lin An spat out blood as a terrifyingly powerful punch directly penetrated his chest cavity. His body was blasted into the horde of corpses like a cannonball, and the blood attracted the already frenzied zombies even more. Countless decaying arms clawed at his limbs, enveloping him like a swarm of ants. Helpless cold, the massive loss of blood caused his consciousness to begin to blur. He smiled bitterly in his heart, without his full attributes. It was still too difficult to kill an enemy of a higher level. The Stitcher, truly a peak second-tier existence, was the nightmare of all survivors in Linjiang in his previous life. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if it advanced to the third tier after consuming all the zombies here. The horde was biting at him, and a decaying arm reached into his open chest, attempting to extract his heart, reminiscent of memories from his previous life before dying. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and the heavy, violent charge was alarming. Although his view was obscured by the horde, Lennon could feel the Stitcher madly charging towards him through the tremors of the ground, under the mound of corpses. He couldn't help but sigh and slowly raise his right hand. He had hoped to save his final trump card for the last moment, but now he had to use it. Soul! A shrill scream. Buzz! The air twisted and warped. The soul-devouring hand in his right hand erupted with blood-colored brilliance, illuminating the entire hall through the horde. Then, an invisible wave suddenly erupted in a circular form. Bang, 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 like a series of exploding light bulbs. In an instant, the heads of thousands of zombies closest to Lin and exploded into a mist of blood, their decaying bodies disintegrating into dust under the invisible shockwave. One strike cleared the field. The ground was littered with fragments of corpses, as if the Grim Reaper's scythe had swept through, and all zombies within a radius of nearly 40 meters from where Lennon fell were dead. The Stitcher, charging madly, also had nearly half of its flesh and blood stripped away by this mental shock, its massive body flying backward. The third head, already cut open by Lennon, was completely blown to mist. Roar! Perhaps the remaining head of the Stitcher still had consciousness, and a soul shriek comparable to third-tier power inflicted 3 times the damage on it. Falling to the ground, the Stitcher held its central head with both hands, while the other head closed its eyes and howled in anguish. The immense roar, powerful enough to shatter glass, spread out like a shockwave. Taking advantage of the brief respite won by the soul's shriek, Lennon struggled to get up and took out the bloodstone from his spatial ring. Drip! Usage successful, 2-3. Dense life energy surged into his body from the bloodstone, and the granulation tissue around his previously transparent wound began to grow rapidly. Lennon felt a bit fortunate. If he hadn't obtained restorative items before coming, he wouldn't have been able to fight back in his current state. Not far away, the Stitcher seemed to have fallen into a frenzy due to the mental shock and did not continue its attack. But he didn't know how long the effect would last. What a pity the original plan was to launch a surprise attack after finding the Stitcher, while Zhang Tai held off the zombies. He would fight the monster alone, sharing mental strength with Wunya. Once the damage reached the critical point the Stitcher could withstand, he would unleash the soul's shriek to take the opportunity to kill it. But now, heavily injured, he could only wait for his wounds to heal, wasting the time when the monster couldn't resist. Lin team, Zhang Tai, who had jumped down from the 4th floor, ran towards him desperately, with a dense horde of zombies closely following behind. First, hold off the horde. Let me recover. Lin weakly commanded Zhang Tai. The previous old shriek had killed thousands of zombies around, but there were still many zombies left in the mall. Zhang Tai hurriedly complied and faced the horde, buying Lin time to recover. However, like rain, the zombies fearlessly jumped down through the broken hole in the 3rd floor of the mall. In the blink of an eye, a large number of zombies gathered again on the 1st floor of the mall. Wunya, activate the mental barrier again. Hidden on the 4th floor, Wunya had not been attacked by the Stitcher, so her stealth effect remained. Without the ability for close combat, she was fine against small groups of zombies. But in such a small building as the mall, once she attacked, she would be overwhelmed by the horde. Nodding repeatedly, she quickly focused and activated her skill. Forget it. Don't waste it. Suddenly, Lennon interrupted Wunya's casting with a grim expression. The Stitcher, having been blown away by the mental shock and fallen into a frenzy, had already regained its movement. The central head opened its eyes, and Zhang Tai's face also turned extremely pale upon seeing it. This monster is so disgusting. On the enormous head, dozens of pale eyeballs were crammed into the fist-sized eye sockets. The monster swayed. After 0.1 seconds, the Stitcher locked on Lennon again and charged like a high-speed train. Lennon took a deep breath, holding the spear horizontally in front of his chest. His injuries were recovering very quickly. Although he had not fully healed, he could barely continue fighting. Seeing the second charge about to arrive, Lennon quickly spoke in the team communication. Zhang Tai, charge to my side in 2 seconds to create an opportunity for me. Received. Zhang Tai slammed down a hand to crush the zombies trying to get past him, turning to Lin and with focused intensity, ready to spring into action. Boom! Boom! The impact from the Stitcher arrived in an instant. Unlike before, Lin quickly bit down on the vial and swallowed the potion. The potion's effect had not yet faded, but he couldn't afford to waste it. The attribute boost allowed no gaps. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, affected by the previous mental shock. The Stitcher's impact this time was ineffective. Its massive body only shattered the mall's support columns. The opportunity was fleeting. Now's the time. Leap. Stab. Lin desperately dodged, leaping into the air to land behind the monster, gripping the bone spike tightly and unleashing all his strength to stab it into the monster's head. Sizzle. The bone spike fully penetrated the head, instantly eliciting a painful howl from the Stitcher's last head. Zhang Tai. The black bear appeared, and Zhang Tai's face twisted as he directly charged at the pained Stitcher. The two massive beings collided instantly, and the heavily injured Stitcher was knocked to the ground. You bastard! The huge bear paw rose like a hammer, crashing down onto the monster's head. Bang! With a full force strike, Zhang Tai's face turned pale as his hands ached. The Stitcher's other head only slightly dented, and the full force blow couldn't even break through its defenses. Roar! The Stitcher let out an angry roar, the last remaining head commanding its body, striking its massive hand towards the black bear pressing down on it. Puff! Its back instantly caved in, its shoulder turned to mush, blood mixing with internal organ fragments. Get out of the way! Zhang Tai quickly turned to the side, revealing the Stitcher's last head beneath him. Step and stab. Lin shouted. He just needed Zhang Tai to knock the Stitcher down to give him time to build up his strength. A strike that gathered all his power. The victory or defeat hinged on this one move. Target, the last head. Chapter 56. 8 Explosion. We are one. At the moment the bone spike pierced the last skull of the seamstress, the woman's face on the skull suddenly opened its eyes. It was like a whisper from the abyss. In an instant, Lin felt as if time had stopped, plunging him into darkness. Don't you remember me? Child. The tightly clenched bone spike loosened, and Lin stared blankly at the face emerging from the darkness. It was a familiar face, withered and yellowed, fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and a kind gaze. It was his deceased mother. Lin trembled all over. His thoughts seemed to stall. Lin, wake up. Wenya anxiously stimulated the seemingly stone-carved Lin and with her mental power, while on the other side, she desperately urged her mental power to build a barrier. The zombies were too close, the smell of blood too overwhelming, and the mental suppression emitted by the mutated beings was constantly breaking through the barrier. 1 layer, 2 layers. Whenever the barrier was broken and zombies charged at the 3, she would immediately activate her mental power to regenerate the barrier. The barrier shattered, then regenerated. The horde of corpses roared repeatedly, like ants on a hot pan, with her mental power being consumed frantically, when Ya's complexion quickly turned pale. No matter how high her mental power was, she couldn't withstand releasing skills dozens of times in a row. At this rate of consumption, her mental power would be completely exhausted in, at most, 15 seconds. The zombies gathered in front of them, and although the 3 were once again shrouded by mental power, the intense smell of blood caused the horde to grow larger and larger, quickly surrounding them. The scene was extremely bizarre. Lin had clearly inserted the bone spike into the last skull of the seamstress, yet he had fallen into stillness just seconds ago. The last skull of the monster, a woman's, had dead white eyes and the 2 locked gazes. Flesh and blood writhed, and the monster's destroyed head was slowly regenerating. Zhang Tai was spitting blood, the hole in his chest like a turned-on faucet, faintly revealing a beating heart. If it weren't for his awakened talent providing him with a decent physique, he would have died from such injuries long ago. His breath grew weaker. When Ya's face showed despair, in her concealed state, she couldn't attack the seamstress. And Zhang Tai, on the brink of death, couldn't deliver the final blow. Even if the 2 of them acted, they probably wouldn't be able to break the monster's defense. What should I do? Wenya was extremely anxious. The 3 had already been surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. And even if she wanted to escape with Lin and Zhang Tai, it was impossible. Meanwhile, The seamstress was visibly healing its injuries at an alarming speed. Once the seamstress fully regenerated any of its skulls, the three would undoubtedly die. 15 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Nwanya exhausted her last bit of mental power to establish a barrier. The zombies in front had lost patience. After repeated deceptions, they seemed to have developed immunity to the barrier's effects. Is there really no hope? Wenya's pale face tightened around the weapon in her hand, at most 2 seconds. After the last layer of the mental barrier shattered, she would have to face tens of thousands of zombies alone. Hiss! Suddenly, the snake-shaped stone sculpture on Lin N's wrist moved a bit. Wenya looked over, her eyes wide with surprise. What is this? The little snake seemed to have just woken up. After casually twisting its body, it yawned like a human. The black dragon tilted its head, its golden vertical pupils looking at the petrified Lin and with great confusion. A second later, the black dragon suddenly straightened its body as if it had caught a whiff of a delicious scent. Whoosh! The black dragon darted into the last skull of the seamstress like lightning, and a moment later, it burped contentedly. Just as the black dragon sprang out, the woman's skull that was locked in a gaze with Lin suddenly erupted with a sharp, painful scream. Blood tears slowly flowed down her pale face, her expression struggling and twisted. Bang! A second later, the skull shattered with a sound. Ding! Successfully killed the second-tier mutated being, the seamstress. A large amount of spiritual energy overflowed from the seamstress's massive body, instantly flooding into the black dragon's body. Ding! Obtained item, white seamstress thread. Ding! Obtained ordinary equipment, white seamstress shell. Ding! Obtained special item, blue heart of fusion. Ding! Obtained excellent equipment, blue skull of resentment. Ding! Obtained C-grade skill book, frenzied charge. Ding! Obtained C-grade skill book, flesh healing. Ding! Completed the savior task, rewarded, antidote, serum, 3. Ding! The savior task has refreshed. Please check immediately. Explosion. The dense system notifications flooded the screen. At the moment the seamstress died, Lin N's consciousness also began to recover. What is this? The body that had been as still as a statue suddenly trembled, like a drowning person coming ashore. Lin, when you couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw him awaken. Damn, Lin N's heart jolted. He had just fallen into the illusion created by this monster. A barrage of item gain notifications echoed in his ears. But he had no time to think about why the seamstress had suddenly died. There was even less time to check the rewards he had obtained. Bang! The mental barrier shattered in response. The bloodthirsty horde of corpses instantly went berserk, madly lunging at the three. Arc slash. Lin reacted extremely quickly, twisting his waist to channel strength into the bone spike, which instantly slashed at the surrounding zombies. Groups of skulls were shattered, but in an instant, they were filled again by the tide of corpses. Lin, Zhang Tai can't hold on much longer. Wenya, her mental power depleted, also wielded an axe, blocking one side with Lin and as they fought against the horde. After becoming an awakened, her attributes had been raised to the human limit, although her attacks lacked finesse. She could still rely on her strength to slaughter many zombies. Bloodstone. Lin hurriedly turned around and took out the bloodstone from his ring, throwing it into Zhang Tai's chest. A rich life force surged into the wound, and the wound began to generate granulation tissue. No way, we can't kill them all. Lacking area attack methods, even though he could instantaneously kill a bunch of zombies with each strike against tens of thousands, it was like a drop in the bucket. Unless he could release the soul scream again. Lin hesitated. His current mental power was insufficient to charge the gloves. The last time he charged them, he had fainted for 5 days. If it weren't for that tattooed guy trying to steal the gloves and getting turned into a human dry, he might have remained unconscious even longer. It would be great if the black dragon hadn't consumed all the spiritual energy in the gloves. Communicating with the black dragon, he found that this guy had fallen asleep again. It seemed that only the presence of food would stir it. 10 short seconds passed. The space for the three to survive shrank rapidly, especially for Wenya, who could no longer withstand the pressure from the zombies. Zhang Tai was too severely injured. Even with the bloodstone rapidly repairing him, it would still take time. After all, His physique was significantly different from Lin An's, and his self-healing speed was much slower. Lin An's expression hardened. Instead of hesitating, he should be more decisive. If he fainted again, at worst, he could have Zhang Tai and when you take the antidote serum back to save Xia and the others. When I faint later, take the antidote serum to save people. I told Zhang Tai where it is. He communicated with the gloves with determination, just as he was about to charge them. A childish yet dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out. I'm full. Only then do I have strength. In an instant, a rich, almost tangible mental power replaced Lin and surged wildly toward the gloves. The blood-colored patterns lit up, charging complete. Chapter 57. Bumper Harvest Drip. Energy fully charged. Soul How release times 1-1. The system's prompt sounded like heavenly music, and Lin was overjoyed. He recognized the tender voice just now. It was the voice of the Black Dragon. The little guy finally woke up. Activate. Soul Howl. Time seemed to stop, and the zombies leaping down from the air to bite him appeared to be frozen. Buzz, an annular shockwave, was instantly generated, crazily spreading outward at a speed that surpassed everything within just 0.01 seconds. An invisible yet tangible mental shock swept through. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, tens of thousands of zombie heads exploded simultaneously, and blood mist and chunks of flesh flew everywhere. The subsequent shockwave, like the scythe of death, obliterated all enemies within a radius of 40 meters. When you felt her hair stand on end, an intense sense of deathly crisis surged in her heart. Although she was only grazed by the soul howl without injury, the mental power she felt contained within it brought immense pressure. Everything turned quiet. The mall, once filled with zombies, was cleared in one strike, and the zombies' roars fell silent into deathly stillness. Her mouth felt dry. Even though she had witnessed the power of Lin and Soul Howl before, she was still deeply shocked by the scene before her. The ground was littered with dismembered corpses, and due to the damage caused by the mental shock, there were no intact flesh pieces to be found. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood rain blown up by the shock wave fell down, resembling a hell of blood and flesh. The power of the Black Dragon, after mental charging, seemed to be stronger than his own mental charging. Lennon was puzzled, but he couldn't think too much about it. Since the little guy was awake, he would ask him later. Stop daydreaming. Let's get out of here. How long until we can recover mental power and release the barrier? Without hesitation, Lennon carried Zhang Tai on his back and pulled the stunned Winya to run. There were still zombies jumping down from the upper floors of the mall, and he hadn't forgotten that there were 300,000 zombies outside in the square. With such a commotion, if they attracted any mutated creatures, if they were surrounded by a sea of corpses again, he couldn't expect the Black Dragon to charge him up once more. That Black Dragon looked lethargic, and although it hadn't turned into a stone statue again, it was now coiled around his wrist, looking like it wanted to sleep. Before running, Lin An's fingertip flashed white light from the spatial ring, and the body of the Stitcher on the ground was instantly stored away. Good stuff, can't waste it. If he recruits and awaken one with the talent to create equipment in the future, this body alone could produce at least 2 more pieces of equipment. On the Ring Road Highway, a black SUV roared past, ignoring the pursuing zombies along the way, crashing into the scattered zombies without dodging. Don't see, don't see, don't see. The car was blasting energetic music, and Zhang Tai was bobbing his head with excitement, his shiny bald head swaying with the rhythm. The terrifying injuries on his chest had completely healed, and he looked incredibly cool driving with one hand. You bustats. Bang. Another zombie was sent flying into the air at over 120 kilometers per hour. His unique, loud voice shouted excitedly, causing Yue to look at her brother with a helpless expression. Lennon sat in the passenger seat, unconcerned, while the lazy Black Dragon coiled around his wrist. Eyes closed in sleep. Wanya, Yue, and Mo Ling sat in the back seat, gripping the handles tightly to prevent being thrown around. Taking advantage of the journey, Lennon began to check the items obtained from the Stitcher's explosion, filled with anticipation. The rewards from a peak second-tier, mutated creature couldn't be too shabby. With a flip of his wrist, a bundle of gray-white thread appeared in his hand. Item name, Stitching Thread, White. Item effect, can stitch any body part of a differing tier by 1 to oneself, gaining attribute bonuses based on type. Item evaluation. A unique product from the stitcher, perhaps you can stitch on another head for yourself. This is a pretty good item, although its quality is only white. It has a unique effect. Lennon thought of the stitcher's bizarre 3 heads. If he could actually stitch on another head like it, it would be equivalent to gaining an extra life. However, this item was better suited for Zhang Tai, who had previously lost his left hand. Although he could use it, given his current physical condition, stitching on any mutated body part wouldn't provide much of a boost unless it was a third-tier existence, which might still be useful. As for getting an extra head, forget it. Lennon had no intention of turning himself into a monster. He could stitch on the stitcher's arm for Zhang Tai. That pair of giant fists with an attack speed almost reaching the speed of sound still made Lin An's heart race when he thought back on it. This way, Zhang Tai's lack of damage could be compensated, and he wouldn't always be used as a meat shield. Looking at the next item, Stitching Shell. Equipment name, Stitching Shell, white, equipment effect, Constitution 1, Defense 10. Can fill with flesh and blood for slow regeneration after damage. Equipment special effect. Immune to attacks below 15 points of strength. Reduces damage from attacks within 20 points of strength by 20. Reduces damage from attacks within 30 points of strength by 10. Equipment evaluation. The foundation of the Stitcher's powerful defense. Wearing it allows you to traverse the battlefield amidst a hail of bullets. Wow, this is a little gem. Lin An's eyes lit up as he held a thin, gray-white vest that felt substantial to the touch. It was the first time he had seen a white piece of equipment with special effects, although the attribute boost wasn't high. The damage reduction effect could rival that of blue equipment. Immune to damage under 15 points of strength? Lin An's expression became strange. He remembered that Zhang Tai's strength was below 15 points. This meant that even if an ordinary player obtained this equipment, they could stand there and let Zhang Tai attack without worrying about taking any damage. The rule's power attached to the equipment under the system's influence was so unscientific. An ordinary handgun would equate to about 13 points of strength, and a small caliber assault rifle might be slightly higher, around 16 points. Calculating it out, this thing was equivalent to the highest grade bulletproof vest, and it could even self-repair. A piece of white equipment could turn a flesh and blood body into steel. This is the power of equipment in a Doomsday game. Not to mention the 2 subsequent special effects, which reduced damage within 30 points. If he had had this equipment during the battle with the Stitcher, he wouldn't have been punched through the chest. Thinking back to the Bloodstone he had used twice right after obtaining it, he felt a pang of regret. This equipment was perfect for him, compensating for his high attack and low defense shortcomings. The unexpectedly excellent equipment made Lin An's face beam with joy as he eagerly looked at the third item. Another little gem, blue special item, Heart of Fusion. One would think a blue item wouldn't be too shabby. Special item name, Heart of Fusion, blue. Item effect. Confuse any 2 mutated creatures of a maximum tier of 2, enhancing the target's strength after fusion. Item prompt. Mutated creatures above tier 2 require a key for the fusion process. Tier 1 does not need a key. Item evaluation. Perhaps you can attempt to recreate the Stitcher. Prompt. Key often exists in the place of origin. Lin held a blue heart that was pulsing vigorously in his hand, occasionally emitting a strange aroma. He looked puzzled. What were the key in the place of origin? Recreate a Stitcher? Lin couldn't help but shake his head. He would have to be out of his mind to recreate another mutated creature. Forget it. He didn't even know what use this thing would have. Although a bit disappointed, after all, it's a blue special item, and I believe there will be a day when it can be used. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lennon. His breathing became a bit hurried. Perhaps this thing could be used to artificially create mutated beings and then kill them to level up? I wonder if the artificially created mutated beings will drop equipment. If they do, monsters merged from first-tier mutated beings don't drop good equipment, but second-tier or even peak second-tier. Could there be another 8-8 big drop? That would be amazing. I just don't know what the required key and the origin place are. Lennon pondered. He felt like he had heard the term origin place somewhere before. Forget it. Let us put it aside for now. I'll think about it after I establish a safe zone with the Doomsday base vehicle in a few days. With a flick of his wrist, The last piece of equipment from the bottom of the box appeared in his hand. Lennon looked expectantly at the shriveled item in his hand, resembling the head of a dehydrated woman. Blue equipment. In his previous life, among nearly 1 million players in the Linjiang war zone, there was only one piece of blue equipment. Although it's possible that someone obtained it but didn't show it off in the chat channel, it still proves the rarity of blue equipment. The Skull Crusher's hand and soul shard he obtained earlier were fused without even trying, at the request of the Black Dragon. So, to be precise, this is also his first piece of blue equipment. Although he already has an orange piece of equipment, that item is ultimately sealed. So doesn't affect Lin An's anxious and excited mood at all. I don't know what the attributes are, but even if it's slightly worse than the Skull Crusher's hand, it can still qualitatively change his strength again. Check the equipment. Resentful Skull. Chapter 58. Mage Artifact. Skull of Resentment. Equipment name. Skull of Resentment. Blue. Equipment effect. Willpower 3. Mental capacity increased by 50. Mental recovery speed 30. Equipment special effect. Immune to mental attacks below 20 points of willpower. Reduces damage from attacks within 25 points of willpower by 20. Reduces damage from attacks within 35 points of willpower by 10. Equipment skill. Mental illusion. After release, creates corresponding illusions based on the target's thoughts, putting the target into an illusion state. Cannot move or attack during the release process. Equipment evaluation. The third skull from the Stitcher, a collection of resentments. Looking at the Skull of Resentment in his hand, Lin An was somewhat silent. The attribute effects were not bad, especially the 50 increase in mental capacity, which was simply insane. Reducing damage from mental attacks was essentially a version of the Black Dragon's talent, with physical damage reduced by the Stitcher's body and mental damage resisted by the Skull of Resentment if he were to get another piece of elemental resistance armor. Lin An doubted whether any player could deal damage to him for a long time. High attack, high defense, fast speed, and strong mental power. He could say he had almost no weaknesses now. With Lin An's current willpower attribute of 28, it converted to nearly 208 points of mental power. The psychic energy provided by second-tier mutant is equivalent to that of 4 first-tier mutants. Thus, Lin An's player level is level 2. His willpower attribute increased from 19.8 to 28, coupled with the 20 increase in mental capacity from the Black Dragon's devouring equipment and activating power burst and the Skull of Resentment. He could raise his mental power to a maximum of 438 points. This was almost on par with the third-tier mental awakeners. Moreover, it included the rare control skill. Although he could not move or attack during use, it was still powerful enough. Control skills were extremely rare in the Apocalypse game, as a slight distraction in the battle between awakeners and mutants could determine life and death. For instance, the skill attached to Soul Shatter was only effective because the mental shock could briefly cause dizziness. It performed well against the Stitcher, who had 3 wills combined, and coincidentally caused a mental confusion effect to control it for a while. If this equipment fell into the hands of an elemental awakener, they would probably laugh themselves unconscious. But the problem was Lin An. No, not a single member of the entire team had skills that consumed a lot of mental power. Even Winya, if not for continuously casting the mental barrier, could rely solely on her high mental power. Speaking of skills, Lin An's hand flashed with white light, revealing 2 skill books. He had no high expectations. The 2 skills seemed to belong to melee awakeners based on their names and being C-grade. They wouldn't be strong at all. Furthermore, while skills wouldn't take up the talent skill slots of awakeners, they would occupy the player's skill bar. Each player can only learn 1 skill per level, and once learned, it cannot be changed again. However, he didn't have any player skills, so he decided to take a look first. C-grade skill, Frenzied Charge skill effect, consumes 70 points of mental power, locks onto a target, and initiates a charge-dealing power attribute 1 damage, reducing slow and fatigue effects during the charge. C-grade skill, Flesh Healing skill effect, consumes 100 points of mental power, accelerates wound healing, cannot regenerate limbs, benefits based on constitution attribute. As expected, both skills were as anticipated. Compared to the talent skills of awakeners, player skills were indeed lacking. Frenzied Charge, with a consumption of 70 points of mental power corresponded to 7 points of willpower. For other players at this stage, releasing at once would basically consume all their mental power. A damage increase of 1 times was almost negligible. Only flesh healing had some usefulness, as it could be used after the battle ended. Healing items were quite rare in the Apocalypse game, and players mostly had to rely on self-healing after being injured. Well, these two skills would be good for Zhang Tai. His willpower attribute determined that he couldn't learn high consumption skills, and these two skills could turn him into a charging berserker. As for Linen, he still preferred to learn elemental skills. After all, with his high willpower attribute, it would be a shame not to learn high consumption skills. Zhang Tai. Team Lin? What is it? The exhilarated Zhang Tai turned to look at Lin and in confusion. I'm giving you some good stuff. Lin casually tossed the stitching thread and the 2 skill books into his arms. Strengthening one's power also came with an enhancement of vision and mindset. The white items. 2 skill books, although not precious in Lin An's eyes now, could make players fight for them in the Apocalypse game, especially the stitching thread. Even Awakeners were willing to pay a huge price for it. Team Lin, is this for me? The moment Zhang Tai touched the items, he received a system prompt. A few seconds later, he was breathing heavily, somewhat incredulous. Especially the stitching thread that could repair limbs was a coveted item for him. Team Lin, I think you should keep this. Zhang Tai's expression was conflicted. His experiences over the past few days had also made him understand the importance of strength. He just wasn't very scheming, but that didn't mean he was a fool. The stitching thread and the 2 skill books could undoubtedly transform an ordinary player into someone comparable to him in strength. It could even be said to give an ordinary person the capital to survive in the Apocalypse game. But, Team Lin, it's not that I don't want it. It's just that I feel I don't deserve to take your things. Zhang Tai said with a bitter smile. Seriously looking at Linen, the first time we met, you saved my life. Later, when I accompanied you to the hospital, I didn't help much. And during the battle with the Stitcher, I didn't play a significant role either. Instead, I wasted a bloodstone to save me. My strength is so weak. I think it's better not to waste these things. Linen was slightly taken aback. He had thought Zhang Tai would happily accept the items. But did he feel his strength was too weak and that he hadn't contributed much? Linen shook his head with a smile. Your strength is not weak. It's just that the enemies we've faced during this time are different. Zhang Tai didn't speak, just turned off the music in the car. He felt Lin and was just comforting him. Lin felt a bit of a headache, but couldn't blame Zhang Tai for thinking that way. Ever since they met, the enemies they faced were either 3rd tier or peak 2nd tier. Other players mostly encountered small groups of zombies, and the strongest enemies they faced were at most lickers. They were nowhere near as dangerous as the ones they faced. Logically speaking, if Zhang Tai hadn't followed him, he could definitely lead a 100-man team as a leader by himself by now. He could easily handle any small group of zombies alone. No Awakener is weak. Zhang Tai, remember that. Take the items. You can only help me when you become stronger. Moreover, you have to protect Yue. She is your sister. The only one she can truly rely on is you. Linen was never a stingy person. He would not hesitate to give his companions the 3 items if they could help them. Now, it was indeed necessary for a team member to fight alongside him, playing the role of a vanguard. After establishing a safe zone, he couldn't rely solely on himself to withstand the first wave of zombie attacks. Zhang Tai looked at his sleeping sister in the rearview mirror, then nodded heavily and silently accepted the items. Ding, member Zhang Tai. Loyalty increased to maximum value, 100-100 diehard. Linen smiled lightly. He had indeed not misjudged him. The resentment skull in his hand was giving him a bit of a headache. It was somewhat useless, with his current willpower attribute. The mental energy consumed by the power burst was nothing significant, not to mention if it turned into a prolonged battle. The mental energy shared by Wenyao would be enough to support him in continuous combat. Zhang Tai learned the skill, which was fine, but this piece of equipment didn't have much use for him. The willpower attribute was too low to provide any significant enhancement. As for Mo Ling, it was even more hopeless. She couldn't become an awakened one and had no use for mental energy at all. A piece of equipment that could be considered a mage's artifact ended up being completely useless in his hands. Wait a minute. Strictly speaking, it seemed like he had a skill that consumed a lot of mental energy. Soul Scream. Lennon suddenly remembered this skill, although it was incredibly powerful. The last time he charged the gloves, it knocked him out cold, leaving him with lingering fears. Subconsciously, he hardly considered the thought of actively charging the gloves. Black Dragon. Can my current mental energy charge the gloves? Lennon shook the black snake on his wrist, trying to wake it up. Hiss. The black dragon flicked its tongue in dissatisfaction, but as a juvenile, it was practically indistinguishable from a regular snake. Charging. Not enough. At least 1,200 points. Charging now will still cause fainting. Too much fainting can lead to death. The black dragon's words instantly doused Lin and with a bucket of cold water. 1,200 points. No wonder the last time he charged, it nearly turned him into a human husk. So can you help me charge? Or I could let Winya activate mental energy sharing. Can the two of us charge without fainting? Fainting too much will lead to death. But then again, being in a fainted state is not much different from being in a vegetative state. This also dispelled his thoughts of pushing through to charge even while fainting. After all, Soul Scream was just too useful. Lennon was undeterred, looking eagerly at the black dragon, who wanted to sleep. Not enough. Perhaps due to frequent communication. The black dragon's speech became more fluent, though its tone was somewhat unhappy. You two together still lack about 500 points. I can only help you when I'm full. I'm hungry now. I want to sleep. After saying this, the black dragon ignored Lin and coiled back on his wrist to continue sleeping. Hungry to have strength? Lennon fell silent. He was counting on the black dragon to help him fight after it woke up, but it seemed there was no hope for that in the short term. The black dragon had only been full twice, once after eating its own epic equipment, and once after consuming a second-tier top-level mutated creature. Feeding this guy was incredibly difficult. Powerless to complain, it seemed he needed to quickly raise his awaken level again. After killing a second-tier Stitcher, he was still 12 first-tier mutated creatures or 4 second-tier creatures away from the next level. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a top-tier one, he had nothing to fear from second-tier creatures. Once he became a second-tier awakened, he could unlock a second talent skill. Hopefully, it would be a skill that consumed a lot of mental energy. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his current attributes. Second tier. Once he reached the second tier and mastered elemental skills, it would bring a qualitative leap to his strength. After turning off the music, Zhang Tai seemed to be preoccupied with something. The SUV was smoothly driving on the road, and the 3 girls in the back seat were sound asleep. After equipping the resentment skull, Lennon felt his already strong mental energy surge significantly, and his thinking became clearer. Having finished counting his gains, it was time to check what tasks the Savior had issued. Chapter 59 Nightmare Level Mission, Savior Mission Information 2. After establishing a safe zone, resist the zombie tide attack. Estimated scale of the zombie tide, 200,000. Mission level, dangerous. Mission difficulty description, none, normal, hard, dangerous, horrific, catastrophic. Death, mission time limit. The mission starts 30 days after the safe zone is established. Failure criteria. All members are killed. Mission rewards. For missions above dangerous level, each increase in level grants a 100 reward increase. Note, you can choose to actively increase the mission difficulty to obtain higher rewards. Reward 1. City broadcast permission. Reward obtained after choosing dangerous level. Warzone broadcast permission. Reward obtained after choosing horrific level. After use. Grants a one-time global broadcast within 30 seconds. All survivor players will listen unconditionally. Usage count 1 reward 2. Find equipment blue. Splitter giant axe. Reward obtained after choosing dangerous level. Epic equipment orange. Kane's blade. Reward obtained after choosing horrific level. And a light curtain. A blue giant axe and a blood-colored long sword slowly rotate. Unlike the blue giant axe, which only has a thin layer of frost covering it, the blood-colored long sword occasionally emits an ancient and chilling power. Kane's blade, a weapon once used by a divine being in Western mythology, is truly an epic-level piece of equipment. After reading the information, Lennon lowered his head in thought. The task changing to resisting the zombie tide was not unexpected. He had actually guessed that the Savior system might issue such a task. Although the mission rewards increased, he hesitated about the added difficulty. Both rewards were quite good. Even for a dangerous level mission, the rewards offered were tempting enough. The Warzone broadcast, no, even a one-time citywide broadcast could save hundreds of thousands of lives. In his previous life, a large-scale zombie tide riot would break out without warning 3 months later, and the hordes would actively hunt humans as if they knew the survivors' locations. There would be no escape. Consequently, the survivors hiding in the city suffered heavy casualties. The chat channel would not open until 6 months later. At this stage, any means of communication had failed. If he chose to increase the difficulty, it would undoubtedly minimize this tragedy. As for the second reward, the epic equipment Kane's Blade. It had once been obtained by a third-tier player in the Western Warzone. With this equipment, he single-handedly killed a third-tier mutant with just his newly acquired third-tier strength. Becoming famous overnight, he became the pride of the entire Western Warzone, leading millions of players. This illustrates the power of this equipment. Compared to the sealed soul devouring hand, it was even more powerful in terms of lethality. The rewards, after increasing the difficulty, were so generous. It was a qualitative change. How to choose? After pondering for a moment, Lin An's gaze turned cold. Fortune favors the bold. The apocalypse game is fundamentally a race against death. If he lacks even this courage, he might as well find a corner to survive for a few years. Moreover, he also needed a suitable weapon. The unprocessed liquor spine was no longer sufficient to support the challenges he was about to face. Increase the difficulty level. As soon as he spoke, the system panel instantly changed. Ding! The current mission difficulty has been raised to horrific. The number of attacking zombies remains unchanged, but a large number of second-tier or below mutants have joined the attack. Phew, that's good. Lennon let out a sigh of relief. As long as there are no third-tier mutants, it's manageable. Second tier is still within his capability. He just didn't know how many a large number would mean. Outside the car window, dusk was approaching. The signs flashing by indicated that only 9 kilometers remained to the community wherein Jingtian was. Lennon silently looked at the 3 vials of antitoxin serum in his hand, feeling excited. Although the journey had been a bit bumpy, he had finally completed the task. The return trip was much faster than expected, and there were still a solid 37 hours left before the suppression of the zombie virus would fail. As long as he injected the serum into the siblings, the zombie virus could be completely eliminated, and his greatest regret from his previous life could be compensated. Just thinking about how Xia would definitely cry when she saw him return made Lin unable to suppress a smile. He whispered softly, "Xia Jingtian, I'm back." In the Huyuan community, Building 3, Room 301. Boss, we searched the whole building, and this is all the food we have left. A few bags of emptied bulk instant noodles lay on the ground, a complete mess. We have no food left here. What should we do? Lizzie cautiously looked at Huang Gang. The boss looked very unhappy. Damn it, a bunch of starving ghosts, leaving nothing to eat. Huang Gang stomped on the chest of a long-dead man and spat angrily. What should we do? Get that delivery guy over here. Inside the room, Huang Mao kicked at the weak, powerless delivery guy in a delivery uniform, driving him over to Huang Gang. Huang Gang's expression was grim as he pointed his gun directly at the delivery guy's forehead and asked, "I remember the last time I saved you. You told me you were responsible for the deliveries in this area and were familiar with it, right?" The delivery guy was terrified and nodded frantically. But this wasn't he being saved. He was clearly being held hostage to act as bait in a map. Huang Gang pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there anyone nearby who bought things in advance, like food or something? You're responsible for deliveries. You must know something, right?" The little brothers around him brightened up and crowded around to look at him. The boss is smart. Yes, I heard that people nowadays like to buy things online. Maybe someone bought a lot. Huang Gang's expression remained calm as he ignored the flattery from his little brothers and stared intently at the silent delivery guy. It seemed this guy knew something. Click. The safety on the handgun was released. In 3 seconds, if you can't think of what to eat tonight, it's you. The cold muzzle was loaded with bullets. No, don't. I'll tell you. The delivery guy, panic-stricken, knew that the man in front of him, known as the boss, would definitely do something like eat people. A flash of reluctance crossed the delivery guy's eyes. He knew that once he revealed where there was a large supply of food, these people would do something terrible. But living was more important. I remember. 8 or 9 days ago, in that building over there, someone bought a lot of canned food. There was a whole truckload, so I remember it very clearly. The delivery guy's face went pale as he recalled the girl who opened the door alone that day. He often delivered packages to her. The girl was always polite, speaking softly, and especially her pure and kind eyes left a deep impression on him. Huang Gang grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and patted his shoulder, while the little brothers beside him looked excited. Lead the way. At the sound, the delivery guy couldn't help but shudder, dragging his heavy legs to follow the group out. I'm sorry, I just want to survive. Brother Huang. This should be it. Under the delivery guy's guidance, Lizzie excitedly pointed at the third-floor window. With Huang Gang, an awakened and not many zombies in the community. In just a few minutes, the group arrived in front of a residential building covered in wither vines. The doorplate was old, and there were a few corpses of zombies with blown heads at the entrance. Huang Gang glanced at the bodies with his peripheral vision, subconsciously kicking them a couple of times deep in thought. Boss, should we use the same old trick? If there are people inside, we can trick them into opening the door. No need, just smash the door down. After nearly 2 days without a full meal, he had lost his patience. If the delivery guy wasn't lying, the household living there probably had a large amount of food. He can't wait to have a big meal. Of course, it would be even better if there were women around. Tap the sound, bang, bang. The sound of a hammer breaking down the door echoed through the dark hallway. Inside the dimly lit room, and Jing Tian stared fixedly at the resounding iron door, his hands raised high, clutching a crude iron rod as he hid behind the door. Outside, the shouts of several people hinted at their malicious intent. His body, covered in rotting skin and wrapped in bandages, breathed heavily like a torn bellows. The arm gripping the iron rod trembled uncontrollably, but it was not out of fear. 8 days ago, after Lin left, he awoke under the effect of a necklace that suppressed the zombie virus, but his bodily functions were severely damaged after being infected. Each slight movement caused excruciating pain, as if his corroded bones were being sliced by knives. And Xiahe behind the door of a bedroom piled high with food, her expression anxious. Brother. Someone is breaking down the door. Her lips trembled, wanting to join her brother, but was stopped by Jing Tian's stern gaze. Her voice was filled with fear and helplessness. For these past few days, the girl had been unable to sleep at night, always hoping for Lin An's return. But now, it was not Lin and who had returned. Voices came from outside. Boss, this door feels a bit strange. It seems like it's been reinforced with steel bars. The blonde guy, holding a hammer to break the door, and others have been hammering for a while, but couldn't break through the reinforced security door. Useless stuff. Just him having the strength to deal with women. What good are you? Huang Gang, looking impatient, slapped the blonde guy on the back of the head, then pressed his right hand against the iron door. The blonde guy laughed awkwardly, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes, and quickly turned to watch Huang Gang's right hand. The boss is going to use his superpower again. ZZ boom. In an instant, a purplish-red high-voltage current erupted from Huang Gang's palm, melting the iron door's hinges into molten iron in just a few seconds. Bang! The molten iron dripped onto the floor, flames rising, and Jing Tian's pupils constricted. Were these people outside? Get the hell out of there! Huang Gang shouted angrily, stepping into the room through the flames, casually shaking his right hand as he surveyed the dimly lit living room. His expression suddenly brightened as his enhanced vision saw the various military canned goods piled up in the hall. Damn it, there really is food. Whoosh! The iron rod whistled as in Jing Tian, seizing the opportunity while Huang Gang was distracted by the cans, gritted his teeth and swung the iron rod with all his might. He heard the voices of the people outside. Even if they were inhuman, he would never let anyone hurt in Xia, even if it meant dying. But the iron rod was instantly caught by Huang Gang. The sound was dull, as if what gripped the rod was not flesh but a hard stone. Damn, you dare to sneak attack me. Huang Gang tilted his head, looking at the bandage wrapped in Jing Tian with interest, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A second later, boom, he grinned wickedly, slowly retracting his kicked right foot, and Jing Tian was sent flying backward by the tremendous force, crashing through tables and chairs along the way, dark red blood seeping from the bandages. Brother, and Xia, hiding behind the door, had red-rimmed eyes and instinctively called out in worry. Oh, there is still plenty of food. Huang Gang, hearing someone inside, noticed the piled-up supplies in the room and couldn't help but feel a jolt of excitement. Upon seeing clearly, his face was instantly filled with exhilaration. "Ha, brothers! We're having a midnight snack tonight. Grab those too." The crowd behind him cheered wildly, rushing out. "No!" And Jing Tian struggled to get up, trying to pick up the iron rod that had rolled aside. His vision was going dark. In front of him, and Xia had already been captured by the thugs. Several of them rushed into the room, ripping open food packaging and gulping it down. Out of the corner of his eye, Huang Gang noticed in Jing Tian struggling to rise. "Oh, still dare to move? What? Useless thing. How do you want to die?" Huang Gang grinned, delighted by the thought of breaking the limbs of his opponent, relishing the beautiful wails of agony. This apocalypse was truly wonderful. No one could take it back anymore. "Want to pick up the rod?" He sneered, suddenly stomping down on Jing Tian's arm. Crack! Oh! His arm was brutally crushed, and Jing Tian's eyes turned red, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Helplessness and humiliation washed over him. Why? Why am I so powerless? "I'll kill you." He gasped for breath, desperately struggling to stand again. "Kill me?" Huang Gang stepped on his head, pinning the struggling Jing Tian firmly beneath his foot. "Brothers, bring that little girl over. I want to kill her in front of him." "Boss." "No, it's better to keep her." "Damn you. Didn't you want to save your sister? Come on, get up and kill me." "Woo-woo, don't. Hit my brother." "Woo-woo, woo-woo." The girl's sobbing was drowned out by laughter. The room erupted with laughter, and Jing Tian, pinned down, roared in struggle. His sister was crying, yet he was powerless to help, and Xiao was held down by the crowd, desperately resisting, but to no avail. A frail girl couldn't withstand a group of strong men. Huang Gang grinned maliciously, a knife at his waist slicing through the bloodless face. However, at the moment the blade playfully cut toward the girl's snow-white neck, it suddenly stopped. "What is this?" Huang Gang was shocked, looking incredulously at the necklace he had inadvertently touched. Ding! Discovered white equipment. Antidote pendant. Game equipment. Clang! The knife fell to the ground as he joyfully yanked the necklace off Xia's neck. But in his frenzy, he failed to notice that the previously crying and struggling Xia had suddenly stopped resisting, her head oddly drooping. In the dimly lit living room, several of the younger brothers saw that their boss seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and hurriedly gathered around him to investigate. Unnoticed, the crimson glow rose in the girl's lowered eyes. Chapter 61. Mutation is today my lucky day? Huang Gang impatiently put on the necklace. Although the equipment description on the necklace was a bit strange, it was still equipment nonetheless. Resistance to poison. Resistance to what poison? After so many days, he hadn't seen a single piece of equipment. Having something was better than nothing. Were there any other pieces of equipment? The little girl was casually wearing ornaments, so maybe. With a greedy gaze, he rushed to the doors of the other bedrooms and kicked one open. He didn't see anything else on the little girl. If there was something, it might be in another room. Bang! The door was kicked open. What came into view was a room filled with individual rations and various canned goods, completely stuffed. Damn, there is so much food. Boss, we hit the jackpot. A few of his lackeys stared dumbfounded at the food in the room, instinctively picking up a fruit can, drooling. Huang Gang's expression turned excited. Food, supplies, and playthings were all here. He thought the cans piled up in the living room were already a lot, but he expect this unassuming house to store so much food. Get everything for me. Find the equipment, and you'll be heavily rewarded. Damn it. This is enough food for me to eat well for several years. He hurriedly entered the room, searching everywhere, even putting aside his desire for women. After all, isn't it better to eat well before playing? In the living room, the ugly man looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the floor, itching with desire. The girl's clothes were tattered, and her snow-white skin ignited his lust. As the lowest-ranking member of the group, he had no right to participate in the looting. Why not take advantage of the boss and the others looking for things and have a little fun first? Unable to resist, the ugly man scratched at his itch, grinning lewdly. If he didn't take this opportunity, there probably wouldn't be a chance later. The injured Jing Tian lay on the ground, continuously spitting blood. He realized what the disgusting man in front of him was planning to do and desperately trembled. reaching out to grab the ugly man's leg to stop him from insulting his sister. Damn it, you think you can stop me like this? The ugly man caught a glimpse of the bandaged hand, trying to grab his pant leg. Bang! A hard shoe kicked toward Jing Tian's temple, and the already weak and heavily injured Jing Tian instantly fainted. Damn it, I can't care about that anymore. Not wanting to kick again? The ugly man unzipped his pants, pulled out his stinking member, and quickly crouched down to grab the girl's chest. The little girl seemed stunned with fear, sitting on the ground without moving. The imagined softness and smoothness did not appear. Splat. Flesh was penetrated. Hiss. The man covered in disgusting sores could not stop the blood and foam from spewing from his mouth as he slowly looked down at his chest in terror. A slender, white hand pierced into his chest cavity as if it were tofu. He could feel his heart being squeezed in that hand. Bang! Before he could make a sound, his heart was instantly crushed. Before dying, he vaguely saw a pair of icy, blood-red eyes. Lin, don't run so fast. We can't keep up. Zhang Tai looked helplessly at the rapidly running Lin, who disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. The group had just parked the car when Lin, filled with joy, rushed down and entered the community within a few breaths. Is this where Lin used to live? When you curiously surveyed the old community before turning to ask Zhang Tai. No, it seems to belong to Lin's sister and his brother. Zhang Tai scratched his head, feeling emotional. It's the first time I've seen Lin so excited. He usually seems so emotionless. And Xia, Jing Tian, with Lin's full force unleashed, he arrived in front of the building where his siblings were in less than half a minute. His face was filled with joy as he couldn't help but call out their names loudly. I'm back, with a beaming smile. He could imagine how happy Xia would be to see him. No one responded. Lin's smile gradually faded, and his heart sank. Could it be that they fell asleep too late? Without time to think, he hurried into the hallway, but caught sight of the zombie corpse he had killed before leaving. The corpse had been moved. The one that was lying down was now face up. Someone had been here. A sudden wave of intense unease surged within Lin. Ah, monster! Run! In the dimly lit living room, the floor was covered with bodies turned into meat paste, with half a severed leg just outside the door. A pure and lovely girl stood quietly in place, holding a severed head in her hand. Huang Gang was filled with terror. He was the only one left alive in the entire living room. Everything happened too quickly. The moment he heard someone fall behind him, he reacted as fast as he could. However, in just a few seconds, the girl in the tattered white dress transformed into a vengeful spirit, tearing everyone apart. If it weren't for the electric arc in his hand that could stop one or two, he would have long been reduced to a pile of meat. What the hell is this monster? His legs trembled uncontrollably, but he unexpectedly saw the monster before him suddenly flash a moment of clarity in its blood-red eyes. That voice. So familiar. Was that Lin calling for me just now? And Xia stood frozen in place, briefly regaining her senses before trembling at the sight of the corpses covering the living room floor. Did I kill all these people? I become a monster? 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down her pale face. Huang Gang gasped heavily, watching as the girl suddenly stopped and began to cry. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Electric arc shock. With all his might, he generated a shining electric arc in his palm and instantly shot it toward Xia. Without time to check the result, after releasing his last skill, Huang Gang, suppressing his fear, turned to run. And Xia was hit by the electric arc, and a smell of burning flesh instantly wafted through the air, causing her to let out a painful scream. The clarity in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a cruel, bloodthirsty red. Bang! Just as Lin rushed up to the 3rd floor, he collided head-on with Huang Gang, who was fleeing in panic. In a high-speed impact, Huang Gang's body slammed against the wall like he had collided with a truck, and he felt as if all his bones had shattered. The man who escaped had come down from the 3rd floor. Lin paused, his eyes fixed on the necklace around Huang Gang's neck. That was the equipment he used to suppress the zombie virus for his siblings. Once it was removed, they would instantly become zombies. Someone had invaded. No response. The necklace was taken off, and the fleeing man. In an instant, he reacted, his eyes turning blood red. Someone had broken into the house where his siblings were, and taken the necklace. No! In a fit of rage, Lin punched Huang Gang's head, who was slumped on the ground. Just as Huang Gang regained his senses from the impact, he opened his eyes to see a fist filled with hatred coming toward him. Bang! His brain exploded, blood and brain matter splattering against the gray-white wall, staining it. Chapter 62. Mutation, Building the City on Xia? Lin stepped over the broken iron gate, anxiously looking inside. In the center of the living room, and Xia's crimson eyes were devoid of any emotion, her slender fingertips dripping with blood. The floor was littered with shattered corpses, and Jing Tian, wrapped in bandages, lay collapsed on the ground, unconscious. And Xia, it's me. I'm Lin. Lin's gaze was filled with sorrow as he staggered towards Xia, feeling as if 1,000 knives were grinding at his heart. The eye of judgment, a pale blue mist rose, enveloping his eyes. He wanted to know what had happened to Xia. Beep, detected second-tier mutant. Why? Why is this happening? Lin let out a bitter laugh, as if falling into an ice cave. The information relayed by the Eye of Judgment announced that Xia had mutated, or rather, in a sense, Xia had already. The girl, hearing the sound, instinctively arched her back. Losing her sanity, she sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Lin like a wild beast. Hiss, as if encountering an enemy. The girl's fingertips suddenly extended into sharp bone claws, taking a defensive stance. Lin, filled with sorrow, opened his arms and stepped closer. Xia, don't you recognize me? Gripping the antitoxin serum tightly in his palm, Lin held onto the last shred of hope. The antitoxin serum could completely eliminate the zombie virus from her body. He just didn't know if it would work on mutants. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to try. Roar! As Lin gradually approached, and Xia, like a wary beast, launched the first attack, her bone claws sweeping towards Lin's throat in a blur. Power erupted. Lin let out a low shout, his speed increasing dramatically. With the body of a suturer to absorb damage, he aimed to endure Xia's attack and inject the antitoxin serum into her body. Hiss! The bone claws, capable of tearing flesh with bare hands, easily sliced through the outer layer of Lin's combat suit. Sparks flew as the claws scraped past the inner layer of the suturer's body, creating dazzling sparks. He could withstand it, with his current physique and defense. He could endure Xia's attack. Lin shouted, disregarding everything, his right hand gripping the antitoxin serum as he desperately thrust it towards Xia's neck. Hiss! The serum in the syringe was instantly injected into more than half of it. Ah! A piercing wail that could shatter eardrums erupted as Xia suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, frantically retreating. The instincts controlled by the virus sensed that the antitoxin serum would completely eradicate it. Bang! Under the control of the zombie virus. She suddenly turned and crashed through a nearby window, shattering the glass. In a moment of ultimate eruption, she escaped out the window, beyond Lin's reaction. Damn it! Lin's expression was anxious as he hurriedly followed out the window, but all he could see was a shadow like a black line leaping away rapidly into the distance. Half an hour later, Team Leader Lin. Zhang Tai opened his mouth, filled with concern. He looked at Lin, who stood silently by the window, unsure of what comforting words to say. When he shook her head slightly at him, she knew that Lin's inner pain could only be smoothed by time. Lin, brother. And Jing Tian struggled to stand, his voice hoarse. Xia, we'll be fine. As long as we find her, there is still hope. 25 minutes ago, the others who had been following finally arrived in the room. After injecting the antitoxin serum into Jing Tian, the zombie virus in his body was successfully cleared, but he was still somewhat weak. The antitoxin serum worked excellently. He was now a normal person. Lin turned heavily, his fists clenched tightly. I'm sorry, I came too late. Pain and regret filled his heart as Lin hated himself for not being faster. It was only a few minutes away, no? Even just a few seconds. He had thought about the possibility of encountering treacherous humans or zombies that could threaten the siblings. So he had reinforced the security door. But he never expected to encounter an awakened one. Lin, you have already tried your best. Really, don't blame yourself anymore. When you looked at the man before her with some pity, she knew Lin had reached his limit to complete the task. And Jing Tian, with Zhang Tai's support, slowly walked to Lin's side. Brother Lin, You don't need to blame yourself too much. The priority now is to find Xia. I heard Zhang Tai say that Xia has become a mutant. No one should be able to harm her in a short time. Lin silently nodded, looking at Jing Tian's worried eyes, unable to help but show a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and looked at the reward for the savior mission. Although he had lost track of Xia now, finding her among the vast horde of zombies would be extremely difficult. But there might still be a way. The Warzone broadcast. As long as he completed the task and obtained the Warzone broadcast, he could mobilize all survivors to search for Xia's whereabouts. Fortunately, he had chosen to increase the difficulty of the task. Therefore, he could obtain the Warzone broadcast authority. If it were still the original difficulty, the coverage of the city broadcast might not reach the area where the girl escaped. Moreover, the mutant that Xia had turned into would be bloodthirsty and enjoy killing under the virus's influence. As long as she appeared in the outside world, she would inevitably come into contact with players. At that time, finding Xia based on clues would still have a great chance of success. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was just afraid that the antitoxin serum would be ineffective against mutants. However, in any case, the antitoxin serum should at least suppress the virus inside the mutant. Otherwise, Xia wouldn't have reacted so strongly after being injected with it. That was clearly her body's virus instinctively fighting back. I'm fine. I will find a way to get Xia back. Everyone watched as Lin An's emotions stabilized, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the backbone of the team, if Lin remained trapped in sadness, they really wouldn't know what to do. Team leader Lin, what should we do next? Zhang Tai, Wenye, Mo Ling, and Yue all looked at Lin. Lin pondered for a moment, focusing on his thoughts. Xia's mutation had somewhat disrupted his plans. Originally, he wanted Jing Tian and Xia to become awakened and join the savior team to meet the requirement for the Doomsday base vehicle task. But with Xia missing, there was one less person in the savior team. Although he could let Yue become awakened and join, the risk was too high. The reason was simple. The mortality rate for ordinary players becoming awakened was extremely high. The worse the body, the higher the mortality rate. When you became an awakened one precisely because of the mutants. If he forcibly made Yue an awakened one, there would be a 99% chance of her dying on the spot. As for the risks of the siblings becoming awakened, Lin was willing to search for items that could assist in awakening to reduce the risk, even if it delayed some time. But Yue was not his sister after all. Moreover, once she joined the team, she would have to play her role. Would Zhang Tai be willing to let his sister fight on the front lines against zombies? Absolutely not. Like Lin, he would never allow Xia to face danger. He was willing to let Xia stay behind, become an awakened one, and be protected as a team member. But when it came to outsiders, Lin was not that kind-hearted or selfless. It seemed the last team member would need to be found anew. Lin An's eyes flickered. Perhaps he could recruit one of the 4 emperors and 6 kings from his past life in advance. After figuring it out, Lin slowly spoke. Let's take a break first. Everyone is hardly rested during this time. Tomorrow morning, Wenye and Yue, you two go to the hotel to gather the remaining survivors. Zhang Tai Yue and Mo Ling will go to Linjiang Academy. Linjiang Academy? Linjiang College. The best university in Linjiang City is located on the outskirts of the city and has a population of around 40,000 students and faculty throughout the year. Team leader Lin, where are we going and what are we doing? Zhang Tai said with some confusion. I'm scared of places like this. There's zombies everywhere. Lin lowered his head and replied in a low voice, looking for someone. Then, take over the college. Chapter 63. 6 Kings, Demon Hunter, establishing a safe zone. The 3 women and 1 bear stared at Lin in disbelief. Even the usually silent Mo Ling couldn't help but perk up her ears. That's right. We're going to Linjiang Academy next to establish a safe zone there. Lin paid no attention to the reactions of the 4. Normal people would find it hard to believe such talk of building a city. But Lin's goal is indeed to build a city. With the Doomsday base vehicle in hand, which comes with task rewards, establishing a base and a safe zone is not difficult. The safe zones in the Doomsday game are not just makeshift gathering places. They are well-equipped survival areas. If it's a small safe zone, it might not be able to extract spiritual energy, but with the Doomsday base vehicle, Lin is absolutely confident in establishing at least a large safe zone. Hydropower, electricity. Farms, fields, combat laboratories, equipment manufacturing sites, trading halls. These facilities are essential for a medium-sized safe zone. Without these facilities, players cannot improve their strength. To put it bluntly, while the Doomsday game is called a game, it is merely a data-driven template. Unlike the online games before the apocalypse, where NPCs provided facilities, players only needed to level up. Here, whether it's absorbing spiritual energy, honing skills, repairing equipment, or researching talents, players must build the corresponding facilities themselves. To survive repeated zombie waves, one must join or establish their own faction. Unless you want to live in a dark corner, barely surviving, you might not need to join. But in this rebirth, Lennon absolutely does not wish to be subordinate to others, living in uncertainty. The reason for choosing Lingjiang Academy as the base for building the city is twofold. On one hand, Lingjiang Academy is located in the suburbs and has a large area. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, a slight modification of the original teaching buildings and laboratories can serve as the corresponding facilities. The survivors within the academy are mainly young adults, and the quality of players is high, with many awakeners being born. Therefore, whether it's recruiting manpower for construction or expanding team members, it is an excellent choice. On the other hand, in the past life, that place was where one of the 6 kings, the third-tier peak awakened demon hunter, rose to power. Unlike the fragmented spiritual energy nodes in the city after the Doomsday game arrived, which dissipate quickly, Lingjiang Academy has the largest and most stable spiritual energy node in the entire Southeast war zone. Occupying that place means having a treasure trove that continuously produces awakeners. Furthermore, Lennon strongly suspects that Lingjiang Academy is not just as simple as having a stable spiritual energy node. The mystery of the rise of the demon hunter, one of the 6 kings, is likely hidden within. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, the group went downstairs. Having not had a proper meal for nearly half a month, from Zhang Tai to Mo Ling, they devoured 30 servings of luncheon meat and 10 servings of individual rations. Especially Zhang Tai, who secretly finished off 3 cans of fruit in the middle of the night. Captain Lin, this feels so good. It's like a dream. Zhang Tai happily patted his head, making a thumping sound. Since the apocalypse, he had escaped from the hospital with a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. And after going through so much with Lennon, he finally had a good night's sleep and a hearty meal last night, feeling as if he was dreaming. Lennon nodded with a smile. Not only Zhang Tai felt this way, he did too. Since his rebirth, he and T had a day to rest properly or a sufficient amount of time to have a full meal. Strengthening himself and saving in Xia and in Jingtian felt like a sickle hanging over his head, making him unable to relax for a moment. If he counted his previous life, he and T experienced anything like this for 3 years. The group walked easily, and the scattered zombies in the community posed no threat to the current team. Zhang Tai changed into his combat uniform from home and followed behind Lin and within Jingtian. However, the black combat uniform looked somewhat mismatched, making him look like a bear wearing tight pants. The group was refreshed and relaxed, having luxuriously bathed with water from the tank last night. Lin led the way, with Mo Ling at the back, alert for any sudden zombie attacks. Being a symbiote, she was perfectly suited for this role. When you held a composite bow, keeping guard on both sides of the team. After becoming an awakener, her attributes reached the human limits, combined with extremely high mental power, allowing her to rival professional shooters even without formal training. Zhang Tai, go get a bigger business vehicle or a truck. Lennon casually instructed Zhang Tai. The current team already had 6 members, and 1 vehicle would not be enough when they split into 2 teams later. For this trip to the academy, he decided to take Jing Tian along. As a military officer who enlisted at the same time as him, and Jing Tian was proficient in various combat abilities. With the player template, his recovery speed was much faster than before the apocalypse. Once he became an awakener, he would instantly become a capable fighter. The academy had ready-made spiritual energy nodes, and they were stable, which could significantly reduce the death rate for players becoming awakeners. Along the way, they would also search for any special items that might exist in his memory. Thus, upon reaching the school, recruiting the previous life's demon hunter and gathering 5 team members would allow them to receive the base vehicle reward and smoothly establish a safe zone. Beep beep. Before long, Zhang Tai drove a Mercedes-Benz G-Class straight to the front of the group. Captain Lin, how about this one? The keys are under the tire. That pile of bones must be the unfortunate owner. The silver-white off-road vehicle looked brand new, though there were some dark red bloodstains remaining at the rear. Zhang Tai touched the metallic surface of the car, grinning widely but looking quite ugly. He had loved this vehicle before the apocalypse, but couldn't afford it, only able to covet it. Okay, Wunya and Yue can drive that off-road vehicle. You, me, and Jingtian and Mo Ling will drive this one. All right. Zhang Tai excitedly jumped into the driver's seat, but Lin unexpectedly pulled him out. Lin had a black line on his forehead, signaling him to sit in the back. Jingtian, you drive. And Jingtian looked at Zhang Tai, whose face was full of resentment, and couldn't help but pat his shoulder as he took the keys. This guy drove too recklessly. Lin had had enough of Zhang Tai's bumper car driving habits, especially since he liked to narrate his own actions. As the team split into two groups to get into the vehicles, a scruffy man suddenly rushed out from the nearby residential building, his eyes red. When you instinctively aimed at him, but only heard the man scream, "Don't kill me. I'm a human." The man rolled and crawled, rushing to Lin and hurriedly speaking. "Big brother, E.M. Liu Shiming. Don't you remember me? The Liu Shiming from 302. Chapter 64 Player Profession, Liu Shiming?" Lin furrowed his brow slightly and quickly found this piece of information in his memory. It seemed that someone had called out this name behind him before he went to the Dream Party Hotel. It sounded a bit familiar. "What's the matter?" Lin glanced at the man and calmly asked. Liu Shiming was gasping for breath, and after swallowing hard, he hurriedly spoke. "Big brother, I want to go with you. Please take me along. I can work. I can endure hardships. Really? Want to join my team?" Lin didn't agree right away. With his current mental strength, he could easily sense that the man in front of him was just an ordinary player with nothing special about him. Taking him along would be no different from carrying a burden. Liu Shiming noticed that Lin didn't respond and became nervous. The man in front of him was the strongest human he had seen in recent days. No, the strongest player. Even among the group he had seen 2 days ago, hiding on the windowsill, the man who could use lightning was far inferior to Lin. The lightning user seemed mysterious, but his attacks merely paralyzed zombies, which was nothing compared to Lin's ability to slay groups of zombies with a single strike. He still often thought about that one strike. However, he didn't know that Lin's current strength was even more terrifying than he imagined. Ever since Lin rode away on his motorcycle that day, he had been hiding in his room, not daring to go out. When the Huanggang group was searching for food, he had stuffed himself into a cabinet to hide and thus avoided being discovered. 8 days. In those 8 days, he had eaten everything edible in the house, including the succulents he had raised for several years, which he had stir-fried like vegetables. If this continued, he seriously doubted he would starve to death. The sporadic zombies that were nothing to Lin and his group were like wandering evil spirits to him. "Big brother, I really can work. I promise. I want to drag you down. I'm definitely stronger than these women." Liu Shiming quickly glanced at the crowd behind Lin, his eyes filled with hope. In his view, since Lin was willing to take a little girl, there was no reason not to take him. After all, he was also an adult male. He should be stronger than a little girl. Wunya in the car furrowed her brow slightly, but remained silent. Stronger than her. The man outside didn't notice the smile at the corner of Lin's mouth after hearing these words. Even without mentioning her identity as a mutant, Wunya, as a level 0 awakened one, had no problem dealing with small groups of zombies alone. Lin opened the car door, signaling everyone to get in first. He didn't like to waste time. 10 seconds. Tell me what you can do. Establishing a safe zone requires manpower, and taking this man along might not be a bad idea. But the premise is that he must be useful. In the Doomsday game, no matter whether you're a business elite or a singer, in front of zombies, you are just a piece of meat that can run. Useful? The man was momentarily stunned and then frantically thought about what he could do. Before the apocalypse broke out, he was an architect, usually providing clients with building plans. But now that electricity had disappeared and computers were just a pile of scrap metal, the skills he relied on for survival were utterly useless. "I can drive." Liu Shiming frantically clung to the car door, pleading with Jing Tian not to start the vehicle. Lin remained calm. Knowing how to drive was of no use. Not to mention that among ordinary players, many could drive, and any awakened one could rival a professional racer. Lu Shiming understood Lin and S attitude from his eyes and instantly panicked. I can plant vegetables and flowers. I usually like to do these things. Please take me with you. I really don't have the courage to live alone. Zombies are too terrifying. If I stay here, I will definitely be eaten by them. He spoke quickly, fearing Lin and would have someone start the vehicle at any moment, as some zombies were already approaching from distance. The first time he encountered zombies outside, he was already so scared that his legs felt weak. Lin shook his head, preparing to close the car window. If you can't do anything, at least you should have the courage. Establishing a safe zone base, indeed, requires a group of experts skilled in agricultural techniques. Relying solely on the supplies left over from before the apocalypse wouldn't last long. A base needs at least a team of nearly 1,000 people to maintain basic operations. However, the man in front of him obviously looked like an urban white-collar worker, and his planting level was likely just amateur. What he needed was at least expert-level skills or experienced professional planters. The engine roared. Lin did not give the man a chance to continue speaking. If you can survive, you can come to Linjiang Academy to find me later. There, I will need some manpower. He rolled down the window and handed out some canned food and drinking water through the gap. As a fellow human, his greatest kindness was limited to this. The man held the canned food and stared blankly as the vehicle gradually moved away. Lin still gave him a glimmer of hope. If the man could survive and reach the safe zone on his own, it would show that he at least understood survival. For someone who didn't even dare to leave the house and face zombies, recklessly having him join the team would only bring unnecessary trouble. Inside the car, Yue turned back with a hint of sympathy, but didn't speak up to persuade Lin, even though she was still a little girl. The experiences of these days had taught her one thing. The apocalypse is cruel. No one will spare you help. Without strength, if you want to eat, if you want to survive, if you're pretty, maybe you can exchange your body for it, your dignity. Otherwise, you have to fight for your life. In the distance, zombies roared, and there were hardly any living people left in the community. The man in front of them was like a delicious piece of meat laid out in front of them. The man clenched his fists tightly. Courage? Do I really not have the courage to face this? Lu Shiming couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, unwillingly shouting at the departing vehicle. I am an architectural designer. I know that I am useless to you now. I also know that this damn apocalypse requires strength to survive. But you promised me, right? As long as I can live to Linjiang Academy, you are willing to let me follow you. After saying this, the man turned to look at the crazily roaring zombies, forcing himself to suppress the fear in his heart as he picked up a scattered iron rod from the ground. Come on, you beasts. The vehicle suddenly stopped, and Lin froze in the car. Architectural designer? Lu Shiming. No wonder he found this name so familiar. He thought it was because the man had called his name before. Go back. Zhang Tai, get out and bring him over. Lin raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly instructing Zhang Tai to get out and bring the man over. Unbelievable. He never expected that the cowardly man behind him might very well be the chief designer of the A-level safe zone City of Hope in a Huaxiao war zone from his previous life. Strange, he remembered that this designer had appeared in the chat channel before. He seemed so passionate and confident then, completely different from the timid and fearful appearance now. In the Doomsday game, architects indeed had little use. However, a player with the skill of architect profession was entirely different. For example, in reality, a blacksmith with sufficient skill could turn their skill into a professional skill, increasing weapon attributes during forging. This was also the capital that allowed most non-combat players to join the safe zone and survive in the past life. Lin looked at the man being held by Zhang Tai outside the window. Such players, of course, would be welcomed under his command. However, you have to be him. Chapter 65: The Value of Area Broadcasts Inside the Off-Road Vehicle. Lu Shiming was excited, his face full of smiles as he tried to get along with everyone in the car, completely different from his earlier brave demeanor. Although he didn't understand why Lin suddenly agreed to let him join, it did not affect his excitement at all. Great, finally safe. However, just as he was about to approach the others, he caught sight of Zhang Tai's severed left hand. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. The bald man looked fierce and was missing a hand. He didn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Forget it, I'll try someone else. Undeterred, he asked, Hey kid, what is your name? It was as if he was trying to coax a child, and he turned to look at the cold-faced Mo Ling. Mo Ling was petite, looking almost like a child. The girl silently stared at him, her gaze indifferent. Feeling awkward, Lu Shiming forced a smile. This team, aside from Brother Lin, who seemed somewhat normal, what was up with the others? His thoughts were chaotic, and soon he fell into a deep sleep, hugging the car pillow. Team voice chat. Lin, is this guy really useful? Zhang Tai looked confused. This skinny guy could be crushed by him with one hand. A grown man with arms and legs. Yet he didn't even have the courage to go out. Zhang Tai, who was very just and willing to help others, limited his help to the weak. The old, sick, and disabled were doomed if he didn't help them. But what about Lu Shiming? In his view, a grown man should be manly, not begging for others' pity. Lennon shook his head slightly. He had just checked the man's player panel and confirmed he was indeed the chief designer of City of Hope in his previous life. He was puzzled. He was curious about what would have happened if he hadn't allowed Zhang Tai to bring Lu Shiming back. This renowned designer would probably have been zombie food on the spot. If zombies could talk, they might have said, "Thank God for the blessing." The man's earlier display of courage in facing the zombies seemed no different from that of a fool. Mustering courage shouldn't mean going to your death. Normally, wouldn't he go back to look for some weapons, strap some iron pieces to himself, and then muster courage to search for food in the neighborhood? Fighting zombies outside without any benefit was something only a fool would do. Forget it. It was a trivial matter. For Lennon, as long as he could toss this guy into logistics, it would be worth it just for his architectural skills. An architect of this level would be as valuable to the entire safe zone as a third-tier awakened one. In the previous life, such talents were fiercely coveted by major powers. He never expected one to come to him, almost feeding the zombies in the process. However, this reminded him of something. That was, the Doomsday game had just begun, and many players, even knowing it was a game, were still gripped by the fear of death and disbelief, not realizing how to survive. Ordinary players made up 99 of the survivor count, while awakened ones only constituted 1. Unlike awakened players, who immediately had the strength to protect themselves, many skills of ordinary players were supportive and could not be transformed into combat power. They should showcase their value and then gain protection from the safe zone or stronger individuals based on their professional skills. But someone like Lu Shiming probably didn't even understand what psychic energy meant in his skills. Thus, subconsciously, he would feel he had no value or use. It was just that no one wanted to accept them. Even they would feel like worthless. This phenomenon wouldn't change until a year later when everyone accepted the concept of psychic energy. Therefore, he could now exploit an information gap. This group of players with extremely strong supportive skills was seen as a burden by others. But to Lennon, it was different. They were each a moving treasure trove. Buffs. If he could recruit a series of professional players like master blacksmiths, potion masters, defense position commanders, beast tamers, etc. from his previous life, Lennon couldn't imagine how powerful the safe zone he established would become. In this year, these people would be as valuable as cabbage. If they had food, they would willingly follow you. With his current strength, combined with being the first to establish a safe zone ahead of all other players, recruiting these people would be almost effortless. The biggest problem now was how to find them. As long as he could find them, the safe zone he established would be like an iron fortress, and it wasn't impossible for it to become the strongest base in the entire Huaxia battle zone. Find them. In an instant, Lennon suddenly understood the true purpose of the area broadcast permissions from the second mission reward. Squeak. And Jing Tian suddenly slammed on the brakes inside the car, the tires leaving a long black mark on the road. The vehicle shaking violently before finally coming to a stop. Brother Lin, someone is lying in the middle of the road. In the sudden stop, besides Lin and Zhang Tai, who remained unmoved due to their strong physical qualities, the others in the car were startled and bumped into the front seat. Lin An's contemplation was interrupted, and his powerful spirit instantly spread out. In his perception, a young woman with disheveled hair lay in front of the car, eyes tightly closed, in an unknown state of life or death. Her thin clothing revealed a patch of snow-white skin, making her stand out on the highway. Team Lin? Should we go check it out? Zhang Tai leaned out to see clearly and sought Lin and Ness' opinion. Unlike the others who instinctively wanted to save the person or avoid her, Lin instinctively activated his skill. Judgment Eye. A light blue mist rose, stars swirling. A colorless arc of mental power spread outward like water. In just 0.01 seconds, the information from Judgment Eye was transmitted back from within 100 meters. After quickly scanning the information, Lin's lips suddenly curled up slightly, a fleeting coldness flashing in his eyes before disappearing. Click, Brother Lin. I'll go check it out first. The driver, Jing Tian, hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt, eager to investigate. Zhang Tai, follow Jing Tian down and be careful to protect him. After giving instructions in the team voice chat, Lin closed his eyes to rest, as if the coldness that had just flashed in his eyes was merely an illusion. Protect? There were no zombies nearby. It was desolate, with only a gas station not far away. Zhang Tai was slightly taken aback. He sensed a hint of killing intent in Lin's tone. Wake up, are you okay? And Jing Tian solemnly shook the girl lying on the ground. Although he was sure that his training in the military wouldn't lead him to hit someone, the girl beneath him was covered in blood. Zhang Tai followed closely behind him, but after Lin's comment, he appeared a bit vigilant. Water, water. The young girl on the ground spoke in a hoarse voice, slowly opening her eyes. Upon hearing this, Jing Tian quickly took out his water bottle from his waist and handed it over, as if she hadn't drunk water for ages. The girl took the bottle and gulped it down. How are you? Can you move? Jing Tian instinctively showed concern for the girl on the ground. Not because of her looks, but because he was a kind-hearted soldier. In a way, he was similar to Zhang Tai, considering helping others as duty. The girl remained silent, but a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes as she pulled up her legs hidden under her skirt. Jing Tian caught a glimpse, and his pupils suddenly constricted. The girl's knees had been brutally pierced by iron nails, a bundle of transparent fishing line wrapped around them. With a soldier's instinctive reaction to danger, he instantly realized the problem. With such injuries, the girl could never have crawled onto the highway by herself. She must have been dumped here after someone had maimed her legs. Someone was lying in wait. Click! The bullet was chambered. A group of people suddenly emerged from under the highway guardrail, aiming guns at him. Put your hands on your head. Everyone get out of the car. Otherwise, I will shoot and kill him. Chapter 66. No one left. A total of 9 people emerged from both sides of the road, 5 of whom were armed, while the others carried makeshift weapons. There were 3 Colt 1911s, 1 Type 54 pistol, and 1 bolt-action sniper rifle. Leading them was a grim-faced, lean man, followed by others dressed in brown work uniforms. 2 men with pistols aimed at the SUV, while the remaining 2 targeted Jing Tian and Zhang Tai. In the distance, a man with a bolt-action rifle hid behind a discarded car door. The muzzle showed severe wear, and although his shooting stance was standard, the overall demeanor lacked any signs of professional training. Judging by their clothing, Jing Tian quickly deduced that the group likely came from a shooting range or a club. A heavy feeling settled in his heart. He slowly stood up, arms extended outward, knees slightly bent, ready to spring into action at any moment. Identifying enemy weapons and reacting within 2 seconds was a basic quality of a soldier. Boss, I have to say this trick really works. Another bunch of idiots took the bait. The man holding the Type 54 pistol extinguished his cigarette, casting a disdainful glance at Jing Tian before turning to the lead man. The lean man chuckled softly. Don't blabber. Keep an eye on that big guy. If he moves, shoot him dead. His gaze fell on Zhang Tai, whose imposing height of nearly 2 meters was enough to intimidate. Get your people down. Stop stalling. And you, don't even think about moving. You think I can't tell you're a soldier? Jing Tian felt a sinking sensation. The lead man was extremely cautious, keeping his Colt aimed steadily at his forehead. What to do? He initially thought about seizing the gun when the distance closed, but it seemed increasingly difficult. He regretted that his desire to get out and save someone had given this group of villains an opportunity. It felt bitter and remorseful in his heart. His recklessness had endangered everyone. He didn't notice Zhang Tai standing lazily beside him, looking unconcerned. Damn it, don't think I want to shoot. Get your hands on your head. Do you hear me? Zhang Tai's indifference infuriated the man aiming at him. The man with the small braid had a sunken forehead, resembling someone from Southeast Asia. He waved his pistol and kicked Zhang Tai in the back, but Zhang Tai remained unmoved. Team Lin, Why don't you let me go up and crush them? With these pests, I can finish them in a second. And Jing Tian had never seen us in action. I estimate he's panicking like hell right now. Linen chuckled lightly, indeed. And Jing Tian hasn't encountered the outside world since the apocalypse began. I hope this experience can raise his alertness. In his past life, Linen had seen too many fishing tactics, with many powerful awakeners falling for them. And don't say anything about him. If I weren't here, you would be jumped out of the car directly, right? Zhang Tai chuckled awkwardly. He truly didn't take this group seriously. Guns? Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary players, they were deadly weapons. But to Linen, no, even in his eyes, the guns in these people's hands were like toys. Unless they aimed directly at his forehead, they might be able to hurt him. But if he activated his bear form, these low-caliber bullets would feel like mere tickles. Inside the car, Mo Ling remained motionless, eyes closed in sleep, while Lu Shiming appeared somewhat anxious, huddled in the vehicle. Lin Ge was very strong in his mind, but he glanced at the armed men outside, feeling a twinge of fear. After all, it was a gun. It's over. No matter how fast Lin Ge is, he can't outrun a bullet. He couldn't help but wear a mournful expression, frequently looking at Lin and Zhang Tai. Wait a bit before acting. I hope this incident leaves a deep impression on him, showing him the humanity in the apocalypse. Got it, Team Lin. Should I put on a show? Lin didn't respond, closing his eyes to rest. He actually had one more thing to tell Zhang Tai. There was an awakener hidden among this group. Indeed, their team was strong, and at this stage, only third-tier mutants could pose a threat to him. But what about in the future? Players' strengths would eventually increase, and even zombies would gradually mutate. Zhang Tai's personality was too reckless, and Lin planned to make him more cautious. In the apocalypse, threats weren't just zombies. Often, those who wanted to kill you were also human. The pretty boy inside, get your ass out here, pretending to be dead, huh? The scar-faced man aiming at the SUV banged on the car window, angrily cursing at Linen, who had his eyes closed. Another man yanked Lu Shiming out of the car through the door Zhang Tai had opened, dragging him to the ground. No, don't kill me. Lu Shiming, with his hands on his head, curled up on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. It's over. This time it's really over. And Jing Tian watched his companion being dragged out of the car, and as Linen was threatened at gunpoint, his heart filled with rage. Even Zhang Tai beside him stood frozen, unsure of what to do. His fists clenched tightly. It's all my fault. The scene of Xia being bullied and his own powerlessness flashed before his eyes. How similar it was. Why? Why don't I have the strength? The lead man glanced at the now controlled occupants inside the car, then walked straight up to Jing Tian. Bang! He kicked in Jing Tian's knee hard, causing him to falter and stumble. Among those present, only Jing Tian seemed threatening, acting like a soldier. As for Zhang Tai, the big fool had broken a hand and seemed dazed. The pretty boy inside was so scared he pretended to be dead, and the little girl and Lu Shiming were even less of a threat. They looked harmless. I told you to kneel. Do you hear me? Want to resist? You think I don't know you want to grab the gun? I'll shoot your companion right now. Boss, why don't I just kill this guy? Damn it. This useless piece of trash thinks he can pretend to be dead? What softy? The gunman pressing the gun against Lin and S forehead cursed as he disengaged the safety. Seeing this, and Jing Tian forced a smile. He knew that if he didn't give up resisting and kneel, they would indeed shoot Lin and to establish authority. A man's knees of gold beneath them. That is dignity. If Lin wasn't threatened, he would rather die than kneel. Humiliation, despair. Slowly, his knees fell to the ground. Zhang Tai. Lin suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce killing intent flashing in them. And Jing Tian had experienced enough. But if this group wanted to humiliate his brother, then he absolutely wouldn't allow Jing Tian to suffer humiliation just to continue sharpening him. Damn it, he had become strong to protect those he wanted to protect, to ensure his people could live well. If it meant losing dignity to further sharpen Jing Tian, he would be a fool. No way in hell would he let his brother kneel. Kill them. Not one left. Got it, Team Lin. Zhang Tai's expression shifted from being dazed to a cruel smile. Although he had only acted for less than half a minute, he was still somewhat displeased. What kind of bird dares to insult my boss? You think Zhang's grandpa won squeeze your shit out of you? The road beneath his feet suddenly cracked. He instantly unleashed a speed beyond human limits, rushing to Jing Tian's side. Bang! With a right-hand slap, the man holding the Type 54 was smashed, his head crushed, and his 1.7-meter frame reduced to less than half a meter, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Brutal, fierce. Zhang Tai suddenly erupted in violence, shocking everyone. Instinctively, everyone turned their guns toward the two and opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots sounded like a continuous barrage of firecrackers. In an instant, Zhang Tai realized what was happening and directly shielded Jing Tian. Blood splattered everywhere, and Jing Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Tai had actually protected him, taking all the bullets. Zhang Tai. He instinctively supported Zhang Tai's back, his eyes reddening. In front of him, Zhang Tai was riddled with over a dozen gunshots, blood slowly flowing from the numerous bullet holes in his broad chest. Anguish and rage intertwined. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Zhang Tai suddenly turned his head and smiled at Jing Tian. "Don't be afraid, buddy, just a little tickle." The entire place fell into silence. Chapter 67, The Hidden Awakened. One ding. Clang. Shells fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and Jing Tian felt a bit dazed. He clearly saw the lead man's Colt accurately hit Zhang Tai's heart, after being shot more than 10 times in succession. Even an African bush elephant would drop dead on the spot. Bullets capable of penetrating iron plates only tickled. Zhang Tai turned around, his face twisted into a vicious grin, staring fixedly at the stunned crowd. "Let me guess, who fired first?" His cheerful tone was as if asking a child if they wanted candy. Orange-yellow bullets oozed out of the wounds, dropping to the ground with traces of blood. Boom! The ground cracked. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tai's figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing behind the lead man, his massive hand grabbing his head. "Was it you who made my boss's brother kneel?" No. The head wrapped in the giant hand showed fear, and the mouth opened, but didn't have time to make sound. The thick arm exerted force, and then gently lifted. The sound was crisp. It was hard to imagine a human head could be pulled out of the body like a wine cork. The head in his hand resembled a freshly pulled sweet potato, the spine dangling below like sweet potato vines swaying back and forth. 5 seconds later, the lead man's body swayed, and only then did the blood react, gushing from the wound like a fountain half a meter high. Ah! The crowd screamed, going wild. Since the apocalypse erupted, they had never witnessed such a horrific scene. The man with the 54 was devastated. The impact of the scene before him was too strong, and the extreme violence nearly shattered his sanity. Fear spread, and he instinctively pulled the trigger madly, trying to vent the terror within. Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. A line of bullets shot toward Zhang Tai's massive body. Perhaps the screams stimulated them. All the stunned gunmen fired simultaneously. "Kill him. If we don't kill him, we will all die." The dense gunfire echoed on the empty highway. Boom! Zhang Tai turned his head, locking onto the gunman by the SUV, bursting forth with a speed beyond ordinary human reaction. He crossed the 10-meter distance in an instant. With his double-tier strength, this speed was nothing unusual. His massive body stopped in front of the man, the rushing wind blowing the man's hair, revealing the fear in his eyes beneath the bangs. Zhang Tai grinned, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. "Was it you who pointed a gun at Captain Lin?" Before the man could scream, as soon as Zhang Tai finished speaking, his giant palm struck out in an instant, violently sweeping through the upper body, sending the man flying like a rag, turned into flesh paste. Drip, drip. Blood mixed with unknown fragments fell before Lu Shiming. Gulp. Lu Shiming, who was lying on the ground, had just felt death was imminent, only to find the battlefield situation changed in an instant. Yet, even knowing Zhang Tai was on his side, looking at the flesh on that giant palm, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Too terrifying. He instinctively turned to look at Lin, who was meditating, and a thought burst forth in his mind that startled even him. If such a brutal person can willingly become a subordinate, then how terrifying must Lin, the leader, be? What kind of team have I joined? Run. The last two men holding Colts could no longer suppress their fear, and they sprinted desperately into the distance. In their panic, they didn't even dare to turn back and pick up their handguns. Those holding machetes and iron rods were even more terrified, fleeing towards the distant abandoned vehicles without looking back. Clearly, they were the ones robbing and killing. Yet why did it feel like they were the ones being robbed? Run faster, little mice. Zhang Tai sneered, not immediately chasing after them, but casually shook his arms. He liked this action. Ever since he saw Captain Lin do it, he subconsciously wanted to imitate it. The people before him posed no threat at all. At his speed, he could catch up to all of them in just a few seconds. During his days with Lin, the enemies he encountered were either Tier 3 or Top Tier 2 mutated beings. Especially after the hotel experience, he had been suppressing his anger. It was rare to come across a group of weaklings. He likened Jing Tian, saw the iron nails on the girl's knee and the fishing line preventing her escape. The words of that gang earlier clearly revealed one piece of information. They had done this before. Who knows how many people have been tragically killed by them as bait. Zhang Tai hated these kinds of bullies the most. Bang! Unlike the sound of a handgun, a bolt-action sniper rifle rang out from a distance. The .7.62 caliber bullet was incredibly precise, almost reaching his forehead in an instant. Bear transformation. From the instinct of the beast, he sensed the threat of death from this bullet. Zhang Tai instantly activated his bear transformation. His figure surged again, turning into a 2-meter-tall black bear, dense fur covering his entire body. Poof! Blood splattered. The suddenly incoming bullet struck his forehead in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, after the bear transformation, his high defense blocked the bullet's final impact. Zhang Tai was startled. Had he not instinctively activated his talent, the shot could have killed him. Damn it, I almost capsized in the sewer. What kind of bird gun has such power? Confused and puzzled. Just how dare they use a sniper? Zhang Tai didn't think much, and, after being angered, he was too lazy to play the cat-and-mouse game anymore. Without hesitation, his eyes locked onto the man, firing from the farthest distance. Furious charge. Sea-level skill activated. A red light enveloped his entire body, unstoppable. Boom! 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 The ground trembled lightly. The black bear's body charged forward like a roaring heavy truck, 10 meters per step, astonishingly powerful. Inside the vehicle, Lin suddenly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Zhang Tai, too careless, too reckless. Even if he hadn't reminded Zhang Tai that there were awakened ones hidden among them, after taking that shot, he should have realized this. Such precision. The bullet's power was clearly enhanced. Moreover, the most important point was that everyone fled toward the man with the sniper rifle instead of scattering in different directions. After witnessing Zhang Tai's speed, they still dared to concentrate their escape in one direction. A bit of vigilance should have alerted them to something. He sighed lightly. It's not easy to lead a team. And Jing Tian hadn't adapted to the apocalypse yet, and when you could only act as support. The mysterious Mo Ling wasn't suitable for direct combat. Currently, the whole team had only him and Zhang Tai with combat power. Zhang Tai had a good character, and his combat style was decisive and straightforward. With careful training, he could be a good seedling. After these days, he hoped to cultivate Zhang Tai into a daring and aggressive warrior, but he shouldn't be a mindless brute. Lin instantly got out of the car, focusing his mental energy on the distance. Every person fleeing exerted all their strength, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. The first man to run had already reached the long-haired man with the rifle, panting heavily. Awakening. Zege, that monster is definitely also an awakened one. Shekha, you have to take action. The boss has been killed by him. The long-haired man, referred to as Zege, put down the sniper rifle in his hands. Not responding, but his eyes were fixed on the approaching Zhang Tai. Give it to me, Dai. As he charged, Zhang Tai roared his massive palm. Imbued with the fury of the charge, struck toward the crowd gathered behind the long-haired man. Boom! A scaly fist collided with a bare paw strong enough to crush steel plates. The massive collision caused the car's glass to shatter instantly in the spreading sound waves. Chapter 68. You are unworthy. Zhang Tai's pupils suddenly contracted as the long-haired man before him instantly transformed into a monster clad in scales of a similar size to him. The monster stood 2 meters tall, its bulging muscles covered in brown scales, with cold white vertical pupils and a long, pointed tail swaying behind it. What the hell is this thing? Just like you, an awakened. The voice of the man who transformed into the phosphor beast was hoarse as he retracted his fist that had blocked Zhang Tai's giant hand, charging up for a powerful strike. The wind from the punch howled, moving as fast as an afterimage, leaving Zhang Tai no time to react. Boom! The tremendous force hit the black bear in the chest, causing its massive body to crash violently against the abandoned car behind it. Metal crumpled, and several tons of weight combined with the powerful blow instantly flattened the car into a sheet of metal. This kind of power? Roar! Zhang Tai let out an angry roar, quickly getting back on his feet, only to see another punch covered in scales coming at him again. Too weak. The air was filled with the mocking voice of the Phosphor Beast as its heavy fist crashed down on Zhang Tai's head in an instant. Blood flowed out, and the black bear felt dizzy from the heavy blow. Zhang Tai struggled to stand up and counterattack, but as he swung his giant hand with brute force, the Phosphor Beast deftly dodged it. Whoosh! The sharp tail of the Phosphor Beast shot back like lightning, piercing through the bear's paw and pinning it to the ground. The attack did not relent. The Phosphor Beast turned and threw another heavy punch at Zhang Tai. Roar! The black bear let out a pained roar, instinctively trying to block the Phosphor Beast's punch with its left hand. However, his left arm was empty, as he had not yet fitted a new limb in place of the severed one. Boom! Dust flew up. Zhang Tai could only watch helplessly as the fist grew larger, and in an instant, it smashed him into the ground. The fight was over. The Phosphor Beast slowly retracted its right fist, its vertical pupils cold, then looked down at the severely injured Zhang Tai, filled with disdain. Useless. All brute force and nothing else. Haha. I knew this guy was definitely no match for Zhe Ge. The man who had fled first earlier jumped out from behind the Phosphor Beast, ecstatic. Idiot. Thinking he was so powerful with that little strength. What a brainless fool. The remaining few who had escaped could not help but mock Zhang Tai in the pit, acting extremely arrogant, as if it had not been them who had fled in fear just moments ago. I said, why did that guy in the car act so strangely? Turns out he was relying on having an awakened on his side. Damn it. Do you think you're the only ones with that? Spit. Shakha. Take this fool's hands and feed off, he just killed the boss. The Phosphor Beast chuckled lightly, not responding, just walking to the edge of the deep pit. That was the leader of this group, not his leader. He was simply too lazy to fight for that position. If it died, it died. It seems you were the awakened in your team. No wonder your companions in the car looked so unbothered. However, do you really think you are invincible with this little strength? How ridiculous. Be my dog, and I might spare your life. In the pit, Zhang Tai, transformed into a black bear, was panting heavily, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had been reckless, but the gap in strength between the two was definitely not that large. If it weren't for him still not being used to missing his left arm and instinctively wanting to fight with his left hand, relying on his high physical stats, the outcome of their continued battle would still be uncertain. He raised his head and glared at the Phosphor Beast before him, but through the beast's vertical pupils. He saw Lin and walking over calmly. What? Not convinced. Don't worry, I'll kill them all soon. The Phosphor Beast suddenly looked up at Lin, who was walking not far away. It seems your companion has come over by himself. Oh, another awakened. No wonder you all seem so confident. Another awakened? The crowd behind gasped at the Phosphor Beast's words, frightened, and hid again, but recalling the Phosphor Beast's earlier performance, they pretended to muster up some courage and stepped forward. If such a terrifying black bear was no match for Zhe Ge, how could this pretty boy before them be any better? Zhe Ge, kill him. Let them know what the gap is. He might be coming over to beg for mercy. Did you not see didn't even bring a weapon? The Phosphor Beast glanced indifferently at Lin. Under the immense pressure of Lin An's high mental strength, he could only feel the unique aura of an awakened from a man before him. The aura was weak. It seemed he was not strong at all. What? Are you planning to plead for mercy for your companion? The sharp tail behind the Phosphor Beast swung, easily slicing through the road and plowing deep grooves into it. Still the same line, be my dog. I might consider sparing you. Unlike the mindless villains in movies, who just want to kill everyone without exception, he felt that the ordinary players behind him were unworthy to be with him. The man before him, no matter how weak, was still an awakened. It'd be nice if he could accept the two of them. Lennon stood still, silent, as if pondering something. Seeing this, the Phosphor Beast chuckled lightly. What? Still considering? Don't think that just because you're an awakened, it means anything. The gap in strength between awakened is something you cannot imagine. It is an honor for waste like you to be accepted by me as a dog. Whoosh! The metallic sheen of the sharp tail sliced through the air, instantly appearing at Lin An's forehead, seemingly about to pierce through his skull in the next second. Die or submit. The murderous intent pressed down. The phosphor beast's hoarse voice was somewhat impatient. I am indeed considering. Lin An suddenly spoke, his tone calm, even carrying a hint of concern. Whether to accept you as a dog. The phosphor beast was furious upon hearing Lin An's words, laughing in anger. Not only him, but even the people behind seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Accept Zhe Ge as a dog? With the small frame of the man before him. The phosphor beast could swat him dead with a single hand. Zhe Ge, kill this idiot. I think his brain is broken. Damn it. Your strongest is no match for our Zhe Ge. I really don't know where this fool got the courage to seek death. Lin An's words completely enraged the phosphor beast, who found the man before him to be so ridiculous. If you want to die, I'll help you. Bang! The power erupted. Almost reaching the peak of the second stage, the force erupted suddenly, approaching the speed of sound, and a fierce blade light flashed by as Lin An's figure instantly appeared behind the phosphor beast. 5 seconds later. Snap! A streak of blood slowly spread from the phosphor beast's foot to its right shoulder, its massive body splitting in half like it had been cut by a laser. Falling to the ground. I thought about it. You are unworthy. Clang! The blade returned to its sheath. Chapter 69 Baptism, TikTok. The man hiding behind the scaled beast felt his legs go weak, his body trembling uncontrollably, a strong smell of urine wafting from his lower body. Be brother. He wept in regret, having just a second ago mocked Lin An, relying on the scaled beast for confidence. The few people behind him were in a panic, wanting to escape, but too afraid to run. They had already witnessed Lin An's speed. If Zhang Tai was a 4 and the scaled beast was a 5, then Lin An was a 10. Everything happened too quickly, fast enough that no one dared to believe the scene before them. They thought Lin An was just a fool walking to his death. At the very least, the two should have fought a bit. The scaled beast easily defeated the terrifying black bear, and Zhe Ji's power was already seen as invincible in their hearts. Who would have thought the outcome would be Lin An's blatant instant kill? Lin An didn't even give the scaled beast a chance to talk back. If he hadn't been considering whether to take the scaled beast as a pet from the beginning, it's likely he would have been killed by Lin An with one strike the moment the scaled beast appeared. Thud! All of them knelt in unison, desperately begging for mercy, having witnessed how brutal Zhang Tai's killing methods were. Lin An's power was even greater, and being on the same team, they could only imagine their fate. This kind of death was too cruel, too brutal. Brother, please spare us. We were coerced too. Just treat us like a pile of dung. Just a fart. Please spare us. We really haven't done anything bad. It was the leaders and Zhe Yin who did it. Yes, brother, please. They're all dead. Will you show mercy and spare us? The 4 knelt on the ground like insects, pouring their hearts out as if they would use their entire eloquence. Tears streamed down their faces, each one filled with regret, as if they were genuinely coerced. Spare you? Lin An smiled slightly, and behind him, Jing Tian had already walked to his side at his command. Jing Tian was somewhat at a loss, unsure why Lin An had called him over. So much had happened in just a minute that he hadn't yet regained his senses. Crack! Lin An's figure appeared like a phantom beside the kneeling individuals. The sound of bones breaking echoed like a series of bamboo strikes. Cries of anguish and screams erupted. No one could remain calm while watching their limbs being twisted off alive. A second later, Lin An casually returned to his original spot, as if the broken hands and feet before him were not human but inanimate objects. Jing Tian, kill them. Leave none alive. His voice was icy, announcing their death sentence. And Jing Tian stood frozen in place, looking incredulously at Lin An's back as he walked toward the scaled beast. Brother, kill them all? He instinctively voiced. 10 days ago, he was still an ordinary person living in peaceful times, and despite being from a military background, he always viewed protecting others as his guiding principle. Lin An's fierce words truly shocked his worldview and bottom line. The people before them were indeed despicable. But should it be the job of the police and the law to punish them? even if those no longer existed. And Jing Tian found it hard to take this step. These were living people, brother. And Jing Tian looked at the broken bodies on the ground with hesitation in his eyes, unable to help but turn to Lin and shout. They had all lost their limbs. In this apocalypse, they could not survive. Such punishment, I think, is already enough. Not every one of them necessarily participated. Kill them all. Lin turned to look at him calmly. Do you think I'm too cruel? Inhumane? Do you think they might really be telling the truth about being coerced? He sighed lightly. Do you feel like I've become a stranger? Unlike the Lin and you used to know? And Jing Tian fell silent. He truly felt that the Lin before him was somewhat unfamiliar. Lin used to be a kind person who never argued, the kind who would blush easily. But why did he become so bloodthirsty now? Lin understood what Jing Tian was thinking. He didn't blame Jing Tian for feeling this way. Anyone normal encountering the apocalypse for the first time would feel the same. Hesitation, kindness, an inability to act, a natural trust in others. Human hearts are complex and change slowly. Unlike the remnants filled with malice before the apocalypse. These remnants would only unleash their inner evil recklessly because of the apocalypse, seeing it as paradise, losing all humanity. But the vast majority of ordinary people wouldn't. Their kindness would be exploited, their mercy and trust would be ruthlessly deceived. It was precisely because of this that he wanted Jing Tian to undergo this baptism. As his best brother, he didn't want Jing Tian to, like himself in his past life, suffer from kindness and hesitation, being deceived, threatened, or even betrayed. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother spending this effort on helping them grow. If they died, so be it. Those who couldn't grow quickly or adapt to the apocalypse should be eliminated. The law of nature is survival of the fittest. Yet for those he wished to protect, he sincerely hoped to help them avoid such painful costs and lessons as much as possible. Jing Tian, I want to show you something. And Jing Tian was slightly taken aback. What did Lin want to show him? Lin and S gaze turned to the gas station not far away, where this group was hiding. Mo Ling, you come over too. Bring the scaled beast's head. That guy isn't so easy to kill. Not dead? And Jing Tian incredulously turned to look at the body cut in half beside the pit. The severed head of the scaled beast seemed to sense the gazes of the few people, trembling in fear. Seeing this, Lin chuckled lightly. With his current mental power and control, if he didn't know whether or not he had killed the enemy with one strike, that would be too ridiculous. Pretending to be dead, did he really think he could fool him? That strike was deliberately controlled to ensure the scaled beast lost its combat ability, but could still survive for a short time. It wasn't that he was unwilling to kill, wanting to spare its life. He simply wanted Mo Ling to personally kill the scaled beast. Level 0 symbiotes need to kill an awakened one to level up, which is similar to how awakened ones upgrade. Although he didn't know how Mo Ling had advanced to level 3 in his past life. The current Mo Ling could be said to have no combat power at all. With an awakened one presenting itself as an experienced baby, he naturally wouldn't waste the opportunity. What kind of surprise would a level 1 symbiote bring him? As the most mysterious symbiote in his past life, no one knew what their specific abilities were. He hoped Mo Ling would perform well after leveling up. Otherwise, with the mental barrier from Wenya, their functions would actually overlap to some extent. Until Mo Ling reached level 3, her abilities were somewhat lackluster. Soon, Mo Ling expressionlessly approached, holding the head of the scaled beast, which looked panicked. Having changed her bandages, the petite girl looked almost childlike. A small girl expressionlessly carrying a head made the scene incredibly bizarre. Let us go. We'll head in first. Lin led the two to the entrance of the gas station, deep in thought. There was actually another reason for not killing the scaled beast right now. He sensed the presence of a special item on the scaled beast, which could very well be the key to a treasure in a secret realm from his past life. If his perception was correct, then it made sense for the scaled beast, with its level 0 awakened strength, to be comparable to, or even stronger than Zhang Tai at level 1. Chapter 70. The treasure secret realm. The four of them carried ahead and walked through the supermarket in front of the gas station. Scattered shelves showed almost no food. The ceramic floor was marked with chaotic shoe prints, and there were many dark red bloodstains in the corners that had not been wiped away. Creak. The iron door had rusted a bit from the continuous rain. Behind the supermarket was likely the staff break area. It was pitch black at first glance. As the iron door was pushed open, a pungent smell of urine mixed with the stench of rotting feces rushed in. Lu Shiming, who was last in line, instinctively pinched his nose and gagged a little. The floor was covered in water stains, with discarded packaging bags and unidentifiable white wrappers everywhere. Perhaps the sound of the iron door opening disturbed the people inside. Clang, clang. The sound of rattling chains indicated that someone was struggling. The windows in the room were covered with thick black cloth, making it impossible to see anything. Brother Lin, what are we doing here? And Jing Tian had a bad premonition and couldn't help but ask Linen, who was leading the way. Both he and Lu Shiming were ordinary players and could not see clearly inside without enhanced vision. Creak. Linen did not reply, but calmly lit the lighter in his hand, and the flickering flame instantly illuminated the dark room. What is this? Lu Shiming's face turned pale, and upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but gag again, barely managing to steady himself by holding onto the doorframe. And Jing Tian's breathing became heavy, and he stumbled back involuntarily. These damn beasts! Coming to his senses, and Jing Tian's furious voice echoed throughout the room. His face turned ashen, fists clenched tightly, his whole body trembling with rage. In the dimly lit room, he could vaguely see 7 or 8 women stripped of their clothes, hands and feet locked to chairs. They had completely lost their dignity, and in such a humiliating position, it was hard to imagine what they had endured. Their wrists and ankles were tightly bound by iron chains, with blood staining the joints from friction. Next to each person was a small table with an iron bowl containing some fresh chunks of meat, which seemed to be their food. In the center of the room hung a corpse, covered in marks from cuts and bites. It was obvious where the food came from. They are actually eating people. And Jing Tian clenched his fists tightly, his whole body shaking with anger. How could this happen? How dare they? Lu Shiming struggled to hold his chest. The scene before him was too overwhelming. The legendary act of cannibalism was laid bare in front of him. It was unbelievable. Lin did not react much, only patiently waited for the two to come to terms with the reality of the situation. Indeed, it was hard to imagine. The apocalypse had only broken out 10 days ago, and no ordinary person could fathom how quickly humanity could degenerate in such a short time. Cannibalism, something only found in ancient legends, was happening in modern society. Surprised? Lin En's voice broke the silence. He had seen scenes 100 times more brutal in his past life. The evil of humanity could sometimes be appalling, even worse than beasts. Actually, when you saw the nails in that girl's knees on the highway, you should have realized. In the apocalypse, people are essentially a form of resource, especially pretty girls. They can use such resources as bait, which means they do not lack women, only food and other necessities. It was evident that they had many women to waste, but lacked food. So what should they be considered as resources? Clang, clang. The chains rattled again. Perhaps Lin En's voice had awakened those in front of him. Instinctively, they reacted as if trained, subconsciously spreading their legs. Some were still very young, resembling the neighborhood girl next door. At this age, they should have been lively and radiant, full of youth, yet now they showed no vitality. Each pair of eyes was filled with numbness and lifelessness, as if they were merely meat that could still move. Huh! And Jing Tian forced a smile, finally understanding why Lin En had brought him here and what he wanted him to see. He couldn't stop panting, his anger nearly overwhelming his reason. I'm going to kill them. These damn scumbags. These garbage do not deserve to be called human. And Jing Tian snatched the handgun Lin En handed him and charged out the door. Lu Shiming's expression changed, ultimately choosing to follow Jing Tian outside. He simply couldn't endure the scene before him. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, gunfire mixed with cries for mercy and shouts erupted. Brother Lin. In the team voice chat, Jing Tian's voice sounded weary and lost. I'll take Zhang Tai back to the car first. Lin sighed softly. This was something Jing Tian had to go through. However, out of the corner of his eye, Mo Ling remained expressionless, as if the scene before her had no impact on her. Curious. Lin was somewhat curious about what the girl's background was. Even Jing Tian, who had a military background, couldn't withstand the shock of the scene. So why was the girl so calm? It should be noted that before the apocalypse, it was a normal society, and he really didn't know what she had experienced. In his past life, he and Mo Ling had only met once. And as the symbiont lingered on the edge of the players, no one knew about Mo Ling's past. Perhaps there would be a chance to ask her later? Suppressing his thoughts, Lennon looked at the beast head in the girl's hand. Still pretending to be dead? His slender, jade-like fingers directly pinched the beast head, and with a slight force, the sound of cracking bones echoed painfully. No! The tightly shut eyes of the head suddenly opened, filled with hatred in the vertical pupils. Lennon, seeing this, was unbothered and directly asked, "Tell me, where are those eyes? Or the mirror?" He had sensed an unusually familiar aura when he activated his psychic power in the car. It was the aura of the secret realm treasure, key. Unlike before, this type of information usually came from the chat channel, shared by players. This key had once been in his hands, taken away by someone. He could have entered the secret realm and become an awakener, or even stronger that year when he was about to die. Like a bolt from the blue, shock and unease flashed in the beast's vertical pupils, as if Lin had touched upon a monumental secret. "You? How do you know? Who are you?" Lin An's words were like a heavy bomb, causing waves of shock in its mind. Even when facing Lin An's blade that nearly killed him, he had never felt such shock. 3 seconds. "If you don't answer, I'll kill you now. Don't test my patience." He pressed harder, and the beast's face was full of pain. It could feel Lin An's cold, killing intent. "No, unless you swear not to kill me." Lin An suddenly released his steel-like fingers, chuckling softly. "I said I won't kill you. I promise I, Lin An, keep my word. Besides, I have no need to deceive you." The beast stared at Lin An in disbelief, and after a brief hesitation, chose to believe him. Awakening individuals rely on will and physical quality to break through human limits, and such people usually have strong confidence in themselves. Since Lin An had made a promise, and there was indeed no need to deceive him, could it be that it thought it was just a head and wouldn't survive long anyway? So, not killing it would at most just allow it to live a little longer? Idiot! You underestimate me too much. All right, I believe you won't kill me. The beast's face was filled with joy, and the hatred in its vertical pupils flickered away. However, beside Lin An, Mo Ling looked at the beast with a sudden flash of mockery in her eyes. Chapter 71, Interfere. Those eyes were hidden by me in an empty oil tank. This is a gas station. When I first encountered it, I was still an ordinary person, and this group of people had guns that could threaten me. I was afraid someone would steal it, so I left it there. Mo Ling stood silently beside me, but she was a bit confused. Why couldn't she understand what the two people were saying? Eyes? Mirror? Why did the scale beast immediately think that Lin An and his secret were one and the same when he mentioned these two unrelated things? Lin An noticed that Mo Ling was pricking up her ears, listening intently, and he found it somewhat amusing. It seemed that the girl was not as indifferent as she appeared. Those eyes? No. The mirror. When the scale beast spoke of those eyes, a flicker of fear flashed in its eyes. Even I have only seen it once. It's absolutely impossible for a second person to have seen it. So I'm very curious. Who exactly are you, and how do you know about those eyes? If you had seen them, you would definitely not look like you do now. Lin An remained silent. In his previous life, he had also encountered those eyes by chance. He could understand the scale beast's fear when it spoke of the eyes, because those eyes could reflect one's true self like a mirror. As long as you held them, your soul and consciousness would seem to dive into them, as if looking in a mirror at your own face. If that was all there was to it, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if the viewing time exceeded 2 seconds, you would slowly see yourself transform into the very thing you fear the most. This change was not an illusion, but real. A transformation that changed you physically, mentally, spiritually, and cognitively. Once the viewing time exceeded 10 seconds, the player would watch helplessly as their body slowly melted away, becoming the embodiment of their deepest fears. Therefore, when he mentioned eyes and mirrors, the scale beast instantly understood that Lin An must have seen those eyes. It seemed that before its transformation, the scale beast's greatest fear was becoming this kind of monster. After all, in this world, nothing is more terrifying than turning into the very thing you fear the most. If you fear bugs, you will turn into a giant cockroach, or a bed bug, with your head turning into a bug's mouth parts, your eyes becoming a mass of compound eyes, and your limbs transforming into long, disgusting appendages. If you fear snakes, You will watch helplessly as your hands and feet fall away, turning into a being that can only wriggle with its abdomen. If you fear ghosts, you will forever face yourself, unable to escape for eternity. Which tank? Without answering the scale beast's question, Lin calmly asked, then casually handed the scale beast's head back to Mo Ling. The sixth one. If you're not at ease, you can take me with you, and I need that mirror to restore my body as well. Without hesitation, the scale beast was very cooperative. Anyone who had seen those eyes, becoming something in the mirror, could, in a sense, achieve rebirth through blood, their limbs undying. As long as there was still a breath left, they could reshape their body by looking in the mirror again. Even if I recover my body, I still can't defeat you. Moreover, I no longer want that mirror. After looking a few more times, I have a feeling that I will completely turn into a monster. If it weren't for the power, who would want to become such a monster? So after my body is restored, I will leave on my own. On the lonely head, the dead white vertical pupils revealed honesty. Lin nodded, indicating his understanding. The scale beast transformation was different from Zhang Taixiong's. One truly became a monster, embodying the traits of that monster, and it was the image they feared the most. The other was merely an illusion. However, those who have not experienced it cannot understand this pain. Just only seen the mirror once? Lin sneered. If the scale beast had only looked once, how could it know so much information? It was clear it had tested it multiple times. It couldn't even lie properly. It seemed its brain had mutated. This is it. There was some fear in the scale beast's voice, but it was not feigned. I have already told you where it is. You promised not to kill me. I hope that after I restore my body, you can keep your promise. Lin turned his head to look at the scale beast and nodded in agreement. I won't kill you, don't worry. I, Lin, never go back on my word. His gaze was sincere, just like the scale beast had just displayed. Hearing this, the scale beast let out a sigh of relief. With a monster's sensitivity to killing intent, it could feel that Lin indeed had no intention of killing it, so it couldn't help but urge. Then let us go in first. Perhaps we can fight side by side in the future. I was wrong before. I hope you won't take it to heart. From now on, wherever I can be of use, I will do so without hesitation. Being flexible, the scale beast didn't mind saying a few good words at this critical moment. Its life was in someone else's hands at this time. To still speak harshly and refuse to back down would be foolish. There will be a use for you. Lin spoke ambiguously. The scale beast was slightly taken aback, but thought it was just something Lin said casually. As Lin prepared to open the tank, a flicker of anticipation flashed in its eyes. It initially thought that playing dead would help it escape this calamity, but unexpectedly, things were developing even better than it had imagined. Inside the tank, it had placed over 30 mirrors, and those eyes were right in the center. Although it didn't know how Lin had seen the eyes and not mutated, perhaps it was just a brief glance of 1 second. But with over 30 mirrors reflecting, the original need to stare for 10 seconds to melt and mutate would rapidly shorten to 1 second. It had absolute confidence that such a setup would definitely catch Lin off guard. The time of transformation was long and painful, during which one could not move at all. As a player who had already mutated, it would instantly regenerate its limbs upon entering. At that time, wouldn't a Lin, who was melting and mutating, be at its mercy? Suddenly, a flash of a blade passed by, and the scale beast felt a sharp pain in its head, horrified to see half of its skull severed and lying on the ground. Damn, you clearly promised to spare me. You actually went back on your word. Lin looked at the furious scale beast with a strange expression. I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't let others kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the scale beast felt a cold hand suddenly plunge into its exposed brain matter, stirring it around. And Mo Ling, wait for me here. After I come out, tell me your abilities. Resentment, unwillingness. The dead white vertical pupils gradually dimmed, life fading away. Waves of black and white light floated from the lifeless head, slowly merging into the girlless body. Do you still want to go in? That guy clearly set something up. Montauk Ling found it. Her delicate face still wrapped in a few bandages of unknown purpose, but it was evident that she was in some pain now. The advancement of a symbiotic body is not like that of an awakener, where one can feel the joy of power enhancement. Each advancement for them is a struggle against the virus within their body, ultimately achieving balance. Lin did not reply, but he stepped into the tank without hesitation. The scale beast's most likely setup was to use the power of the mirrors themselves, either to accelerate mutations or to enhance the effects of mutations. Becoming the embodiment of one's deepest fears is indeed terrifying. But for Lennon, who had experienced what he feared the most in his previous life, it was not a big deal, because what he feared the most was himself, a cold-blooded killer who wanted to destroy the entire world. In the dimness, the light coming through the gaps reflected layer upon layer. Surrounded by 31 mirrors, a pair of eyeballs slowly floated in the center. In an instant, Lennon coldly locked eyes with the pupil. As the perspective shifted, he saw himself. "Hello, Lennon," I said. Chapter 72, Harvest and Blossom. When the soul and consciousness were injected into the eyes, Lennon calmly watched his body melt away at an astonishing speed. Then he was reborn. "You remain as uninteresting as ever." The remolded Lin and mocked himself disdainfully. "What's wrong? Finally figure it out?" He lazily stood in place, his originally gentle and calm eyes stained with blood, and continued, "Realizing how ridiculous your stubbornness is? Tell me, what's the point? If you had let go of your rigid and foolish thoughts earlier, you wouldn't have ended up in this clownish state today. Because of your kindness, the supplies you desperately hoarded were taken away, leaving you to starve. Because of your goodwill, your first piece of equipment was stolen, and you almost died on the way out of the city. Because of your trust, the last chance to grow stronger was snatched away, leaving you to struggle for survival. Because of your sense of responsibility, how does it feel to be eaten away bit by bit?" Lennon? Lin-N's expression suddenly turned manic, as flesh and blood began to disappear from his face to his arms. Even in the mirror, he could feel that pain. He was reliving the scene just before his death. From the dim oil tank to the safe house outside the city, the room was warm with light, and there was Tang Wan. "I'm doing well now." Lennon seemed to be enraged, no longer calm. "I have the power to protect them. I save in Jing Tian, and Xiao will come back. I have met new companions again. Doing well? If you were doing well, you wouldn't have come in. You wouldn't have come to see me." Like hearing a joke, Lennon suddenly leaned in close to the eye, speaking each word slowly. "You know in your heart what you are about to face. You have long sensed that someone is watching you. There aren't that many coincidences to save in Xia. You get the antidote serum. To establish a safe zone, you get a base vehicle. To gain something, you must pay a price. Just like you want the power I give you." Lennon scoffed, standing up. "The first mission was to kill a peak second-tier Stitcher. If it weren't for the Black Dragon, do you think you would have survived? Psychic fruit, equipment. You took everything you could get. But is it useful? The second mission was to face a tide of 200,000 zombies, and you even chose to increase the difficulty. After establishing the safe zone for a month, you have to face it. You know very well that you don't have much chance of winning. Is forcing Zhang Tai and Jing Tian to grow quickly useful? With a wave of 200,000 zombies combined with mutated creatures attacking, will you have to defend against that?" After a long silence, Lin-N's voice was hoarse as he slowly spoke. "As long as I can subdue one of the 6 kings, the problem of mutated creatures can be solved. As long as I reach the second tier, the tide of zombies will be nothing to fear. With the psychic extraction from the base vehicle and the skills of a professional architect, a month is enough time." Lennon chuckled lightly. "It seems you have already figured out what to do, haven't you?" It sounds like you really can do it. But what about the cataclysm? What will you use to combat the global disaster that follows?" After a long silence, Lennon did not answer. He couldn't provide an answer. The figure before him seemed a bit weary, slowly closing his eyes. "I will give you what you want, but you know what I want." The mirror shattered, and the pieces of glass reflected Lin-N's crimson eyes. Ding obtained Abyssal Eye item, special, key Abyssal Eye special. After use, it can reveal the most fearful existence in the target's heart and will gradually mutate with the duration of direct gaze. Note, this mutation effect may weaken or enhance strength. The effect depends on the heart. Key effect opens the door of desire. Requirement: the fit between the entity and fear must reach 20, current fit 17. Ding. Obtain fear, manifestation transformation. Strength 1, agility 1, constitution 1, will 1. Life recovery speed increased by 50. Mental recovery speed increased by 50. Movement speed increased by 30. Attack speed increased by 30. Reaction increased by 30. Ding. Obtain body of fear. Under the effect of the body of fear. Any injury you have can be repaired by exposing it to the abyssal eye. Note, each repair will accelerate the fit. Ding. Detected special item. Judgment eye level increased. Judgment eye level 2. 1. Detect all surrounding information based on mental strength and mark weak points. 2. Obtain divine spike. Mental attack after release. It causes 1. 5 mental damage and causes dizziness and confusion. Ding. Obtained abyssal breath. Special. The dense notifications cascaded down like a waterfall, yet Lennon felt a sense of melancholy. Full attribute bonuses combined with the newly acquired skills. His strength had now completely reached the peak of the second tier, capable of single-handedly contending with a small army. No battles, no struggles. It seemed like a pie falling from the sky. But he knew what the price he had paid truly was. The sunlight was glaring. Mo Ling slightly raised her head with curiosity, looking at Lin, and as he stepped out. Strangely, she felt that Lin, who had only been inside for a few minutes, seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Lennon noticed her gaze, his face pale as he slowly raised his head, giving her a gentle smile, the strange crimson in his eyes flashing away. I'm fine. If you're fine, then there's something wrong. As a symbiotic entity, Mo Ling keenly sensed that Lennon seemed to be shifting towards something non-human, just like her. Have you completed your advancement, Mo Ling? Lennon asked casually, looking at the girl who was observing her seriously. I have completed it. See for yourself, Mo Ling said, seeing that Lennon did not want to say more. She gave up on probing and directly displayed her personal information. Buzz, symbiotic entity, level 1, 0, 10, strength, 11 agility, 11 constitution, 11 will, 11 symbiotic entity level 0 talent. Affinity with the dead, you can walk freely among zombies. And attacks will not break this effect. Note, this effect is invalid against mutated creatures. Symbiotic entity level 1 talent. Summon the dead. You can consume mental energy to summon nearby zombies to gather, with a chance to summon a first-tier mutated creature. Consumes mental energy continuously per second. Note, summon first-tier mutated creatures will not actively attack you, but if you deal damage to them, this effect will disappear. After reading the girl's talents, Lennon was somewhat surprised. Mo Ling's effects after advancement were much better than he had anticipated. Summoning mutated creatures could be used for actively attacking other players or for defense by luring away zombies. If used well, it would be equivalent to a powerful trump card. Very good. Lennon couldn't help but pat Mo Ling's head. The girl's skull was standard, and her black hair felt smooth. It felt a bit like petting a cat, and he seemed unable to stop. Montauk Ling. After seeing the displeasure barely concealed in the girl's eyes, Lennon ultimately chose to give up. Then he flipped his wrist, and a wisp of black aura floated in his palm, writhing. Jing Tian, come to my side. Chapter 53 Appis Praktikunnerlinje. What's the matter? And Jing Tian rushed in front of Lin, and upon hearing the voice, his once clean black combat suit now splattered with blood. Not far away, several corpses lay sprawled on the ground. His face was pale, and he forced a smile at Lennon. After a moment of contemplation, Lennon slowly spoke, Jing Tian. We need to go to the school next. Not only are there many zombies, but there may also be awakened ones inside. As you saw today, sometimes danger doesn't just come from zombies. So, Lin Ye, I understand, I'm sorry. I dragged you down. I was too foolish, knowing it's the apocalypse, but having no sense of vigilance. And Jing Tian interrupted Lin, and with a bitter smile, his eyes dim. He had already witnessed the power of the awakened ones. He initially thought that being a military man, he could help Lin, and to some extent. But after what just happened, he felt like a useless burden. I will leave on my own soon and look for energy nodes to become an awakened one. I know our Team 1T keep useless people behind. He recalled the scene of Lu Shiming being rejected by Lin in that day, feeling a pang in his heart. Zhang Tai has already told me where there are energy nodes. I hope I can come back alive, not be a burden to you, and be able to help you. The chance for ordinary players to become awakened was very low, but as long as he could gain power, even a 1 in 10,000 chance was worth trying. He no longer wanted to experience the pain and humiliation of that night. If something happens to me, Lingo, I want to ask you, please find Xia. I'm sorry for not being able to protect her. And Jing Tian gathered his courage, his voice trembling slightly. Lin and, he rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward about the abyss aura that was originally hidden behind him. Jing Tian, you might have misunderstood my meaning. What I mean is, we will face even more dangerous situations in the future. So, do you want to become an awakened one? And Jing Tian stood frozen in place as a wisp of black aura floated slowly in front of him. This is a gift I prepared for you. Lin patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with expectation and encouragement. Take it. I originally planned to take you to find some items to reduce the failure rate, but I didn't expect to encounter this here. It's even better than the items I had in mind. He instinctively reached out, touching the floating black aura, and instantly received a system prompt. Ding. Obtained Abyss Aura Blue. Abyss Aura, a power from the Abyss, can be consumed to allow 2 players, non-awakened, to change to Abyss series professions. Basic requirements for job change. All attributes above 6 points. Consume any level of mutated body. The effect of job change is enhanced based on the strength of the consumed body. Current usage times, 2-2, can be replenished. Abyss Profession Series, Stealth Practitioner, Assassin, Black Dragon Guard, Shield Warrior, Abyss Vanguard, Berserker, Cursed Priest, Mage, Support, Job Change Effect. After successful job change. Obtain Awakened Template, all attributes raised to human limits, 10 points. And gain an additional 4 points of attribute bonus and exclusive skill 1. This is, for me? And Jing Tian looked at the Abyss Aura in disbelief, his mind blank. Along the way, he had already asked about Zhang Tai's attributes. As a player with the highest attribute in physique, Zhang Tai's physique was only 18. 2. Base 14. Team Enhancement Player Level 1, Awakened 2. And all he had to do was accept the aura, successfully change jobs, and he would immediately gain at least over 10 points in all attributes, with a single attribute reaching up to 14 points. With just one more level up and casually killing 2 mutated bodies, his attributes would instantly catch up to Zhang Tai. It was a leap from an ordinary person to a being on the brink of the extraordinary. Lin smiled at Jing Tian, understanding his excitement. In their transaction, whether it was the attribute enhancement or the special bonus, in terms of value, this seemingly unremarkable aura was the most precious existence. The Abyss Aura was an item that could mass-produce special awakened ones. In his previous life, because he trusted others too much, he ended up losing the key. The person who took the key, after abandoning all humanity, obtained this wisp of aura. However, unlike the one in his hands, the aura that person obtained was complete, with an initial usage of up to 99 times. With the method of mass-producing special awakened ones, he rose to become one of the 4 emperors, the Abyss Lord. Few could have imagined that in his previous life, Lin appeared to be just an ordinary player struggling to survive, but in reality, he was on the verge of becoming one of the 4 emperors, controlling billions of lives. This incredible item, while seemingly good, came at a heavy price. If it weren't for his uncertainty in facing the great catastrophe, he actually wouldn't want to have this conversation with himself again. The fear within him was not just talk. The key had another meaning. It opened the door to desire and destruction. Even though Lin still retained some humanity, he could feel that after the transaction was completed, becoming him was just a matter of time. Linge, is this really for me? It's too precious. I can't. And Jing Tian stammered, overwhelmed by his desire for power after the experiences of these days. But facing such a precious item, he felt a bit at a loss. You are my brother. There's no need to be so pretentious. Why act so coy? Lin deliberately put on a serious face and continued. Also, don't ever say anything about being a burden to me again. Just remember one thing. I, Lin, will never abandon my brothers. Even if you, and Jing Tian, are a cripple or useless, I will protect you for life. His words came from the heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin decisively pushed the Abyss Aura into Jing Tian's chest. Ding! Abyss Aura has been used, current usage times 1-2. Like a living thing, the black aura generated mysterious patterns around Jing Tian as it merged. Wrapped in the dense patterns, and Jing Tian instantly fainted. Lin didn't care. He knew Jing Tian had entered the awakening job change state, and when he woke up, he would gain powers beyond that of an ordinary person. His gaze was filled with anticipation. He wondered what kind of profession and Jing Tian would obtain after the job change. As a different kind of talent from regular awakened ones, Abyss practitioners, although lacking bizarre abilities, would definitely have combat strength that surpassed most awakened ones. Otherwise, the Abyss Lord in his previous life wouldn't have qualified to rely on nearly 100 Abyss warriors to become a commander of millions. Lin team, what does this mean? Zhang Tai, with a bitter face and still in his tattered combat suit, was called up by Lin and without having time to change. With his healing skill, he had mostly recovered from the injuries caused by the scale beast. Nothing, Lin smiled slightly, then pointed to Jing Tian, who seemed to be in a daze not far away. Come on, you two have spar. I'm supposed to fight him? Lin team, have you gone mad? Jing Tian could be killed by a single slap from me. Zhang Tai was shocked, looking at Lin with a face full of suspicion. Did Lin team have murderous intentions, even against his own people? No. It should be that Lin team wanted him to teach Jing Tian a lesson to make him remember. Was this going to make me, old Zhang, the bad guy? No way. If I accidentally hurt this kid, wouldn't Captain Lin take me apart? Should I pretend to be heavily injured and not recovered? Lin noticed Zhang Tai's little thoughts, his expression quite strange. No wonder Zhang Tai could come up with so many ideas in an instant. It seems he isn't too stupid, just misusing his abilities. It's fine, just go all out. If anything goes wrong, I promise I won't trouble you. Zhang Tai rubbed his shiny bald head and hesitantly nodded. As for Lin's words about going all out, he pretended not to hear. That, Jing Tian. Let's have a fight right here. Zhang Tai stood relaxed in place, signaling in Jing Tian to make the first move. With his defensive power standing still, he wouldn't be killed even if Jing Tian struck him. He had already made up his mind. At most, he would symbolically kick this kid a couple of times later. Probably something Captain Lin wanted to teach him a lesson. However, he did not notice the fleeting smile in Lin An's eyes behind him. After being awakened by Zhang Tai's loud voice, and Jing Tian slowly raised his head and then nodded toward Lin. I said, Jing Tian. Zhang Tai babbled away like a chatterbox, but he didn't see the faint black mist suddenly rising beneath in Jing Tian's feet. The next second, boom, shadow kill. Chapter 74, Abyss Profession, Assassin. Just as Zhang Tai stood there with his hands on his hips, the ground beneath Jing Tian suddenly collapsed. The light distorted, and a faint black mist rose up. Oh no! Zhang Tai's eyes widened as he felt a sharp aura coming from behind him. Backstab. Sizzle. The blade pierced through flesh. The mysteriously vanished, and Jing Tian suddenly appeared behind him, holding daggers in both hands and stabbing backward. A wound deep enough to see flesh, blood oozing out. As a seasoned soldier, and Jing Tian's combat skills far surpassed Zhang Tai, who only relied on brute strength. In the moment before the fight began, he had already determined the best point to strike. I am injured. I was stabbed by a broken dagger. Zhang Tai roared, and even if he were foolish, he realized the reason for Jing Tian's strange behavior. Unbelievable. When did this kid become an awakener? Bear transformation. Zhang Tai dared not underestimate him any longer and instantly transformed into a 2-meter-tall black bear, swatting backward. However, his massive paw hit nothing but a fleeting afterimage. Straight thrust, and Jing Tian's figure, like a phantom, reappeared in front of the black bear, bending forward and thrusting fiercely. Feeling another stab to his chest, Zhang Tai hurriedly turned around and swung his massive paw. However, he instantly felt a pain in his calf. Zhang Tai was furious, feeling as if Jing Tian was everywhere like a wraith, every attack only hitting an afterimage. Although Jing Tian was only at level 0, the majority of his damage was negated by Zhang Tai's physique, yet even so, it still startled him. At this rate, he might be worn down and killed by Jing Tian one stab at a time. In just a few breaths, the huge bear body was covered in countless small wounds. What kind of power is this? Mo Ling's voice was cold as she asked Lin. Her eyes filled with undisguised curiosity. Lin smiled gently, unable to resist patting her head as he said, Abyss Stalker, Assassin, Agile attributes, adept at stealth, evasion, and one-hit kills. However, there is still a bit of a gap in strength between Jing Tian and Zhang Tai, and with the defense after bear transformation. It is difficult to inflict damage, which is why it has led to this situation. Mo Ling, who do you think will win between the two? The little lowly pondered for a moment before quickly giving her judgment. A very strong profession. If Jing Tian can maintain this speed, Zhang Tai will be worn down. Attacks can be blocked by bear transformation, but the impact cannot. Also, don't pat my head. I'll go bald. Lin An's hand, which was patting her head, paused slightly. But he still continued as he pleased. There was no way around it. Mo Ling's head felt too good to touch, and he couldn't stop. It was as smooth as a cat's head, especially since this head belonged to a big shot from his past life. The Lord of Corpses, the dead. TSK. This treatment probably could only be enjoyed while Mo Ling was still weak, ignoring the killing intent that Mo Ling was trying to suppress. Lin continued to watch the battle between the two. It seemed that after completing the transaction, Mo Ling had become much closer to him, at least not as cold as before. Oh, damn it. Not far away, Zhang Tai was exasperated, frantically waving his right hand, trying to hit the constantly flickering Jing Tian as if swatting flies. However, it was all in vain. The bear fur on him looked as if it had been pulled out, with sparks occasionally bursting forth. Although Jing Tian couldn't break through his defense after he transformed into a bear, every jab and thrust could penetrate the defense and shake his internal organs. In less than half a minute, he was stabbed no less than 60 times by Jing Tian. If it weren't for his high defense, being at a higher level than Jing Tian, he would have likely turned into a beehive by now. Take this, you bastard! Just as Jing Tian completed a reverse stab, he couldn't help but be startled by Zhang Tai's roar and instinctively dodged to the side. However, the Zhang Tai, who was doubting life after being stabbed, suddenly flashed a sly grin and activated his berserk charge. Target, the speeding G-class. The skill activated. A red light instantly enveloped his body, like a high-speed train starting up, the massive bear body charging into the distance. I'm out of here. Am I still fighting or not? In a high-speed dash, Zhang Tai instantly appeared 100 meters away, shouting loudly. My pants got torn. Damn it. Where did this kid learn to strike at vital points? It's as if he wants to cut off the roots of my family. The breeze blew by, and Jing Tian stood dumbfounded in place, the ground at his feet covered in severed bear fur being blown up. Lin chuckled, not expecting Zhang Tai to actively give up and choose to concede. But it was also within reason. With only one arm, Zhang Tai's attack frequency couldn't keep up with Jing Tian's evasion speed. Anyone standing still and being stabbed dozens of times like a chopping board would break down. Well done, Jing Tian. Lin smiled broadly. Jing Tian's displayed combat power was somewhat beyond his expectations. Originally a scout, and Jing Tian loved to collect and had a mastery of cold weapons, making his combat skills excellent. As long as he levels up and increases his attributes. And Jing Tian could instantly transform into a reaper, swiftly harvesting the lives of enemies. Very good. Within Jing Tian's addition, his team had now taken shape. Among the team members, Zhang Tai served as the meat shield berserker, and Jing Tian acted as the scout assassin. Wen Yo was the support, and Mo Ling could be considered a half-summoner support. However, he was unsure what role he should choose. Archer or spellcaster. Lin felt a bit of a headache. His attributes had almost no weaknesses, meaning he could fulfill any role. Although his strength attribute was higher than others due to the boost from Soul Devouring Hand. The resentment skull on him belonged to top-tier mage equipment. The most significant boosts were mental recovery and vitality recovery, as well as movement speed. And as for the talent skills, let alone the all-attribute boost was indeed abnormal, but there was nothing outstanding about it. The newly acquired Judgment Eyes Mind Stab belonged to mental attack. Overall, it seemed that a magic-based profession was more suitable for him. But that would waste his strength and agility attributes, and even the boost to life and movement speed. Just as Lin was pondering, Zhang Tai's unique loud voice called out again. Now dressed in combat gear, Zhang Tai held a can, his face full of resentment. Team leader Lin, why didn't you tell me Jing Tian had already become an awakener? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so careless at the beginning. Zhang Tai felt a bit wronged. The reason he fled without regard for his dignity was largely because he was caught off guard and injured at the start. As a result, Jing Tian, adhering to the principle that a weakness is a vital point, madly attacked the same area while he was hurt. After taking consecutive hits, he really couldn't take it anymore. If he was stabbed again, his back would break. With his mental strength, he could only heal his wounds once a day. He didn't want to be bedridden until the next day. If he had known from the beginning that Jing Tian was an awakener, he would have definitely not been so careless. If he had transformed into a bear right away, he would have undoubtedly been the victor. It was truly embarrassing for him, a dignified, dual-level player, to lose to a newly awakened level 0. Linen, seeing Zhang Tai's displeasure, sighed lightly. You didn't notice the updates in the team members? Only awakeners or special players can join our team. If you had paid a little attention, you would have known that Jing Tian is an awakener. Zhang Tai stood there in a daze, instinctively touching his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed as he thought about returning to the car. He hadn't even noticed this detail. He really was quite foolish. The face that had just turned away suddenly looked a bit dim. With poor strength and being slow-witted in the current team, apart from a newly joined Lu Shiming, who is just an ordinary player, everyone else is more useful than him. Lin's earlier words were indeed just to comfort himself. Bitter and dejected, he glanced at his incomplete left arm, a wry smile on his lips. If both arms were intact, perhaps he wouldn't be so embarrassed in these recent battles. Since the day they obtained the sutures, the group had no time to hunt first-tier mutated creatures. As for the second-tier suture in Lin's hands, he had never thought of asking for it. The corpses of mutated creatures are valuable, especially a second-tier peak suturer. He had neither the qualification nor the reason to ask Linen for it. Lin was willing to give him skill books and sutures, and he was already immensely grateful. Linen looked at his broad back that had turned away, feeling a bit helpless. Zhang Tai really is a bare-headed fool. Oh, right. Linen suddenly called out to him from behind, and then threw over a severed arm as thick as a human's from a distance. He originally planned to attach it to you at school, where there's a surgical room that could do a better job. But I think it might be better to give it to you now. Zhang Tai stared blankly at the severed arm he caught, unsure of what to do. Chapter 75. The Hand of Stitching, Heavy Punch. In front of the highway billboard, a group of people curiously watched Zhang Tai under the towering pole. To attract attention, billboards on the highway are usually built on giant iron poles nearly 1 meter thick and about 20 meters high, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Zhang Tai looked somewhat small beneath the towering iron pole. Team Lin, I want to give it a try. Zhang Tai took off his shirt, his body bursting with rock-like muscles, and his left arm was already stitched up with the arm of a second-tier mutant. Under his physique, the thick arm didn't look out of place. All right, I'm looking forward to your performance. Linen smiled and encouraged him. After Zhang Tai finished stitching the arm, he specifically checked the attribute bonus after the stitching. Stitched hand. Left arm from a second-tier top mutant, effect, strength 10. Second-tier bonus, additional effect, heavy punch. Can consume moderate stamina to deliver a sudden impact. Evaluation. The left arm of the stitcher, destroy everything in front of you. Upon first seeing the bonus, Linen felt it was somewhat perverse. 10 points of strength was almost equivalent to 2 blue pieces of equipment or half an orange piece. The additional effect was even more terrifying. He still remembered the terrifying speed of the stitcher's punch. However, Linen wouldn't be tempted to change his limbs for the high bonus, as it came from replacing body parts. The sun shone brightly, illuminating Zhang Tai and giving him a somewhat violent beauty. He took a deep breath and slowly gathered strength in his left hand. Bear transformation. His figure swelled, the explosive muscles hidden beneath his fur, resembling chunks of black metal. Heavy punch. In an instant, a red brilliance erupted from his left fist, and the speed of the punch, already incredibly fast, surged to a level almost impossible for the naked eye to perceive. Smash it for me. Boom! The ground trembled. The giant billboard, over 20 meters high and weighing several tons, broke apart as if struck by a 1,000-ton impact, forcefully lifted off the ground. It moved horizontally in the air, appearing immensely shocking. The metal deformed, and the billboard emitted a distressing shriek. Thud! The massive object slowly fell, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone, including Linen, looked on in shock at the power of this punch. Gulp! Lu Shiming subconsciously swallowed, fearing that this punch could shatter an armored tank. What kind of person is this? This is simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, a heavy bulldozer. Unlike Lu Shiming, who was surprised by the strength, and Jing Tian's breath caught as he quickly simulated in his mind the scene of fighting against the current Zhang Tai. A second later, he despaired as he realized he couldn't dodge the speed of this punch. Too fast, with his physical attributes. He estimated that being grazed by any part would instantly turn him into a puddle of mush. Linen was somewhat pleasantly surprised, not expecting Zhang Tai to be so suited for this arm. In the future, if they encountered mutants, as long as they weren't too strong, it was likely that Zhang Tai could activate Berserk Charge and, with a close-range punch, smash the enemy into pieces. Not bad. The current Zhang Tai truly belongs to the Berserker category, an unstoppable battlefield warrior. After the dust from the fallen billboard finally settled, a deep pit was left in the road. After Zhang Tai released his bear transformation, he stared blankly at the destruction he had caused, his lips trembling with excitement. His biggest shortcoming had always been his speed and damage output, but now, combined with Berserk Charge, he had compensated for his speed. Strong, too strong. Invincible. He suddenly turned his head and ran towards Lin and Team Lin. His voice was filled with excitement, almost crying. For a nearly 2-meter-tall bald man, to show such emotions was enough to demonstrate his gratitude. Lin didn't shy away from Zhang Tai's bear hug, but gently patted his back. He knew how much reluctance and helplessness Zhang Tai felt during these battles. Being weak and disabled, every fight was a life-and-death struggle. Yet despite this, whenever Lin asked him to go, he would go. Whenever Lin asked him to charge, he would charge without a second thought. Every time he fought desperately, he could only act as a meat shield, getting beaten to near death. Being weak was the original sin, and he never blamed Lin for taking him to dangerous places. But still, who doesn't long for strength? Who doesn't wish to protect their loved ones with their own hands? All right, Lin helplessly pushed away the excited Zhang Tai, as this guy had become heavy-handed after gaining strength. I still stand by what I said. Trust me, you are not a burden. Every awakened one is not a weakling. Lin's gaze was sincere and gentle. If it weren't for Zhang Tai fighting desperately to bring him back to the hotel while he was unconscious, even with his poison resistance, he probably wouldn't have made it. Zhang Tai wiped away the tears of excitement from the corners of his eyes and nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Lin smiled. He really enjoyed the feeling of helping others. Even if he was reborn, it was still the same. If there was any difference, it was that he wouldn't help just anyone like before. He would only care for and help true friends and brothers. However, speaking of which, Zhang Tai really was a big teddy bear, a grown man, silly and clumsy. The sun was warm, and Jing Tian walked over to Zhang Tai, feeling a bit awkward. He wasn't good with words. Brother Zhang, Zhang Tai in a good mood, wasn't the kind of person to hold grudges and directly interrupted Jing Tian's attempt at an apology. What are you talking about? It's just a sparring session between teammates and brothers. You're Lin's brother, so you're my brother. He grinned, and his shiny front teeth looked quite unattractive when he smiled. Mo Ling silently watched the three of them, a hint of barely perceptible envy flashing in her eyes. Lu Shiming stood awkwardly to the side, looking both disappointed and longing. All right, everyone get in the car first. Don't forget our destination is the school, to establish our own safe zone. Linen stood in front of the off-road vehicle, with a few people behind him carrying oil barrels. Although the space ring could hold oil, there was still plenty of storage space in a vehicle. After the apocalypse, gasoline is also a precious resource. If it weren't for the limited space, Lennon wouldn't mind emptying an entire gas station. After the team members got into the car, he sat in the passenger seat, planning to arrange everyone's duties. Although this encounter has brought you some unpleasant memories, we have gained a lot overall. The danger level going to the school will only increase. Especially you, Zhang Tai. Don't think that just because your strength has increased, you can still act recklessly like before. There are definitely awakened ones at the school. Zhang Tai lowered his head, pretending to be mute. But upon hearing the term awakened ones, he suddenly raised his head, his expression becoming serious. Team Lin, are they like the scale beasts? Lin shook his head. He wasn't very good at explaining the special nature of scale beasts to everyone. Scale beasts are somewhat special. Normal awakened ones generally have a human form, and your transformation into a black bear is actually quite rare. Usually, awakened ones are like me, strengthening their bodies for close combat, mastering some special skills. Another part is similar to mages in games, mastering various supernatural powers. So we must not become complacent just because our team is strong. We must not underestimate other awakened ones. Every awakened one has their unique strengths, and being careless could even catch me off guard. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Up until now, they had not encountered many awakened ones, and they were somewhat curious. Since even Team Lin, who was extraordinarily powerful, felt the need to be cautious, they naturally took it seriously. Seeing that everyone was listening, Lin continued, "Next, I will assign everyone specific combat duties and positions. Jingtian, from now on you will be responsible for reconnaissance and, when necessary, assassination and decapitation operations. During combat, just move around the battlefield looking for opportunities. Zhang Tai, you are responsible for breaking through. When encountering the enemy, you will be the first to charge into battle. During combat, you are the steel wall at the front. Protect the rear. And Mo Ling, you will continue to fight at the back. Do not use your ability to summon the undead for now. We will test its effectiveness later when the opportunity arises." As for Wenya, Lennon paused for a moment when mentioning her. The maximum distance limit for team communication is 100 kilometers, and at this moment, Wenya, who is acting separately, is out of the communication range. Her combat duties will be arranged after we regroup. Lu Shiming, who was curled up in the back seat, suddenly asked in a low voice, "Brother Lin, then? What about me? Am I digging trenches?" Lennon replied, "Just don't run around. There will be a use for you later." After hearing this, Lu Shiming lowered his head again, curling up and seemingly lost in thought. "Brother Lin, you suddenly arranged us like this before going to school and even told us to pay attention to the awakened inside." And Jing Tian had some guesses in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to ask, "Will they be our enemies?" He was somewhat puzzled. If Lin and Trip was to establish a safe zone, shouldn't he be recruiting people from there as fellow human survivors? Not every survivor should be as malicious as those they encountered before, right? For some reason, he always felt that Lin An's arrangements seemed more like starting a slaughter. The scenery outside the window flashed by frame, and Lin remained silent for a moment. They may not be our enemies. It's just, I need to kill. Chapter 76, Military Deterrence, Linjiang Academy, basement level 2 of the physical education building. In the dark storage room, fitness equipment used for training has been cleared to the corner. In the center of the room, a dark blue sphere hovers in midair, emitting rays that fill the room with a swirling light. A young man with dark skin and messy hair is facing the light sphere, his face appearing somewhat gloomy under the dark blue glow. The young man's name is Li Hua. Like his ordinary appearance, his name is also quite common. His chest rises and falls as he gasps for air in front of him. Occasionally, wisps of gas, resembling smoke, seep out from the light sphere, bringing a slight coolness as he inhales it into his lungs. With each breath, it is vaguely noticeable that his body becomes slightly stronger. "Energy node," Li Hua murmurs, his gaze fixated on the light sphere, the desire in his eyes suggesting that nothing in the world compares to the sphere before him. Bang, bang, bang. The iron door on the first floor thuds loudly, and although it becomes exceedingly faint by the time it reaches the basement, it sounds clear in his ears. A hint of darkness flashes across his face, revealing some impatience. Clang. Iron chains wrap around the storage room's door. Li Hua strides to the door, carefully locks it, and then heads upstairs to open the door. Outside the first floor door, several young men, looking like athletes, appear somewhat anxious. They have no idea what Li Hua is doing inside. He always seems so mysterious. Who knows, the last time someone brought him food and stepped in a bit further, they ended up getting beaten half to death by him. Are you talking about Gao Tian? I heard that if it weren't for teacher Liang stopping him, Li Hua would have nearly killed him on the spot. Stop with the Li Hua. Can you not even call him that? Call him Chairman Li. Among the five, a girl with a somewhat mature appearance and heavy makeup glares at the boys, speaking in a condescending tone and scolding the much taller boys. You. The athlete who spoke earlier feels somewhat displeased, but is quickly restrained by his companion. What? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you believe that when Chairman Li arrives, you'll be in for it? The four suppress their anger, exchanging glances and tacitly shutting their mouths to avoid further discussion. What nonsense, Chairman Li. He was just a poor student 10 days ago. Yet he insists on giving himself a title. Ever since the physical education building area was cleaned up, Li Hua has been flaunting his status as an awakened, acting like a tyrant and talking in the bureaucratic tone of those school leaders. However, they dare not voice these thoughts, as many students who disapproved of Li Hua's behavior have been severely punished. Li Hua moves quickly, standing just over 6 meters tall and stocky. He approaches the door with evident impatience. What is it now? I told you, don't come looking for me if there's nothing. His Mandarin is somewhat awkward, thick with a regional accent. Li. Chairman Li, the school leaders want you to go to a meeting. It seems to be related to the academy's back mountain. As the iron door opens, upon hearing chairman and meeting, Li Hua's expression softens, appearing quite pleased. The heavily made-up girl quickly sidles up to him, wrapping her arms around him. Chairman Li, I have so much I want to ask you. Speaking as if she is trying to entice him. She intentionally brushes her chest against Li Hua's arm, her face full of flirtation. All right, I'll come find you after the meeting. Li Hua glances at the heavily made-up girl, feeling a rush of excitement. His right hand, unable to resist, stealthily reaches behind her to explore. On the road to Linjiang Academy, in an SUV. Brother Lin, are you saying that the survivors in the academy may not accept us? And Jing Tian hesitantly asks Lin In, surprised by Lin An's earlier words. Lin In wants to kill to establish authority, until everyone is terrified. Lin nods, pondering for a moment. In his past life, Linjiang Academy, due to the large number of awakened, was among the first forces to complete missions and obtain safety tokens, naturally becoming one of the first places in the entire war zone to establish a safe zone. However, precisely because of the numerous awakened, they quickly divided into two factions as they vied for power. One side, represented by the students forming small groups, and the other composed of academy leaders, teachers, and some students. It's absurd. It's merely a school, yet they've forcibly established departments imitating a government. One must admit that power is like a drug. No one can resist it. After organizing his thoughts, Lin and slowly speaks. Although the apocalypse has just begun, you can feel it. When societal order is disrupted, the value of power is infinitely elevated. As long as you're strong enough, you can get everything you want. Women, status, money, power. Even the authority over the lives and deaths of the weak. You might be just an ordinary person, but once you become an awakened, with just a flick of your finger, ordinary people will kneel at your feet, flattering you, allowing you to trample them. You can kill at will. Decide who lives or dies. Who can resist such pleasure? Therefore, no one would willingly relinquish their existing power and become someone else's vassal. The best and simplest way to subdue the awakened in the academy is undoubtedly to kill, to stop the killing. Direct military deterrence. Killing until they are afraid and submit. Only by making them realize that resistance means death can we quickly gather all human and material resources to establish a safe zone. We have only 1 month. We must implement militarized management and high-pressure policies. Everyone must obey my orders. The entire force can only have one voice. Otherwise, merely engaging in intrigue and bickering will waste a lot of time. If too much time is wasted when facing a tide of corpses, the number of deaths will only increase. Lin, in usually few words, has decided this time to lay bare his entire thought process to the team members. With no concealment, he truthfully informs them about the impending tide of corpses and the uprising of zombies 6 months later. There's nothing to hide. These crises will be known sooner or later. Only with the constant threat of death will there be motivation. Everyone has their own thoughts. Expecting that sheer force will command obedience from subordinates is fundamentally unrealistic. After hearing this, and Jing Tian falls silent, he finds it hard to refute Lin An's words. Then, team leader Lin, can't we directly tell them that there will be a tide of corpses 6 months later? If everyone can't work together to establish a safe zone and instead fight individually, then there's only one path to death. Zhang Tai reflects for a long time before expressing his thoughts. His brutal killings are only targeted at those he disapproves of. In essence, he is not accustomed to engaging in senseless slaughter. Lin shakes his head, directly countering, first, why should others believe you? The awakened in the academy have likely already cleared some safe zones. At this stage, as long as the awakened don't encounter a large-scale zombie attack. They can protect themselves. Moreover, the academy is located in the suburbs, where there aren't any powerful mutated beings. Combining these factors, they will only feel that the so-called apocalypse is not that serious. More of their thoughts will certainly be on vying for power rather than survival. Second, even if they're persuaded by you or intimidated by force, what guarantees do you have that they won't have ulterior motives? Who will lead? Who will be willing to give up their rights and privileges? Once someone stirs trouble and harbors dissatisfaction, our efficiency will be severely compromised. Therefore, we must implement extreme wartime high-pressure measures, not your democratic approach of one word, one vote. This time, it was Zhang Tai who was left speechless, as every word from Lin and completely refuted his ideas. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat heavy, and everyone could foresee what would happen. If what Lin said was true, then from the moment they arrived at the school, it was highly likely to turn into a bloody massacre. Looking at the somber expressions on everyone's faces except for Mo Ling, Lin let out a light sigh. He actually didn't want to create too much bloodshed. However, after 3 years of survival in the apocalypse in his previous life, he had long seen through the so-called human nature. Nevertheless, he was not unwilling to give some chance to fellow human survivors. After pondering for a moment, Lin spoke. What I'm saying is just the worst-case scenario. I don't necessarily have to cleanse the academy. You can first try to display force and tell them we want to unite everyone to establish a safe zone. You can even inform them about the upcoming tide of corpses and zombie riots. If most of them are smart, they might accept our plan. After all, every awakened one lost is one less. I don't want to kill too many. Given Zhang Tai and Jing Tian's current strength, they might be able to directly intimidate the awakened ones in the academy. If suppression can be achieved through force, then it should be. People are used to respecting the strong and looking down on the weak. Only with strong power can trust be gained from others. If we can persuade everyone to agree to our plan within a day, I can choose to gradually absorb them into our team. The group in the car listened intently to Lin, feeling relieved. Perhaps by appealing to their emotions, reasoning with them, and then demonstrating strength, they could reduce the bloodshed on their hands. However, Lin suddenly added coldly the next second, but as long as the time exceeds 1 day, and there are other opposing voices or dissatisfaction within the academy, then I will personally take action to cleanse until only one voice remains. Chapter 77. You're playing with Fire Linjiang Academy, Northgate. And Jing Tian gradually slowed down the off-road vehicle, his expression serious. While when you drove the bus with Yue and the survivors from the hotel following closely behind. Along the way, the group saw many bodies with various causes of death, some inflicted by cold weapons, others burned or frozen into ice chunks. Undoubtedly, these zombies have been cleared by the Awakeners from the academy. Squad voice, Brother Lin, it should be Linjiang Academy up ahead. Yeah, stay alert. Zhang, Tai, Jingtian, you two go directly to talk with their higher-ups. No need to do the negotiations yourself. When they come out, it will be the time for cleansing. Windya, your mental strength is good. Pay attention to sensing the movements of the Awakeners among them to prevent any surprises. Lin reminded Winya again. Although his judgment was sufficient to grasp the overall situation, he didn't mind giving Winya some training. Squad members would inevitably go out to fight in the future, and if he wasn't present, someone had to take on the task of observing the overall situation. At this point, Lin had moved to the back seat because Zhang Tai's large frame was squeezing Lu Shiming, who was huddled in the corner uncomfortably. Sometimes, when a vehicle encountered a horde of zombies and forced its way through, he felt that Zhang Tai could easily crush his future chief designer beneath him. After a brief explanation, Lin closed his eyes and focused, beginning to contemplate the subsequent construction plan for the safe zone. The silver off-road vehicle and the yellow bus slowly stopped not far from the academy's gate, and the crowd began to disembark. Lin walked among the crowd, disembarking from the bus to prevent any possible accidents. Most of the people Zhang Tai rescued from the hospital were elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. This group of ordinary people had no resistance against the Awakeners, since they had already decided to let this group of decent people join the safe zone. Lin naturally wouldn't ignore them. A total of 21 people, with Zhang Tai and Jingtian at the front, surveyed the academy's outer wall. which was surrounded by a 3-meter-high earth wall. Did the Awakeners make this? Zhang Tai marveled at the earthen wall that surrounded the entire academy. Wenya closed her eyes to sense and nodded, her voice ringing in the squad's communication. I can sense 3 Awakeners with earth attribute fluctuations. They are still continuously releasing spiritual energy. There are 3 people directly ahead. Only one has a special fluctuation. The other 2 may be physically enhanced Awakeners. And Jingtian quickly followed up with observations. 200 meters ahead, 15 people are guarding the city wall. At the 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock positions, there is 1 person each aiming at us with a crossbow. They don't seem too foolish. At least they know how to establish a defense. But their alertness is too poor. Their positions are all exposed. As a former scout, and Jingtian habitually reported all the alert points. And while it looked like a decent defense, he saw vulnerabilities everywhere. If he wanted to, he could instantly kill one of the Awakeners on the wall and slip away. Just like the 3 were carefully observing the Academy's defenders were also watching the suddenly arrived crowd. On the earthen wall at the Academy's gate, a tall male student patted his companion beside him. Looks like more survivors are coming. Of course, I'm not blind, but there are quite a few of them. Another group of starving ghosts looking for food? A bunch of useless people don't even know what they're here for. A red-haired man, sitting with his legs crossed behind the wall, clearly impatient, occasionally ignited a small flame in his hand and then extinguished it. Maybe they heard our broadcast and knew it was safe, escaping from the town next door. A bespectacled, ordinary student responsible for serving tea and water explained timidly. Since the Awakeners banded together to clear the zombies within the Academy 6 days ago, the vast power gap made them feel superior. With many ordinary people eager to attach themselves, the Academy had evidently transformed into 2 distinctly class groups. The bespectacled student looked at the crowd, not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. The Awakeners in the Academy are becoming more extreme and arrogant. If they had come a few days ago, it would have been fine, but now they probably won't have a pleasant attitude. Oomph. The red-haired boy chuckled lightly as he took a sip from the tea served by the former academic top student. Those idiots working on a radio are just afraid we won't eat enough? If it weren't for their strong leader, I would have smashed their broadcast long ago. All right, let us go down and take a look. Don't let them in. Last time, an infected person slipped in, and it almost caused trouble. The tall and skinny boy interrupted his complaints, and the 2 jumped down from the earthen wall. You guys in front, stop, he shouted loudly. A side door of the Academy opened, and 6 boys holding makeshift spears watched the crowd warily, led by the tall, skinny boy and the fire-type Awakener. And Jingtian was responsible for this communication. Upon seeing the people coming from the Academy, his brow furrowed. It seemed that the other side was not very welcoming to outsiders. Hello, Before he could explain his purpose, the tall, skinny boy interrupted him. You are not welcome here. Go back where you came from. Take another step forward. With a sudden kick, the tall, skinny boy struck the ground, instantly creating a small hole. Stones flew everywhere. The force wasn't great, but the display was impressive. The elderly, weak, and sick people with Lin were startled. Another Awakener? They wondered who was stronger, Zhang Tai or this guy. The survivors saved by Zhang Tai had not seen him for a while, and in their minds, Zhang Tai's strength was still stuck at the moment he was torn apart by the Devourers. The tall, skinny boy watched with satisfaction as the elderly and weak retreated in fear. He enjoyed showcasing his power in front of ordinary people and watching their expressions filled with dread. After demonstrating his superhuman strength, he spoke loudly. If you want to come in, you can, but everyone must be searched and surrender all supplies. If they're useful, we'll naturally keep you. He glanced at the elderly and weak behind Jingtian with some impatience. Old, young, sick, and even disabled. I don't know how this group made it here. If it weren't for Zhang Tai looking a bit more robust and strong enough to fight, he wouldn't have bothered with the last sentence. In contrast, the fire-type Awakener, whose gaze was somewhat vague, swept over the women in the crowd, finally locking his eyes on Wenya and Yue. A young girl and a lowly? What a perfect combination. He cleared his throat, reminding his companion beside him. Forcing a smile, please don't blame us for being direct. As long as we check and determine that there's no infection, we will naturally let you in. The fire-type Awakener stepped forward, smiling at Wenya. secretly pondering how hot she was. The cold, ice-like beauty of youth, with an excellent temperament and figure, surpassed even their academy's flower, especially since Wenya's mental strength radiated an overwhelming presence. The check is simple. Later, go to the isolation room, take off your clothes, and we'll see if there are any wounds. His words carried a hint of frivolity, and his eyes kept wandering over Wenya, with his companion also becoming aware of this under his reminder. Check. Zhang Tai was furious inside. Ordinary people would turn into zombies within just a few minutes after infection. How could there possibly be infected among them after traveling all this way? Damn it, this guy's eyes clearly show he's not a good person. The red-haired fire boy suddenly ignited a ball of flame in his hand, showcasing it to half his height. Beautiful ladies get special treatment. I can personally help you with the check. He completely ignored the furious expressions of Zhang Tai and Jing Tian. A big fool and an ordinary man. As long as they are not awakened, he can turn them to ash with a single finger. Now, the news of the awakened is no longer a secret. Most players have heard of it. He believes that the seemingly cold beauty in front of him will surely be attracted to him. Just like the class flower who initially looked down on him, the awakened. It means safety in the apocalypse. Everything happens too quickly. Zhang Tai was startled by the voice. Damn it, this kid is playing with fire, daring to tease Wenya? In his anger and surprise, he glanced at Lin An's expression, fearing that Lin might explode and directly kill someone. Once Team Lin makes a move, none of these people in front of him will survive. Fortunately, Zhang Tai let out a sigh of relief. Team Lin seemed not to have noticed this place and was just in a daze. Boom! The ground collapsed, and Jing Tian instantly disappeared. Shadow kill. And Jing Tian's expression turned cold as he activated his skill and appeared behind the fire awakened, his dagger gripped reverse, ready to strike at any moment. The killing intent locked onto the red-haired man. His gaze was icy. He realized that the awakened from the academy were not individuals who could be communicated with peacefully. After awakening their powers, these people had a superiority complex over ordinary people. If they did not show their strength, they would not even be able to enter the door, let alone meet the higher-ups. Zhang Tai also noticed this and stepped forward, confronting the tall, thin awakened from the academy. In an instant, swords were drawn and bows were pulled. The red-haired man was startled. He didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous man from earlier was also an awakened. He hurriedly dodged to the side, wanting to avoid being locked onto by Jing Tian. Waves of killing intent made him feel a bit frightened. The tall, thin man also reacted instantly, rushing to stand in front of Jing Tian and letting out a low shout. Beastification arm. He suddenly expanded his arms, muscles bulging, and white claws emerged from his fists. An awakened? No wonder he could bring a group of useless people here. The tall, thin man sneered. After activating his skill, he was not afraid of Jing Tian, who was also an awakened. Do you think being awakened is something impressive? Let me tell you, we have more than 30 awakened here. A mere tier 0. No wonder I didn't notice you weren't awakened. With a face full of disdain, there are strong and weak among the awakened. His level had recently risen to tier 1 after teaming up with other awakened to kill some mutated beings, so he naturally looked down on Jing Tian. However, the tall, thin man was overthinking. After Jing Tian changed to an abyss profession, he naturally had the effect of a hidden aura. Not to mention he had just risen to tier 1. Even if he were tier 2, he might not be able to sense Jing Tian's aura. As for Zhang Tai, as a shape-shifting awakened, unless Zhang Tai transformed, only someone with overwhelming mental power could sense the beastification power hidden within him. The fire awakened. Having escaped Jing Tian's lock, also regained his senses, feeling a wave of anger. As a magic-type profession, he had always output from the back. He had never faced the threat of death. Whoosh! Flames surged. He directly activated his skill, and the bright yellow flames in his hand soared half a meter high, burning at a temperature over 1,000 degrees. The sudden changes caused the ordinary people in the team to panic, and Zhang Tai, hearing the chaos behind him, couldn't help but feel his anger surge, his eyes looking viciously at the red-haired man, provoked by Jing Tian's killing intent. The red-haired man couldn't help but curse to cover up his earlier embarrassment. Not convinced, huh? He pretended to shoot flames into the crowd. startling the elderly and weak into a frenzy. Damn it, just wait. I'll burn you useless people to death. Damn your grandma's leg. Bear transformation. Zhang Tai roared in anger. He had made up his mind to simply kill this guy before talking. These arrogant beings, damn it, if he didn't kill a few, it really wouldn't be worth it. With a gust of wind, Zhang Tai's form instantly swelled, transforming into a black bear, and he swept violently towards him with one paw. Chapter 78. Coercion by force. The red-haired awakener felt his vision go dark, and a massive hand suddenly slammed in front of him. With his first-stage strength, Zhang Tai's speed far exceeded his reaction. In despair, he couldn't even release the blazing sun in his hand. The tall, thin man was terrified. Another awakener? Ignoring the fact that Jing Tian had locked onto him, he desperately extended his right hand to protect the red-haired awakener. Crack! His arm broke. The unmatched force instantly shattered his right hand. On my hand! He screamed in agony, no longer daring to obstruct anything. His once proud, beastified arm lay bloodied and limp to one side, and he could only watch helplessly as the giant palm continued its onslaught toward his companion. Bang! The flames were violently extinguished, and a foul smell of burnt fur filled the air, instantly snuffed out. The red-haired man's face turned ashen. The violent palm directly smashed half of his shoulder into dust, and his body was sent flying by the immense force. Still trying to escape? Rampaging charge. Zhang Tai let out a sinister laugh, and a burst of red light erupted from his body. The ground trembled as his massive bear form closed in on him in an instant, stomping down toward the red-haired man's lower body. Aren't you so tough? Ah! A piercing scream filled the air. With the momentum of his charge, Zhang Tai stomped down, reducing him to a pulp. Stop! Armored transformation. A furious shout. The last robust man suddenly burst out from the school gate, panicked and hurriedly activating his skill. Silver armor instantly covered his body, resembling full-plate armor from the knightly era. He wanted to stop Zhang Tai. As the leader of the two, he could hardly imagine how to report the loss of two awakeners to his superiors. Damn it, everything happened too quickly. Zhang Tai ignored him, treating it as if he were just talking nonsense. When the red-haired awakener attempted to threaten ordinary people, why didn't TU make him stop? His right fist struck out again. Do you want to act tough? Boom! The ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit, and this punch, along with the red-haired man's head, was forcefully driven into the bottom of the pit. Bang! Like a violently smashed egg. At the bottom of the pit lay a pool of red and white, indistinguishable in shape. The corpse, missing its head and half its shoulder, was no longer recognizable as human. Oh dear, why is it so fragile? Zhang Tai grinned, then turned to look at the robust man rushing over, his previously feigned smile instantly cooling. Do you also want to die? The murderous intent erupting from the black bear halted his steps, and the angry reprimand he was about to utter got stuck in his throat. You all. Frustration, anger, fear. The robust man's lips trembled with rage. He never expected Zhang Tai would directly kill someone. To be clear, during the fiercest disputes between the two factions in their academy, no one had ever died. They had only seen the bloodiest scene when clearing zombies within the academy. The scene before him was so brutal and violent. Even if he was confident he wasn't weaker than Zhang Tai, he instinctively chose not to act. You dare to kill our academy's awakener. Just wait. Clang. Clang. Sparks flew. Before he could regain his composure, a flurry of dagger strikes came from behind his waist, and he felt a powerful impact that could penetrate his organs, causing pain in his lungs. Puff! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lacking combat experience, he panicked and turned around, but he didn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy's shadow. Black mist rose and dissipated. Who? Who the hell is it? Behind you. A scream from a man with a beastified arm, trying to warn him, but this time he didn't dare to cooperate with his companion. The warning was useless. The armored man suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, and a chilling, murderous intent appeared in front of him. His throat felt cold, and Jing Qian's lips curled into a mocking smile as the dagger in his hand precisely pressed against the gap in the armor at his neck. Dare to make a move? Ha! If it weren't for everyone wanting to minimize killing, based on Lin's style, they would probably be gathering manpower in the academy and preparing to eat. How could they be rejected at the door? And even be mocked? Shut up from now on. I ask, you answer. The armored man nodded with difficulty. His heart filled with horror. Clearly, the man before him had a strength of only 0, but why was his speed so fast, his movements eerily ghost-like? If he weren't purely a defensive talent, that strike to his back just now could have killed him on the spot. He couldn't even see it. How could he fight? I clearly have first-stage strength. And Jing Tian didn't pay attention to the surprise in the armored man's eyes. He calmly asked, "First, what is the exact number of awakeners in the academy, and who is the strongest? Second, how many survivors are there currently, and are there any survivors trapped? Third, how much safe territory have you cleared, and are there any other dangers nearby? Fourth, are there still zombies in the academy?" As a former scout, and Jing Tian possessed excellent battlefield judgment. His mind was quick, and he got straight to the point. The 4 questions he asked were all critical pieces of information. Linen, who had been watching in the shadows, nodded slightly. Jing Tian had performed his duties well. He had been worried that Jing Tian would be affected by the previous events. It seemed that as long as he was given some time to grow, he would undoubtedly become a valuable assistant in the future. The armored man was in a state of confusion. He couldn't help but take a deep look at Jing Tian. So professional, so purposeful. Could he be someone sent by the military? 3. Countdown to death. I'll say it. No need for 2. The man in knightly armor had no doubt that if he delayed any longer, he would surely bleed to death on the spot. My name is Liang Yu, from the Physical Education Institute. And Jing Tian pressed the dagger against Liang Yu's throat, pushing him forward slightly, signaling him to stop wasting words. What a grievance. What is wrong with my name being a waste of words? There are 37 awakeners in the academy. Well, it should be 36 now. The strongest. There is no one strongest. Only 2 are recognized as the strongest. One is Huang Haitao, a rock-type awakener from the Engineering Institute, both first stage. The other is Li Hua, a flesh-type awakener from the Physical Education Institute. He should also be first stage, but no one has seen him go all out. And Jing Tian frowned slightly. 2 first-stage awakens plus 36 awakeners? No wonder the people from Linjiang Academy were so arrogant. No wonder Brother Lin wanted them to be cautious. With such a lineup, their displayed strength might not be enough to intimidate these people. Even a hint of insecurity flashed in Jing Tian's eyes. Perhaps Brother Lin might not be able to subdue them either? Liang Yu noticed the change in Jing Tian's expression and couldn't help but show a hint of smugness. It was precisely because they had so many awakeners that they could clear out more than half of the academy's safe area in such a short time. "Huh, kid, are you scared now?" But since his life was still in someone else's hands, he didn't dare to show too much emotion. The entire academy had 30,000 teachers and students. About 3,000 were likely still alive. As for whether there were any other survivors, there probably weren't. As for the safe area, the entire academy had been mostly cleared. Only the dormitory building hadn't been cleared yet. There, the zombies were very hidden. We had previously organized 10 awakeners to clear it. But even so, one was infected during a surprise attack. Plus, there were no resources there, so we gave up on clearing it. Basically, there were no other dangers in the academy. A hint of unusual color flashed in Liang Yu's eyes as he continued after noticing that Jing Tian didn't press further. There were definitely zombies, but just a few scattered ones in the sealed dormitory building. By the way, we also encountered 4 lickers, but fortunately, Chairman Li, or rather Li Hua and Huang Haitao, stepped in to deal with them. Those things are terrifyingly strong. Liang Yu deliberately emphasized his tone when mentioning the lickers. But upon seeing Jing Tian's expressionless face and lack of reaction, he couldn't help but sneer internally. It seems that the person in front of him probably hasn't encountered any mutated creatures and likely doesn't even know what a licker is. Otherwise, any survivor who has seen such monsters would certainly show some emotional response upon hearing the news of their defeat. These monsters are not something a few awakened ones can contend with. After Jing Tian heard the information he provided, he fell silent for a moment. Linen only gave 1 day to persuade these people, and he didn't know if it could be done. To the 2 awakened ones who came from afar, "I wonder if you can let go of our people first." Suddenly, a commotion arose from a distance, and a deep-voiced man rushed out of the academy's gate, followed by 10 others at high speed. Although the words were polite, Jing Tian could sense a strong dissatisfaction behind them. In just a few seconds, The 11 awakened ones who rushed over from the academy quickly surrounded them with unfriendly gazes. Various spiritual powers emanated from the 11, shimmering brilliantly. The leading man appeared to be around 30 years old, and upon catching sight of the corpse of his own person in the deep pit, his eyes turned icy as he stepped forward and slowly said, "Release them, or you will die." Chapter 79 Meeting and Jing Tian remained unmoved, his dagger not relaxing in the slightest. Although being surrounded was expected, after all, their ultimate goal was to get inside. Letting them go would mean losing the initiative. They needed to clarify their intentions and set the tone. If the other side took action again, it would turn into a joke after all the discussions he had with Wanya and Zhang Tai about how to persuade the academy to cooperate. Zhang Tai was still a bit too impulsive. Even when the fire type awakened threatened the ordinary people behind him, he had the urge to kill. Liang Yu was somewhat excited upon seeing the awakened from the academy arrive, as if he saw hope. "Teacher Zhang, save me." The middle-aged man known as Teacher Zhang raised his hand to interrupt him, speaking in a deep voice. "This young brother, although I don't know what happened. If you don't release them, don't blame me for being rude." With their own people still in the other's hands, he wasn't foolish enough to provoke them. His previous attitude had already indicated that if the other side wanted to survive, "You killed our people and publicly took my student hostage. Do you really think our academy is easy to bully?" Zhang Jianlin snorted coldly, a whirlwind swirling around him, indicating he was a wind-type awakened. And Jing Tian and Zhang Tai exchanged glances and then spoke. "Bully, we didn't come here to provoke you on purpose. We have matters to discuss with you. If your people hadn't spoken rudely and attempted to attack us first, we wouldn't have taken the initiative." Zhang Tai scoffed, pointing to the spot where the fire-type awakened had originally stood. The flames the red-haired man unleashed had left numerous burn marks on the ground. "If you don't believe it, you can ask your own people if they were the ones wanting to take action." Zhang Jianlin slightly turned his head to look at the beast hand man who had hidden next to him. The beast hand awakened looked somewhat pale, but under his gaze, he chose to admit it. Zhang Jianlin remained silent. In fact, he had guessed some things when he received the report. Being from the same academy, he knew the reputation of the fire-type awakened. It was normal for someone who could kill their own students to also attack ordinary people. To put it bluntly, the 3 awakened sent to guard the wall were all troublemakers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent here. "All right, let us put aside the fact that you killed our people for now. We will investigate that later." Although the fault lay on their side, Zhang Jianlin had no intention of letting it go just like that. Even if he agreed, the people from the academy wouldn't. However, he was not inexperienced like the young students. He felt a threat from Zhang Tai and in Jing Tian, especially from Zhang Tai. Currently, the academy's strongest combat power was on the back mountain, and if a conflict broke out now, it would surely result in deaths. Every awakened was crucial, and with more deaths, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the academy. "You say you have something to discuss with us. What is it?" Zhang Jianlin asked with some confusion. He initially thought this group of seemingly weak and elderly people were seeking shelter after hearing the broadcast, but it seemed otherwise now. And Jing Tian pondered for a moment and directly stated, "I need to see the person in charge here, and it would be best to gather all the awakened to discuss together. There was only one day to waste, and if they couldn't get everyone to agree, informing them one by one would take who knows how long." "Everyone," Zhang Jianlin frowned. The other side wanted to see their top leadership and all the awakened together. That was quite a big tone, but it was fine. He chuckled inwardly. He was originally worried about how to keep them here, but since they wanted to come in voluntarily, it suited him well. "I want to see what tricks you can play." After making up his mind, Zhang Jianlin didn't hesitate and spoke directly. "If you indeed have something important, I can introduce you. But let me make it clear beforehand. If you have any other motives to sneak in, don't blame us for being rude." In the Academy's conference room, over 40 people sat in a disorderly manner in the spacious room. The crowd was divided into 2 factions. One side consisted of 19 students, each clustered together with impatient expressions. The other group surrounded the podium, appearing to be school leaders and teachers, along with 11 students. On the other side of the podium, Jing Tian, Zhang Tai, Wenya, Linen, and Mo Ling were sandwiched in between the 2 groups. "Did you hear?" Among the clustered students, A dark-skinned athlete glanced at Jing Tian sitting at the front and whispered to a companion. This group killed the red-haired guy and said they have something important to discuss. The red-haired guy is dead? The boy looked surprised, but didn't show much emotion. So what if he is dead? That guy offended a lot of people. But daring to kill us, that's pretty bold. Didn't those old fossils from the academy capture them? I told you, right? They told Zhang Jianlin they have something important to discuss. They probably plan to act after the meeting. The conference room was noisy, and halfway through, a group of female students came in to watch. And Jing Tian remained silent, while the group of students on his left discussed without restraint. Although their voices were not loud, he could hear them clearly. Silence. At the podium, a middle-aged man with a big belly sternly reprimanded, but the effect was not ideal. Only the teachers and students behind him perked up a bit. And Jing Tian, comrade, I'm the principal of Linjiang Academy, Huang Zheng. You may now state the purpose of your visit. The middle-aged man named Huang Zheng spoke politely, but there was a hint of impatience in his eyes. And Jing Tian looked at the podium and slowly began, Everyone, we are here for 3 matters. He got straight to the point and didn't intend to waste too much time. First, I want to inform you that in 6 months, there will be a zombie outbreak across the entire Linjiang area, with at least over 3 million zombies actively tracking and attacking humans. A brief silence ensued. What a joke. 3 million zombies outbreak. Before Jing Tian could finish, the entire conference room erupted in chaos. Kid, where did you get this news? Zombies actively attacking? Do you think we've never seen zombies before? A student in sportswear stood up, furious, pointing at Jing Tian. As long as we're not seeking death by attracting zombies, those things will just stay put. Are you kidding me? This is the important news you mentioned? You can't even tell a good lie. At the podium, the principal's side maintained a semblance of dignity and didn't join in the mockery. But their impatience was becoming increasingly evident. And Jing Tian remained unmoved, silently watching the crowd before him. Indeed, he had no evidence to prove it. People were always unwilling to believe bad news unless it was too late. This friend, I remember your name, is Jing Tian, right? Huang Zheng at the podium cleared his throat, looking at Jing Tian with interest. First, let's assume what you said is true, that zombies will indeed come with brains to attack us. Then, with so many survivors spread across Linjiang, there's no reason for them to attack only us. If it's just a scattered zombie tide, I don't think there's much to worry about. Behind Huang Zheng, Huang Haitao chuckled lightly. As a leading figure among the academy leaders, he had long grown impatient. Zombies? So what if a few tens of thousands come? With so many awakened in the academy, we don't need to worry at all. And Jing Tian and the others exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. Zhang Tai had once described the power of a zombie tide. Awakened were indeed not afraid of scattered zombies. However, once the scale of a zombie tide reached over 30,000, it would become extremely terrifying. Even if you can kill in large numbers in an instant, the endless waves of zombies will drain your stamina and mental energy, ultimately leading to a tragic death at their hands. First, let me explain why the zombie horde will focus on the academy. And Jing Tian ignored the mocking gazes of the crowd and replied solemnly. As you all said, there are many awakeners in the academy. Zombies and mutated beings are much more sensitive to awakeners than to ordinary people. Therefore, when the first outbreak occurs, the academy, with its large number of awakeners, will be the first to suffer. The academy is located on a plain, with the only barrier being the back mountain. Imagine how it will be when the tide of zombies comes. After Jing Tian finished speaking, he waited for everyone to digest this information. But there was actually one more point. Lennon had told them that there is a stable energy node within the academy, which will attract not only zombies, but also a large number of mutated beings. Because of this, in the previous life, Linjiang Academy, despite having a large number of awakeners and being the first to establish a safe zone, suffered heavy losses in the end. If it weren't for the emergence of a very powerful awakener among the students, one of the 6 kings, the demon hunter, who turned the tide, Linjiang Academy would not have lasted even a year and would have long been destroyed. Chapter 80. Zhang Tai the good man and Jing Tian's words sounded logical, but few people present took them to heart. Huang Zheng glanced at Huang Haitao behind him, noticing his impatience, so he merely nodded after listening, intending to conclude the meeting. As for the deceased fire-type awakened ones, it wasn't his concern anyway. The awakened individuals within the student group would not easily let this group off the hook. So, first of all, on behalf of the Academy, I would like to thank Comrade Jingtian for raising these questions. We will carefully consider the possibility of this matter and discuss how to proceed afterward. Huang Zheng spoke in an official tone, leaving no room for doubt. Anyway, the words have been said. A meeting to discuss? They could take their time chatting. And Jingtian noticed his intention to end the meeting and unhesitatingly threw out a bombshell. This was something he had discussed with Zhang Tai and Wenyi in the car. What to do if the Academy did not take the zombie tide riot seriously. If you all think the zombie tide riot is just a trivial matter, then I can tell you this. The second point is that in a year, a global catastrophe will occur. Geological disasters, weather disasters, they will erupt continuously. All animals and plants will mutate, from large creatures down to snakes and rats, posing a huge threat to us. Moreover, a large number of high-level mutated beasts will emerge in the ocean, attacking coastal areas. The number of mutated bodies in the zombie horde will significantly increase, and even a fourth-level king with intelligence leading the zombie horde may be born. Furthermore, awakened ones who die will also resurrect as mutated bodies under the influence of the catastrophe, retaining some intelligence to attack humans. Lin, sitting in the corner, slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying memories of the catastrophe still haunted him, even to this day. With a global population of billions, over 10 billion survivors died in the early stages of the catastrophe. In the following 2 years, the population continued to sharply decline to less than 100 million. Over 99 of the population perished, followed by the emergence of hundreds of billions of zombies. The overwhelming zombie tide occupied more than 90% of the land area. With billions of zombies, oceanic disaster level, giant mutated beasts, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and numerous king-level mutated bodies, not to mention the alien beasts that appeared in the last year. Each enemy represented an endless disaster. If it weren't for the emergence of several powerful beings in human civilization establishing safe zones to protect and support the remaining population, combined with the strange halt of the catastrophe's assault in the 3rd year, human civilization would have likely been extinguished long ago. Once the news broke, the crowd, who had intended to leave, halted in disbelief, looking at Jingtian. How is that possible? Huang Zheng took a deep breath, and Huang Haitao, behind him, also wore a serious expression. If the zombie